Come here. Help. The traitor is rebelling. At the unnamed mountain, Su Hao gazed helplessly at the sorrowful, wailing woman before him and reluctantly removed the silver needle. Master, it was you who instructed me to insert the needle. Why can't you handle it now? A faint, alluring fragrance wafted toward him, carrying warmth as it echoed beneath the woman's exquisite form, radiating temptation. You little rascal, do you think this is farming? You can't just stick it in anywhere. What if something goes wrong? The master scolded Su Hao with a reproachful glare, brushing her hair as beads of sweat trickled down her neck, disappearing from his sight. But master, you practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which is impervious to fire and water. No matter how I insert it, it won't break. Indeed, that's strange. Logically, the silver needle shouldn't be able to enter my body at all, the master remarked in surprise. Master, I've discovered a critical flaw in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. As long as I don't regard you as a woman, it falls apart effortlessly. The master. Su Hao, I recall that last week, Wang Kai was brutally bullied by 100 cats after accidentally wandering into a mother cat's den and ultimately perished. Why is he alive again today? A stunning beauty approached, her high heels accentuating her fair, shapely legs, Su Hao explained. Second master, once Wang Kai left, those cats wailed incessantly, driving me mad. So, I unearthed him from his grave and revived him using the 9 spirits' 9 stabs. How peculiar! I distinctly taught you the 9 spirits' 6 stabs. Su Hao, with an innocent demeanor, replied, I was bored, so I added 3 more stabs, aiming for 9 times in one night. The second master was left speechless, astonished by Su Hao's audacious act. After a long pause, she finally said, Su Hao, your medical and martial prowess is unmatched. It's time for you to descend the mountain and start a family to strengthen our sect. Not yet. I haven't fully grasped the infertility needle from the second master, am not invincible yet. Su Hao shook his head. Moreover, the reverse 36 technique from the master is a brilliant skill for my teacher's imagination. How could I descend without mastering it? The master's face flushed as she handed Su Hao a package from inside, exclaiming irritably, what I know, the sisters also know. Once you descend, practice with them slowly. If you're worried about losing face in front of them, go to Jinling to practice with your fiancée first. She is the granddaughter of your master's friend. Just present the marriage certificate, and she will definitely meet your standards. Su Hao was deeply moved, saying, Master, your kindness is beyond repayment. Once I achieve success, I will surely return to repay. Oh no. To express my gratitude to you and the second master. Get lost. The master kicked Su Hao down the mountain, both angry and amused as Su Hao has grown up on the unnamed mountain, trained by us into a flamboyant expert. I wonder if he can adapt once he descends, the second master mused with a hint of worry. Don't be deceived by his appearance. This kid is remarkably composed during his years abroad on missions. He established numerous factions, the master said, her gaze piercing as she looked to the sky. This descent is primarily to help him uncover his origins, seek vengeance for his family, break through his inner shackles, and reach a higher realm. While the two women conversed, Su Hao had already reached the foot of the mountain, planning to fill his stomach at a nearby restaurant before setting off. While waiting for his meal, he idly opened the marriage certificate tucked inside the package. I, Gu Santong, have committed a heinous crime by harming my best friend's mother, a sin beyond redemption in this life. As compensation, I bind my disciple, Su Hao, to marry the eldest daughter of the Shuef family, moving in to serve them diligently for the rest of his life. Su Hao cursed his master's ancestors, decisively changing his mind. Whoever wants to marry, let them do so. He would return to the mountain to continue his carefree life with his 2 masters. Seeing Su Hao rise to leave, the boss frowned, saying, Sir, you haven't paid yet. The dishes haven't even arrived. I haven't eaten anything. Why should I pay? The food is already being cooked. The boss maintained a stern expression. This is akin to a lady undressing. You've already touched her. So even if you don't proceed, you must pay. Su Hao, but his reasoning was so sound that he found himself at a loss for words. Just swiped the card that Su Hao handed over a gold card, and the boss cheerfully accepted it for a quick swipe. Insufficient balance. Su Hao furrowed his brow and tried another card, but it also displayed insufficient funds. Su Hao, the money in your cards is considered labor compensation for the years we have taken care of you. We are now on a plane to enjoy life. If you don't want to starve, go seek out your fiancée. Seeing the sudden message pop up on his phone, Suhao turned pale that I have clearly been the one supporting you all these years. Indeed, it is said that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture, as Suhao grumbled. The boss expression grew more intense. Are you saying you have no money to pay and plan to dine and dash? Suhao glanced at the burly boss lady nearby, who wielded a kitchen knife and weighed over 200 pounds, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Boss, my medical skills are unparalleled. How about I treat your infertility in exchange for a good fortune? You are the one with infertility. My son is already 3 years old. The boss replied fiercely when my son was born. The neighbor Wang was in tears and even gave me a significant sum to help me start a guest house. Your son must look just like Wang. The boss was taken aback. How do you know? Your hat tells me I am not wearing a hat. The boss touched his head, utterly confused. Wait, are you trying to distract me and make a run for it? Hurry up and pay, or I will call the police. Suhao felt stifled by the boss' lack of intelligence. Just as he was about to say something, a beautiful woman stepped forward, handing over 100 yuan. He'll cover his bill. Please don't make it difficult for him. Suhao was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the woman had delicate features and a graceful demeanor, her well-tailored dress accentuating her figure beautifully. Seeing Shui Ro pay and leave without seeking recognition for her good deed, Suhao stepped forward to stop her. Thank you for coming to my rescue. I dislike being in debt, so let me help you deal with the assassins later. Assassins? Shui Ro was baffled, not understanding his words. Before Suhao could clarify, 3 white cars sped in and blocked the entrance as the doors opened. A group of burly men in Zhongshan suits descended, exuding a fierce aura. Customers instantly scampered away, fearing they might be caught in the fray. The one-eyed leader approached Shui Ro, his voice cold as ice. You must be Shui Ro. Who? Who are you? Shui Ro asked, her voice trembling as she stealthily reached for her pocket, seeking help. This detail did not escape the one-eyed man's notice. He instinctively grabbed Shui Ro's arm, shoving her toward the car. Help! Shui Ro cried out, but none of the customers responded. The boss and his wife pretended not to see, counting stars for themselves. Suddenly, a hand landed on the one-eyed man's shoulder. What do you want? The one-eyed man turned to Suhao, frowning. Nothing much, just asking you to stay away from my benefactor. Before the one-eyed man could comprehend Suhao's words, Suhao unleashed a lightning-fast punch, sending him flying 5 meters away. The entire scene fell into silence, leaving everyone, including Shui Ro, utterly astounded. Who was this Suhao? His strength was astonishing. Damn it! With the support of his subordinates. The one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth and rose, brandishing a handgun in a fit of rage, pointing it at Suhao. I command you to kneel and bow your head. Otherwise, bang. Before the one-eyed dragon could finish his threat, a chopstick shattered his gun and pierced through his palm. Otherwise, shall I disable one of your hands? Suhao stepped forward, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the stunned expression on the one-eyed dragon and Appo's face. Who are you? I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. In a swift motion, Suhao struck the one-eyed dragon, rendering him unconscious, before glancing at his subordinates. Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in departing? Without a word, the subordinates hastily supported the one-eyed dragon and fled the scene. As if pursued by phantoms, Suhao clapped his hands and turned to Shui Ro with a smile. The assassin has been dealt with. Consider it a repayment for the meal you covered for me. Still reeling from the shock Suhao had instigated, Shui Ro managed to stammer a thank you after a prolonged silence. At that moment, a Porsche pulled up. The door swung open, and a girl with twin ponytails dashed out. Ro, I just received your distress signal. Are you all right? I and Appo's am fine, thanks to this gentleman. Shui Ro pointed at Suhao and briefly recounted the events. Chopsticks disarming a gun? Song Cuckoo exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. You're incredibly fortunate to encounter such a master. Shui Ro couldn't help but feel relieved as well. Cuckoo, let us return to Jinling. I just inquired. And Master Gu is not here. All right. The attack on her dear friend made Song Cuckoo realize that lingering here was unwise. Wait, Suhao interjected. I also need to go to Jinling. May I hitch a ride? Song Cuckoo hesitated slightly. Suhao and Appo's prowess was formidable if he harbored ill intentions. Neither she nor Shui Ro could resist. Rest assured, I am not a villain. Suhao discerned her uncertainty and assured her. As a form of compensation, I could treat Miss Ro and Apos as family ailments. Song Cuckoo raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you know her family was ill? There is a lingering aura of illness surrounding her, but it does not emanate from her. It is evident that someone in her family is gravely ill. Song Cuckoo's interest was piqued. Are you a doctor? Is your medical skill exceptional? Let us say, I can cure 99 of ailments in this world. Song Cuckoo appeared skeptical. Really? Sounds like mere bragging. You have an oral ulcer, you often stay up late, which has led to an imbalance in your endocrine system. And you haven't had your period this month. Suhao shrugged. As for this lovely lady beside you, she suffers from chronic coldness in her womb, experiences painful menstruation, and is not suited for prolonged sitting. Long journeys exacerbate her symptoms. In 10 seconds, she will succumb to her ailment. At this revelation, both Song Cuckoo and Shui Ro's expressions changed. A person capable of discerning illnesses at a glance was a true healer, often reclusive and rarely seen, making such encounters exceedingly rare. They couldn't believe their incredible luck in meeting him so effortlessly. Gasping, Shui Ro was about to invite Su Hao into the car when a sharp pain in her abdomen made her draw a sharp breath, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Noticing her furrowed brow and pale complexion, Song Cuckoo quickly retrieved some painkillers from her bag. Ro, take this. Shui Ro, her delicate nose glistening with sweat and her lips trembling, struggled to open her mouth. In her condition, painkillers would be ineffectual, slow to act, and potentially addictive, causing further harm to her body. Su Hao interjected, if I intervene with acupuncture and massage, we can resolve this in no more than 5 minutes. It's far superior to taking medication. Then please, act quickly. Ro is in agony. Song Cuckoo urged, her concern palpable. Su Hao instructed Song Cuckoo to recline the seat and let Shui Ro lie down. Acupuncture requires a tranquil environment. You must step outside to ensure no one disturbs me. You one and Apos. Take advantage of Ro while I and Apos am gone, will you? Song Cuckoo asked suspiciously. I am not as unscrupulous as you think. Though she wanted to retort, Song Cuckoo relented upon seeing Shui Ro and Apos as suffering. Remember your words. If Ro and Apos as virtue is compromised in any way, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Su Hao, uninterested in her threats, locked the car door once she exited. I need to remove your stockings. Shui Ro, despite her pain, retained enough composure to redden at his words. Why must you take off the stockings? Tight stockings can impede blood circulation, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the massage. Su Hao explained earnestly. Moreover, there are several acupoints on your thighs that are highly effective for coldness in the womb. It's not optimal to apply pressure through stockings. Seeing the clarity in Su Hao's gaze, devoid of any lewdness, Shui Ro ultimately decided to trust him. I lack the strength. Please assist me in removing them. At her request, Su Hao reached towards her thigh, gradually peeling the stockings down. The smoothness of her skin provided a delicate sensation, akin to being enveloped in milk, while the sweat on Shui Ro added a unique fragrance that nearly overwhelmed him. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao retrieved his silver needles and applied them to the inside of her thigh. Shui Ro immediately felt a warm current surge through her body, alleviating her pain. I'm about to begin. Su Hao extended his right hand, channeling his internal energy, and gently placed it on Shui Ro's cold abdomen. The warmth of his hand against her freezing belly felt like a fire igniting in winter, warming her heart. For a moment, her internal organs felt soothed, bringing forth an involuntary low moan of comfort from Shui Ro. Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly covered her mouth, her voice barely above a whisper. I apologize. I couldn't and Apos. Help myself. Shui Ro silently reprimanded herself for her lack of decorum, feeling utterly embarrassed by the sounds she had made in the confined, serene car. Such reactions are entirely natural. There is no need for embarrassment. Su Hao replied with a gentle smile, continuing to massage her abdomen while occasionally injecting a needle to enhance the treatment's efficacy. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Shui Ro had fully recovered. Aside from a flushed complexion, there was no indication she had been tormented by her ailment. Though still slightly disheveled, her features remained strikingly exquisite, exuding a certain chaotic beauty. All done. Su Hao retracted the needles and opened the car door, allowing fresh air to disperse the lingering tension within. Song Cuckoo, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed over. Ro, how are you? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Thankfully, I had him, Shui Ro replied, adjusting her appearance while casting a grateful glance at Su Hao. Reflecting on the recent events inside the car made her heart race and her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Song Cuckoo noticed the change in Shui Ro and gave Su Hao a knowing smile. You're quite capable, aren't you? If one isn't capable. Can they still be called a man? Suhao and Apos. Words left Song Kuku blushing. She shot him a playful glare, reminding him to fasten his seatbelt as they drove towards Jinling. Throughout the journey, the trio engaged in conversation, growing more acquainted. Upon learning that Suhao had spent years on the mountain, Song Kuku curiously asked, "What brings you all the way to Jinling?" "My master has found me a fiancée and has instructed me to descend from the mountain to marry her." "Fiancée?" Both Shui Rou and Song Kuku exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with curiosity. Such a modern term seemed out of place for a mere mountain farmer to utter. "Who is your fiancée?" "The eldest daughter of the Shui family," Suhao replied candidly. Upon uttering these words, Song Kiki abruptly slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a collision with the tree. "You are the fiancée of the eldest daughter of the Shui family? Is that true?" "I and Apos, am not in the mood for jokes." Suhao waved his hand dismissively and inquired, with that expression, "Do you know her? Is she beautiful?" "I've met her a few times. She is decent looking, but rather full of herself. Someone like you would only be shown the door. The eldest daughter of the Shui family would never associate with someone of your caliber." Song Kiki retorted. This eldest daughter of the Shui family was none other than Shui Rou and Apos' cousin. Recently, she had been romantically involved with a young master from the Zhao family, and it seemed they had already crossed certain boundaries, making it unlikely for Suhao to be with her. The mere mention of Shui Rou and Apos' cousin stirred a wave of ire within Song Kiki. Despite both being daughters of the Shui family, their standing within the clan was worlds apart. Shui Rou, who was evidently more competent than her cousin, had never garnered the attention of her elders. Whenever she achieved even a modest success within the family business, she was promptly reassigned, leaving her with no opportunity to flourish. In contrast, her cousin, regardless of her lack of acumen in managing the family affairs, consistently received assistance and had others cleaning up her mess. "Please. Your words are rather harsh. You are not the eldest daughter of the Shui family. How would you know she wouldn't be with me?" In response to Suhao's probing, Song Kiki remained silent. However, Shui Rou pressed her lips together, opting for honesty. Upon learning the truth, Suhao was left dumbfounded. "You are my sister-in-law? What a coincidence." "Indeed, quite the coincidence. Not a family, not entering the same door," Song Kiki teased. Suhao nodded in satisfaction. "I like that. If my sister-in-law is this beautiful, my wife must be even more exquisite. Life will be delightful." Seeing Suhao's cheerful demeanor, Shui Rou felt a pang of jealousy. Her cousin's luck seemed excessively fortuitous. Not only was she favored by the family, but she would also have such a promising match to assist her, which was akin to having a tiger's strength added to her own. "Rou, don't worry. With that cousin of yours' demeanor, this marriage is bound to fall through." Seemingly sensing Shui Rou's unease, Song Kiki lowered her voice. After contemplating, Shui Rou found some comfort in her words. By the time they arrived at the Shui family home, it was already 6 in the evening. Before even stepping inside, Shui Rou could not help but frown. It was perplexing to see red silk hung at the entrance of the Shui residence. One might mistakenly think a wedding was in the works. Fuming, she entered the house and immediately confronted her father, dad, grandpa, and Apos. Condition is precarious. Why is the house adorned so festively? Whose idea was this? Calm down. I understand this is inappropriate, but it was your grandfather's direct order. Shui sighed resignedly and spoke softly. He mentioned that these days are auspicious for the family, as a noble person is visiting, and he insisted everyone greet them joyfully. No one is allowed to oppose him. Noble person? Shui Rou was puzzled and intended to clarify with her grandfather. However, before she could, the elderly patriarch, seated in a wheelchair, was wheeled out by a strikingly alluring woman. This woman had an unappealing visage, with high cheekbones and slanted eyes, lacking the grace of Shui Rou. Moreover, her expression bore a calculating glint, suggesting she was far from benevolent. Could this woman be Shui Rou's cousin? Suhao's eyes twitched. If this were indeed his fiancée, then perhaps it was best to call off the engagement. Shui Rou rushed to her grandfather's side, concern etched on her face. "Grandpa, are you feeling any better? Why aren't you resting in bed?" The woman pushing the wheelchair appeared taken aback upon seeing Shui Rou standing there unharmed. "What are those assassins doing? How did they fail to eliminate Shui Rou?" "I'm still the same. Lying down or sitting makes no difference." The elder shook his head slightly, then asked, "Why are you back so late? Did you not receive the notice about the family meeting?" Just as Shui Rou was about to respond, the woman interjected, "Exactly. Even after several calls, you still returned at the last possible moment, acting more important than Grandpa." "Cousin, please don't speak out of turn. My intention was to invite a renowned physician to examine Grandpa, but I encountered some trouble along the way. and it was Mr. Su who helped me escape with my life, which delayed my return. Shui Rou defended herself. As the second daughter of the Shui family, which faction would dare oppose you? Don't assume we're fools. You were certainly off gallivanting with this pretty boy. Shui Aohan scoffed, adding, Grandpa said these days are crucial for the Shui family. Aside from family members, no outsiders are permitted. You bring a pretty boy here to create a scene. Do you wish to challenge Grandpa's authority? Shui Rou, unjustly accused, paled with indignation. Before she could refute, the elder noticed something amiss, hastily retrieving a photograph and comparing it multiple times before exclaiming, outrageous. Kneel before me. Did you hear that? Grandpa commands you to kneel. Shui Aohan held his head high, reveling in his triumph. Shui Rou bit her lip, glancing at her furious grandfather, and could only stifle her frustration, bending her knee to kneel. At that moment, a hand supported her. It was Su Hao, with a smile on his lips. He pointed at Shui Aohan. What your grandfather means is for her to kneel. Don't misinterpret. Kneel? You, a mere outsider, truly believe yourself relevant? Shui Aohan mocked, sneering at the elder. Grandpa, he dares to say you ordered her to kneel. Is that not amusing? Laughter erupted among the onlookers, filled with derision towards Su Hao. However, the elderly patriarch maintained a stern expression and replied coldly, What is amusing about this? I said for you to kneel. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, everyone staring at the elder in disbelief. Shui Aohan was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Grandpa, you must be joking? Kneel. The elder's voice was unyielding and severe. Shui Aohan and Amp, Apos, S. father, Shui, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly signaled to his son. Despite the elder and Apos, S. declining health, he still held sway over the Shui family. If Shui Aohan defied him at this critical juncture, it would jeopardize future inheritance. I refuse. Yet, Shui Aohan, fiercely proud, would not allow herself to kneel in front of so many, especially with Shui Rou nearby, already feeling inferior in capability. If her status were to diminish further, she would be forever a laughingstock in Shui Rou's eyes. The elder's authoritative declaration echoed, If you do not kneel, you shall receive none of my inheritance. Upon the utterance of the elder Shui's words, Shui Yi's expression drastically changed, forcibly compelling Shui Aohan to kneel. Father, have you lost your mind? Shui Aohan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Shui Yi chastised, It is you who has lost your senses. How dare you disregard grandfather and Apos' words? Such audacity. Compared to family assets, what is this shred of dignity worth? Witnessing this scene, Shui Rou was utterly taken aback. It was peculiar. Based on grandfather's usual temperament, he should not have been inclined to support her. Could it be the influence of Su Hao? She glanced at Su Hao, who stepped forward, clasped his hands, and offered a slight smile. I am Su Hao, disciple of Gu Santong, here to pay my respects to grandfather Shui. Ha. My esteemed grandson-in-law, you have finally arrived. Elder Shui, supported by his cane, rose from his wheelchair, excitedly shaking hands with Su Hao. The entire gathering suddenly understood. No wonder Elder Shui had altered his disposition. It turned out Su Hao was the esteemed individual the Shui family had been eagerly anticipating these past few days. However, what did he mean by referring to him as a grandson-in-law? Song Kuku, privy to the situation, realized that Elder Shui was alluding to the marriage between Su Hao and Shui Aohan. Yet, she had not anticipated that Su Hao was a disciple of Gu Santong. No wonder his medical skills were so remarkable. He had learned from a renowned physician. What are you still doing kneeling there? Get up and greet your husband. Elder Shui cast a sidelong glance at Shui Aohan, commanding her. Husband? Shui Aohan and Apos' eyes twitched, as if struck by lightning. Beside her, Shui was equally horrified. As the most cherished granddaughter of Elder Shui, he had always spoken of finding her an extraordinary husband, one who would be at least above the common folk. Who could have imagined that this so-called extraordinary husband was merely a simpleton in tattered clothes? Elder, have you made a mistake? One person cautiously inquired. What? Do you look down upon the grandson-in-law I have chosen? Elder Shui and Apos' voice rose a notch, detecting the underlying meaning. Let me tell you. Su Hao is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime super son-in-law. Whoever marries him is undoubtedly blessed. If it weren't and Apos, tea for my deep friendship with Gu Santong. How could such a good fortune have fallen upon the Shui family? Su Hao felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. After all, the letter left to him by his master did not convey such sentiments. Unable to endure further, Shui Aohan gritted her teeth and declared, Grandfather, you must have been deceived by this fellow. How could a disciple of Gu Santong appear so destitute? Noise. Elder Shui admonished sharply. Frugality is a virtue in Huaxia. How can it be deemed poverty in your mouth? Do not look down upon others. You may say whatever you wish. I will never marry such a person. Shui Han had never been reprimanded so harshly by her grandfather. Her eyes reddened, and she resolved to stand her ground. You. Elder Shui's face turned ashen, nearly striking Shui Han. Grandfather, I actually came here not to marry her, but to break off the engagement. Su Hao seized the opportunity to extricate himself. With a woman like Shui Han, he wouldn't even consider a relationship, let alone marriage. Elder Shui, thinking Su Hao was displeased, quickly reassured. Su Hao, I know Han and Apos. Words may be harsh, but give me some time. I will educate her to become a good wife. Grandfather, she is not my type. I prefer someone more docile and gentle. Upon hearing Su Hao and Apos' words, Shui Han and Apos' princess syndrome flared up instantly. What do you mean? A country bumpkin dares to look down on me? At this juncture, she angrily retrieved a jade box from her pocket. Upon opening it, a sapphire necklace gleamed within. This ocean heart necklace, worth millions, is the only one in Jinling and was given to me as a proposal gift by young Master Zhao. With your abilities, you would be hard-pressed to afford such a thing even in a lifetime, wouldn't you? What? You accepted the proposal from that Zhao family brat? Elder Shui and Apos' eyes widened in fury. Shui Han, how could you not inform me of such a significant matter? Grandfather, the Zhao family is one of the 5 major powers in Jinling, and once I enter into marriage with young Master Zhao, it will undoubtedly elevate the Shui family to new heights. Shui Han pouted. Have you not always wished for the Shui family to prosper and never decline? My union with young Master Zhao is the fastest path to realizing your dream. Shui interjected at the opportune moment. Han is correct. The Zhao family is thriving in Jinling, and the fact that young Master Zhao is so infatuated with Han and willing to offer a hefty dowry of 100 million, alongside financing 500 million to the Shui family, is monumental news. You mother. Elder Shui and Apos' expression grew colder with each word until he could no longer contain himself, striking Shui across the face. That Zhao brat has no strength or capability. He relies solely on his father and Apos' indulgence, not even worth a single hair of Su Hao. Shui, though annoyed, dared not argue with Elder Shui, forcing himself to suppress his discontent. Shui Han, however, was less restrained and spoke her mind. Grandfather, I truly believe you have become senile, exaggerating a toad into a swan. I will state this clearly. I will marry anyone but him, unless it means my death. Repeat that. Elder Shui and Apos' hands trembled, his chest heaving violently as if about to explode like an overinflated balloon. Seeing the veins in her grandfather and Apos' neck bulging with rage, Shui Han felt a flicker of fear. But recalling the thought of becoming a mountain bumpkin's wife, she steeled herself and declared, I will not marry. Elder Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in a faint. The scene erupted into chaos. Everyone rushed over to check on Elder Shui, fearing for his life. The inheritance had not yet been divided. He could not perish. Everyone, stand back. At this critical moment, Su Hao stepped forward. He raised his hand and delivered a palm strike infused with vital energy onto Elder Shui and Apos' chest. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill my grandfather? Shui Han cried out in astonishment, pushing Su Hao away. Shui threatened, listen here, if anything happens to the old man because of your actions, I will ensure you pay dearly. Others joined in to berate Su Hao, with some even threatening to call the police. Everyone, be silent. Just then, a weak voice emerged from Elder Shui. The crowd realized that he had regained consciousness, albeit pale and evidently still recovering. Indeed, you are not one to be mistaken. Su Hao, I will absolutely claim you as my grandson-in-law. Grandfather, why must you do this? Su Hao replied with a resigned smile. Love is about mutual consent. Such a forced marriage cannot yield a favorable outcome. I will not comment on the outcomes of others, but if this person is yours, I believe it will surely lead to a good conclusion, Elder Shui enunciated firmly. Witnessing his resolute stance, Su Hao felt a headache coming on. Just as he was about to speak again, Shui Ro unexpectedly approached, tightly grasping his hand. Grandfather, I am willing to marry Su Hao in place of my cousin. The crowd gasped in shock. Song Cuckoo, who had been enjoying the spectacle, nearly stumbled in disbelief. Was Shui Ro out of her mind? Marrying her brother-in-law? What explosive news! If outsiders learned of this, there would undoubtedly be countless critics branding Shui Ro as self-deprecating, stripping her of her dignity. Ro, do not act foolishly. Shui and Apos' expression changed drastically as he reprimanded Shui Rou. For them, Shui Aohan marrying Su Hao was undoubtedly the best outcome. After all, Shui Aohan held a high status within the Shui family. Should she unite with young Master Zhao, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Upon elder Shui and Apos' passing, their family would unequivocally become the Shui family and Apos' mainstay, while they could either be marginalized or expelled entirely, reduced to a family of outcasts. Father, I am serious. Shui Rou's gaze was resolute as she articulated each word with conviction. It matters not that my cousin is unwilling to marry. My own willingness suffices. Shui was infuriated. How could this simple-minded daughter fail to see that she was aiding her cousin? Did she truly intend to leap into the Yellow River to cleanse her name? Brother, this is a good opportunity. Why do you wish to obstruct it? Shui hypocritically interjected. Aon's union with the Zhao family will elevate the Shui family status, while Shui Rou's marriage to Su Hao fulfills the old man's desires, achieving two goals at once. It was rare for Shui Rou to take the initiative. Why must you, as her father, meddle in their happiness? He was contemplating how to extricate his daughter from Su Hao, a man he deemed unworthy, when Shui Rou unexpectedly leaped into the fray, rescuing herself from the situation, a true stroke of fortune. The others present began to express their agreement, each voice sweeter than the last. The prospect of Shui Aon and Apos' partnership with the Zhao heir signified a substantial advancement for the Shui family, and they, as members of that family, would naturally benefit as well. Just the annual dividends alone could amount to several million. Why not seize the opportunity? Shui heir and Apos' countenance turned a shade of green. Did he not realize that they intended to sacrifice Shui Rou for the sake of Shui Aon? Yet, after years of his daughter and Apos' trials, he was unwilling to compromise her happiness in matters of marriage, especially since Shui Aon was destined for the elite, while Shui Rou was to be paired with a humble commoner. Such a stark contrast was painful to behold. Dad, this is my choice. Please respect my wishes, Shui Rou insisted. Fearing her father and Apos' opposition, it was unnecessary to mention how much the grandfather valued Su Hao. His medical skills and martial prowess alone attested to his potential. Perhaps Su Hao was but a caterpillar at present, but in due time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a butterfly, dazzling all. Rou, one and Apos, do you reconsider? Choosing the wrong partner can lead to a lifetime of regret. Shui urged, anxiety evident in his voice. He suspected that Su Hao must have influenced Shui Rou on their way here. Otherwise, how could she be so steadfast in her feelings for a mere mountain boy whom she had only met once? There and Apos, no need for consideration. A soft voice interjected. It was Shui Rou and Apos' mother, Xinyu, clad in a cheongsam, exuding elegance and the demeanor of a lady of refinement. If our daughter loves someone, she should marry him. We shall merely support her from behind. Xinyu discerned Su Hao and Apos' exceptional qualities at a glance. He was no ordinary individual, and should he succeed in winning Shui Rou, he would undoubtedly rise to greatness. Thank you, mother, Shui Rou exclaimed, embracing Xinyu, much to Shui and Apos' chagrin. Why must I be burdened with this pair of foolish women? Su Hao, do you agree? Shui Rou and Apos' proposal resonated well with the old man and Apos' sentiments. Now that it had been voiced, he could seamlessly continue the discussion, gauging Su Hao and Apos' perspective. Shui Rou is beautiful, gentle, perceptive, and quite capable. Being with her would surely be a blessing for you. Though Shui appeared to praise Shui Rou, he was subtly informing Su Hao that his daughter was not a mere catch, and settling for a second-rate option would suffice. He should not be too picky. Be quiet. Shui Laozi glared at Shui, then turned to Su Hao with a warm smile. You need not heed anyone in Apos' words. I declare here today that both my granddaughters are yours to choose from. Select whichever you prefer. Su Hao glanced at the disdainful Shui Aon and then at the hopeful Shui Rou, his heart already made up. I choose Shui Rou as my wife. As the words left his lips, Shui Rou's cheeks flushed with joy, while Shui Aon sighed in relief, sharing a look of delight with her parents. Without Su Hao and Apos' interference, she could devote herself entirely to the Zhao heir, enjoying a blissful life while witnessing Shui Rou and Apos' unfortunate future, a source of true happiness for her. Very well, it is settled then. Shui Laozi chuckled heartily and addressed Shui Rou. Tomorrow, you shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Su Hao to obtain your marriage certificate. As a gift, I shall bestow upon you both a luxurious villa in Taoweiyuan as your marital abode. The room erupted in astonishment. Taoweiyuan was the most expensive villa in Jinling. with the cheapest costing no less than 50 million and the more lavish one starting at 2 billion. The old man was truly generous. Dad, no matter how wealthy you are, you cannot spend money so recklessly. Shui nearly leapt from his seat. The Shui family and Appo's assets barely reached 400 million. And yet half of that was being spent on a single wedding home. What would be left after distributing shares to others? My money is mine to spend as I see fit, Shui Laozi's retort silenced Shui as he handed the keys to Shui Ro. Ro. Once the renovations are complete in a few days, you may move in and enjoy your life with Su Hao. Thank you, grandfather. Shui Ro received the keys with astonishment, brimming with excitement. Indeed, she had not misjudged her choice. What do you think? My daughter's judgment surpasses yours, does it not? Shin Yu teased, nudging Shui, who felt utterly awkward. He had not anticipated that his father would hold Su Hao in such high esteem as to allocate half the family fortune for his wedding residence. Ironically, Shui Ro had indeed benefited from Su Hao. Such was the nature of fortune and misfortune. The family meeting is cancelled. Prepare a feast. I wish to have a drink with my grandson-in-law. Shui Laozi laughed heartily, leading Su Hao on a tour of the Shui household, treating him as if he were a cherished grandson. Shui Aoen watched this scene unfold, her heart heavy with bitterness. She stomped her foot and confronted Shui Ro in anger. Do not think that because you received a villa from grandfather, you can look down upon me. Everything you possess is merely what I disdain. Especially that mountain peasant. He cannot compare to the Zhao heir in the slightest. Once you meet, you will understand the vast chasm between you. Shui Ro remained unfazed by her words, calmly replying, firstly, I have no intention of competing with you. Whom you marry is of no concern to me. Secondly, I do not believe Su Hao inferior to the Zhao family. You simply fail to see his merits, much like how you cannot perceive your own worth. Shui Aoen glared at Shui Ro, her eyes ablaze with fury. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You have long relied on grandfather's favoritism to suppress me. And though I wish to preserve our sisterly bond and not dishearten him, I have endured your arrogance. Shui Ro narrowed her eyes and replied, Now, I have resolved not to be a mere pawn. If you wish to compete, I shall gladly engage, and we shall see who prevails. Very well, you have spoken. I shall witness how your sparrow stands against my phoenix. Shui Aoen glared, the veins on her forehead throbbing as she exhaled forcefully. Let us wait and see. With that, Shui Ro turned to seek out Su Hao. Watching her retreating figure, Shui Aoen and Appo's expression darkened. Shui approached her and whispered a few words in her ear. Good. Shui Aoen's eyes brightened, filled with resentment. Wretched girl, I will ensure your downfall. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was mealtime. Shui Laozi sat at the table, radiating joy, unlike his usual frail demeanor. However, amidst his happiness, he did not forget the matter at hand. Su Hao, although my eldest granddaughter initially agreed to marry you, that girl is truly ungrateful. This oversight falls upon me, and I can only allow my youngest granddaughter to wed you. I hope you will not think less of it. Upon hearing her grandfather and Appo's words, Shui Ro and Appo's expression shifted slightly. But she quickly regained her composure. Su Hao smiled and replied, Grandfather Shui, I believe Shui Ro is no less than Shui Aoen. In fact, she may even surpass her. To be candid, if you truly wish for me to marry Shui Aoen instead of Shui Ro, I would have to decline the marriage. Su Hao spoke the stark truth, yet those present regarded his words with skepticism, dismissing them as mere attempts to elevate Shui Ro's reputation. Shui Ro herself shared this sentiment, her gaze towards Su Hao imbued with a touch of gratitude and admiration. She never anticipated her fortune would be so bountiful, encountering not only a husband of considerable prowess but also one so gentle and considerate. Indeed, one could not help but commend him for being a product of the esteemed Gu Santong, embodying righteousness and possessing high emotional intelligence. At that moment, old Master Shui was quite inebriated, yet genuine joy radiated from him as he poured himself another glass of wine. Seeing this, Shui swiftly seized the cup from his hand. Father, while it's delightful to celebrate, you mustn't indulge recklessly. Have you forgotten the doctor's warnings? Old Master Shui, with a stern countenance, retorted, At my age, should I not live freely? Am I to carry regrets for a lifetime? Shui, bemused by this response, wished to offer further counsel, but old Master Shui, undeterred, poured himself another drink from a nearby cup. Su Hao observed old Master Shui closely for a moment before raising his hand to intervene. Grandfather Shui is right. You truly ought to stop drinking. Your complexion appears somewhat puffy, and your forehead is unusually flushed. This does not seem like ordinary intoxication. Please, let me examine your condition. Old Master Shui immediately refused, insisting, "No, no, no. This is merely an old ailment. There's nothing to see. The more you look, the more troublesome it becomes." Su Hao understood that old Master Shui's reluctance stemmed from the scrutiny of the many eyes upon him. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation later, or utter something unflattering, he would undoubtedly face criticism. Rather than contradict old Master Shui and Amp Appo's goodwill, Su Hao contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Indeed, discussing this at the dining table may not be appropriate. How about this, Grandfather Shui? When you find some leisure later, I shall take a look then." In truth, he had already discerned that old Master Shui was afflicted with liver cancer, and the prognosis was far from optimistic, with treatment presenting significant challenges. What could the Shui family possibly be thinking, allowing old Master Shui to partake in meat and wine without seeking medical intervention? "Very well, let us eat first. There will be ample time later." Old Master Shui covered up. Observing his intent to conceal, Su Hao chose not to press further, sharing a hearty meal with him before he and Shui Rou prepared to depart. As they were about to leave, old Master Shui reminded them, "Remember to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to collect your marriage certificate. Do not let this old man rejoice in vain." "Understood, Grandfather." Shui Rou and Amp Appo's cheeks flushed slightly as she avoided Su Hao and Amp Appo's gaze, her attention distracted as she addressed Xinyu. "Mother, please take good care of Grandfather and Dad." Xinyu smiled warmly, evidently pleased with her daughter and Appo's choice of husband. "Be careful driving tonight, Kiki," she added. "Rest assured, as long as Rou does not engage in mischief with her man in the car." "Shut it." Before Kiki could finish her thought, Shui Rou, now crimson-faced, covered her mouth and pulled her into the car. Amid their playful banter, Xinyu and Amp Appo's expression darkened. She was aware that what Shui Rou mentioned regarding encountering danger on the road was true, and the assailants were likely from the Shui family. Seeing his wife standing there in a gloomy silence for quite a while, Shui curiously inquired, "What are you pondering? Are you dissatisfied with Su Hao?" Upon hearing this, Xinyu shot him a reproachful glance. "How could that be? I only lament my own age. Otherwise, a fine young man like Su Hao would make an ideal match. And I wouldn't have to settle for you." Shui chuckled awkwardly. "I too find Su Hao to be commendable. He knows how to uphold our Rou's dignity. I believe they will undoubtedly share a harmonious marriage." "In this regard, Su Hao surpasses you as a father," Xinyu scoffed. "Our daughter has been belittled. Yet you remain silent. It is quite exasperating." Shui, feeling guilty, lowered his head in silence. Did he not wish to stand up for Shui Rou? The crux of the matter was that he lacked the charm that garnered old Master Shui and Appo's favor, unlike Su Hao. The night was illuminated along the road. On the way, Kiki proposed, "Rou, we still have time. Why Don and Amp Appo's we stroll near your company? The night view there is quite splendid." Shui Rou was aware that Kiki intended for her to spend more time with Su Hao. However, upon glancing back, she saw Su Hao resting against the car window, fast asleep, and thus decided against it. "There is no rush. He seems quite exhausted after today and has had quite a bit to drink. We should return to rest." "Oh, now you and Appo's, feeling protective," Kiki teased with a smirk. "Who would have thought that beneath your strong exterior lies a tender wife? What nonsense are you spouting?" Shui Rou stole a glance at Su Hao, relieved to find he was unaware of their conversation. In truth, she was indeed the embodiment of a nurturing wife. Had it not been for her father and Appo's inability to shoulder responsibilities in the precarious situation at home, she would have preferred to remain in the background, avoiding confrontation. "Are you shy now? What will happen when you two share a bed tonight? Will you faint from embarrassment?" What do you mean by and Appo's, sharing a bed and Appo's? Your words are becoming increasingly outrageous." Kiki continued her teasing, while Shui Rou found herself at a loss. "I and Appo's am not joking. Your apartment has only one room. So how will you avoid sharing a bed? Will he sleep in the wardrobe? Isn't there a sofa? I can give him the master bedroom and sleep on the sofa." Shui Rou pouted. All right, enough of that. Su Hao's already asleep. Let and Amp Appo's not wake him." Shui Rou, unable to withstand Kiki and Amp Appo's relentless teasing, used Su Hao as an excuse to silence her. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the studio apartment. Before parting, Kiki lowered her voice, advising Shui Rou, "If you Don and Amp Appo's want to get pregnant too soon, make sure to take precautions. Su Hao is quite capable. He may hit the mark immediately. Please be quiet." Shui Rou's cheeks burned as she hurried to wake Su Hao, ushering him out of the car without even bidding Kiki farewell. Once home, while Shui Rou went to fetch water, Suhao took a moment to explore the apartment. He was particularly drawn to Shui Rou's bedroom, which exuded a youthful, pink aesthetic, filled with the fragrance of femininity. Especially captivating was the open wardrobe, adorned with an array of enticing lingerie. It was surprising that such a seemingly demure girl would possess such bold attire. Suhao let out a quiet sound of intrigue as he noticed a black lace item by the pillow and curiously asked, "What is this? An eye mask? It has a milky scent." As he spoke, he placed it over his eyes, finding it to fit perfectly. "Ah, what are you doing?" A sudden shriek erupted from behind him. Removing the mask, he turned to find Shui Rou's face flushed, her embarrassment palpable. Trying on the mask. "What and Oppos? That's wrong." Shui Rou's eyelids twitched. "You took it for a mask? What else could it be?" She retorted, her cheeks aflame as she snatched the mask from his hands, stomping her foot in irritation. "That and Oppos? That's an intimate garment." "Huh?" Suhao was momentarily taken aback, stunned before a look of realization dawned upon him. "No wonder it smells so milky. It's an intimate garment. Forgive my ignorance for mistaking an intimate item for an external one. I apologize. I wanted amp, Oppos. Do you make that mistake again?" Shui Rou pouted, huffing as she quickly concealed the item. "Strange. Why does your apartment only have one bed?" Suhao shifted the topic. "Having previously lived alone, I transformed the second bedroom into a study, leaving only a single bed in the apartment." Shui Rou timidly tapped her fingers together and murmured, "I apologize, my apartment is a bit cramped. You'll have to make do tonight." "It's all right. I'll sleep on the sofa," Suhao replied nonchalantly. In previous years while stationed at Haijing, he had slept atop corpses. Having a sofa to rest upon felt like a divine blessing. Shui Rou clarified, "What I meant was, I'll take the sofa, and you can have the bed. It's unreasonable to make my husband sleep on the sofa." Suhao raised his hand, dismissing her suggestion. "Do you have a towel? I'm going to take a shower." "Yes, I'll get one for you," Shui Rou said, her cheeks flushed, as she rummaged through the storage cabinet for a pristine towel and a pair of disposable slippers. "Such a diligent wife," Suhao remarked, affectionately patting her head. When suddenly his phone rang. Shui Rou glanced at the caller ID and her expression soured. Before Suhao could inquire, she handed him the phone. "Could you answer this for me? Just say you found the phone and don't know where the owner is." Suhao noticed the name Qian Duoduo on the screen and seemed to grasp the situation. "Is this your admirer?" Shui Rou sighed, "Pretty much. He has been pestering me for the past 6 months, like a stubborn adhesive that won't come off." "All right then, considering how adorable my wife is, I'll reluctantly assist." Under her reproachful gaze, Suhao pressed the answer button. Rou, my friend is hosting a banquet tonight, and I need a female companion. Can you come with me?" Just as Shui Rou anticipated a fib from Suhao, he raised his voice. "No, my wife is busy sleeping with me." The brief declaration left Qian Duoduo momentarily stunned. Even Shui Rou was taken aback. This was not the expected script. Suhao was supposed to concoct a lie to protect her, not utter such bold words. Before she could respond, Qian Duoduo erupted. "Who is your wife? Who do you think you are, daring to answer Rou and Oppos' phone? Do you want to die? I have no interest in idle chatter. Please keep your distance from my wife in the future." "Thank you for your cooperation," Suhao retorted, abruptly ending the call. A few seconds later, Qian Duoduo called back. But Suhao did not show him any leniency, rebuking him harshly before hanging up again. "Qian Duoduo has a small mind. You've damaged his pride. So he'll surely seek revenge." Shui Rou expressed her concern. "Such shameless individuals require firm measures. The more polite you are, the more they believe they have a chance." Suhao replied dismissively, "I am least afraid of trouble. If he dares to come looking for a fight, I will ensure he understands the consequences of pursuing my wife." Shui Rou felt a sense of relief thinking of Suhao's capabilities. "Just don't go too far. Qian Duoduo is the young master of the Qian family, and our company has close ties with them. If he decides to sever ties out of spite, it could create significant issues for us. Strength lies in quality. Your company's products are top-notch. If he doesn't buy from you, who else could he turn to?" Suhao waved his hand nonchalantly. "If he truly ends the collaboration out of frustration from pursuing you, the one who should worry is not you, but his father for raising such a wastrel. Would he dare to entrust his family business to him?" He continued, "Moreover, your husband is not a mere ornament. I can resolve any challenges that arise. A minor collaboration is nothing." All right, I get it. You're impressive," Shui Rou chuckled, urging, "You should go take a shower now. After you're done, put your clothes in the laundry basket, and I'll wash them for you. Having such a diligent wife is truly a blessing." Suhao said as he contentedly entered the bathroom to wash away his fatigue. When he emerged, Shui Rou was engrossed in short videos, occasionally gasping in surprise. Su Hao leaned over to see what had captured her attention. Shock. The global intelligence organization Omniscient Hall breaks major news. A certain American biotech company has been experimenting with bat viruses on humans. How cruel. Despite the video being censored, Shui felt a wave of nausea wash over her. What's even more horrifying hasn't been revealed yet. Su Hao settled beside her, drying his damp hair with a towel. How do you know? Shui asked, intrigued. Su Hao smirked. I founded the Omniscient Hall. How could I not know? Shui couldn't help but laugh at his deadpan delivery. I never expected you to have such a sense of humor. But please don't spread that around. After all, the Omniscient Hall is home to top-tier intelligence experts with immense connections and power. Even those dismissed from the hall are among the elite in the field. Their words can determine life or death. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Hao chuckled, bemused. Not at all. Last year, an agent from the Omniscient Hall visited Jinling, and the Jinling Chamber of Commerce hosted a grand banquet in his honor. Everyone of note in Jinling attended. I still vividly remember the grandeur of that event. Shui marveled. I wonder when I'll become such a prominent figure. Simple enough. I can just call the Omniscient Hall to have you join, Su Hao suggested, causing Shui to raise an eyebrow. It seems you truly had too much to drink tonight. You're talking nonsense. Just sit tight. I'll prepare the bedding for you after I finish my shower, and you can rest comfortably, she said, disappearing from view. Watching Shui's retreating figure, Su Hao sighed, feeling helpless. In this day and age, even honesty seems to be met with disbelief. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang only once before the other end picked up eagerly. Oh, my brother Hao, you finally contacted me. It's been over half a year since we last spoke. If it weren't for your order prohibiting anyone from contacting you, our longing would have overwhelmed your phone. Brother Hao, please come back. I can't manage this hall alone. I'm the only male left in the Omniscient Hall. And I feel like someone is going to assault me in my sleep. You know that feeling. Shut your mouth. Su Hao rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter. Have you found any information about my background? Upon hearing this, the tone on the other end shifted to a serious one. We've uncovered some clues, but due to deliberate obfuscation of information, it's not very detailed. Su Hao pressed. Let us hear it. Many years ago, an ancient immortal descended to seek herbs and passed through Chili village, which was engulfed in flames. He risked his life to rescue an elderly man and a young boy. Those were Shui Kongning and you. Su Hao was taken aback. Shui Kongning was indeed the elderly gentleman he referred to. Why was I with him? I'm sorry, Brother Hao, we haven't yet discovered the reasons. In that era, information was scarce, and there were no surveillance cameras. The entire village was consumed by the fire, leaving almost no leads, came the apologetic voice from the other end. But don't worry, I will send someone to approach Shui Kongning to obtain information from him. I will personally handle the investigation regarding him. You can focus on other intelligence. After ending the call, Su Hao gazed out at the night sky, a heartfelt smile gracing his lips. He finally understood that his master sending him down the mountain to fulfill the marriage contract was a pretense. The real purpose was to uncover the truth, avenge his grievances, and fulfill a long-cherished wish. That sly old fox, seemingly careless in tricking his disciple, was actually quite considerate of him. That night, Shui did not relegate Su Hao to the sofa. Instead, she placed a quilt in the middle of the double bed, creating a partition between them. Su Hao, observing Shui's careful arrangement, couldn't help but feel amused. His wife was somewhat aloof, yet not entirely so. After all, it was their first meeting, and cultivating a connection required time. They spent the night uneventfully. However, upon waking the next morning, Shui had inexplicably embraced Su Hao like a plush toy. As sunlight streamed in, Su Hao opened his eyes and instinctively rubbed them, only to discover his hand nestled in a soft, cottony mass. He paused, realizing that Shui and Apos' entire fortress was pressing down on his hand, almost flush against his chest. Just then, Shui groggily stirred awake. Su Hao immediately closed his eyes, feigning ignorance. Realizing she had overstepped the boundary, Shui's fair face flushed crimson, and she exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Su Hao inquired, pretending to have been awakened. And nothing. There was a mouse. Seeing Shui's evasiveness, Su Hao didn't expose her. He played along. I'll help you catch it. In no need. It already ran away. Let's go wash up and have breakfast. Shui's gaze darted around as she nimbly scrambled up and darted into the bathroom. Oh dear. I was too unreserved. How did I end up pressed against Su Hao? I hope I didn't touch anything I shouldn't have last night. The thought made Shui want to burrow into the ground. Fortunately, Su Hao seemed oblivious, allowing her to salvage her dignity. During breakfast, Xinyu called specifically to inquire about Shui Rou and Su Hao's interactions. Upon learning that they were going out to buy things, she promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to Shui Rou. Rou, Don and Amp, Oppos, T mistreat Su Hao. Buy him high-end clothes, and Don and Amp, Oppos, T hesitate to treat him to good food. We need to nurture this son-in-law. Hearing Xinyu and Oppos' words, Shui Rou Kuden and Oppos, T helped but smile. Nothing made her happier than her family and Oppos' approval of her husband. After hanging up, she said to Su Hao, "My mom just gave me an allowance specifically for buying you clothes. Then keep it. It and Amp, Oppos. It's not like having more money is a burden. Don and Amp, Oppos, T. You and Amp, Oppos, V seen what my cousin is like," Shui Rou pouted. "My company has a meeting this afternoon, and she might come to snoop around. I and Amp, Oppos, LL take you there. If you and Oppos, Re still wearing such ordinary clothes, she and Oppos, LL definitely make sarcastic remarks. Don and Oppos, do you want to prove her wrong?" Shui Rou tried to provoke him. But Su Hao wouldn't take the bait. No one gains respect through clothes. If you don't have the ability, even wearing a dragon robe won't make you a prince. If Shui Ahan dares to say anything out of line, I have my own ways of dealing with her. I won't let that woman take advantage. After much persuasion from Su Hao, Shui Rou reluctantly agreed to accompany him to a modest clothing store. Just as they were about to enter the store, Su Hao sensed someone tailing them. He immediately suggested, "I and Amp, Oppos, am going to the restroom. Wait for me at the milk tea shop next door." With a narrowed gaze, he headed towards a secluded corner of the park. Though seemingly deserted, it was already surrounded by ambushers. "Come out." As soon as he spoke, the bushes rustled. One burly man after another emerged, their faces betraying undisguised hostility. "Kid, you knew we were going to capture you, and you still dared to walk right into our trap. You've got guts." "The most skilled hunter often appears as prey," Su Hao retorted, vanishing from his spot. All that the men saw was a black blur darting about. When they regained their senses, they were sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Su Hao grabbed one of the tattooed men and asked expressionlessly, "Who and Amp, Oppos, as the mastermind?" It was Duo who sent us. He told us to capture the guy next to Miss Shui, which is you." "So it's that kid." Su Hao said speechlessly, "It's hilarious that he sent you lowlifes to deal with me." Yes, we're lowlifes. Big brother. We know we were wrong. Please let us go. We were just blinded by greed and wanted to make money," the tattooed man said, pulling out a bank card. "This is Duo and Amp, Oppos, S200,000 yuan. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. I and Amp, Oppos, LL give it all to you. We won't get involved in this anymore." "How sensible." Su Hao grinned, accepting the bank card. "Tell Duo that if he dares to harass me and my wife again, I'll make sure the Qian family is extinct." His voice, though not loud, carried an astonishing pressure, sending a chill down the tattooed man's spine. After Su Hao released him, he scrambled away in a panic, not even bothering with his teammates. Su Hao fiddled with the bank card and strolled into the milk tea shop. After finishing their milk tea, they formally began selecting clothes. Because Su Hao had a great physique, one could say he was a natural clothes horse. Anything he wore looked exceptionally stylish, making Shui Rou want to buy everything. While Shui Rou was on the phone, Su Hao quickly swiped the card. He bought himself 2 outfits, but he bought 3 sets for each member of Shui Rou's family, and the most expensive ones at that, totaling exactly 200,000 yuan. Learning of Su Hao and Oppos' actions, Shui Rou pouted. "Oh dear, we came out to buy clothes for you, but it turned into you buying clothes for us?" "It and Oppos, the same. We and Oppos, all family anyway. Besides, this 200,000 yuan was given to us for free by a generous benefactor. We might as well spend it." Su Hao smiled, had the staff pack up the clothes, and returned home with Shui Rou. After lunch, Shui Rou briefed Su Hao on the Shui family and Oppos' business and the company and Oppos' situation. Around 1:30, she had Su Hao change into a suit and accompanied her to the company. "I don't know how to tie a tie." Seeing Su Hao's embarrassed expression, Shui Rou Kuden and Oppos, T helped but giggle. "I and Oppos, V finally found your weakness." She reached out and earnestly helped Su Hao tie his tie, then tousled his hair. After this grooming, Su Hao was completely transformed, looking like a business elite, exuding an air of composure and refinement. "This young man is quite handsome." Seeing Shui Rou admiring him like a fangirl, Su Hao Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but laugh. "My dear Miss Shui, wipe away your drool. It and Amp, Oppos, it's about to drip onto my shoes." "Ah, Dawn and Amp. Oppos. T look. Forget that. Shui Ro exclaimed shyly, wiping her mouth, only to find that there was no drool. You and Amp. Oppos. Re so annoying. You tricked me. I and Oppos. Am going to beat you up. Su Hao smiled and stood still, letting Shui Ro and Oppos' girlish fist rain down on him. In less than a minute, Shui Ro was panting. Why is your body so hard? You and Oppos. VE made my hands hurt. Su Hao smiled knowingly. I have even harder places. I and Oppos. I'll show you later. Pervert. Su Hao shrugged at Shui Ro's reproachful glare. What are you thinking? I was talking about bones. This. Shui Ro hesitated. Could it be that she had misinterpreted him? Ding-ling. Just then, the phone rang. It was Song Kiki calling. Shui Ro answered and chatted for a few moments before hanging up. Let's go. Kiki is already at the apartment entrance. Su Hao hummed an agreement. And they left the apartment. Oh no, I forgot to take the keys. Halfway downstairs, Shui Ro slapped her forehead and hurried back home. In her haste, she didn't and Amp. Oppos. See the loose stone on the stairs and accidentally twisted her ankle. Upon hearing her exclamation of pain, Su Hao rushed over, only to discover that it was merely a slight sprain that could be alleviated with a gentle massage. However, Shui Ro, dressed in a form-fitting skirt that day, declined Su Hao's kind offer immediately. It's nothing serious, just a bit of discomfort. I'll be fine after a slow ride in the car, she assured him. As Su Hao assisted her down the stairs, he frowned and remarked, You're not short. Why not wear flat shoes? High heels are prone to causing sprains. Oh. You Dawn and Oppos. Understand our struggles as women. It would be rude to not wear heels in front of clients. I have an important meeting today. And wearing flats would be inconsiderate, Shui Ro replied. Hearing her reasoning, Su Hao shrugged and replied, Even if you dressed plainly, you would still be a stunning beauty. They wooed and Amp. Oppos. Care what shoes you and Amp. Oppos. Re-wearing. Their attention is on your face and figure. Shui Ro smiled at his words, her lips curving into a playful smirk. I thought people from the mountains were simple, but you're quite the smooth talker. You certainly know how to charm a woman. Smooth talker? I and Oppos am just speaking the truth. Su Hao defended, favoring the pure and natural look that Shui Ro embodied, in stark contrast to the heavily made-up Shui Ayan. Shui Ro resembled a delicate lotus emerging from clear waters, refreshing and pleasing to the eye. As they continued to chat and laugh, Shui Ro, limping slightly, finally encountered Song Kiki, who was seated in a car. Upon seeing them holding hands, she teased, Oh my, such a display of affection. It's making my teeth ache. I must say, Ro, you really are pushing yourself. It's entirely normal to feel discomfort after your first time. Resting at home is the way to go. What if something worse happens? By the way, did you follow through with the measures we discussed yesterday? Please don't tell me you went in unprepared. Song Kiki's playful expressions and fragmented commentary left Su Hao perplexed. However, Shui Ro quickly grasped her meaning and blushed, interjecting, Kiki, stop joking. I just accidentally sprained my ankle. Please, that excuse is far too dismissive to fool me. Song Kiki rolled her eyes. Su Hao, you're being rather rough. While it's admirable that men are strong, consideration for the woman's limits is crucial. Just look at her. She can barely stand because of you. How forceful were you yesterday? You clearly lack an understanding of cherishing delicate beings. Song Kiki and Amp. Oppos. Knowing gaze bore into Su Hao, who sighed in response. She stumbled and twisted her ankle from walking too quickly. How am I to blame for that? You two are quite stubborn, aren't you? Engaging in sweet talk at home, yet refusing to be honest with me? Song Kiki's incredulous tone suggested she was unconvinced that the two could have spent the night in purity. Really, it isn't what you think, Shui Ro exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, only to wince again as she inadvertently aggravated her injury, her face paling. All right, I won't press you further, Song Kiki relented, waving her hands and ushering Su Hao to help Shui Ro into the back seat. Shui Ro hunched over, massaging her ankle, only for the swelling to worsen with each attempt, her expression contorting in pain. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Hao suggested, if you find it inconvenient, you can rest both legs on my lap. I can help promote circulation, and you won't need to worry about any wardrobe malfunctions. Caught off guard, Shui Ro felt a wave of embarrassment at his perceptiveness, unsure how to respond. To her, placing her delicate legs on a man and Amp. Oppos. Lap felt no different than risking exposure. Song Kiki turned back, noticing the swelling in Shui Ro's ankle. No way. You really did sprain it? Dr. Su, what are you waiting for? Quickly treat Ro. And you, don't worry about appearances. You're married now. What is there to be shy about? At this rate, you might need a wheelchair for work tomorrow. Encouraged by Song Kiki and Appo's insistence, Shui Ro cast aside her reservations. She shifted awkwardly towards Su Hao, tightly closing her legs as she rested both on his lap. Watching her stiff movements, Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were seriously injured. Enough already, just help me, Shui Ro implored. Her face flushed with embarrassment at his jest. Fine, I'll treat you, Miss Shui, Su Hao said, swiftly removing her high heels and examining her foot through the smooth fabric of her stockings. What a naughty gesture. This scene seems reminiscent of something from a film I once saw, Song Kiki quipped, causing Shui Ro and Appo's face to turn crimson. Kiki, if you keep this up, I want to share my weight gain tips with you next time. I don't need to gain weight. My figure is just fine, Song Kiki retorted, only to be met with Shui Ro and Appo's teasing remark about her figure resembling a flat surface. All right, you win, Shui Ro laughed, throwing up a victory sign. Oblivious to the light-hearted banter between the two women, Su Hao continued, it seems there's no fracture, but there's definitely some dislocation. Could you spread your foot slightly? I'll help realign it. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Shui Ro's growing trepidation. Will it hurt? Perhaps I should just apply some ointment instead. It's just a quick adjustment. It won't be that painful. Just hold still. You might expose yourself. Su Hao's blunt comment made her heart race, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her skirt. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed, followed by Su Hao's nonchalant voice. See? I told you it would be over in an instant. It turned out he had merely been teasing her to distract her from the discomfort. You rogue. Shui Ro realized too late, playfully pinching his chest. Ouch. You're taking kindness for granted. I was just trying to help you focus. But that distraction hurt too. Shui Ro protested with a pout. Of course, I'm the one truly suffering here, Su Hao replied, feigning distress as he clutched his chest. You pinched me so hard I can hardly recover. Shui Ro, recognizing his ruse, chose not to call him out. Instead, she placed her small hand on his chest, gently stroking it. At first oblivious, Su Hao gradually noticed her increasing enjoyment, his eyes widening in surprise. Stop. I'm fine now. The pain has gone. After several urgent pleas, Shui Ro reluctantly withdrew her hand, her expression tinged with regret. Your muscles feel quite interesting. Song Kiki, driving, found it hard to keep her eyes on the road. Clearly, married women have become incorrigible flirts. My dear friend seems to be abandoning all sense of propriety. Before long, the trio arrived at Shui and Appo's company. Upon entering, Shui Ro led Su Hao and Song Kiki to the conference room, only to find it utterly deserted. Devoid of even a single soul, Shui Ro felt a twinge of confusion and turned to inquire of the secretary in charge of the meeting, Are Mr. Wu and the others not here yet? What are the others? Shui General, I'm not entirely sure of the particulars, Mr. Wu just called to announce the cancellation of the meeting, the secretary candidly replied. Not only has he canceled this meeting, but he has also decided to temporarily halt all our collaborative projects. I sensed some discontent in his tone during the call. Is there a conflict between you and him? Terminate all projects? How could this happen? Shui Ro felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her vision darkening momentarily as she rubbed her nose bridge, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The Wu Group was one of Shui Company and Appo's largest partners, and their collaboration had always been stable and amicable. Today and Appo's meeting was originally intended to discuss the addition of new projects. Now, not only was that endeavor dashed, but all prior collaborations were to be cancelled as well. This was a significant blow to Shui Ro. Song Kiki stepped forward to offer consolation. Ro. Please try to remain calm. I believe there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. You should call Mr. Wu directly to inquire about the reasons. I trust he would not terminate the contract without cause. Shui Ro nodded and hurriedly dialed, but the call was met with silence. She had been blocked. She attempted to reach Mr. Wu through other means, yet the response was the same, an indication that he wished to avoid any communication with her. Mr. Wu typically has a good temperament. Even if we made a mistake, he should at least offer a chance for remediation. Why would he so heartlessly terminate our collaboration? Song Kiki concurred. Though they are the primary party and we are the secondary, a unilateral termination would also incur great losses for them. Mr. Wu does not strike me as someone who acts impulsively. Perhaps someone has compensated him for this loss, Su Hao casually remarked from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Shui Ro felt as if a light had been turned on in her mind, murmuring with a grim expression, it must be either Qian Duoduo or Shui An. I have only crossed paths with these two. It is surely one of them causing trouble. Qian Duoduo is your company and Appo's partner. If he were to intervene, he would likely first cancel his own company's collaboration rather than dragging the Wu Group into a mess, Su Hao stated bluntly. As for Shui Ahan, the conflict between you two is essentially a family squabble. The Wu Group would not jeopardize their position for her sake. After all, the outcome is still uncertain. And given the current circumstances, you are favored by grandfather Shui. There is no need for them to take such a risk, despite having recently returned from the mountains. Su Hao and Appo's analysis of the situation was astute and coherent, even prompting Song Kiki to regard him with newfound respect. Ro, think again. Could it possibly be someone else? Shui Ro endeavored to calm herself, and after a moment of deep contemplation, she suddenly exclaimed, Zhao Tai. He has close ties with the Wu family and is likely the only one capable of swaying Mr. Wu's opinion. Su Hao raised an eyebrow. And who is this Zhao Tai? Zhao Tai is a suitor of Shui Ahan, Shui Ro explained. While Shui Ahan would not directly orchestrate such matters, Zhao Tai, seeking to curry favor with her, might pressure Mr. Wu. A portion of the Wu Group's shares is held by Zhao Tai, so in order to placate him, Mr. Wu would inevitably have to acquiesce, even if he did not wish to take sides. Why would Zhao Tai, a member of a prestigious family, have such poor judgment as to pursue Shui Ahan? Just as Song Kiki finished her thought, the secretary peered into the room. Shui General, your cousin is waiting for you in the reception room. That wretched woman. She must have come to gloat over my misfortune. Throw her out, Song Kiki exclaimed, her temper flaring. Let her stay. If we dismiss her, she will only feel triumphant at your distress. Su Hao interjected. It would be better to meet with her and see what schemes she has up her sleeve. How bold you are to venture into the Lion and Appo's den, Song Kiki quipped. Shui Ro hesitated for a moment before resolutely deciding, let us proceed as Su Hao suggests. I cannot display weakness in front of her, otherwise she will only look down on me more. Seeing Shui Ro regain her determination, her entire demeanor shifted, exuding a newfound strength. Su Hao observed this with satisfaction. In the world of business, akin to a battlefield, one must possess the courage to forge ahead. Hesitation, regardless of one's strength, often leads to tragic outcomes. The trio hurriedly made their way to the reception room, where they could hear Shui Ahan and Appo's furious outburst from a distance. What sort of coffee have you brewed? It's both sour and bitter, akin to swill. How is Shui Ro managing the company? Can she not spare a few coins for decent coffee beans? As Su Hao entered the office, he applauded mockingly. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Shui family is well versed in the art of taste, having even sampled swill. Truly admirable. Shui Ro, stifling a laugh, replied with a playful glint in her eyes. If my cousin finds it so unpalatable, she need not drink it. After all, you did not come here merely for coffee, did you? You can still laugh amidst this chaos? Shui Ahan retorted, disregarding Su Hao as she cast a scornful gaze at Shui Ro. With such turmoil in the company, you are here jesting with a pretty boy? Shui Ahan had come to pick a fight. Her failure to eliminate Shui Ro the previous afternoon had left her deeply dissatisfied, and she intended to send another wave of assassins. However, upon being thwarted by Shui, she realized that Su Hao, capable of dealing with those assassins, was not to be trifled with. To avoid attracting trouble, it was prudent to refrain from rash actions until she could secure a foolproof plan. Reluctantly, Shui Ahan shifted her strategy, seeking to incite Zhao Tai to undermine Shui Ro and Appo's ambitions in the business realm. Faced with Shui Ahan and Appo's accusations, Shui Ro remained unfazed, countering. What does this have to do with you? This company is under my full authority. Even if it were to go bankrupt, you have no right to meddle. Why do you not focus on your own company instead of coming here to stir trouble? Shui Ahan had not anticipated such a bold response from Shui Ro, leaving her momentarily speechless. Was it possible that Shui Ro had lost her senses, unable to realize that it was she who had orchestrated Mr. Wu's termination of their collaboration? Shouldn't Shui Ro be groveling before her, like a stray dog, pleading for mercy? The more she thought about it, the more perplexed Shui Ahan became. For years, whenever Shui Ro encountered her, it was as if a mouse had met a cat. Even without provocation, Shui Ro would appear meek and subservient. Not to mention that she had been stern-faced this time. Shui Ro should not have been so composed. Who do you think you are? Do not presume that my Ro is a soft persimmon for you to squeeze at will. I assure you, she has undergone a remarkable transformation, Song Kiki interjected defiantly. Shui Ro looked directly at Shui Ahan, her gaze unwavering. The confidence she felt today stemmed from Su Hao's presence. As long as he was by her side, she felt an unshakable sense of security, as if no challenge could daunt her. Shui Ro's sudden assertiveness left Shui Ahan in a state of exasperation. I understand that you believe you have secured your position by marrying Su Hao, thus appeasing grandfather. However, allow me to clarify that this young man is no kin of ours. No matter how pleased grandfather may be, he would never neglect the company's well-being. Presently, all contracts with the Wu Group have come to a halt. What do you intend to do? Declare bankruptcy? Or perhaps seek grandfather's assistance to clean up your mess? At this point, Shui Ao Han scoffed, remarking that since this company fell into your hands, it has been languishing. With the current crisis, if I were you, I would have resigned long ago rather than cling to this position of president. Some individuals ought to possess a modicum of self-awareness without the requisite skills. How can one attempt such delicate work? Listening to the opponent's aggressive demeanor, Shui Rou felt a flicker of doubt. Just then, a message from Xinyu arrived. After reading it, Shui Rou resolutely stated, Shui Ao Han, this world can turn without anyone. The same goes for the Shui Company. I deeply regret General Manager Wu and Appo's sudden breach of contract, yet I will ensure that our legal team collaborates with the Wu Group to finalize the termination of our agreement. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Please convey a message to your sycophants, no pain, no gain. I am grateful for their efforts in persuading General Manager Wu to withdraw. Now we are free to seek new partners. Given that our contract with the Wu Group was long-term, we have hesitated to raise prices over the years, allowing them undue advantage. At last, we can revert to normal market rates. Shui Ao Han did not believe a single word of Shui Rou's confident declaration. Why do you feel the need to put on a brave face in front of me? The products of the Shui Company have long since become outdated. After years of stagnation, we are now far behind other fortunate companies who would still purchase your antiquated goods at market prices. You may be disappointed to learn that the Radiant Group intends to collaborate with us, inquiring whether our production capacity can meet their requirements. Shui Rou retorted with emphasis. Without the Wu Group's contracts, our production capacity is certainly not an issue. Surely, the Radiant Group is superior to the Wu Group? Upon hearing this, Shui Ao Han and Appo's expression shifted. The Radiant Group was indeed a coveted partner she had long sought, but she never anticipated that Shui Rou would secure their favor. Wait a moment, I understand now. It must be your mother's family who assisted you in securing this business, she sneered. What a misfortune for your mother to have such a troublesome daughter. At her age, she should be enjoying a life of ease at home. Yet she has to rely on grandfather to help you in business. It is truly pitiable. Shui Ao Han stroked her chin, arching an eyebrow as she mused. I am genuinely curious if the Shun family's connections are truly that formidable. If Zhao Tai attempts to dissuade the heir of the Radiant Group from collaborating with you, will they heed his advice or that of the Shin family? This truly presents an intriguing test. Let us await the outcome. With a self-satisfied clap, Shui Ao Han left the meeting room, clearly intent on continuing her meddling. Once Shui Ao Han departed, Shui Rou collapsed onto the sofa, her head spinning as if all her strength had been sapped. Her mother had a tumultuous falling out with the Shin family over her marriage to her father, only recently mending their ties. This contract must have been secured through Xinyu's pleading. However, if Zhao Tai were to continue sowing discord and they failed to secure this contract, not only would the Shui Company face bankruptcy, but her mother's relationship with the Shins would likely become strained once more. The thought made Shui Rou's breath hitch. At that moment, Shui Ao Han returned, peering into the meeting room with a smile. As expected, Shui Rou's mental defenses had crumbled. Sister, why must you put on a brave front before me? We grew up together. I know your true character. Come here and admit your fault. Kneel and bow to me. And perhaps I shall persuade General Manager Wu to restore collaboration. At this, Song Cuckoo clenched her fists and retorted, Shui Ao Han, are you out of your mind? Do you seek a beating? Try touching me, and I will. Silence. Shui Ao Han's attitude was aggressive, yet before she could finish, Song Cuckoo, unable to contain herself, slapped her across the face. To their surprise, the sound that reached their ears was not a crisp slap, but rather Song Cuckoo and Appo's agonized scream. A man with braids had unexpectedly appeared by Shui Ao Han and Appo's side, delivering a swift kick to Song Cuckoo and Appo's abdomen, known in the underworld as the Brute. He was one of Zhao Tai and Appo's enforcers, often carrying out dubious tasks for him and far stronger than Song Cuckoo. Being a woman, Song Cuckoo lacked the brute strength and speed of the Brute, especially when ambushed. She was knocked to the ground, doubled over in pain, unable to rise. Cuckoo, are you all right? Seeing Song Cuckoo drenched in sweat from the pain, Shui Rou and Appo's expression shifted to one of alarm as she rushed to help her up. Not good at all. I'm about to die. We must call Su Hao for help. This guy is no ordinary person, Song Cuckoo gasped, her face pale with fear. She regarded the brute with trepidation, recognizing that he was even more dangerous than the leading assassin from the previous day. Brute, you performed admirably. You truly live up to Zhao Tai and Amp. Apos' recommendation, proving to be quite reliable. After the initial scare, Shui Aohan clapped her hands, casting a triumphant gaze at Shui Ro. So, how do you feel now? You must understand my strength. My man is stronger than yours, my enforcer is more formidable, and my connections are beyond your comparison. What do you have to contest with me? Kneel before me and beg for mercy. Otherwise, not only will your company face bankruptcy, but your entire entourage will suffer. And your parents will too. Shui Ro instinctively glanced at Su Hao, who stood silently to the side, not uttering a word. Had it been any other time, his explosive temper would have propelled him to kick Shui Aohan away. Yet, at this moment, he restrained his fury. Choosing to observe how Shui Ro would handle the situation, Su Hao hoped that Shui Ro would confront the challenge with strength and not seek assistance at the first sign of adversity. However, he remained uncertain whether Shui Ro possessed such courage. Eliza was in the throes of profound inner turmoil. A mere genuflection, a concession of humility, would suffice to restore equilibrium, an optimal resolution for all parties involved. Eliza contemplated her mother and Apos' plight and the precarious state of her company. With a heavy heart, she gently pushed past Scarlet, who stood in her path, and advanced toward Theodore. Suddenly, a sigh, faint yet distinct, reached her ears, emanating from Heath. Eliza and Apos' frame quivered. Was Heath expressing his disappointment in her? He and Scarlet had steadfastly refused to yield. Why should she capitulate? Her mother had never bowed to the Sheldon family. So why was she now soliciting their favor, even at the cost of enduring their ridicule? Was it not her mother and Apos' desire that she stand firm and unyielding? If she were to kneel before Theodore today, would not future crises inevitably arise? Would she be condemned to relive this humiliation? Moreover, could she simply disregard the brutal assault on her dear friend, Scarlet? Emboldened by these thoughts, Eliza strode purposefully toward Theodore and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The force of her blow was such that it left his visage swollen and crimson. Eliza, have you lost your senses? How dare you strike me? Theodore roared, taken aback. The brute, equally stunned, had failed to anticipate Eliza and Apos' defiance, believing she was there to beg for forgiveness. He had missed his chance to intervene. You dolt. What are you waiting for? Kill her. Yes, sir. Enraged by the realization that he had been duped by a woman, the brute seized Eliza by the collar, intent on repaying her in kind. But before his hand could descend, a dark figure materialized before him. Eliza felt a warm spray upon her face. Regaining her composure, she saw that Heath had twisted the brute's arm, leaving it hanging by a mere thread of flesh, the bone exposed in a gruesome display. Theodore, his face splattered with blood, recoiled against the wall, speechless with terror. Before Theodore could voice his retribution, Heath delivered a swift kick to the brute and Apos' back, sending him crashing through the window to the ground floor, where he lay unconscious. The screams from below jolted Theodore into action, and he fled in a frenzy, fearing for his life. With the two menacing figures neutralized, Heath tenderly embraced the trembling Eliza. Fear not, I am here. You acted admirably. Encouraged by Heath's gentle words, Eliza regained her composure. She clung to his neck, her voice tinged with lingering fear. That man, is he alive? He lives, though barely. Eliza, unaccustomed to such violence, stammered. What will happen? The constabulary will be involved. There is no need for alarm. We acted in self-defense. They should compensate us for the damages. Scarlet interjected, clutching her abdomen in pain. That fiend possesses formidable strength. If I am rendered infertile, I shall hold him accountable. Eliza, torn between amusement and concern, helped Scarlet to a chair. Scarlet, should I take you to the hospital? Unnecessary. We have a physician at hand, Heath remarked. Allow me to alleviate your discomfort. He then delivered a swift blow to Scarlet's abdomen. Ah, Scarlet gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Eliza, momentarily bewildered, nearly leapt to her feet. Heath, what are you doing? She's already injured. Amazing, Scarlet exclaimed. Heath, what technique was that? I am no longer in pain. I feel invigorated. That is a secret. Heath replied with a cryptic smile. His blow, infused with pure yang energy, had stimulated her internal organs and promoted rapid healing. I beg your pardon, I misunderstood, Eliza said. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Heath wagged a finger. A mere apology is insufficient. Shall I offer another? He feigned exasperation. You shall be responsible for the household chores this month, or I shall withhold my forgiveness. Very well, Eliza conceded with relief. She then sighed. alas, having alienated Theodore. It seems our collaboration with the Radiant Group is doomed. Seeing Eliza's distress, Heath reassured her, I have a solution. Do not despair. What is it? The two women asked in unison. I have not yet conceived of it. The women stared blankly. The incident involving the Brute and Oppos' fall had left many employees shaken. Eliza promptly notified the authorities and secured legal representation for Heath to protect him from potential criminal charges. To their astonishment, the constables who arrived expressed their gratitude to Heath. The Brute was a wanted felon, long sought by the authorities, who had offered a substantial reward for his capture. The man was known for his cunning, frequently changing his identity to evade capture. It was by sheer chance that Heath had apprehended him. Mr. Heath, you have rendered a great service to this city. The reward will be expedited. We commend your bravery, the constable said as he escorted the Brute to the patrol car. Your fortune is simply remarkable, Eliza exclaimed. Indeed. Virtue is always rewarded, Heath replied with a grin. In truth, he had sensed the Brute and Oppos' murderous aura, an accumulation of countless lives taken. Even if he had killed the man, there would have been no repercussions. Scarlet, I am currently embroiled in numerous complications. Perhaps you should return home for a few days until I have resolved them. Afterward, we shall convene, Eliza suggested. Scarlet had been injured on 2 consecutive days. While her injuries were not severe, Eliza feared for her safety. Are you attempting to dispatch me so that you and Heath can frolic without restraint? Scarlet retorted, feigning indignation. Now that you have a man, you discard your sister. I am disappointed in you, Eliza. Do not be absurd. I am concerned for your well-being, Eliza protested, stamping her foot. The target is Heath and me. You need not place yourself in harm and Oppos' way. The opposition undoubtedly possesses skilled operatives. While Heath has prevailed thus far, there is no guarantee of future success. Someone must be available to summon aid. After a moment of contemplation, Scarlet conceded, Very well. Since you implore me so earnestly, I shall reluctantly comply. It is not that I fear these operatives. I am merely granting you a respite and creating an opportunity for intimacy. When you two consummate your union, remember my invaluable contribution. Eliza rolled her eyes, her face flushed. Enough. Cease your chatter. Return home and exercise caution. I shall video call you later. I shall decline. I have no desire to witness your amorous displays, Scarlet said stubbornly as she entered her vehicle and departed. Suhao smiled silently. Song Kiki, evidently concerned about causing trouble for Shuero, decisively chose to maintain her distance. However, her strong-willed nature needed some adjustment. She was rather too proud. I instructed my secretary to convene a meeting to stabilize the morale of the employees. Please wait for me a moment. After watching Song Kiki depart, Shuero hurried to the office. Suhao, not lingering in a daze, walked to a shaded area and retrieved his phone. Dialing a number labeled Oppos, Linlang Tian. Oppos, Wang Shou. I have awaited this call for a year. The members of the Tiger Dynasty have also been waiting for your orders. Today, the time has finally come. I shall lead the Tiger Dynasty to battle, sweeping across the world. Ha ha ha. Suhao grimaced at the melodramatic speech from the other end. I did not call you to fight. Rather, I seek your assistance. Lin Langtian replied solemnly. I am willing to brave fire and water for Wang Shou, to offer my heart. The Tiger Dynasty has multiple bases in Huaxia and extensive connections. Have the head of the Jinling base reach out to the Yaoyang Group, ensuring collaboration with Shui Company at any cost, as swiftly as possible. Lin Langtian fell silent for a moment, incredulous. Wang Shou, you cannot be joking. This task is exceedingly difficult? It is not difficult, in fact. It is simpler than quenching my thirst. Lin Langtian sighed in frustration. I truly cannot comprehend why such a trivial matter would prompt you to mobilize so extensively. Alas, my wife's company is in a developmental phase, Suhao replied with an awkward smile. Wife. Lin Langtian was taken aback, finally managing to stammer, Wang Shou. You are not feverish, are you? What do you mean? The eldest daughter of the first consortium in Goryeo offered 1 trillion assets as a dowry just to become your concubine, Lin Langtian retorted indignantly. Last year, Princess Elizabeth of the Sun Never Set's empire renounced her claim to the throne, wishing only to serve UT. Although they may not be the most attractive, surely they surpass a female CEO whose company is still in its infancy? Suhao countered, Am I not allowed to prefer beauty? Of course not. Lin Langtian replied, exasperated. Wang Shou, you are a legend in the eyes of the Tiger Dynasty. How can your values be dictated by appearances? If you are being threatened, just cough once, and I shall summon the entire Tiger Dynasty to confront them. Listening to Lin Langtian and Oppos' agitated tone, Su Hao could only speak frankly. This marriage was determined by my master. And I have my own plans. Please do not be so agitated. Just assist me with this. Sighing, Lin Lang Tian lamented, I had hoped Wang Shou favored someone like me. I waited in vain. Alas, the flowers are affectionate while the flowing water is indifferent. Remember to handle the matter, and we shall converse again. Su Hao's expression darkened as he promptly hung up the call. What a fine young man. How could he possibly be so misguided? Who were you speaking with? Just after he finished the call, Shui Rou returned. A familiar acquaintance. We had not been in touch for quite some time, just catching up, Su Hao replied, brushing it off with a smile. What shall we do next? My mother asked me to arrange a position for you, Shui Rou said, handing him a list of job openings. Take a look, and let me know which one you prefer. None of these positions suit me. Perhaps I could be a security guard? If you become a security guard, my mother will surely have my head, Shui Rou chuckled. You can both heal and fight. Opening a martial arts or medical clinic would earn you more than being a guard. Su Hao ran his fingers through his hair and remarked, given your current situation. If I were to open a shop, who would protect you? That's true, Shui Rou conceded. Su Hao smiled lightly. I could work as a security guard during office hours and a bodyguard outside of them, one to protect you at the company and another at home. I think that sounds quite good. Upon hearing this, Shui Rou and Appo's heart melted, and she could not refuse. She promptly processed Su Hao and Appo's employment paperwork. No sooner had she finished than her mother called. As Shui Rou pondered how to explain Su Hao and Appo's choice to become a security guard to Xinyu, she was met with urgency on the line. Rou, your grandfather collapsed half an hour ago, after being taken to Jinling Hospital for examination. He was found to be in the late stages of liver cancer. It is very serious. You and Su Hao must hurry to Jinling Hospital. It's uncertain whether he can pull through. What? Shui Rou felt as if struck by a heavy blow, her head buzzing. Just last month, when her grandfather had been examined, Director Sun had said it was a stomach issue. How could it have come to this? Xinyu revealed the truth. Director Sun and your grandfather are lifelong friends. He concealed the illness from you. I only just learned of it myself. Shui Rou and Appo's eyes instantly filled with tears. Despite her grandfather and Appo's greater attention to Shui Aihan in recent years, he had still cared for her. Hearing that he was in the late stages of liver cancer, with no hope of recovery, she simply could not bear it. Silently listening nearby, Su Hao patted her shoulder, soothingly saying, let us go to the hospital. Perhaps I can help. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Shui Rou and Appo's eyes. She ended the call, hailed a taxi, and hurried toward Jinling Hospital with Su Hao. Along the way, tears streamed down Shui Rou and Appo's face like beads slipping from a broken string. Her grandfather had always treated her well, although Shui Aihan and Appo's family had often spoken ill of her. Her grandfather sometimes got angry with her, mainly because he was frustrated by her perceived weakness, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing the distraught Shui Rou, Su Hao sighed, pulling her into his embrace and softly comforting her. Do not cry. Liver cancer is not an insurmountable illness. I can cure it. Su Hao, I understand you wish to console me, but even if I were a fool, I know what late-stage liver cancer entails. Please do not deceive me with false hopes. Shui Rou remained trapped in her sorrow, unable to extricate herself. And Su Hao could only choose to remain silent. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Jinling Hospital. To run faster. Shui Rou even removed her high heels, carrying them as she dashed. Upon reaching the ward, Shui Kongning had already been admitted to the intensive care unit. Shui Air blocked Shui Rou at the door, preventing her from entering. Rou, please wait. Your grandfather wishes to see Su Hao. After they finished their conversation, you may go in. Shui Air's voice was hoarse, evidently shaken by the circumstances. Su Hao nodded and entered the room. He understood that Shui Kongning likely wished to take this opportunity to reveal the truth about his lineage. On the hospital bed, hearing the commotion, Shui Kongning mustered his strength to open his eyes. His complexion was ashen, lips tinged with blue. He truly appeared as if illness had struck him like a mountain. Entirely devoid of his previous vigor, Su Hao furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. Even in the late stages of liver cancer, one could not deteriorate so drastically overnight. Shui Kongning struggled to form a word, sounding exceedingly weak. Grandfather, please do not speak. Conserve your strength. I will help you recover, Su Hao said, placing his hand on Shui Kongning's pulse. The moment he touched it, a glint of severity flashed in his eyes. Poison. Shui Kongning's current condition was not a symptom of late-stage liver cancer. A toxin was present in his body, specifically targeting the liver. The doctors would likely mistake his symptoms for those of liver cancer and not conduct a toxicology test. It was truly the case of guarding against the thief within. Someone had been secretly poisoning grandfather. Enraged by this revelation, Su Hao prepared to inform Shui, but a commotion erupted outside the door. With a loud bang, Shui burst through the door, his face streaked with tears, hurriedly rushing in and kneeling before Shui Kongning's bed in a display of heartfelt despair. "Father, my good father, how have you changed so drastically overnight?" Shui wept loudly, and those unaware might have believed he was exceptionally filial. Su Hao furrowed his brow, intending to expel him. When Dean's son entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, yet a robust demeanor, the elder's assistant carried a small medical kit, emanating a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, indicating he was indeed a practitioner of traditional healing. Upon seeing him, both Xinyu and Shui and Apos' eyes sparkled with joy. For this venerable figure was none other than the renowned medical king of Jinling, Feng Zhongyi. "Everyone, please keep quiet. I have specially invited medical King Feng to examine old Shui. His time is precious, so let us not delay him," Dean's son urged, dismissing the crowd politely. Then invited Feng Zhongyi to sit down and take Shui Kongning and Apos' pulse. After a prolonged silence, Feng Zhongyi remained silent, his brow furrowing increasingly, displaying evident perplexity. Su Hao felt a sense of familiarity with Feng Zhongyi, as if he had encountered him before, yet he could not recall any prior connection. Just as Su Hao pondered this, Feng Zhongyi spoke, "Forgive my candor, but I must advise you to accept this sorrow. Old Shui's condition has indeed penetrated to the marrow. There is no remedy. Moreover, while his affliction does not appear to be caused by cancer, it is, in fact, the result of cancer. Alas, my knowledge is limited, and I cannot offer salvation." Feng Zhongyi shook his head repeatedly. Upon hearing such a conclusion, Shui nearly broke down in tears. Xinyu also wept profusely, embracing her daughter, at a loss for what to do. Shui and his wife exhibited even more agitation, kneeling on the ground, lamenting and beating their chests, truly overacting. Su Hao saw through their theatrics but recognized that now was not the time to pursue such matters. He stepped forward and declared, "I can treat this illness. Allow me to take charge." Su Hao's words were delivered with remarkable composure, devoid of any timidity typical of a junior. However, the assembled crowd met his statement with skepticism. Shui abruptly sprang to his feet, bellowing with vigor, "Are you pretending again? What are you? The medical king has already declared there is no hope. What can a nameless individual like you possibly do? Spare us your repugnant charade." Xinyu, her brows slightly furrowed, interjected, "Brother, your words are unjust. We must explore any glimmer of hope. Perhaps Su Hao truly possesses the ability?" Although Xinyu herself doubted Su Hao's capability to heal Shui Kongning, she found Shui and Apos' demeanor intolerable. Upon hearing her, Shui scoffed, "Sister, have you lost your senses? What stature does medical King Feng hold? He has already made a definitive judgment. Is there any need for others to interfere with baseless conjectures? Are you afraid that if I treat grandfather Shui successfully, your hopes will be dashed?" Su Hao narrowed his eyes and replied in a low voice, "Nonsense. How could I think such a thing?" Shui's gaze faltered. Clearly feeling guilty, Su Hao, disinterested in exposing him, turned to Feng Zhongyi, saying, "A healer and Apos' heart is filled with compassion. I trust that medical King Feng would not obstruct me from treating my grandfather, would you?" Feng Zhongyi's expression soured. Were Su Hao a respected physician, he might have granted him some leeway, but the young man before him was merely an inexperienced youth, younger than his own grandson. To have such a person claim they could heal Shui Kongning, projecting an air of superiority, was indeed audacious. However, Su Hao and Apos' flattery, invoking the noble spirit of a healer, rendered Feng Zhongyi unable to express his dissatisfaction. While medicine necessitates an accumulation of experience, there are also instances of prodigies emerging unexpectedly. Ultimately, healing is paramount. So let him give it a try. Despite Feng Zhongyi's tacit approval, Dean's son remained hesitant. Is this lad also a medical student? Which medical school does he attend? How long has he studied? Is he reliable? Shui awkwardly responded, "Dean's son, Su Hao's my son-in-law, just returned from the mountains." "Son-in-law? From the mountains? Your judgment." Sigh. Dean's son initially intended to reprimand Shui, but, considering the situation, opted for a cooler demeanor. Without medical credentials, one cannot treat patients at our hospital. If he succeeds, it is one matter, but if he fails, our hospital will share the blame. Upon hearing Dean's son's words, Su Hao immediately raised his hand, asserting, "I will take full responsibility for any consequences." "You will?" What authority do you have to claim that? Don't tell me you intend to take the fall by going to prison? Shui scoffed, glaring at Shui Rou. Why haven't you taken your foolish husband away? Are you not embarrassed? Do you have confidence? Shui Rou did not respond, but turned to Su Hao, inquiring. Absolutely. How much? 100%. Upon hearing this, Shui Rou clenched her fists, as if having made a decisive resolution. Very well, you may treat grandfather, but if it fails, we will use our wedding house as compensation. And Appo's words took everyone by surprise. Shui, who had been vehemently objecting, suddenly fell silent, appearing as if he wished Shui Rou would walk right into a trap. Rou, about this matter. Shui Er's words were cut off by Shui Rou. Dad, there's no need to dissuade me. This time, I trust Su Hao and am willing to face all risks with him. Seeing that everyone was silent because of Shui Rou's words, Su Hao nodded slightly, took out a peculiar box containing a set of silver needles radiating a chilling aura. Upon seeing the needles, Feng Zhong and Appo's pupils constricted sharply, and he asked in horror, is that the ice soul silver needles? If you have any questions, ask them after I finish the treatment. Don and Appo's tea disturbed me, Su Hao said coldly. How dare you speak to physician Feng like that? Shui was about to defend Feng Zhong, but Feng Zhong glared at him and rebuked him. The reason for his change in demeanor was that the ice soul silver needles Su Hao possessed were a priceless treasure of his master and Appo's sect. Whoever possessed this set of needles was the contemporary medical immortal of the sect, a senior capable of bringing withered trees back to life. As Feng Zhong and Appo's mind reeled, Su Hao took out several ice soul silver needles and began acupuncture. The entire process was lightning fast, his eyes unable to keep up. In the blink of an eye, the needles were precisely placed on Shui Kongning's acupoints. In the next moment, wisps of white smoke emanated from Shui Kongning's body, appearing quite mystical. Su Hao did not touch the ice soul silver needles, but instead used 2 fingers to control the depth of the needles above Shui Kongning's body. Feng Zhong watched this scene with wide eyes. He never imagined that in his lifetime, he would see someone other than his master using the divine skill of manipulating needles with qi. Moreover, Su Hao's application of this technique was even more refined, without any hesitation, surpassing his master by several degrees. As the white smoke gradually emerged, the toxins eroding Shui Kongning and Appo's liver were also expelled bit by bit. Black spots of blood appeared on his body, with a distinct smell of sulfide. Dean's son frowned deeply. Even with liver cancer, a patient's body would not emit the smell of sulfide. Only when toxins were deposited and forcibly removed would this occur. It seemed that Shui Kongning and Appo's condition had taken a turn for the worse mainly due to poisoning. His body was already weakened by liver cancer, and the poisoning severely impacted his immune system, which was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Realizing this, Dean's son Kuden and Appo's helped but feel respect for Su Hao. This young man could see Shui Kongning's true cause of illness at a glance and prescribed the right medicine. The techniques he used were unheard of, truly astonishing. The faces of Shui Yi and his wife were very unsightly. They had been plotting for so long, hoping that Shui Kongning would die quickly, while Su Hao and Shui Rou had not yet stirred up any trouble. Their family could still control more of the Shui family's power and divide the family with Shui Er and his family. Otherwise, once Su Hao and Shui Rou were together, and Shui Kongning invested resources in this young couple, their family's good days would likely come to an end. However, the more they feared certain outcomes, the more likely those outcomes were to occur. In just a short quarter of an hour, the blood seeping from Shui Kongning and Appo's chest had turned from black to red. His complexion had returned to normal, and his breathing was no longer as weak as before. Dean's son looked at the monitoring instruments next to him and found that Shui Kongning and Appo's various indicators had unexpectedly reached healthy levels. He excitedly said, "Old Shui is fine. Clean up the dirty things on Grandpa Shui and Appo's body." At Su Hao and Appo's command, Shui Rou acted quickly, bringing back hot towels and water in no time. Shui Er took the items and carefully wiped his father and Appo's body, discovering that he slowly opened his eyes. He asked excitedly, "Dad, how do you feel?" "A little sleepy," Shui Kongning said groggily. "Su Hao, what's going on? Is this normal?" Shui Er, who had previously doubted Su Hao, changed his attitude after witnessing the miracle, treating Su Hao as an expert and hurriedly consulting him. Su Hao nodded and said, "Don and Appo's worry, metabolism also consumes energy. It and Appo's normal for Grandpa Shui to feel tired. He'll be fine after a sleep. I'll prescribe some qi tonifying and blood-nourishing medicine for Grandpa Shui later. After taking it for 2 or 3 days, I guarantee Grandpa Shui will be able to walk like the wind." That's good. Shuai patted his chest, relieved. But Su Hao's next sentence left him dumbfounded. The most important thing now is to find out who poisoned him. Shin, you seem to have guessed something, her face frosty. Su Hao, are you saying that the old man and Amp, Appo's sudden illness was caused by poisoning? That and Amp, Appo's right. As Su Hao said this, his sharp eyes pierced Shuai like knives. Absurd. The old man was fine at home. How could he be poisoned? Shuai, of course, knew that Su Hao suspected him and immediately retorted. Don't think that just because you cured the old man, you can fabricate false information and try to provoke internal conflicts in the Shuai family. Mr. Su is right. Your father was indeed poisoned. Dean's son interjected. Following him, Feng Zhang also nodded and said, this poison is very hidden and difficult to detect. I was deceived. The statements of the two made Shuai and Amp, Appo's rebuttal very weak, and his eyes were somewhat guilty. His wife, Jubai, saw that he was so useless and immediately pushed him behind her, clarifying. My husband and I have always been very filial to the old man over the years and have never had any bad intentions. The old man has been very kind to our family, and we have no reason to harm him. Su Hao didn't and Amp, Appo's argue with her but asked Shinyu and Shin. What did Grandpa Shuai eat this morning and at noon? He had some mung bean porridge in the morning and a bowl of noodles at noon. There was nothing wrong with them, but his liver suddenly started hurting severely an hour ago. When Shuai and I rushed back, he was almost gone. Su Hao pressed. In other words, you and Uncle Shuai were out for a while this afternoon? Yes, but my eldest brother and sister-in-law said they were going home. So we went out. Shinyu said, and Jubai immediately shouted, Shuai and I took over for you at home at noon. And we didn't go back all afternoon. The servants at home can testify, so this is all your problem. Her words clearly meant to shift the blame onto Shinyu. Just as Shinyu was unable to refute, Su Hao said coldly, this kind of toxin doesn't and Amp, Appo's take effect immediately after entering the body. It takes at least 3 or 4 hours. Wasn't it you two who were taking care of Grandpa Shuai at noon? The scene was silent. Shuai and Jubai were silenced by Su Hao's words. It really was you who did it. The old man was so good to you. How could you commit patricide? Shuai never imagined that his elder brother's family would be so depraved. He rushed forward and beat Shuai. Shuai also did not expect that his always submissive younger brother would dare to attack him. He was caught off guard and beaten without any resistance, soon covering his stomach and falling to the ground. You brat are crazy. You actually hit your brother? Crazy is you, to be able to poison your own father. You and Amp, Appo's, not even human. You and Amp, Appo's, worse than pigs and dogs. I and Amp, Appo's, kill you. Shuai was driven mad, sitting on Shuai and beating him like a wild beast, causing him to scream repeatedly. Dean's son was worried that something would happen and turned to Shuai, saying, advise your dad, if someone dies. It will be your family that suffers. Although Shuai was filled with anger, she understood the gravity of the situation and rushed forward to pull Shuai down. All right. Dad, we currently lack sufficient evidence. If you truly harm someone, it would be difficult to explain to Grandpa. What evidence? This is undoubtedly their doing. Shuai had never been so assertive in his life, his fury unrestrained. Those shameless beasts. Thankfully, Grandpa is unharmed. If anything were to happen to him, I would ensure your entire family pays dearly. You dare. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Shuai Han stormed in with a group of bodyguards. She bent down to assist her father, glaring at Shuai and rebuking him. You claim my parents poisoned Grandpa. Where's your evidence? They weren't even with him at noon. They went to Uncle S' house for cards, while Aunt Sheen stayed to watch over Grandpa. I called my parents to come when you arrived to prevent you from discovering them. As Shuai Han spoke, both Shuai and Jubai felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed rather insensitive for them to leave their father unattended in such a critical state. In any case, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with my parents. Whether you believe it or not, we have a clear conscience. Shuai Han's voice was loud and confident, not at all suggestive of deceit. Mom and Dad, we shall not bear this unjust accusation. After tirelessly caring for Grandpa, to be blamed for his condition is unacceptable. If they believe you are incapable, let them take over the care. You are getting old and should avoid such burdens to prevent further false accusations. With that, Shuai Han took her parents and attempted to leave. We have yet to clarify old Shuai's situation. No one is permitted to leave, Dean's son stated sternly at the door. Shuai Han hesitated. Although she had brought several elite bodyguards from Zhao Tai's side, dealing with Dean's son would be a simple task. However, due to his extensive connections in various hospitals, it was unwise to offend him. One never knew when one might need assistance in the future. Shui Yi, fearing a conflict between Shui Ao Han and Dean Sun, quickly suggested, Ao Han, let in Amp. Amp. Oppos. S observe Grandpa and Amp. Amp. Oppos. S condition for now. Fine, but only for half an hour. I still need to meet Zhao Tai, and this attire is rather unseemly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bai and Oppos, S spirit soared. Young Master Zhao has invited us over? How wonderful! Despite the recent closeness between Zhao Tai and Shui Ao Han, including a marriage proposal, Zhu Bai had never truly considered the possibility of a genuine union between the two families. She merely hoped for some financial benefit from Zhao Tai. Little did she expect that Zhao Tai would invite them to dinner, a clear indication of meeting the parents and taking steps toward marriage. Shui was equally excited. He shed his earlier gloom and addressed Shui Er. Considering I failed to care for Grandpa at noon, leading to his poisoning, I shall not hold our earlier conflict against you. Since you are so capable of caregiving, I shall leave it to you from now on. And I have no desire to contest these matters further. Shui had come to terms with the situation. With Su Hao's exceptional medical prowess, it was unlikely for Grandpa to pass away any time soon, and the chances of inheriting the family and Oppos' wealth were diminishing. Moreover, giving Grandpa and Oppos' fondness for Su Hao. If there were to be any division of assets, it would likely favor Shui Er's family. Not to mention other relatives, he would probably receive only a meager portion. Thus, it seemed wiser to invest his energy in supporting Zhao Tai, placing hope in his daughter. Should she ascend to become the matriarch of the Zhao family, their future would be secure, rendering any concern over Grandpa's trifling assets unnecessary. Whether or not you were the poisoner remains to be investigated. Cease your incessant prattling. Dean Sun said, his expression darkening. Just as Shui was about to respond, Su Hao suddenly interjected, this matter is not their doing. Shui Ro paused, inquiring further. How do you know? I just discovered that the poison affecting Grandpa has a strong adhesion. If they were the poisoners, they would have inevitably been contaminated with some toxin. And this poison cannot be eliminated through mere physical or chemical means, Su Hao explained with precision. I found no toxins on them. Their earlier nervousness stemmed solely from their negligence in caring for Grandpa, fearing accusations of filial disrespect. Su Hao had yet to mention that in the realm of Taoism, there exists a causal line. Within a 3-meter radius, intertwined events would reveal their connections. When he had discreetly activated his mystical vision, it indicated no causal relationship between Shui Kongning and Oppos' poisoning and Shui Yi or the others. The true perpetrator lay elsewhere. Feng Zhongyi believed Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' words implicitly and turned to Dean Sun, stating, let them leave. Their presence here is merely a hindrance. Clearly, he did not hold a favorable view of Shui Yi and Oppos' family. Dean Sun wasted no time, ushering Shui Yi and the others out before firmly shutting the door. Mr. Su, is that set of silver needles you possess the eye-soul silver needles from the ancient sect? Su Hao was taken aback. You possess quite an eye to recognize the eye-soul silver needles. I had thought you a simpleton. Upon hearing this, Dean Sun's eyes twitched in disbelief. Feng Zhongyi was a nationally renowned physician, yet he was deemed a simpleton by Su Hao? While the young man indeed had skill, such arrogance was rather excessive. However, Feng Zhongyi took no offense and smiled. Compared to Mr. Su, I truly am a simpleton, incapable of diagnosing Grandpa's poisoning. In the entirety of the Chinese medicine community, aside from my master's senior disciples, I doubt many could have diagnosed it, let alone someone of your modest capabilities. Thus, there is no need for you to feel ashamed. Su Hao's words, though meant to console, sounded quite harsh. Before Shui Ro could suggest that Su Hao soften his tone, Feng Zhongyi, breathless, pressed on, Mr. Su. May I ask if you descended from the nameless mountain? How do you know? But to Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' surprise, Feng Zhongyi knelt before him without a second thought. What are you doing? Su Hao was momentarily stunned. Even with his formidable abilities, it was inappropriate for an elder to kneel before him, certainly a portent of misfortune. Just as Su Hao prepared to assist Feng Zhongyi to his feet, the elder respectfully bowed his head. Master Uncle, please accept my humble salute. Master Uncle? Shui Ro and the others exchanged incredulous glances, aghast. Su Hao, still youthful, could easily be considered Feng Zhongyi's grandson. How had he become his master uncle? Su Hao, upon hearing this title, seemed to awaken from a dream and asked, your master wouldn't happen to be by Li Weiyu, would he? Indeed, Master Su. He once brought me to meet you. You were quite young at the time. After all these years, I inadvertently forgot. Feng Zhongyi replied, nodding vigorously, visibly excited. No wonder you seem familiar. It turns out we have met before. Su Hao, realizing the connection, helped Feng Zhongyi up, his attitude shifting considerably. Who is Bai Weiyu? Shui Rou inquired curiously. My senior brother, Su Hao replied candidly. Over a century old yet appearing no older than 30. His medical skills surpass those of my master, and he is only second to me in handsomeness. Shui Rou covered her mouth in astonishment. 100 years old yet indistinguishable from 30? Impossible. Feng Zhongyi, upon hearing someone challenge his master and Apos' appearance, swiftly produced a photograph of Bai Weiyu. A figure of approximately 5 feet 9 inches, graced with refined features, a cascade of silver hair, and attired in an elegant robe, exuded an air of distinguished charm. Shui Rou found herself speechless, not because Feng Zhongyi and Apos' description was exaggerated, but rather because it was strikingly accurate. Could there truly exist individuals in this world who defy the aging process? Shui swallowed hard, utterly astounded. Su Hao lavished praise, remarking, Senior brother Bailey possesses exceptional medical prowess, having conceived the beauty pill and mastered the art of self-regulation. What ordinary individual's experience as 50 years of aging is for him? Merely a fleeting 5. Good son-in-law, do you know how to concoct the beauty pill? Your mother-in-law would be delighted to have one. Xinyu and Apos' eyes sparkled with anticipation. I am not versed in senior brother Bailey's beauty pill, Su Hao responded with a slight shake of his head, eliciting a hint of disappointment from Xinyu. Well, he is, after all, your senior brother, and it's only natural that he possesses some unique skills. Su Hao merely smiled in response. How could Bailey and Apos' beauty pill compare to his own youth preservation pill? The effects were inferior by a factor of 3 to 5. He couldn't and Apos' bear to give his mother-in-law such an inferior product. Dean's son stood aside, dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the seniority dynamics between Su Hao and Feng Zhongyi. However, one thing was undeniably clear to him. If Jinling Hospital had a divine physician like Su Hao at its helm, the hospital would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement and soar to unprecedented heights. With this in mind, Dean's son interjected, Mr. Su, Medical King Feng, this is a hospital ward, devoid of seating, making it inconvenient for you to reminisce. Perhaps you would both be so kind as to relocate to my office, where I have an excellent selection of teas for you to sample. Feng Zhongyi was also eager to engage in a more in-depth conversation with Su Hao and readily agreed. Very well, very well. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, Uncle Master Su. You and Dean's son may proceed to enjoy your tea. I must remain here to oversee the aftermath. We shall reconvene another time. Understood, Uncle Master Su. Please proceed with your affairs. Knowing that Su Hao had matters concerning the Shui family to attend to, Feng Zhongyi did not press the issue and departed the ward with Dean Sunday. Once they had left, Su Hao retrieved paper and pen and began to write out a prescription, while the Shui family engaged in a discussion regarding Shui Kongning and Apos' poisoning. Fortunately, the old gentleman had only been awake for a minute before falling back asleep. Otherwise, if he were to discover that his eldest son and daughter-in-law were neglecting their filial duties, he would likely become enraged once more. If, as Su Hao suggested, the eldest son and daughter-in-law were not responsible for the poisoning, then would Qin Yi be the true culprit? Qin Yi had been with the Shui family for many years, always conscientious and dutiful, and it seemed unlikely that she would resort to poisoning. I concur. Even if the eldest son and daughter-in-law were unable to obtain such poison, it is even less plausible that Qin Yi could acquire it, another family member added. After some deliberation, the trio remained perplexed as to the identity of the perpetrator. Very well, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. We cannot simply let it rest, Xinyu declared with finality, arranging the subsequent steps. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she added with a knowing smile, You certainly stunned your elder brother today, which is quite unlike your usual demeanor. Over the years, Xinyu had often quarreled with Shui due to his timidity. Yet, today, her husband had abandoned his usual submissive behavior and silenced Shui with a single outburst. This filled Xinyu with immense satisfaction, a feeling of vindication. Shui scratched his head sheepishly, explaining, I was truly enraged at the time. However, they are merely paper tigers. Once I lose my temper, they all become docile, hee. Hearing her father and Apos' childlike tone, Shui Rokuden and Apos' helped but smile wryly. Noticing that Su Hao had finished writing the prescription, she hurried to his side, embraced his arm, and exclaimed playfully, I am truly indebted to you today. In the taxi, I thought you were merely boasting, but I never imagined you truly possessed the ability to save Grandpa. Thank you, my dear husband. Mere words of gratitude are insufficient. One must demonstrate their appreciation through tangible actions, Su Hao responded in a hushed tone, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Perhaps tonight? We could eliminate the demilitarized zone on our bed. Seeing Su Hao's raised eyebrow and suggestive expression, Shui Ro's cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced at her parents and, upon realizing that they had not overheard, breathed a sigh of relief and playfully nudged Su Hao and Appo's waist with her fist. We shall discuss such matters later, you silly goose. What? Still shy? Even though we are about to obtain our marriage certificate? The couple's exchange of affection became too much for Xinyu to bear, and she cleared her throat. Su Hao, would it be possible to arrange for your grandfather's discharge now? He dislikes being in the hospital, and it would be more convenient to care for him at home, if possible. Certainly. Grandpa Shui and Appo's health has largely recovered. These medications are merely for replenishing his vital energy and promoting overall well-being, Su Hao replied with a nod. Moreover, are there not those who remain unaware of Grandpa Shui and Appo's recovery? Perhaps we could stage a performance which might expose the poisoner. Should we inform your eldest brother and sister-in-law and request their cooperation? Shui inquired. Absolutely not, Xinyu retorted, rolling her eyes. They are the least likely to want Mr. Shui's illness to be cured by Su Hao, and even if they did not directly participate in the poisoning, it does not mean that they are completely unaware of who did. They may not have done it themselves, but it doesn't mean they didn't ask others to do it. And Shin is absolutely correct, Su Hao said, impressed by his mother-in-law and Appo's acumen. I suggest you immediately contact Qini, as she is likely in grave danger. Shui Ro and the others exclaimed in unison. Why? Qin Yi is currently the most likely suspect. If she did not administer the poison, the mastermind behind the scenes may attempt to silence her, framing her for the crime, Su Hao explained. If she did administer the poison, she undoubtedly acted under the instructions of the mastermind, either due to coercion or other reasons. In order to prevent any leaks, silencing her would be the most prudent course of action. Therefore, if we do not intervene, Qin Yi will inevitably meet her demise, with no possibility of escape. Upon hearing this, Shui'er was alarmed and immediately attempted to contact Qin Yi, but his calls went unanswered. Strange, Qin Yi should be at home at this hour. Perhaps she has gone out to purchase groceries. Asked the housekeeper, Sister Lu, Xinyu suggested. Shui'er nodded and promptly called Sister Lu. As soon as the call connected, Sister Lu and Appo's weeping voice filled the line. Mr. Shui'er, something terrible has happened. Qin Yi was involved in a hit-and-run accident on her way to buy groceries. The perpetrator fled the scene, and she succumbed to her injuries en route to the hospital. Sister Lu sobbed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by grief at the sudden loss of her dear friend. Send me the location immediately. I am on my way, Shui'er replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. To his dismay, everything had unfolded precisely as Su Hao had predicted. Qin Yi was gone. Ro, Su Hao. We shall entrust Grandpa and Appo's discharge to you both. After his parents left, Shui Ro and Su Hao completed the discharge procedures and brought Shui Kongning back to his home. At that moment, Qin Yi's son had arrived to announce her passing. Shui Ro examined the photos from the scene provided by Qin Yi's son, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. Qin Yi had always been honest and upright, known for her humility and reason. It was tragic that she had met such a gruesome end. Learning that the perpetrator had likely targeted Qin Yi intentionally, seeking to silence her permanently, Shui Ro clenched her fists, filled with righteous indignation. It must be the work of our eldest uncle and aunt. They first used Qin Yi as a delaying tactic, and now they seek to eliminate her, ensuring that there is no evidence to incriminate them. No wonder they were so adamant at the time. It seems they had already prepared a contingency plan. At that moment, a stern voice echoed from the doorway. Ro, refrain from making baseless accusations. An elderly man with a long beard entered the room. The individual in question is Shui Ziyi, a respected elder and cousin of Shui Kongning, who commands great reverence within the Shui family. Even Shui Kongning holds him in considerable esteem. To be unfilial is a grave sin. If one were to commit patricide, would they not be reduced to a beast? Although Shui Yi and Appo's relationship with his father has been strained over the years, it has not reached the point of a reconcilable conflict. All must await the revelation of the truth before drawing any conclusions. Shui Ziyi's assertion is not born from a profound belief in Shui Yi's character, but rather from the knowledge that Shui Yi is on the verge of an alliance with the Zhao family. In light of this, Shui Ziyi is inclined to protect Shui Yi to secure greater benefits. However, Shui Ro is not swayed by his words. Great uncle, as the saying goes. It is easy to paint a tiger and Appo's skin, but difficult to depict its bones. One can know a person and Apos' face, but not their heart. How can you guarantee my uncle's integrity? Moreover, this is not the first time my uncle's family has engaged in such actions. Yesterday afternoon, I encountered an assassination attempt, which I refrained from mentioning out of concern for my uncle's reputation. I am almost certain it was orchestrated by his family. If they could kill me without a second thought, how can you be sure they harbor no such intentions towards grandfather? Those who harm their own can possess dark hearts and may be capable of any atrocity. Yet, despite Shui and Apos' fervent declarations, Shui remains unconvinced. Words alone are insufficient. How can you assert that the assassins were dispatched by the Shui family? Shui retorts without hesitation, yesterday, Su Hao and Song Kiki were present. Do you think I would unjustly accuse them? Shui scoffs. Your words are futile. One is your fiancé, the other your close friend. Even if they were called to testify, their testimony would hold no weight. Your claims remain unsubstantiated. I am aware that your families have been embroiled in disputes over inheritance. And you, Shui have even gone so far as to seize Ayahan and Apos' fiancé to curry favor with grandfather. Who knows if you are deliberately tarnishing their family name in pursuit of your inheritance? In a melon patch or beneath a plum tree. Do not blame me for speaking so pragmatically. Shui protests. Great uncle, how can you say such things? Do you not know my character? I cannot claim to know you completely, Shui replies, dismissing her with indifference. He stands on a moral high ground, rendering her words ineffective. Su Hao gently reassures Shui, unless we can present irrefutable evidence, he will not be persuaded. Upon hearing Su Hao's response, Shui sneers, though your words lack respect. You do make a valid point. This matter is without proof. It would be wise to refrain from further speculation. I will pretend I have not heard this. And let us conclude this matter here. He regards Shui with cold disdain, as if she were merely fabricating slander. Shui, wishing to speak once more, is interrupted when Su Hao whispers something in her ear, inaudible to Shui. Suddenly, Shui and Apos' demeanor shifts, all her frustration and grievances dissipating, replaced by calm and composure. Great uncle, you are right. My approach was indeed abrupt. Shui, perplexed by Shui transformation, dismisses it as Su Hao's influence. Unbeknownst to him, Shui is grappling with tumultuous thoughts, for Su Hao has just revealed that Shui may very well be the mastermind behind the poisoning. At that moment, several inspectors responsible for investigating the incident arrive to update the Shui family on their findings. The driver involved in the incident has been apprehended. He claims he did not intend to hit anyone, attributing the accident to a failure to control the brakes. He fled the scene out of fear, but has since returned home with his family to confess. Have you conducted a breathalyzer test on him? Su Hao inquires. One of the inspectors, growing impatient, responds, What do you think allows me to determine that it was a case of drunk driving? Did you draw blood? Su Hao presses. There was no need. Our equipment suffices for the assessment. The driver was cooperative, hence we did not take him to the hospital. Shui interjects with disdain. You should cease your foolish questioning. These are common knowledge among us city dwellers. Disregarding Shui, Su Hao shares his suspicions with the inspectors. I suspect this driver may have been coerced into driving under the influence. Some individuals procure desperate persons, such as those with terminal illnesses or heavy debts, offering substantial rewards to assist in committing murder. Hearing this, Shui's expression shifts dramatically. Could Su Hao be a reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes? To be honest, a peculiar incident has recently befallen my family. Someone has poisoned my grandfather. And Aunt Qin is likely aware of the details. Noticing Shui's subtle reaction, Su Hao becomes increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. It is rather suspicious that Aunt Qin encountered trouble just as the scapegoat driver quickly turned himself into your department. I believe it is imperative to investigate his health and financial circumstances. The inspectors, previously unaware of the turmoil in the Shui family, now regard Su Hao and Apos' assertions with intrigue. Very well, I will report this to my superiors. They bid farewell and hastily return to their office to relay the information. Half an hour later, Xinyu and Shui return to the Shui residence. They have completed the necessary arrangements following Aunt Qin and Apos' incident, utilizing insurance for compensation. Although the sum is a mere 3 million, it is sufficient to secure Aunt Qin's son's future. Just as misfortunes seem to compound, Xinyu receives an unsettling phone call. Despite stepping onto the balcony to take the call, Shui can discern from her mother's grim expression that there must be complications with the cooperation involving the Radiant Group. Mother, it is all right. What is fated to happen will happen, and what is not fated cannot be forced. If not for my stubbornness in refusing to yield to Shui Ayahan, We would not have lost this opportunity with the Radiant Group. Shueiro recounts the events of the morning. Upon hearing that Shui Ahan demanded her daughter kneel, Shinyu erupts with fury. Has that wretched girl gone mad? Does she think she can act so arrogantly now that she has climbed the social ladder? Ro, you acted rightly. Our family possesses integrity and cannot bow to such people. It is indeed regrettable that the partnership with the Radiant Group has fallen through, but our dignity is paramount. The heavens do not completely forsake us. I will think of another way. Although Shun Yu expresses these reassurances, she feels a sense of despair. The Radiant Group is one of the few major corporations in Jinling, and the failure of this collaboration is a significant blow to the Shui family. A truth that no amount of self-comfort can alter. Sitting nearby, Su Hao observes the family and Appo's silence and excuses himself to step outside, dialing Lin Lang Tian and Appo's number. Before Su Hao can speak, Lin's awkward voice comes through the line. Chief Wang, the Radiant Group is currently embroiled in internal strife. The situation is quite chaotic. The head of the Tiger Dynasty in Jinling is a rather proud woman. She has been irritable these days due to her menstrual cycle and is unyielding to advice. I have applied pressure, and it should be resolved by tomorrow at the latest. If she fails, I will ensure her downfall. Su Hao's expression turns peculiar. Aren't and Appo's, to you supposed to be gay? Chief Wang, I am only gay for you. The rest are and Appo's, straight and Appo's, to the point of having no friends. Su Hao and Appo's. Si twitches as he hangs up, speechless. As he was about to step into the Shui residence, he sensed two pairs of eyes covertly observing him. Su Hao pondered for a moment and decided to confront them. Simultaneously, Director Sun was hosting a dinner for Feng Zhangyi. No sooner had he taken his seat than a visitor arrived. The man's name was Zhao Chenggong, the head of the Zhao family. One of the wealthiest individuals in Jinling. Upon learning of Zhao and Appo's arrival, Director Sun hurried downstairs to greet him, anxious not to appear negligent. Mr. Zhao, Appo's, it's been a while. What brings you here today? I heard that old Feng is with you, so I came to pay him a visit, Zhao Chenggong replied candidly. Feng Zhongyi, believing he did not share a deep friendship with Zhao Chenggong, calmly stated, if you wish to see me, a phone call would suffice. There was no need for you to come all this way. Old Feng, to be frank, I have a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with. Zhao Chenggong cut to the chase. My wife has been gravely ill for several days, and her condition has worsened significantly. I fear I must trouble you to visit and examine her. Upon hearing about Zhao and Appo's wife and Appo's illness, Feng Zhangyi and Appo's expression turned troubled. Mr. Zhao, it's not that I do not wish to help, but your wife's ailment is rather peculiar. I cannot even determine the root cause, let alone provide a cure. Zhao Chenggong seemed to have anticipated Feng Zhongyi and Appo's response and directly stated his purpose. Old Feng, I have heard that your esteemed teacher possesses remarkable medical skills. Could you possibly facilitate a meeting for me to seek his help for my wife? This request left Feng Zhongyi in a difficult position. Mr. Zhao, my master is of advanced age and prefers to remain low profile. Moreover, he currently serves as a personal physician to a significant figure and cannot leave the capital without special permission. Hearing this, Zhao Chenggong and Appo's demeanor immediately darkened. While he was indeed a prominent figure in Jinling, he was dwarfed by the true power players in the capital. How could he possibly summon Feng Zhongyi and Appo's master? It seemed he had indeed been indulging in wishful thinking. Just as Zhao Chenggong sighed and prepared to leave, Director Sun suddenly thought of something and turned to Feng Zhongyi. Dr. Feng, Mr. Su's capabilities should not be inferior to your master, correct? Upon hearing this, Feng Zhongyi's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhao, you are in luck. My master's apprentice is currently in Jinling. If he intervenes, the chances of diagnosing and treating your wife are even greater than with my master. Zhao Chenggong's expression shifted from despair to elation as he grasped Feng Zhongyi's hand excitedly. Is what you say true? May I ask where your master's apprentice currently resides? I shall seek him out at once. If he can indeed cure my wife's illness, I am willing to offer a diagnostic fee of 100 million. The astronomical sum made Director Sun gulp in disbelief. The Zhao family truly possessed immense wealth, casually proposing such a princely sum. My master's apprentice was just with us a few hours ago. Had you come sooner, you might have met him, Feng Zhongyi said with a hearty laugh. It's all right. I will speak to him later. A physician and Appo's heart is compassionate, and I believe he will not refuse. However, I must warn you in advance. My master's apprentice has a rather peculiar temperament and does not appreciate being dictated to, since you are not related to him. Please be mindful of your words and actions to avoid offending him. Feng Zhongyi and Amp, Oppos, S words left Zhao Chenggong somewhat perplexed. At nearly 70 years old, Feng Zhongyi was approaching his twilight years, which meant his master must be nearing a century. Even if he acted foolishly, how could he ever dare to speak disrespectfully to such an elder? Why the need for such a caution? Old Feng, you needn't, and Amp, Oppos, worry. I, Zhao Chenggong, am a person of utmost propriety. I will certainly not offend him. He may not quite be considered an elder. Feng Zhongyi chuckled awkwardly. For now, please return and await my news. Thank you. Zhao Chenggong clasped his hands in gratitude and departed, visibly relieved. Congratulations, Dr. Feng, for having secured a significant favor. Director Sun remarked, a mixture of envy and jealousy in his tone. Given Su Hao's medical prowess, healing Zhao Chenggong's wife would undoubtedly be a straightforward task. Feng Zhongyi, acting as the intermediary, would merely need to invite Su Hao and gain Zhao Chenggong and Amp, Oppos' gratitude. In the future, he could request Zhao and Amp, Oppos' assistance, a clear-cut gain. However, Feng Zhongyi merely scoffed at this notion. Cultivating a good relationship with my master's apprentice is the most substantial favor. Everything else pales in comparison. Director Sun felt somewhat chagrined upon hearing this. Indeed, with Su Hao's capabilities, once he arrived in Yinjing, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous significant figures. The favor from Zhao Chenggong was trivial in comparison. Not far from the Shui residence, amidst a cluster of small trees, Su Hao approached, where two figures had been waiting for some time. One of the elders exuded a palpable pressure that thinned the air as Su Hao drew closer. It was a sign of a formidable master, likely someone who had just transcended to the martial Dao master level. Speak, what is it that you summoned me here for? The elder smiled. Mr. Su, your perceptiveness is indeed remarkable. I am Song Zhongji, and this is Jiang Dao beside me. We are among the foremost experts in our field. Let us be straightforward and not waste each other's time. Su Hao's demeanor was as frigid as ice, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. Eager only to discern the intentions of these two who had been watching him, Song Zhongji quickly provided an answer, yet it only served to further chill Su Hao's expression. Mr. Su, we harbor no malicious intent. We merely hope to request your assistance in diagnosing an illness. How amusing you all are, requesting help without graciousness. Resorting instead to underhanded tactics, Su Hao retorted, clearly disinclined to assist, turning to leave. How dare you leave without our permission? Jiang Daoist coldly, blocking Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' path. However, before Jiang could seize him, Su Hao preemptively unleashed a swift punch to his chest. Jiang Dao staggered back several steps, his face pale, suffering severe internal injuries. The force of the punch was tremendous, appearing ordinary yet harboring a penetrating effect that only decades of martial training could achieve. Song Zhongji gasped in astonishment. Su Hao's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Even he, a seasoned martial Dao master, could not have incapacitated Jiang Dao with a single blow. Yet Su Hao had done so effortlessly, as if it were second nature. I was merely careless, Jiang Dao grunted defiantly. Is that so? Su Hao scoffed, plucking a leaf from a nearby tree. If you can catch this leaf, I shall concede defeat. With that, he flicked the leaf, which transformed into a lethal projectile, hurtling towards Jiang Dao with lightning speed. Watch out. Song Zhongji's pupils constricted as he instinctively pulled Jiang Dao away. With a sickening thud, the leaf pierced through a nearby poplar tree. Jiang Dao was left aghast at the display of such terrifying power, capable of piercing a tree with a mere leaf. Indeed, the youth is a true hero. Mr. Su is undoubtedly an extraordinary force. Song Zhongji, having heard Song Kiki boast about Su Hao and Oppos' abilities over the past few days, had initially dismissed it as the novelty of someone unfamiliar with the world. Now, however, he realized how narrow-minded he had been. Next time, remember to be more sensible. When there's a matter at hand, address it directly. If you dare to hide in the shadows and play hide and seek again, I shall not be lenient with you. Su Hao clapped his hands, preparing to leave. Song Zhongji, no longer daring to act arrogantly, immediately cupped his fists and bowed, pleading, Mr. Su, we have been rude before. It was our fault. Please, remain calm and grant us another opportunity. Another opportunity? What justification do you have? Song Zhongji's face flushed. Well, Song Ko is my granddaughter. Could you perhaps extend a favor considering she is your wife's sister? Why didn't you say so earlier? Very well. I shall give you this favor. Su Hao, realizing the situation, softened his stance slightly. Song Zhongji found it absurd. Who would have thought that he, the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association, a master above all, would need to rely on his granddaughter to negotiate terms? Mr. Su, I wish to request your assistance in treating the Northern Region and AMP, Apos, as Summer King. If this matter can be resolved, it would greatly benefit you as well. The Summer King. The most powerful figure in Huaxia and AMP, Apos, S highest combat zone, symbolizes glory and invincibility. Anyone who can become the Summer King is a rare prodigy among millions. Su Hao's master was one of the Summer Kings, though he had long since retired from serving in the Summer King's court. What ailment could the Northern Region and AMP, Apos, as Summer King possibly have? Song Zhongji candidly replied, he has been cursed. Su Hao was utterly astonished. How could such a master be afflicted by such a lowly trick? It was as if a giant, impervious to 1,000 troops, was brought down by a mere pebble. Unable to rise again, feeling embarrassed, Song Zhongji quickly changed the subject. Mr. Su, can you treat him, or not? What benefits do I stand to gain? Jiang Dao interjected. You could receive the Northern Region and AMP, Apos, S Summer King and AMP, Apos, S recommendation, becoming a preparatory member of the Summer King and AMP, Apos, S court, with the potential to become a Summer King one day. Is that all? Su Hao raised his hand dismissively. Just 2 years prior, the highest commander personally invited him to become a Summer King, which he had declined casually as he was preoccupied with learning infertility acupuncture from his master. Such a preparatory membership held no value for him. What conditions do you desire? Su Hao flicked his fingers and replied, I have not yet decided, but both you and the Northern Region and AMP, Apos, S Summer King will owe me a favor. In the future, you shall assist me. If you agree, I will proceed with the treatment. Agreed. Song Zhongji nodded after some contemplation. What is your confidence level, Mr. Su? Su Hao replied nonchalantly, I haven't and AMP, Apos, T seen the patient yet, so let and AMP, Apos, S say 50% for now. I will do my utmost. Using silver needles to dispel the curse and realign his meridians. If successful, he will emerge unscathed. If not, there should be no adverse effects. Mr. Su, I hope you will be responsible for your words. Jiang Dao felt that Su Hao's attitude was too nonchalant, as if he did not regard this matter seriously, which left him quite dissatisfied. Since this matter is so crucial, I truly cannot bear this responsibility. You should seek out others who might have a better chance of ensuring a foolproof solution. Su Hao was disinclined to engage further with such foolishness. Mr. Su, please do not be angry. May we take a few days to consider? Song Zhongji hastily placated. For the sake of Song Ku, I will grant you 3 days. Su Hao, hands in pockets, slowly departed. Song Zhongji and Jiang Dao exchanged glances, both uncertain. A 50% chance, though not high, was still considerably better than the 0% chance offered by other renowned doctors. Upon returning to the Shui residence, Su Hao found Shui Rose staring blankly at her phone. It appeared she had reached out to numerous partners, but had received no fruitful results, leaving her in a state of despair. Hearing Su Hao's voice, Shui Rose looked up. Speaking helplessly, what should I do, Su Hao? I feel as though I cannot hold on any longer. How could that be? When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. When the boat arrives at the bridgehead, it will naturally straighten out. Your words sound nice. But other major companies are constantly innovating their technologies while our company's research remains stagnant. Now, faced with such a major crisis, what can we do? Su Hao, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Shui Company's research, understood one thing. Money can indeed make the world go round. If research proves futile, then purchasing the rights to a patent might be a viable alternative, perhaps even technology transfer could work. However, acquiring technology transfer not only demands exorbitant fees but may also involve security issues. It's quite challenging. Shui Rose sighed deeply. Forget it. Telling you won't change anything. I should just go to sleep. I've arranged a guest room for you on the 2nd floor. Stay here for a few days to help care for grandfather. Su Hao did not refuse. Ascending the stairs to the guest room and dialing the agent of the all-knowing hall, Yi Tianming. My goodness, how good are you feeling all right? You've only called me twice in half a year, and now you're calling me back to back? Stop with the banter. I need your assistance. Su Hao asked Yu Tianming to investigate the technical issues at the Shui Company and then inquired, can you arrange for lithography technology? How good? I can manage other issues. But lithography technology is a frontier science. Its quality and stability are constrained by the precision of components and the shortcomings of critical processes and materials. It can only be sourced from overseas. It is blocked domestically. Yi Tianming shook his head. For a small group like the Shui Company, it and Apos is too soon to dabble in lithography technology. Picking up other technologies would easily elevate them to a leading enterprise without the need to tackle such a daunting challenge. Fine. I expect to see results within a week. Su Hao concluded the call, indifferent to the considerable effort required of Yi Tianming to procure a chip machine. The following day, a bittersweet piece of news reached Su Hao's ears. After a night's rest, Shui Kongning's condition had significantly improved. He was able to walk. Yet, bad news followed closely. Shui Kongning had lost his memory. He had forgotten all about Su Hao, including the matter of their engagement. Not only did he forget the engagement, but Shui Kongning was also completely oblivious to his liver cancer and the poisoning he had endured, continually insisting that he was in perfect health. Su Hao felt a profound disappointment. It was not merely his contributions that had gone unrecognized, but he had intended to clarify his origins once Shui Kongning awoke. However, an amnesiac Shui Kongning would hardly recall the place of Calixiang. Distrustful of the Shui family, Shui Kongning anxiously demanded to see Shui Yi. Shui Rou, having been cast out, approached Su Hao with a mournful expression, apologizing. "I'm sorry you had to endure this with us. Grandfather has lost his memory, and he hasn't mentioned anything about the Taoyuan villa. It seems he won't be able to finalize the transfer for a while. It's all right. Living in your home is quite comfortable," Su Hao reassured her. Shui Rou lamented, "Being able to reside in Taoyuan is far more than just having a place to stay. The connections we could establish would be vastly different. It's fine. What is yours will eventually be yours," Su Hao consoled. "I will add some ingredients to grandfather and Appo's medicine to enhance his memory nerves, helping him recover swiftly." Hearing this, Shui Rou finally breathed a sigh of relief. After breakfast, Su Hao found an excuse to visit the security monitoring room. He stealthily slipped in, copying the surveillance footage from the vicinity of the Shui family over the past few days onto his phone, intending to substantiate the evidence against Shui Zi, the prime suspect in the poisoning case. Just as he exited the surveillance room, he encountered the two inspectors from yesterday, who insisted on questioning Su Hao privately about certain matters. Su Hao followed the two into a car, where one of the inspectors activated a recording device and stated, "Mr. Su, the clues you provided yesterday align perfectly with some information we've gathered. That driver indeed fell into deep debt due to gambling, with creditors threatening to kill him and his entire family. It is precisely for this reason that he accepted the bounty. Our superiors greatly appreciate your detective skills. Yet there are doubts regarding your identity, as such analytical prowess is rare among the general populace. Would you kindly provide your identification for our investigation, so we can report back?" Su Hao understood and handed over his ID. The female inspector, named Hua Linglong, examined it while inquiring about his purpose for visiting the Shui residence and when he had arrived. Su Hao patiently provided detailed responses. "You claim to have an engagement with the Shui family? Yet, why did the elder Shui fall ill upon your arrival? Could it be that his disapproval of your union compelled you to take drastic measures?" As Hua Linglong and Appo's assertions grew more exaggerated, Su Hao could no longer contain himself. "Inspector, while one may indulge in fanciful eating, one should not speak recklessly. Making baseless assumptions without evidence is surely against your interrogation protocols, is it not?" Taken aback by Su Hao and Appo's audacity, Hua Linglong decided to take a firmer stance. "Initially, I merely sought to verify the situation, but it seems you have become a significant suspect. We hope you will cooperate with the investigation and accompany us." "I'm afraid I cannot afford to waste time with you," Su Hao replied, shaking his head, indicating his refusal to comply. "Mr. Su, this is not a matter of your time. Cooperating with an inspection is a civic duty." With that, Hua Linglong produced a pair of handcuffs, preparing to escalate the situation. Su Hao furrowed his brow, readying a retort, when suddenly, there was a loud crash as the car and Appo's bulletproof glass shattered. The assailant was none other than Jiang Dao. Hua Linglong and her colleague were about to express their outrage when Jiang Dao tossed a small black notebook into the vehicle, landing squarely in Hua Linglong's hands. Upon opening it, her expression changed dramatically. Her colleague, startled, quickly urged her to exit the vehicle and formally salute. "Minister of War, greetings." The Ministry of War, representing the border defense forces and the protectors of the people, commanded immense respect. Those who reached the rank of Minister of War were exceedingly rare and commanded tens of thousands of troops, making them untouchable by mere district inspectors. It was no wonder Jiang Dao acted with such audacity, effortlessly shattering the reinforced glass, demonstrating his formidable prowess. Ignoring Hua Linglong, Jiang Dao turned his concern towards Su Hao. "Mr. Su, are you unharmed?" Su Hao casually glanced at Jiang Dao, who was tucking away his credentials, slightly surprised. He had assumed the individual following Song Zhongji yesterday was a mere subordinate, but now recognized him as someone of considerable standing. "What could possibly happen to me?" "The concern is for you." Just then, a Hongqi vehicle approached, and as the door opened, Jinling Chong stepped out. Su Hao straightened, greeting Jiang Dao with utmost politeness. Minister Jiang, it has been a while. Jiang Dao glared down at Jinling Chang, his expression darkening. You incompetent fool. Not only do you fail to manage trivial matters, but you also come here, making a spectacle. Are you afraid my identity might be compromised? Jinling Chang awkwardly rubbed his hands together, attempting to ingratiate himself. Minister Jiang, please don't be angry. I merely wish to discuss matters with King Xia. Silence. You dare to think you can liaise with King Xia? Keep your distance. Jiang Dao exuded an undeniable aura of authority, leaving the prominent figure of Jinling Chang trembling in fear, unable to utter a word as he retreated in disgrace. Witnessing Jinling Chang and Appos' humiliation, Hua Linglong and her colleague exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Even someone of Jinling's stature had to treat Su Hao with deference. Who exactly was this individual? What are you still doing here now that Jinling Chang has left? Seeking death? Jiang Dao shot a glance at Hua Linglong and her colleague, his face expressionless. Apologies, Minister. We shall leave immediately. Hua Linglong, not daring to linger, hurriedly drove away with her colleague, looking quite flustered. Mr. Su, I apologize for the interruption caused by such insignificant individuals. Once the nuisance had departed, Jiang Dao turned to Su Hao with a welcoming smile. What brings you to me? Have you made a decision? Jiang Dao shook his head slightly. Such decisions are not mine to make, but it has become troublesome to keep coming to seek you out. Thus, I would like to request your contact information. Su Hao was taken aback by this unexpected reason, caught between laughter and tears. Remember, make your decision within 3 days. The longer you delay, the lower the chances of success. Don't say I didn't warn you. Jiang Dao nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I am well aware of this. The two conversed for a few minutes while Hua Linglong and her colleague observed from outside the community. That was the Minister of War, a figure who commanded respect even from Jinling Chang. How could he show such deference to an obscure individual? Both colleagues were astonished. And Hua Linglong realized the significance of Su Hao and Appos' identification. This matter needed to be reported to Captain Wei Chong to prevent any potential trouble from arising. She quickly contacted him. After hearing the details, Wei Chong lowered his voice and advised, there is no need to investigate that Su Hao. Anyone who can associate with someone of the Minister of War and Appos' caliber need not engage in petty thievery. Continue the investigation into the Shui family. The issues are likely to stem from their own kin. Hua Linglong nodded. Ending the call, her interest in Su Hao peaked. Meanwhile, Su Hao, after a brief exchange with Jiang Dao, returned to the Shui residence. At that moment, Shui Ro was brewing tea and, upon seeing him, inquired, Where have you been wandering? A significant figure fell ill and sought my assistance. Shui Ro and Appos' eyes lit up upon hearing this. That and Appos' splendid. With your remarkable medical skills, once your reputation grows, you and Appos' surely earn a fortune. The wealthier one is, the more they cherish life. Perhaps I should arrange for you to obtain a license. If the Shui Corporation were to falter, we would rely on you. Su Handsome, remember not to forget your friends and prosperity. In response to Shui Ro's playful banter, Su Hao smiled. You need not worry about wealth. With my ability to revive the deceased, making money is exceedingly easy. My master would send me on missions, and I would return each time with billions. Is that true? Or perhaps you mean ghost money? Shui Ro asked humorously, skeptical of his claims. How could that be? You underestimate me far too much. Shui Ro pouted. This is not underestimating you. It and Appos' merely questioning why, if you can earn money so swiftly. You lack even a bank card, and your phone is an outdated model. I donated it all. Su Hao spoke casually, leaving Shui Ro in a state of shock, unable to regain her composure for some time. The notion of donating all her earnings was something she had never contemplated before. Although Shui Company engaged in charitable acts yearly, it was primarily for tax evasion purposes. In contrast, Su Hao and his master were genuinely benevolent, which left her feeling somewhat ashamed. Su Hao did not reveal to Shui Ro that even if he did nothing at all, simply calling any contact on his phone would result in billions of yuan being deposited into his account. Coco had asked him to retrieve a package, rumored to be a mysterious gift. At that moment, Shui Ro noticed a text message, her eyes lighting up as she hurriedly pulled Su Hao along to the Sainu station. There, amidst many collecting their deliveries, they found themselves at the back of the line, filled with anticipation. However, the moment they received the package, Shui Ro was taken aback. The parcel bore no description of its contents, merely inscribed with the words confidential item. What on earth was Coco up to? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Shuero grabbed a nearby pair of scissors and began to open the package. I personally advise against opening it, Su Hao remarked, seemingly aware of its contents. Clearing his throat. Yet his words only intensified Shuero's curiosity. It's fine. I don't believe that guy would dare to buy a bomb. As she spoke, the package was unveiled. Upon seeing its contents, Shuero and Apos' cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the color spreading to the nape of her neck. Coco, that bizarre woman, had purchased intimate items, various stockings, and even a rather risky DVD. With a swift motion, Shuero sealed the package, her face aflame, darting her eyes around to find a group of people collecting parcels, all wearing knowing smiles. Oh no, this was a predicament from which she could not escape. Su Hao smirked. I told you not to open it. Stop talking, let in Apos, go. Shuero exclaimed, resembling a frightened cat, dragging Su Hao away. Her face as red as festive couplets adorning the walls. On their way back, they encountered Shui Ahan and his family, who were rushing towards them. Having received news of Shui Kongning's amnesia, if anything, their joy paled in comparison to the glee of the old man's passing. However, it was fortunate that after Shui Kongning and Apos' memory loss, he favored Shui over Shui which was a small consolation. Shui Xinyu, you both go on with your business. Just let Shui stay to take care of me, Shui Kongning commanded before heading out to dinner with Shui Ahan and Apos' family. Along the way, Shui informed Shui Kongning that Aunt Qin and Apos' death was purely an accident, unrelated to anyone or anything. Shui Ahan refrained from mentioning Shun Yu's insurance compensation to Aunt Qin's family. In the next few days, find the time to discuss with the real estate agent about selling the Teo Weiyuan villa. Just get a suitable price and sell it quickly, Shui suggested. Not anticipating that Shui Kongning and Apos' amnesia was so complete that he had forgotten he had already gifted the villa to Su Hao. For their family, this was undoubtedly good news. Dad, you're not lacking in funds. My Ahan and young Master Zhao are about to get married. This union is a great catch for us. And we ought to present a decent dowry, Shun Tiwi? Why not give them the villa as a wedding gift? After some consideration, Shui Kongning found this proposal agreeable. The Zhao family was prominent, and securing a son-in-law from such a lineage would only benefit the Shui family. Transfer the property directly into Ahan and Apos' name. I and Apos am getting older. I and Apos, do you rather be safe than sorry? Upon hearing this, Shui eagerly called Lawyer Wang to expedite the transfer process. However, upon receiving the call, Lawyer Wang was perplexed. Was Shui Kongning really changing his mind at such an old age? Just days earlier, he had expressed a different sentiment. Mr. Shui, property transfers must be handled in person. Since Elder Shui is with you, I need to confirm with him directly, Lawyer Wang stated. The order to proceed indeed came from me. Please expedite the paperwork. Shui Kongning insisted over the phone. Sensing Shui Kongning's displeasure, Lawyer Wang believed he might be overstepping his bounds and reluctantly agreed to handle the matter. After ending the call, Shui leaned towards Shui Ahan and whispered, Lawyer Wang is honest. He will likely come to inquire about the situation. You should manage that. I understand, Shui Ahan replied, quickly finding an excuse to return to the Shui residence. Meanwhile, Lawyer Wang pondered deeply over the property transfer documents he had prepared for Shui Ro and Su Hao. Had Shui Ro done something wrong? Or had Su Hao offended Shui Kongning? Unable to decipher the situation, Lawyer Wang decided to call another maid, Sister Lu, to discreetly inquire if anything else had transpired recently. Sister Lu was candid, revealing the entire situation. So that was it. Lawyer Wang realized that Shui Kongning had forgotten about the villa transfer to Shui Ro and Su Hao due to his amnesia. Compared to Shui and Shui Ahan, he held a higher regard for Shui and Shui Ro's character. Shui Kongning's sudden change of heart was likely influenced by Shui who had misled him. He felt compelled to set the record straight and reveal the truth to Shui Kongning. However, just as he arrived at the community entrance, Shui Ahan intercepted him. Lawyer Wang, what brings you here? I need to see Elder Shui. I have something to discuss with him, Lawyer Wang stated directly. My grandfather is dining out with my parents. You can tell me, and I'll relay the message, Shui Ahan replied. This matter needs to be communicated directly to Elder Shui. I will wait for him at the company, Lawyer Wang insisted, realizing that he was aware of Shui Kongning's amnesia and the villa transfer. Shui Ahan was determined not to let Lawyer Wang succeed. After a brief pause, she said, Lawyer Wang, let us go to the CAF. I have something to discuss. Initially reluctant, Lawyer Wang had no choice but to comply with Shui Ahan's insistence. On the other hand, Shui cleverly remarked, Dad, While Shueiro may not possess business acumen, she is at least quite beautiful. The other day, when I met Duo, he mentioned that it was far too difficult for a girl like Shueiro to navigate the business world. It would be better for her to marry him. A union between the Qian and Shui families would certainly elevate both. Shui Kongning's interest was piqued. A business marriage is inherently mutually beneficial. The Qian family, while not as powerful as the Zhao family, was still reputable. Did Duo genuinely have feelings for Shueiro? After all, she was his granddaughter. Shui Kongning was intrigued, but did not wish to treat Shueiro as a mere commodity to be given away. Of course he likes her. He has pursued Shueiro for years. It's just that Shueiro has yet to respond, which is why nothing has materialized. Shui quickly interpreted Shui Kongning's thoughts. Eager to extol Duo and Amp, Oppos, as virtues, almost painting him as the most devoted suitor in the world. Having listened to Shui Kongning, he appeared quite content, nodding in affirmation. In that case, let us grant them their wish. You shall have Duo present a betrothal gift, but it must not be meager, lest we refuse the arrangement outright. Excellent. I shall inform him at once. Shui exclaimed with delight. Just as he was about to contact Duo, Shui Kongning paused, raising his hand. Hold on. There is a matter I must inquire about. Shui mentioned earlier that I had apparently agreed to a marriage. What is the meaning of this? They are fabricating tales. Shui retorted without hesitation. Father, you must understand that Shui, witnessing my daughter and Amp, Oppos' relationship with young Master Zhao, is consumed with envy, seeking to have his own daughter ascend to a higher social echelon. I merely mentioned Duo in passing, which greatly displeased him. Thus, he summoned a rustic from the mountains, falsely claiming him to be Shueiro's fiancé, in order to oppose me. This individual is named Su Hao, but he is merely a pawn. Even if Shui were mad, he would never permit his daughter to become a village woman in the mountains, would he? Shui weaved a web of deceit, which Shui Kongning, unfortunately, believed, further tarnishing his impression of Shui. Shui, quite pleased with this outcome, jubilantly made his way to the restaurant corridor, dialing Shui Ahan's number. Everything is proceeding smoothly on my end. How fares your endeavor? Have you successfully suborned Attorney Wang? With me at the helm, success is assured, Shui Ahan replied with smugness. However, Father, to prevent our deception from being exposed, we must swiftly expunge all recordings from the residence, lest Su Hao unearths any incriminating evidence. Shui concurred and promptly arranged for it to be done. While the father-daughter duo of Shui Ahan progressed swimmingly, Shenyu and Shui faced considerable adversity. Upon returning to the Shui residence, Shueiro and Su Hao discovered their parents sitting at the table, wearing expressions of profound woe, as if they had suffered a devastating blow. Mother, father, what ails you both? Attorney Wang called again, stating that the Peach Blossom Garden Villa is to be transferred to Shui Ahan. Shueiro, seemingly anticipating this outcome, displayed no distress, even smiling. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. There is no need for sorrow. Shenyu, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly. You are well aware of the opulence of the Peach Blossom Garden Villa. To lose it so easily is truly regrettable. Moreover, I find the countenance of Shui Ahan and Oppos' family utterly intolerable. We toil and endure hardship, yet all the benefits accrue to his family. Where is the fairness in this? Shueiro hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. This was the very essence of her discontent. The family and Oppos' efforts yielded rewards for the uncle and Oppos' family, a stark imbalance between input and gain. Su Hao, you must devise a solution. I am aware of your aversion to conflict, but we cannot allow them to seize the villa so readily. Shueir placed his hopes on Su Hao. We must expedite the restoration of the old man's memory. Otherwise, once Shui Ahan completes the transfer formalities, even if the old man regains his memory, it will be futile. Having spoken these words, Shueir sighed, supporting his forehead with his hand. Based on my understanding of their family, this matter surely extends beyond a mere villa. You have deeply offended them. They undoubtedly have further machinations in store. Shueiro pondered this, and the light-hearted expression on her face vanished instantly. Grasping Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' hand, she expressed her concern. Father speaks the truth. Without Grandpa and Amp, Oppos' protection, they will surely target you. Be cautious. Su Hao, however, remained unfazed. He casually shook his head, stating, their family lacks the refinement to ascend to prominence. There is no need for concern. As for restoring Grandpa Shui's memory, I can indeed achieve it through medication, but haste makes waste. I dare not administer too potent a dose, so the recovery may take a few days. However, given Grandpa Shue's current attitude toward me, he is unlikely to trust my prescription. You must exert some effort to ensure he takes the medication." Upon hearing this, Shuer immediately began to contemplate a strategy. However, before he could arrive at a solution, Shui Kongning called, demanding that he expel Su Hao to avoid jeopardizing Shui Rou and Apos' future. In the span of a few hours, Shui Kongning's prejudice against Su Hao had intensified considerably, undoubtedly fueled by Shui Yi's machinations. I have heard from Ayahan that the collaboration between Shang Shui Corporation and Dazzling Group has encountered difficulties. I have already instructed Ayahan to assist in resolving the matter with Dazzling Group, thereby alleviating Shang Shui Corporation and Apos' immediate concerns. Tomorrow, your family shall await me at Shang Shui Corporation, cooperating fully with Ayahan. Should you fail to do so, you shall face demotion. Having spoken these words, Shui Kongning hung up the phone without ceremony. The atmosphere grew somber. Despite their reservations, they understood that Shui Kongning's memory loss rendered him blameless. To avoid agitating him, they suppressed their grievances, refraining from arguing. "Su Hao, I fear tomorrow will be difficult for you. When the old man arrives, could you possibly absent yourself?" Shuer asked with embarrassment, sighing. He is advanced in years. Should he become agitated? "I understand. How could a physician hold a grudge against a patient?" Seeing Su Hao and Apos' understanding, Shuer grew even more fond of his prospective son-in-law. The family gathered around the table, setting aside their worries for the moment, and enjoyed a pleasant lunch. No sooner had they finished eating than Shui Kongning called again, announcing his intention to visit and ascertain whether Su Hao was still present. To avoid a confrontation with the old man, Su Hao had no choice but to depart. "Wait," Shin Yu called out as Su Hao was about to leave, handing him a bank card. "There are 500,000 within. Keep it for emergencies." Su Hao was deeply moved. "And Shin, there is no need for the money. With my medical skills, I am not afraid of failing to earn a living." But Shin Yu was about to say something more. But Su Hao seized the opportunity to slip away. Unexpectedly, Shuer pursued him. "Why are you rushing off so quickly? Your ability to earn a living is one thing, but our elders' sentiments are another. I have instructed Ro to send the password to your phone. Feel free to spend the money without hesitation. As soon as the old man recovers his memory, I will notify you to return." Su Hao had never anticipated that Shuer, who had previously opposed his relationship with Shui Rou, would now not only change his attitude but also treat him with the same solicitude as Shin Yu. "Thank you, Uncle Shuer." Seeing the other party's warm hospitality, Su Hao no longer declined. "Father, I will see Su Hao off. You should return." Shui Rou waved her hand and walked into the elevator with Su Hao. "My parents are right. You are alone and need money. Do not hesitate to spend it. Let me know when you have found a place to settle down. When I have time, I will definitely come to visit you." Shui Rou tenderly straightened Su Hao's clothes. Like a wife seeing off her departing husband, Su Hao felt her care and gentleness, smiling. "A blessing in disguise. I can take this opportunity to earn some life money and Apos, so that I can marry you in style." "Silly talk. Who said I would marry you?" Su Hao smiled gently, like a lotus flower, and reached out to embrace Shui Rou and Apos' waist. "If you do not marry me, who else would you marry?" Shui Rou blinked, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Su Hao's body and feeling his warm breath drawing near. Her ears grew hot. She leaned closer to Su Hao, her limpid eyes filled with tender affection, and could not help but tiptoe and kiss him. "In this life, I will only marry a silly man named Su Hao. Beautiful moments are always fleeting." As the elevator doors opened, Shui Rou reluctantly bid farewell, watching Su Hao depart. No sooner had he left than Shui Kongning, supported by Shui Yi, arrived at the elevator entrance. With a sigh of resignation, Shui Rou also felt a sense of relief, grateful that Su Hao had left, averting a potentially disastrous encounter with Shui Kongning. Little did she know, however, that Su Hao's path would cross with Shui Yi's instead. As Su Hao traversed the pedestrian crossing, Shui Yi, in her top-tier sports car, sped past, casting a gloating smile in his direction. Unwilling to tolerate such behavior, Su Hao unleashed a surge of energy, causing the car's tires to explode. Shui Yi's vehicle spun out of control, crashing into a barrier, leaving her unscathed but in a disheveled state. "Were it not for my respect for your grandfather, you would have met your end," Su Hao muttered with a sneer, continuing his walk without acknowledging Shui Yi and Apos' pleas for help. At that moment, Feng Zhengyi called, inviting him to a nearby CAF. "What is it? Encountered an incurable patient and seeking my assistance?" Su Hao inquired. As perceptive as ever, senior uncle, Feng Zhengyi admitted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Some time ago, I took on a particularly complex case involving the wife of Zhao Qinggong, a prominent businessman in Jinling. He pleaded with me to help, offering a substantial fee. However, I realized that I was out of my depth. It occurred to me that this ailment might be within your capabilities, senior uncle, so I decided to seek your counsel. A substantial fee, you say? What sum are we talking about? Su Hao asked casually. At least 100 million. And he has also invested in several pharmacies and hospitals in Jinling. Feng Zhongyi revealed candidly. Cultivating a relationship with him could yield significant benefits in the future. Feng Zhongyi was eager to facilitate the collaboration, showering Zhao Qinggong with praise. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hao responded, "While I am unaware of the specifics of the illness, it must be quite challenging if it has you stumped. Tell him to prepare A and Oppos, life buying and Oppos, sum of 150 million. If he agrees, I will take the case." "Excellent, I will call him immediately," Feng Zhongyi exclaimed. Reaching for his phone, he had initially planned to negotiate with Zhao Qinggong, aiming for 200 million. To his surprise, Zhao Qinggong, a man of considerable wealth, readily agreed without hesitation. "If your senior uncle can indeed treat my wife, Mr. Feng, then 200 million is a small price to pay. Mr. Zhao, you are indeed astute. Prepare yourself. I will bring my senior uncle over shortly." Feng Zhongyi concluded the call and set off for the Zhao residence with Su Hao. At the Zhao estate, Zhao Tai hastily disembarked from his car. He had rushed home upon hearing that a cure for his grandmother and Appo's illness had been found. Thanks to Feng Zhongyi's senior uncle, he was eager to meet this miraculous healer, setting aside his work for the occasion. "You have returned at the opportune moment. Greet them at the entrance. Mr. Feng and his senior uncle should arrive soon," Zhao Qinggong instructed. Respectful of such a remarkable figure, Zhao Tai promptly positioned himself at the entrance, ready to welcome them. Before long, a car approached. As Feng Zhongyi alighted, Zhao Tai approached him courteously, introducing himself. Feng Zhongyi simply acknowledged him with a brief "oh," displaying little emotion. "Mr. Feng, we have prepared refreshments for you and your senior uncle," Zhao Tai offered cautiously. Sensing that such an eminent personage might possess eccentricities, he refrained from pressuring Feng Zhongyi's senior uncle to exit the vehicle, choosing his words carefully to avoid any misunderstanding. "Senior uncle, please." Feng Zhongyi carefully assisted someone out of the car, leaving Zhao Tai utterly dumbfounded. "Su Hao, what are you doing here?" Initially pondering the connection between Zhao Qinggong and the Zhao family, Su Hao immediately grasped the situation upon seeing Zhao Tai. He turned and swiftly retreated into the car, slamming the door with a force that startled Feng Zhongyi. Taken aback, Feng Zhongyi hastily opened the car door and inquired, "Senior uncle, what is the matter?" Su Hao and Appo's response was succinct, "We are leaving." Though perplexed, Feng Zhongyi dared not disobey his senior and Appo's orders. Without hesitation, he jumped back into the car and instructed the driver to depart. "What is happening?" Zhao Qinggong exclaimed, completely bewildered. Equally perplexed was Feng Zhongyi himself. He was reluctant to offend the Zhao family and had hoped to establish a rapport with them. "Senior uncle, is it not impolite to abandon them after raising their hopes? Showing restraint by not teaching those two a lesson in front of Zhao Qinggong is already a kindness," Su Hao retorted. "Tell Zhao Qinggong that I will not be treating his wife and Appo's illness. He should seek another healer." As he finished speaking, Zhao Qinggong and Appo's call came through. He anxiously inquired, "Mr. Feng, what has transpired? Have you encountered any unforeseen complications? Why did you suddenly turn back?" Equally puzzled, Feng Zhongyi, compelled by Su Hao's authority, repeated Su Hao's words verbatim. Zhao Qinggong, never having experienced such a situation, was momentarily stunned before asking, "Mr. Feng, you do not strike me as someone who would go back on their word. Is it a matter of price? We can certainly discuss it further." "There is nothing to discuss. Your grandson and his girlfriend targeted my wife and have been suppressing her company. If my wife cannot have a peaceful life, neither shall yours." With these words, Su Hao gestured for Feng Zhongyi to end the call. "Senior uncle, you are married?" Su Hao replied casually, "Not officially, but we are as good as married. Your wife is Shui Ro, the second granddaughter of Elder Shui, is she not?" Feng Zhongyi surmised quickly, surprised. "I had imagined that senior uncle and Appo's wife would be either a noble from an ancient clan or an unparalleled female powerhouse. I did not expect. I do not have such lofty ambitions. I simply desire a wife who cares for me and is pleasing to the eye," Su Hao stated as he opened the car window. His criteria for a partner caused Feng Zhongyi to blush with shame. Compared to his senior and Appo's noble character, his own thoughts were far too mundane. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinggong was still reeling from the events He realized that Feng Zhongyi and Amp, Appo's senior uncle was the young man who had briefly exited the car. He appeared to be no more than 23 or 24 years old. Yet he was Feng Zhongyi and Appo's senior uncle. The difference in seniority was astonishing. However, age was not the immediate concern. Zhao Chenggong summoned Zhao Tai and inquired about the conflict between him and Su Hao. You must not antagonize Su Hao. Apologize to him, Zhao Chenggong declared. His words took Zhao Tai by surprise. Why? Zhao Chenggong replied sternly, there is no why. You must do it. And if I refuse? Zhao Tai asked, his expression darkening. Zhao Chenggong rebuked him, your grandmother and Appo's life hangs in the balance. Do not defy me at a time like this. Why did you not say the same when my mother and Appo's life was in danger? Zhao Tai retorted, clenching his fists. Zhao Chenggong was rendered speechless. Zhao Tai and Appo's father had disregarded the family and Appo's rules by marrying an ordinary woman, infuriating him. From the moment Zhao Tai and Appo's mother entered the family, he had treated her with disdain, demanding that the entire Zhao family ostracize her, ultimately leading to tragedy. The father of Zhao Tai, overwhelmed by grief, also took his own life by drowning himself in the river the following day, leaving the 7-year-old Zhao Tai utterly alone, haunted by a sense of indebtedness towards Zhao Tai. Zhao Chenggong indulged his grandson's every whim over the years, fostering a temperament of arrogance despite his limited capabilities. Witnessing Zhao Chenggong's silence, Zhao Tai stormed off in a fit of pique. Zhao Chenggong, frustrated by his grandson's lack of ambition, found himself momentarily unable to control him. However, with his wife's condition deteriorating rapidly, he felt compelled to act and reluctantly contacted Feng Zhongyi once more. Feng Zhongyi, now separated from Su Hao, hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Master Feng, my wayward grandson has been spoiled by me. I was truly unaware of his actions. If he has offended Mr. Su in any way, I am willing to personally offer my apologies, Zhao Chenggong pleaded sincerely, humbling himself. I implore Master Feng to assist me once more. My wife's illness cannot be delayed any longer. Feng Zhongyi found himself in a predicament. Mr. Zhao, it and Appo's. It's not that I don and Appo's. Want to help, but my martial uncle is currently displeased. I doubt he would accept your apology, even if you offered it in person. Perhaps it would be best to let the matter rest. Master Feng, Zhao Chenggong implored, this is a matter of life and death. How can we simply disregard it? I have already prepared the funds. If Mr. Su can cure my wife and Appo's illness, I am willing to double the consultation fee to 400 million. Furthermore, if Master Feng can help me achieve my wish, I will also offer you, as the intermediary, a gratuity of 100 million. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. Although not driven by avarice, Feng Zhongyi was indeed in need of funds. Having emerged from humble beginnings in the mountains, he longed to improve the impoverished conditions of his aging and destitute fellow villagers by building roads and providing assistance. Philanthropic endeavors were a bottomless pit, and the funds he could earn alone were insufficient. After careful deliberation, Feng Zhongyi relented. Since Mr. Zhao is so sincere, I will intercede on your behalf once more. However, the outcome is uncertain, and you must be prepared for disappointment. Thank you, Master Feng, Zhao Chenggong sighed in relief. After ending the call, he went to his wife and Appo's bedside, clasping her frail hand. I will ensure your recovery. You must persevere. Don't forget, you must attend our grandson's wedding and see the blooming rapeseed flowers with me. Meanwhile, unaware of Feng Zhongyi and Appo's actions, Su Hao obtained a spare key to Shui Rou and Appo's home from Song Kiki and returned to the apartment. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Su Hao found no suspicious individuals entering or leaving the Shui residence, effectively ruling out external involvement. The only anomaly was that on the day of Shui Kongning and Appo's incident, Shui Zi returned home at noon, drunkenly calling out for Aunt Qin to prepare a hangover remedy. This coincided with the time frame of Shui Kongning's poisoning. Could Shui Zi have taken advantage of Aunt Qin's distraction to administer the poison to Shui Kongning? As Su Hao pondered this, a knock echoed at the door. Peering through the peephole, Su Hao saw a man in a suit standing outside. The man spoke rudely, I and Appo's. I'm from the property management. Neighbors have complained about noise from your apartment. Noise. I and Appo's. Am the only one here, and there and Appo's. No noise. You must be mistaken, Su Hao replied, opening the door. In an instant, a dagger flashed from the man and Appo's hand, aimed at Su Hao and Appo's abdomen. With swift reflexes, Su Hao kicked the dagger away, twisted the man and Appo's arm behind his back and pinned him to the ground. I Don and Apos, do you believe we have any prior grievances? You and Shui Ro caused my mother and Apos' death. I seek vengeance. The man exclaimed, his eyes reddened and brimming with tears. Perplexed, Su Hao asked, who is your mother? How dare you ask? I only learned from the authorities today that my mother and Apos' death was not an accident but a result of your family and Apos' internal strife. They used my mother as a scapegoat. Realization dawned upon Su Hao. Aunt Qin had 2 sons. The elder son had come to report her death. This man must be the younger son. I am sorry for Aunt Qin and Apos' death, but neither Shui Ro nor I are at fault. Knowing the man was also a victim, Su Hao released him. However, the man persisted. Upon regaining his freedom, he retrieved the dagger and charged at Su Hao once more. Frowning, Su Hao did not even bother to evade. The dagger struck Su Hao and Apos' body but failed to penetrate, instead bending upon impact. Impossible, the man exclaimed, his pupils constricting. He frantically stabbed at Su Hao in various locations. Yet not even a scratch appeared. Why? Why can Apos' kill you? The man roared in anguish, dropping the bent dagger and collapsing to the ground in tears. After allowing the man to vent his emotions, Su Hao helped him to his feet. I am not an ordinary person but a martial artist. You would need 500 more years of training to kill me. More importantly, if you seek justice for your mother, come inside and talk. The priority is to find the true mastermind, understand? Upon hearing this, the man calmed down. Su Hao and Apos' strength implied that he would not have needed to stage a car accident to kill his mother. He could have done so discreetly and without a trace. He took a deep breath and followed Su Hao into the apartment, sitting on the sofa. I have also been investigating your mother and Apos' case. The authorities initially intended to close it as an accident, but I provided them with information that led them to reopen the investigation. You can trust me. If anyone desires to uncover the truth, it is I. Influenced by Su Hao and Apos' rational demeanor, the man rewatched the surveillance footage. I Don and Apos' see anything unusual, he said. Shaking his head, frustration evident. Can't you tell? Shui Ziyi was feigning drunkenness. Feigning drunkenness? The man was confused, unsure how Su Hao had reached that conclusion. Never mind. Your observational skills are lacking. Su Hao poured himself a glass of water and asked, tell me. Did your mother exhibit any unusual behavior in the days leading up to her death? The man clutched his head, grasping his hair, before recalling something. My mother acted strangely on the day of the incident. It was as if she had learned something she shouldn't and Apos' have, and she mentioned wanting to resign. I see. Su Hao said, understanding dawning upon him. Aunt Qin must have witnessed Shui Ziyi feigning drunkenness to distract her while he poisoned Shui Kongning, fearing exposure. Shui Ziyi arranged the car accident to silence her. Su Hao understood the situation but chose not to reveal it to the impulsive man, who might jeopardize the investigation with rash actions. Do you know something? The man in the suit, noticing Su Hao's expression of sudden clarity, hurriedly pressed for answers. I and Apos' learned a few things, but further discussion is necessary. I believe it will greatly aid in identifying the mastermind behind this. I need to investigate further. You should return and await news, Su Hao said, setting down his glass. Do not seek reckless revenge, or it will only bring calamity upon yourself. Your mother, even in the afterlife, will find no peace. Upon hearing Su Hao's insistence to not involve himself in the matter, the man in the suit was instantly consumed by rage, slamming his hand on the table. I knew you were all cut from the same cloth, extracting information from me only to destroy the evidence, right? Now you want me to remain silent, but what if I come to understand everything later? No one would believe me, and you might even silence me, am I correct? I wanted Apos' be so foolish. Su Hao rubbed his temples, responding, your imagination is quite vivid, but your intellect appears lacking, considering the disparity in our combat capabilities. Do you truly think I would wait to kill you? The man in the suit fell silent, rendered speechless by Su Hao's retort. For the time being, you should lay low. Do not disclose what I just told you to anyone, regardless of who tries to extract information from you. Remain silent. Su Hao continued. This matter involves the internal strife of the Shui family, and there are aspects I have yet to clarify. However, rest assured, the truth will soon be revealed. Although Su Hao had confirmed that the mastermind was Shui Ziyi, he could not comprehend one crucial detail. With Shui Kongning deceased, the greatest beneficiaries should be Shui Aohan and Apos' family. What connection does this have to Shui Ziyi? Could it be that he has secretly reached an agreement with Shui Aohan and others? At this point, the man in the suit had no choice but to place his hopes in Su Hao. He knelt down and bowed his head 3 times. "Brother, please ensure justice for my mother. I will repay you for the rest of my life." Su Hao helped him up and stated firmly, "Aunt Qin has served the Shui family for many years. I will not allow her to die in vain." The man in the suit nodded, choking back tears as he expressed his gratitude and departed. Watching the devoted son leave, Su Hao's gaze turned increasingly cold. "Shuizi, tonight you shall pay the price." After sending the man in the suit away, Su Hao opened his backpack, revealing an array of assassin's tools. Among them was a highly coveted assassin ranked at the top of the global assassin list, codenamed Pure Love War God. He was renowned as a god of death within the underworld, the benchmark all assassins aspired to surpass. However, in recent years, the Pure Love War God had made fewer appearances, with his last known target being a year ago, when he took down the pirates plaguing the South China Sea. In a single night, the pirates who had long troubled Huaxia met their demise. Armed with advanced weaponry acquired from the United States, they barely had a moment to react before being wiped out by the Pure Love War God. Afterward, forensic examinations revealed that the pirates bore no injuries apart from slashes to their throats. The Pure Love War God had dispatched them with but a dagger. Such prowess was a testament to his status as the foremost assassin. To this day, no one knew the true identity of the Pure Love War God. If those seasoned assassins were to discover that the formidable figure who dominated them was merely a young man in his 20s, they would surely be mortified. At midnight, Su Hao donned a black mask, preparing to depart. However, a video call from Shui Ro popped up on WeChat. Amused yet exasperated, he returned to his bed, changing into sleepwear and feigning slumber. On the other end, Shui Ro had just emerged from a shower, her damp hair framing her alluring shoulders, appearing exceedingly captivating. "Why are you still awake?" she asked. "I spent the entire night sorting through accounts and just finished work not long ago," Su Hao replied. Shui Ro's countenance was less than cheerful, indicating that her distress was not solely related to work. "You didn't just call to mention that, did you?" After a moment of silence, Shui Ro finally spoke. "Su Hao, Grandpa has agreed to let Qian Duo come to our home to propose." This was anticipated. Sensing Su Hao and Appo's nonchalant tone, Shui Ro grew anxious. She glared at him with her doe-like eyes, filled with grievance. "Do you understand that a proposal is tantamount to engagement? I and Appo's am on the verge of marrying someone else, and you remain unperturbed? As long as you two have not registered your marriage, there remains room for maneuver," Su Hao reasoned. "Grandpa is currently suffering from memory loss. It is only natural for him to make such a decision. Surely, I cannot scold him." Despite Su Hao's logical response, Shui Ro felt increasingly discontent. "Do you truly not wish to marry me? Are you secretly hoping I marry someone else so you can evade the marriage contract?" Su Hao, noticing her sulky expression, replied with a hint of sarcasm, "As a mere country bumpkin, how could I possibly be fortunate enough to have a celestial beauty like you as my wife? That would be a blessing from my ancestors. How could I be so foolish as to wish to abandon you?" Listening to Su Hao's flurry of compliments, Shui Ro's mood gradually brightened. "You certainly know how to sweet-talk. My parents were ecstatic upon hearing that Grandpa wants me to marry Qian Duo. They even argued with him on the spot, although they were scolded afterward. They harbor no regrets. My mother told me that she only recognizes you as a son-in-law, so you can rest easy. I will not run off with anyone else." Su Hao coughed lightly and smiled. "Then I must thank my future in-laws. Once I am able to embrace my beautiful bride, I will treat them with the same respect I show my own parents and ensure they are not disappointed." "Save those words for my parents," Shui Ro retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Glancing at the time, she remarked, "It's getting late. You should get some rest. I need to dry my hair as well. Goodbye." This girl. So fearful that I might flee, thought Su Hao as he shook his head and chuckled. In a swift motion, he leaped from his bed, changed back into his night gear, and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Shuizi was furiously typing messages, hurling curses. "Didn't you say the poison was newly developed and could not be countered? Why is Shui Kongning still alive and well? You still dare to ask me for the final payment? Get lost." After thoroughly berating the individual on the other end, Shuizi stormed back to his room, set down his phone, and was about to draw the curtains to sleep when he noticed a figure concealed behind them. Before he could comprehend the situation, a peculiar-looking knife was pressed against his throat. Feeling the blade slice into his skin, Shuizi and Appo's vision blurred from fear. He immediately knelt and pleaded, "Big brother, please. Don't be hasty. I can pay you." Su Hao remained silent, refusing to respond. "Big brother, my name is Shuizi. The person you are looking for is probably Shui Kongning, who is at the other end of the complex. You must have made a mistake. With no answer from Su Hao, Xue Zi's fear intensified, prompting him to change the subject. How did you know I killed Xue Kongning? Su Hao altered his voice, following Xue Zi's lead to ensnare him. Xue Zi fell into the trap, confessing, because my employer also wants him dead, I am merely one of the hired hands. Perhaps our employers are the same person. Did your employer provide the poison you used to kill Xue Kongning? No, I purchased it from overseas. Xue Zi shook his head. The employer simply provided me with funds to eliminate Xue Kongning, nothing more. How much did they compensate you to induce you to murder your own cousin? Xue Zi dared not conceal the truth, a deposit of 100 million. With an additional 400 million upon completion. Was Qin Yi's car accident orchestrated by your people? In all honesty, I had absolutely no involvement in that incident. Xue Zi vehemently denied. I initially intended to offer Qin Yi some money to ensure her silence, but unfortunately, she suffered a fatal car accident. Su Hao seized Xue Zi's throat, coldly asserting, there's no such thing as mere coincidence. The investigators have confirmed that the driver was acting under instruction. If not you, then who? I. There was an intermediary between me and the employer. It must have been their doing. Su Hao released his grip, finally comprehending the situation. Qin Yi's death was not orchestrated by Xue Zi, but rather an attempt by the intermediary to rectify the error. Regarding the poisoning, was Xue Yi aware of that as well? Xue Zi, while coughing, admitted, yes, the intermediary initially contacted him to carry out the deed, but he lacked the courage. Which is why I became involved. The two parties operated as collaborators, with Xue Zi motivated by the commission and the Xue Ahan family seeking to inherit the family fortune. Su Hao and Appo's gaze was complex. His own brother and son desired his demise. What transgression had Xue Kongning committed to warrant such betrayal, despite his innocence? As Su Hao prepared to request the intermediary and Appo's contact information, a red, targeted Xue Zi, a sniper. Su Hao and Appo's expression shifted, and with lightning speed, he forcefully pressed Xue Zi's head down, concealing him beneath the bed. Immediately afterward, a hole appeared where Xue Zi had been standing. Fortunately, Su Hao and Appo's swift reaction had safeguarded Xue Zi, averting a fatal headshot. 12-0 and Appo's clock direction. Su Hao and Appo's counter-reconnaissance skills were unparalleled, swiftly pinpointing the sniper and Appo's location. Utilizing the curtains for cover, he seized a pin from the table, launching it back along the trajectory of the bullet. On a high-rise rooftop 100 meters away. The sniper had no time to react before the pin pierced his head, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood, meeting his demise. Half an hour later, investigators, alerted to the scene, arrived. The occurrence of a midnight shooting left everyone in disbelief. The investigators conducted a detailed interrogation of Xue Zi, who appeared hesitant and incoherent, seemingly concealing something. Before departing, Su Hao specifically cautioned Xue Zi against revealing his presence in any capacity. Otherwise, the next sniper bullet would undoubtedly find its mark on Xue Zi's head. Xue Kongning and the others, arriving belatedly, were equally shaken, finding the incident highly peculiar. Xue Zi had been retired for an extended period, making it improbable that he would have incurred such animosity as to warrant a targeted shooting. Amidst the comforting words of the crowd, Xue Zi remained silent, enduring his suffering in silence. He understood that the sniper sought to eliminate him, just as they had eliminated Qin Yi. However, he dared not mention this, feigning a state of shock and remaining silent. Zhu Bai, unaware of the causal relationship, pouted and grumbled. In my opinion, this incident was instigated by that Su Hao. Ever since that boy appeared, our family has been plagued by constant turmoil. First with the old man, then with the eldest uncle. Perhaps our family will be next. Upon hearing these words, Xinyu's gaze sharpened. Sister-in-law. One must have evidence when speaking, not engage in baseless accusations. Su Hao has been stripped of his right to even enter the premises. How could he be the cause of the problem? Don and Appo's blame the kitchen god for your stomachache. Zhu Bai, unaccustomed to Xinyu and Appo's usual tolerance, was taken aback by her reprimand in front of so many people, causing her expression to sour. Just as she prepared to make a scene, Xue Yi, contrary to his usual behavior, restrained her. Enough, say less. Xue, though malicious, was not foolish. First Qin Yi, then the eldest uncle. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't be next? Xue Zi's narrow escape suggested that the mastermind would not relent. Self-preservation was paramount at this stage. Moreover, the more said, the more mistakes made. Should Zhu Bai utter something she shouldn't, it would only hasten their exposure. Fuero, astute as ever, discerned a flaw in Zhu Bai's words and turned to Shui Kongning, saying, "Grandpa, did you hear what Andy said just now? Before Grandpa had the accident, you were seriously ill after Su Hao came. The family was extremely anxious and sent you to the hospital, where Dean Sun personally treated you. He couldn't determine the cause at the time and assumed it was a deterioration of your liver disease. Later, he invited Mr. Feng Zhangyi, but he was also unable to help. Ultimately, it was Su Hao who saved you from the brink of death. Furthermore, your illness was caused by someone poisoning you." The more Shui Rou spoke, the more alarmed Zhu Bai and Shui became. As soon as the word poisoning left her lips, they both exclaimed in unison, "You little girl, stop talking nonsense. What can't be said? Everything Rou is saying is the truth." Shui, seeing the situation, stepped forward to defend Shui Rou. "You two are distorting the facts and not allowing others to clarify?" Zhu Bai retorted, "Clarify what? The old man has been fine all along. It's clear that your family is up to no good, wishing for the old man to die sooner. Enough. All of you be quiet." Shui Kongning, his head throbbing from their bickering, intervened. Qin Yi and Amp Oppo's inexplicable death, followed by the shooting of his cousin, called for unity and solidarity. Yet his two sons and daughters-in-law were squabbling incessantly before him. It was truly disgraceful. "Mr. Shui, we will continue to monitor this matter. We advise you to hire some bodyguards from a security company in the near future and report any incidents to the police immediately so that we can investigate the scene." The investigator, having completed the record, reminded Shui Ziyi before departing with his colleagues. Shui Kongning, concerned for his cousin and Amp Oppo's well-being, offered to stay and accompany Shui Ziyi. But his offer was declined. The mastermind was determined to eliminate Shui Kongning, and remaining in close proximity would only hasten his demise. The group dispersed to their respective rooms late into the night. Lying in bed, Shui Kongning pondered over Shui Rou and Oppo's words, searching through his phone for a contact labeled Dean Sun or Feng Zhongyi without success. At that moment, Wang Fuguwei called. Seemingly aware of the incident at the Shui family and expressing his concern. "Lawyer Wang, am I acquainted with Dean Sun?" Wang Fuguwei, recalling Shui Ahan and Amp Oppo's warning, shook his head and replied, "No, you are not. What about Feng Zhongyi? He is the king of medicine in Jinling. You may know him, but he may not know you." This response left Shui Kongning bewildered. If he was not acquainted with either of them, why would Shui Rou claim that Dean Sun had gone to great lengths to invite Feng Zhongyi to treat him? Growing increasingly suspicious, Shui Kongning inquired, "Are you acquainted with Dean Sun? Do you have his contact information?" "Wait a moment, let me check." Wang Fuguwei pretended to search for the number while secretly messaging Shui Ahan, seeking her permission to provide Shui Kongning with the contact information. Upon receiving Shui Ahan and Amp Oppo's affirmative response, he promptly relayed the number to Shui Kongning. Shui Kongning, after noting it down, immediately called Dean Sunday. As the drowsy Dean Sun received a late-night call from Shui Kongning, his mind immediately recalled the threatening letter he had received that afternoon. With a heavy sigh, he declined the call and sent a message. "Who is this? I am trying to sleep. Please do not disturb my rest." Shui Kongning frowned. It was one thing not to have saved a friend's number, but surely a close friend would know his own number, right? Yet, still clinging to a sliver of hope, he replied, "Dean Sun, this is Shui Kongning. Did you not treat me alongside Feng Zhongyi before?" "No, you must be mistaken. If you are unwell, please come for a consultation tomorrow. It is late. Do not message me again." The definitive response left Shui Kongning feeling irate. How could Shui conspire with Rou to deceive him? He had thought even if Shui lacked capability, he would at least be honest. How wrong he was. The rising anger clenched his fists, and he pressed his hand to his chest, overwhelmed with sorrow. It was one thing for a child to be inept, but how could they conspire against their own father? Unbeknownst to him, after sending the message, Dean Sun exhaled deeply, stepped onto the balcony to breathe in the cool air, and returned with tears streaming down his face. His wife, hearing the commotion, opened her eyes and, upon seeing her husband in such a state, could only embrace him with a tender heart. "I know you and old Shui have been good friends for many years, but please do not be soft-hearted in this matter. We only have one grandson. If something were to happen, it would be a lifetime of sorrow." Dean Sun lamented, wiping away his tears while soothing his wife to sleep. Yet, he spent the entire night awake, tormented by guilt for having lied. The next day, amidst the turmoil surrounding the Shui family, a piece of good news finally arrived. Zhao Tai came to visit, marking the formal establishment of the relationship between the two families. Seeing his granddaughter with such a promising suitor filled Shui Kongning with joy, and he prepared an array of fine dishes and wines to entertain their guest. Although the Shui family felt constrained, they maintained smiles, daring not to reveal any dissatisfaction. During lunch, the butler entered with a report. "Sir, representatives from the Brilliant Group are here." At this announcement, Shui Kongning and Appo's expression turned to one of astonishment. The Brilliant Group was a unique entity in Jinling, and who wouldn't want to collaborate with them? However, the company was notoriously aloof, often dismissive of local enterprises, making any attempt to arrange a meeting nearly impossible. The fact that they had come in person was indeed surprising. What left everyone even more astounded was the identity of the visitor. It was not a mere employee, but the chairwoman of the Brilliant Group, Shi Yuzhu. Born with a silver spoon and exceptionally talented, her status was vastly different from that of Shui Ayahan, despite their similar ages. Shi Yuzhu was capable of standing on her own, and prominent business figures of her caliber were rare even across the province. Even Shi Yuzhu's secretary was baffled by the unexpected visit. "Chairwoman, is this truly your most important engagement today?" In her prearranged schedule, Shi Yuzhu was supposed to meet with the chief of the Jinling office to discuss real estate investment projects for the upcoming half of the year. However, she had postponed that meeting, citing a more pressing matter. The more pressing matter turned out to be an uninvited visit to a lesser-known family, leading the Shui family to take quite some time to come out and greet her. "You find this surprising? I am even more astonished. However, I have my orders to follow," Shi Yuzhu said with a wry smile. The secretary was left in shock. Who could possess such influence to command the esteemed Shi Yuzhu? The orders came from the head of the Tiger Dynasty's Jinling branch. That morning, Shi Yuzhu received a call from him, where she was met with a barrage of criticism for her perceived inadequacies, admonished for not adhering to the prior instructions to expedite cooperation with the Shui company. Despite her fiery temperament, she had to acquiesce to his authority, acknowledging her earlier oversight and promising to arrange a contract signing soon. Yet, upon her reply, the branch head's fury escalated, issuing a final command. Cooperation with the Shui family must be established by 1 o'clock that afternoon, or she could forget her position as chairwoman, as all resources from the Tiger Dynasty would be off-limits to the Shi family. It was well known that the head of the Tiger Dynasty's Jinling branch had a good rapport with Shi Yuzhu, although their relationship was one of superior and subordinate. He had never spoken harshly to her until today. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Yuzhu wasted no time, even canceling her meeting with the Jinling office to bring the contract in person. While they conversed, Shui Kongning had already approached them. "Chairwoman, please come in." Despite the significant difference in their statuses, Shui Kongning had no choice but to bow in deference, highlighting Shi Yuzhu and Appo's elevated position. Shi Yuzhu acknowledged him with a curt nod, her demeanor proud as she entered the Shui household. The entire family stood before this young woman, hesitant to breathe, each person displaying a demeanor of utmost caution. Even Zhao Tai uncharacteristically lowering his head. Though the Zhao family was prominent in Jinling, the Brilliant Group was a major corporation extending beyond provincial borders. And to converse with Shi Yuzhu, it would require the presence of his grandfather. Once seated, before Shui Kongning could ask another question, Shi Yuzhu efficiently stated her purpose. "Mr. Shui, I have heard that the chips your family has been manufacturing over the past 2 years are of exceptional quality. Our group is looking to expand the production capacity of our smart products and requires a capable partner. I hope to establish a long-term supply relationship with you. Would this be possible?" This news struck Shui Kongning like a gift from the heavens, rendering him momentarily speechless in his excitement. If the Shui family could secure a partnership with the Brilliant Group and obtain a long-term supply contract, they could elevate from a third-rate family to one of the foremost families in Jinling within 5 years. Upon hearing this revelation, Shui Rou and her family could not help but sigh. Both the Shui company and the Hong Shui company were engaged in chip production projects. Comparatively, the Hong Shui company was larger, with more production lines, meaning that even if the Brilliant Group sought collaboration, Shui Kongning would likely allocate the majority of the benefits to Hong Shui, leaving the Shui company with only a meager share. Moreover, the Brilliant Group had ties with the Zhao family. Shi Yuzhu's personal visit might have been a favor to the Zhao family, bearing no relation to the Shui company whatsoever. This was a sentiment shared not only by Shui Rou and Appo's family, but also among others, including Shui Di. Zhao Tai believed this was arranged by Zhao Qinggong to enhance his standing with his girlfriend and Appo's family. Thus he sat up straighter, adjusting his suit, radiating confidence. Shui Ahan was equally thrilled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she linked arms with Zhao Tai, embodying a cheerful and affectionate demeanor. "Tai Go, your gift is truly extravagant. Even summoning Shi Yuzhu here, impressive. Hiki, this must be arranged by my grandfather. After all, he holds you, his granddaughter-in-law, in high regard. Zhao Tai wore a half-smile. Don and Amp. Oppos. T, just focus on conversing with me. Make sure to present yourself well in front of Shi Yuzhu. Relying solely on my grandfather and Amp. Oppos. S influence is not a sustainable strategy. Establishing rapport with her will greatly benefit your company's growth. Under Zhao Tai's guidance, Shui Ayahan nodded, eagerly approaching Shi Yuzhu. Shui Canning recognized that this achievement was due to Zhao Tai and discreetly moved aside, intending for Shui Ayahan to handle the negotiations. Shui and his wife. Upon witnessing this development, were nearly elated, realizing that if this collaboration succeeded, their daughter would undoubtedly inherit the Shui family and Oppos' enterprise, regardless of the grandfather and Oppos' fate. The Shui family and Amp, Oppos' leadership would rest in their hands. Conversely, the Shui Ruo family felt utterly disheartened, sensing that their standing in the Shui family was precarious. Miss Shi. This is my eldest granddaughter, Shui Ayahan. She is fully responsible for Hongshui Company, and you may discuss the collaboration directly with her. She is well-versed in all company matters. Shui Canning paved the way for Shui Ayahan, hoping she would seize this opportunity to shine and make a name for herself in Jinling. However, just as he finished speaking, the smile on Shi Yuzhu and Amp, Oppos' face faded significantly. Mr. Shui, I believe you, and Amp, Oppos' made an error. I did not come to seek collaboration with Hongshui Company. My intention is to negotiate with Hongshui Company. This declaration struck the Shui family like a thunderclap, leaving everyone bewildered. With whom are we negotiating? Shui Canning stared in disbelief, as if he had misheard. The chairperson of Hongshui Company should be Shui Ruo, correct? I came to seek her out. Shi Yuzhu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she had misremembered. The head of the Tiger Dynasty and Amp, Oppos' Jinling branch had warned her sternly that these two companies were managed by different individuals, cautioning her not to confuse the two. A mistake could lead to disastrous consequences for the Shi family. Faced with such pressure, even the typically composed Shi Yuzhu had to muster all her focus, bracing herself against any potential blunder. Upon hearing her name uttered by Shi Yuzhu, Shui Ruo seemed frozen in place, as if paralyzed. It was only when the excited Xinyu nudged her that Shui Ruo snapped out of her stupor and hurried to Shi Yuzhu and Amp, Oppos' side. Miss Shi, hello. I am Shui Ruo, the head of Hongshui Company. Our company has recently freed up several production lines, perfectly positioned to take on this order. However, may I inquire about the specific volume you require? Ah, so you are Shui Ruo. Indeed, a beauty. How fortuitous. I was concerned that your company might be too occupied to accept orders in the near term. After a round of pleasantries, Shi Yuzhu promptly handed the contract to Shui Ruo. The shipment is not urgent. We still have some intelligent products in the development stage. I merely wish to secure your production lines, allowing us to produce and ship concurrently. Please review it. If there are any inconveniences, feel free to mention them so I can make adjustments. Shi Yuzhu and Oppos' words astonished everyone once more. It is well known that large corporations like the Radiant Group are typically quite dominant and not easily swayed. Yet, this time, Shi Yuzhu not only spoke in a remarkably conciliatory tone, but also seemed to imbue her words with a sense of negotiation, granting Shui Ruo considerable autonomy. Shui Ruo glanced at the contract, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. A 10-year long-term agreement, with a first-year shipment volume of no less than 50 million units, my goodness. Let me see that. Shui Ayahan dashed forward, snatching the contract, her eyes wide with urgency. Upon reading the terms, she became frantic, her eyes reddening with anxiety. A shipment volume of no less than 50 million units meant that the profits from this order would exceed 1 billion, even with the recent assistance from Zhao Tai. Hongshui Company's combined profits from several orders barely reached 300 million. In contrast, a single order from the Radiant Group could yield 10 billion annually, a decade-long contract. The profits for Hongshui Company would be unimaginable. Miss Shi, are you certain? Our Hongshui Company has a distinct advantage in production lines. Both our shipment volume and quality far exceed those of Hongshui Company. Shui Ayahan clung to the contract, unwilling to relinquish it, even shoving Shui Ruo aside as she desperately communicated with Shi Yuzhu, hoping to secure the deal for herself. Zhao Tai approached to assist, even bringing Zhao Chenggong into the conversation. Miss Shi, you must recognize me. I am Zhao Tai. I believe my grandfather, Zhao Chenggong, sent you here, correct? This is my fiancée, Shui Ayahan, so this contract. Shi Yuzhu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Tai. her displeasure evident as she swiftly reclaimed the contract from Shui Ayahan and Apos' grasp, stating coldly, "Mr. Zhao, business is business. Kindly refer to me as Ms. Sure. Although I share some acquaintance with your grandfather, that is a separate matter. This collaboration is specifically intended for Shui Ruo and has nothing to do with your Zhao family." This remark was undeniably a stinging rebuke to Zhao Tai, causing his face to flush red, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. After finishing her statement, Shi Yuzhu handed the contract back to Shui Ruo with a smile, saying, "While our order is not urgent, early signing means early production. Once you've reviewed the contract, if everything appears satisfactory, please sign. We have prepared the payment, which will be divided into 3 installments transferred to your account. Upon signing, the first installment will be dispatched immediately. Should you have any concerns regarding the payment terms, do not hesitate to voice them. I will consider making adjustments." Shi Yuzhu maintained a demeanor of warmth and cordiality in Shui Ruo and Apos' presence, in stark contrast to her treatment of others, including Shui Canning, who received far less favorable attention. Despite his amnesia, Shui Canning was not oblivious. He quickly sensed something amiss and interjected, "Miss Sure, it is an honor to collaborate with you. But may I ask why you chose Shangshui Company?" Shi Yuzhu replied with a smile, "Because Miss Shui Ruo possesses excellent discernment and has an outstanding friend. My investor has a strong rapport with Miss Shui Ruo and Apos' friend, which is why they urged me to ensure this order reached her." Shi Yuzhu spoke half-truths, as she was not well acquainted with the powerful figure behind the Tiger Dynasty and Apos' Jinling branch, only knowing that the individual was named Su Hao, with no further information. After all, some matters were beyond her purview. A friend of Ruo? Shui Canning was further perplexed. Isn't Qian Duo yet to propose? Where could Ruo have acquired a friend? Shi Yuzhu observed the Shui family and Apos' reactions with curiosity. Regarding Su Hao, she dared not elaborate, urging Shui Ruo to sign the contract promptly. Shui Ruo vaguely sensed that this matter might involve Su Hao but remained uncertain. She considered that perhaps her mother and Apos' family was influential in this, which reassured her as she signed her name. However, Xinyu knew that this had nothing to do with the Xin family. She had indeed contacted her elder brother earlier, hoping to secure an order from the Radiant Group to compensate for the loss of the partnership with Wuzong. However, the contract that the eldest brother of the Shun family managed to secure was merely worth 20 million, which pales in comparison to this project that boasts a profit of 10 billion. Xinyu was aware of this discrepancy, and so was Zhao Tai, who had intervened to sabotage the deal. Thus, both of them were enveloped in a shared perplexity. Shui Kongning did not dwell on the matter. Ultimately, regardless of which company clinched the deal, the Shui family would benefit. In stark contrast, Shui Yi and Zhu Bai were on the verge of a breakdown. Shui Aohan was so infuriated that she nearly lost consciousness. She had never signed such a monumental order and clung to Zhao Tai, attempting to charm him into salvaging the situation. Yet, Zhao Tai was utterly powerless. Shi Yuzhu offered him no respect, leaving him with little face to negotiate the order for Shui Aohan. Once the contracts were signed, the matter was settled. Shi Yuzhu exhaled in relief, taking out her phone to send a picture to the head of the Huang Dynasty's Jinling branch. The recipient was quite satisfied with the news and cautioned Shi Yuzhu to remain discreet and refrain from disclosing Su Hao and Apos' name, lest they encounter endless troubles. Shi Yuzhu, being astute, complied without hesitation and returned with the signed contract. The arrival and departure of the Radiant Group were swift, leaving behind nothing but a lucrative contract. Although this turn of events left the Shui family somewhat bewildered, it was indeed splendid news for Shui Ruo. She could hardly wait to share the news with Su Hao. Su Hao, while outwardly congratulating Shui Ruo, secretly commended Lin Lang Tian for finally proving his reliability. The contract between the Radiant Group and Shang Shui Company invigorated Shui Air for the entire afternoon. "Darling, shall we visit your elder brother tomorrow? What gift should we prepare? He has been incredibly generous, securing such a significant deal for our family. What are you looking at?" Xinyu rolled her eyes, exuding an expression of disbelief. If my brother were truly that capable, the Xin family would have already soared to greatness. Frankly, even if my grandfather were to rise from his grave to negotiate with the Radiant Group, he would and Apos' be able to seal such a monumental deal. Hearing his wife and Apos' words, Shuier scratched his head, bemused. "What are you saying? If it were an Apos' for your elder brother and Apos' efforts, how could Shi Yuzhu have come here in person today?" Xinyu replied with a chuckle, "Are you really that Navi? Who are your daughter and Apos' friends? Donna and Apos, do you know?" Song Cuckoo? Shuai paused, then suddenly clapped his hands. Yes, her grandfather is the president of the Martial Arts Association. Well connected indeed. Shinyu retorted, you and Oppos, re-overthinking it. Song Cuckoo and Oppos' grandfather has publicly stated he won and Oppos' tea medal in business matters. Otherwise, the Song family would have launched a business by now instead of merely running a few martial arts schools. Moreover, given Ro-Ro's relationship with Song Cuckoo, if she intended to help, she would have done so long ago rather than wait until Ro-Ro was suppressed. Then who facilitated this? Shuai inquired, puzzled. You really do have a pig's brain. Besides Song Cuckoo, who has been accompanying Ro-Ro lately? Shuai was taken aback. Are you implying Su Hao? It can end Oppos, TB. He just came down from the mountains. How could he possess such capability? A true master conceals their prowess. Perhaps it is the influence of his mentor at play, although Shinyu was not entirely certain. She was convinced that Su Hao is indeed the one working behind the scenes. That makes sense. Even though Su Hao and Oppos' mentor has passed, his influence remains. Shuai nodded slightly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction with this son-in-law. His daughter had accomplished many successful endeavors in her life, and choosing Su Hao was among the most triumphant. As the saying goes, like father, like daughter. While Shuai shared her joyous news with Su Hao, she, like Shuai, attributed all the credit to her mother and elder brother. Upon hearing Shuai and Oppos' words, Su Hao felt no bitterness. Instead, he heartily echoed, indeed. Uncle is quite remarkable, capable of securing such a substantial contract, truly impressive. At this moment, he was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Thus he deliberately concealed the truth from Shuai. After concluding the conversation with Shuai, Su Hao received a call from Feng Zhongyi. To earn a fee, one must avert a calamity. Regarding Zhao Chenggong and Oppos' matter, Feng Zhongyi did not dare to take it lightly. He lacked the courage to conceal from Su Hao that he had accepted a payment from Zhao Chenggong, who had offered him a commission of 100 million. And he expressed his desire to apologize in person. Upon hearing this, Su Hao could not help but chuckle. You certainly know how to make money. Having taken his money, you feel guilty and come to seek my assistance? Master Su, please do not blame my avarice. 100 million can indeed aid many people. Feng Zhongyi replied awkwardly. You see, our charitable foundation has numerous elderly individuals in rural areas awaiting surgery. We cannot afford to disregard their needs. Zhao Chenggong has granted me a commission of 100 million and has promised to double your consultation fee. I know you are not motivated by greed, but his sincerity is evident. Master Su, I implore you to meet him. Ultimately, Su Hao is not a heartless individual, and moreover, Feng Zhongyi and Oppos' intention to use the money to assist impoverished and lonely elderly people aligned perfectly with the principles of his sect. And it would not bring disgrace to his senior brother. In this context, to refuse this significant gesture due to a minor dispute with Zhao Tai and Shuai Han would indeed be immature and somewhat childish. You choose the venue. I shall arrive at the appointed time. Feng Zhongyi suggested, let us meet at the Ace Hang restaurant. I am acquainted with the owner there, and their home-style dishes are particularly delightful. Su Hao did not decline. He took a shower at home and prepared to meet at the designated time. Meanwhile, Zhao Chenggong arrived at Ace Hang restaurant with his granddaughter, Zhao Lingair. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Lingair covered her nose and began to complain. Grandpa, is our family on the brink of bankruptcy? How can we dine in such a shabby place that serves pig food? Passers-by, upon hearing her words, froze in shock. They were all patrons of this establishment, and Zhao Lingair's remark blatantly implied that they were akin to pigs. However, when they turned to see who was with Zhao Lingair, they all silently lowered their heads, fearing to voice any discontent. After all, it was Zhao Chenggong, the head of the Zhao family, and Jinling, who would dare provoke the Zhao family without any means. Lingair, do not harbor prejudice. This dinner is of great significance and concerns your grandmother's life, Zhao Chenggong admonished sternly. But there are far more luxurious restaurants in Jinling. We could have easily arranged the dinner at one of those places. Why endure this? Zhao Lingair protested, feeling wronged. I refuse to share space with these low-class individuals. The stench is unbearable and I feel suffocated. As the guests' expressions grew increasingly grim, with several clenching their fists on the verge of eruption, Zhao Chenggong quickly signaled to his bodyguards to bring money to placate the disgruntled patrons. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Under the allure of free meals and additional compensation, Many patrons opted to leave prematurely, swiftly clearing out a large, relatively quiet area. That and amp, oppos, as more like it. Zhao Ling remarked, slightly appeased, as she strode inside. Once seated, Zhao Chenggong reiterated, Ling the guests we are entertaining this time are not ordinary. I not only require his assistance, but must also extend my apologies. Do not be like your irresponsible brother, failing to achieve your goals, and instead creating chaos. Do you understand? Given Zhao Ling and amp, oppos, as temperament, Zhao Chenggong should not have brought her along. However, she was no longer a child, and he had been contemplating finding her a suitable husband. If Su Hao were to take a liking to her, it would indeed be a splendid match. Oh, Zhao Ling and oppos, had never seen her grandfather so solemn, and she sensed that something was amiss. Most importantly, she had always looked down upon her cousin Zhao Tai, and certainly could not afford to lose to him. If you have the chance, try to engage more with Old Feng's master uncle. It would be best if you could add each other on WeChat and become friends, Zhao Chenggong suggested. Are you joking? Zhao Linger twitched her eye and chuckled. Old Feng's master uncle must be over 100 years old. What could I possibly discuss with such an old man? You are mistaken. Old Feng's master uncle is only in his early 20s. What? Zhao Lingo exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Zhao Chenggong's words. Grandfather, are you sure you aren't talking nonsense? Although traditional Chinese medicine respects the elderly, it is not uncommon for younger practitioners to hold higher ranks. Zhao Chenggong, instead of getting angry, laughed and added, Old Feng and oppos. Master uncle is quite talented and also presentable. You should seize this opportunity. Zhao Ling and oppos, paused. Her eyes filled with realization as she looked at Zhao Chenggong. Grandfather, you wouldn't want me to pursue him, would you? Ha ha ha, you were quite clever, Zhao Chenggong praised, giving her a thumbs up. So, do you have confidence? Zhao Ling and oppos, replied with a hint of pride, and Jin Ling, their ISN and oppos, ta man I cannot conquer. But I am not interested in love right now, so you should just rest easy. If you succeed in your pursuit, your allowance will double. Zhao Ling and amp, oppos, pouted. It's not about the money. Your allowance will increase tenfold. Deal. As the grandfather and granddaughter conversed, Feng Zhongyi arrived. He was a man of simple tastes and believed the dishes here would suit Su Hao and oppos' palate, so he chose this place, unaware of Zhao Ling and oppos' disdain. Upon seeing Feng Zhongyi, Zhao Chenggong immediately urged Zhao Linger to greet him. Zhao Linger behaved rather obediently, calling out Grandfather Feng. Children grow up so fast. The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl, and now you've blossomed into a lovely young lady, Feng Zhongyi said kindly, calling the boss to place an order. The boss initially had a distaste for Zhao Chenggong's table, but given the generous payment, he had no choice but to serve them cautiously. Little did he expect that these difficult customers would know Feng Zhongyi. Old Feng, had I known they were your friends, I wouldn't and oppos, have charged them, the boss said warmly, offering Zhao Ling and oppos, a bottle of juice. Little girl, enjoy your drink. Zhao Ling and oppos, did not accept it and frowned. Please. This is full of additives, it's hardly suitable for anyone to drink. With those words, the atmosphere became awkward. Zhao Chenggong felt embarrassed, took the drink from the boss, and shot Zhao Ling and oppos, a fierce glare. Stop speaking nonsense. Feng Zhongyi was quite displeased with such behavior from a young lady, but out of respect for Zhao Chenggong, he suppressed his irritation, saying, This is the head of the Zhao family, and beside him is his granddaughter. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately understood. If it weren't an oppos, for Feng Zhongyi, he would never have expected to serve such esteemed guests in his small establishment. After all, they were powerful figures in Jin Ling. Who could blame them for being a bit critical? The previously irate boss quickly changed his demeanor under the pressure of wealth, serving several of Feng Zhongyi's usual dishes and preparing some fine wine. Throughout the meal, Zhao Linger held a tissue to her nose, internally lamenting. She had already expressed her disdain thoroughly. Why did Feng Zhongyi insist on dining here? Did he have a penchant for masochism? Just then, Su Hao approached from across the street. Feng Zhongyi spotted him through the window and immediately went to greet him at the door, with Zhao Chenggong following closely behind. Anxious not to show any neglect, Zhao Ling and oppos, remained seated, showing no intention to rise. When she saw her grandfather and Feng Zhongyi warmly welcoming Su Hao, she felt a wave of disappointment. She had expected a handsome man, but instead, he appeared rather ordinary. Forget it. I am canceling this deal with my grandfather. Zhao Ling and oppos, resolutely changed her mind, unwilling to be with Su Hao at all. As Su Hao walked over, He felt quite thirsty and, upon seeing the bottle of juice on the table, simply picked it up and drank. Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, was further appalled by his impolite behavior, feeling her impression of him diminish even more. What is wrong with you? My grandfather personally stood up to greet you, and you just grunt in response? Do you really think you're someone important? And by the way, that juice is not meant for drinking. It's full of coloring agents. Aren't you afraid of ruining your stomach? Zhao Chenggong and Amp, Oppos' face changed dramatically as he interjected. Ling and Amp, Oppos, Haven and Amp, Oppos. I already told you? Mr. Su is a distinguished guest. How can you be so rude? Have you forgotten our earlier agreement? I and Oppos, am sorry, grandfather, but I and Oppos, unilaterally rescinded that agreement. Zhao Ling and Oppos, scoffed, her disdain and resentment for Su Hao only intensifying. You. Zhao Chenggong and Amp, Oppos' face turned green with rage. He struggled to contain his anger and addressed Su Hao. I apologize, Mr. Su. My granddaughter has not been properly taught. I am sorry for the trouble she has caused you. Although Su Hao was puzzled as to why Zhao Chenggong had brought a spoiled young lady along, he was too gracious to make a fuss about it. I am not one to hold grudges. Although your grandson Zhao Tai is quite the disappointment, human life is paramount. My disciple implored me repeatedly, so I could not simply stand by and do nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chenggong and Oppos' face brightened with joy, nearly moved to tears in front of everyone. He stood up, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, Mr. Su, your noble character and medical compassion are truly admirable. My grandson has been spoiled by me. It is entirely my fault. Today, I apologize on his behalf, and I assure you he will bow in repentance another day. The boss, who was serving the dishes, was astonished by Zhao Chenggong's formal apology to Su Hao. This was a scene he had never imagined. Just teach him better next time, Su Hao replied nonchalantly. Seeing his casual demeanor, Zhao Ling and Oppos, could no longer contain herself and stood up. Hey, I say, enough is enough. My grandfather is of advanced age and holds a prominent position. It's quite commendable that he has humbled himself to apologize to you. You refuse to reciprocate the courtesy and sit there as if you were a lord. It's utterly outrageous. Zhao Chenggong grasped Zhao Lingo, glaring at her. Linger, be quiet. He had brought her along to help her establish a good relationship with Su Hao, hoping for potential progress, but this girl was proving to be a liability, complicating matters further. Feeling wronged, Zhao Ling pouted. Grandfather, I am speaking up for you. Why are you acting like this? She did not believe she had done anything wrong. After all, her grandfather was the head of the Zhao family, and everywhere he went, he was held in high regard. When had he ever been treated with such disrespect? I do not need you to speak on my behalf. You are only making things worse. Zhao Chenggong reprimanded Zhao Linger before producing a bank card he had prepared earlier and placing it before Su Hao. Mr. Su, this is the 400 million I promised earlier. Please accept it. Most people who could dine at this restaurant could scarcely afford even 40,000. Yet Zhao Chenggong casually offered 400 million, truly astonishing everyone present. Who was this young man to command such respect and compliance from Zhao Chenggong? What kind of business could warrant such a sum discussed in this setting? Indeed, the young man and Oppos' attire was quite unremarkable, hardly indicative of someone possessing exceptional abilities. The crowd chimed in with their opinions, so engrossed that they neglected their meals. Zhao Ling and Oppos was equally dumbfounded. She had never imagined that Su Hao's consultation fee would be so exorbitant. Even seasoned and renowned physicians like Feng Zhongyi charged a few million at most for a house call. For Su Hao, a young man, to earn so much in one go seemed unfathomable. I acknowledge your sincerity. We can proceed with the consultation after the meal, Su Hao stated, accepting the bank card with a slight nod. You certainly possess a great deal of audacity, Zhao Linger exclaimed, her face darkening. To accept it just like that? Even I, young lady, have never handled such a substantial sum. What merit do you possess to warrant this? Are you not afraid that the money will burn your hands? Ling and Oppos, have I not instructed you to hold your tongue? Zhao Chenggong was nearly driven mad with frustration. He had painstakingly salvaged the situation with Su Hao. If Zhao Linger's provocation caused Su Hao to become incensed and refuse the money, what would become of his wife's life? Why should I be silent? Am I not speaking the truth? Zhao Linger retorted defiantly. Grandfather, it seems your judgment has been clouded. Otherwise, why would you seek to ingratiate yourself with such an insignificant, lowly good-for-nothing? Frankly, in my eyes, this fellow is as inconsequential as the chitlins he is consuming. Need I elaborate further? With that, Zhao Linger issued a challenge. Prove to me, with my own eyes, that you truly possess unparalleled medical skills and can be considered Feng grandfather's martial uncle. Otherwise, I will not only reclaim the money, but I will also ensure you are imprisoned. A deathly silence descended upon the scene. Zhao Qinggong and Amp, Oppos, S face paled upon hearing Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, S words. We and Amp, Oppos, refinished. He thought. This foolish granddaughter has touched upon a sore spot. Mr. Su, please do not take this silly girl to heart. She has not taken her medication today. Very well. Su Hao accepted Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, S challenge with a sardonic smile. If I prove my abilities, will you consume this entire bowl of chitlins? Not just one bowl, but 5. Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, scoffed. As soon as she uttered those words, a silver needle pierced her neck. Instantly, an unbearable itching sensation engulfed Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, Oppos, S entire body. She instinctively scratched. But the more she scratched, the more intense the itching became. Her skin gradually turned red, as if blood were seeping through. What have you done to me? Did you not desire proof of my abilities? Consider yourself satisfied. Su Hao's voice remained calm as he nonchalantly stated, rest assured. You will not die, but you will experience a fate worse than death. With those words, the intensity of the itching escalated dramatically. It itches. Help me. Zhao Ling and Oppos, screamed, frantically clawing at her body, her clothes disheveled. The restaurant owner retreated in horror, his face filled with dread. Ling and Oppos. Zhao Qinggong was beside himself with worry upon seeing his granddaughter's state. Old Feng, what is happening? Acupuncture of the extraordinary meridians. Feng Zhongyi exclaimed, his eyes filled with terror. By inserting needles into specific acupoints, one can induce uncontrollable laughter or tears, amplifying various sensory emotions to an extreme degree. Martial Uncle Su has targeted the pruritus point, which causes intense itching throughout the body, an itching that the afflicted cannot stop. It begins with skin itching, then progresses to muscle itching, followed by bone itching, and finally, mental itching. He continued in a trembling voice, generally, bone itching is already beyond human endurance. If it reaches the final stage, one can actually itch to death. Old Phone. You must find a solution. Zhao Qinggong pleaded, his face ashen. This was his only granddaughter. Although she was arrogant and domineering, she did not deserve to die. Feng Zhongyi sighed. I am afraid I cannot. Acupuncture of the extraordinary meridians is a highly advanced medical technique. I studied under my master for over a decade, but I only learned the laughter point. I cannot control or stop the effects of the other acupoints. Grandfather, I am itching to death. Save me. Zhao Ling and Oppos writhed on the ground, the itching deep within her bones driving her to the brink of collapse. The restaurant owner took another step back, his gaze towards Su Hao filled with awe. Initially, he had been astonished by Feng Zhongyi and Amp, Oppos' respectful reception of Su Hao, attributing it to Feng Zhongyi and Amp, Oppos' senility. However, after witnessing Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' terrifying methods, he understood the underlying reasons. Mr. Su, please spare my granddaughter. She knows she was wrong. Zhao Qinggong pleaded with Su Hao, his heart aching. Su Hao remained unmoved. As if none of this concerned him, Feng Zhongyi quickly urged the restaurant owner, bring 5 bowls of chitlins, quickly. The restaurant owner hesitated for a moment before scurrying to comply. Zhao Qinggong belatedly realized the situation and hastily urged Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, Mr. Su is giving you a chance. As long as you accept your wager, he will relieve you of this itching torment. I concede. I will never dare to do it again. Wah. Zhao Ling and Oppos begged for mercy faster than a rabbit, tears streaming down her face. She was on the verge of kowtowing to Su Hao. Martial Uncle Su. The young lady is still young and ignorant. Please grant her an opportunity to mend her ways. Feng Zhongyi cautiously stepped forward, interceding on Zhao Ling and Oppos' behalf. Su Hao had only intended to teach Zhao Ling and Oppos a minor lesson. Now that Feng Zhongyi had provided an excuse, he would not remain inflexible. With a flick of his fingers, the silver needle floated back to him on its own, a display of skill that astounded all onlookers. Telekinetic needle manipulation. This is something that only appears in ancient medical texts. Nonsense. This is clearly a magic trick. I refuse to believe it. Could these people be collaborating to stage a performance just to gain attention and generate traffic? The Zhao family is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Do you think they need to resort to such trivial tactics? Are you out of your mind? Amidst the clamor, Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, had returned to normal. However, her disheveled appearance had been thoroughly witnessed by everyone. Laugh at me, will you? If anyone dares to repeat what happened today, I will kill them. Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, glared at a passerby who could not help but chuckle, threatening him. She had never been so humiliated. And to be humiliated by a man she looked down upon was unbearable. Anger, resentment, and grievance mingled together, making her feel miserable. Instead of wasting time talking, you should be thinking about how to finish those 5 bowls of chitlins. Su Hao's cold remark turned Zhao Linger's face green. Eat them, then. Who's afraid? Zhao Linga retorted stubbornly, enduring her discomfort as she picked up the chitlins with her chopsticks and put them in her mouth. To her surprise, the taste was actually quite palatable. How can such filthy ingredients be made to taste so delicious? It and Oppos. That's incredible. Seeing Zhao Ling and Oppos eating the chitlins one bite at a time, Zhao Chenggong breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, would vomit and throw a tantrum, provoking Su Hao again. Fortunately, the restaurant owner and Oppos' culinary skills were good enough to help Zhao Ling and Oppos escape a disaster. Even so, finishing 5 bowls of chitlins was still a challenge. After the meal, while Su Hao was in the restroom, he helped Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, by sharing some of the burden. He also enlisted the help of the restaurant owner and employees, and they quickly finished the chitlins. When Su Hao emerged, the plates were spotless, with only grease left. He had seen through everything, but he did not expose it. He turned a blind eye and got into the car with Zhao Chenggong, heading to the Zhao residence. At this moment, the Zhao family had already gathered. They had received news that Zhao Chenggong had invited an unparalleled divine physician to treat his wife. And everyone had to come to pray for her and recognize the physician's face, so as not to offend him unknowingly in the future. The old lady's illness is incurable. Everyone has witnessed it over the years. Why bother with this charade, family head? Why do you say that? We must try as long as there is hope. It's like trying to revive a dead horse. This physician possesses extraordinary capabilities. As the head of the household expended a considerable sum of 400 million in consultation fees to persuade them to administer their services. A cacophony of voices arose from the assembled individuals, their behavior incongruent with the expected decorum of a wealthy family, resembling instead the clamorous atmosphere of a bustling marketplace. A resounding screech of brakes pierced the air, abruptly silencing the collective din. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Zhao Chenggong ceremoniously escorted Su Hao and Feng Zhongyi from the vehicle, introducing them to his extended family. The outcome was self-evident. Each individual experienced a profound mental reverberation, their minds reeling in disbelief. Could this young man, barely in his 20s, truly be the miraculous healer of whom Zhao Chenggong spoke so highly? The notion seemed preposterous. Despite harboring a multitude of skeptical inquiries, they refrained from voicing their doubts out of deference to Zhao Chenggong and Oppos' reputation, opting instead to greet the newcomers with forced smiles. Zhao Tai alone maintained a detached demeanor, remaining motionless and impassive. What do you think you and Amp, Oppos, redoing? Extend your greetings to Mr. Su immediately. Zhao Chenggong, noticing his grandson's lack of courtesy, gestured sternly. Zhao Tai, seemingly deaf to his grandfather's command, remained silent and unresponsive. My apologies, Mr. Su. My grandson is proving difficult to manage. No matter, I shall take it upon myself to correct his behavior. Su Hao waved dismissively, and under the astonished gaze of the assembled group, delivered a swift kick to Zhao Tai, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Su Hao had long harbored animosity toward Zhao Tai for obstructing the collaboration between Shang Shui Corporation and President Wu, as well as meddling in the affairs of Yaoyan Group and Shang Shui Corporation, causing Shui Rou and Xin Yu considerable distress. Now, on the occasion of his visit to treat Zhao Tai and Amp, Oppos' grandmother, the young man dared to flaunt his arrogance. A lesson was clearly in order, lest he overestimate his own importance. Su Hao, how dare you lay a hand on me? I and Amp, Oppos, kill you. Zhao Tai, his teeth clenched in fury, launched a punch at Su Hao. The humiliation he had endured at the Shui residence in the morning, compounded by this public disgrace at his own home, had pushed his anger to its breaking point. With a swift backhand, Su Hao struck Zhao Tai across the face, sending him crashing to the floor. Zhao Tai, do not presume that I tolerate your behavior simply because you are the scion of the Zhao family. I merely disdain engaging with individuals of your ilk. However, that does not imply that I will permit you to harm those around me. Today, I shall impart a lesson on behalf of your grandfather. One must possess genuine ability. Regardless of your influential background, without competence, you are but a blank slate. Having delivered his admonishment, Su Hao glanced askance at Zhao Chenggong and remarked, "Do you concur with this principle? Mr. Su, your words resonate deeply. I am grateful for your instruction of my grandson." Zhao Chenggong did not perceive Su Hao and Amp, Appo's actions as a personal affront. On the contrary, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. He had long desired to instill in Zhao Tai an understanding of the world's realities, but his past guilt had prevented him from imposing strict discipline. Su Hao's intervention was, without a doubt, the most effective approach. "Lead me to the patient." Su Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of authority. Zhao Chenggong dared not hesitate, promptly leading Su Hao and Feng Zhongyi to his wife and Amp, Appo's bedchamber. There, upon the bed, lay an elderly woman with a sallow complexion. Her flesh withered and gaunt. Her sunken eye sockets evoked a sense of unease in those who beheld them. Two female physicians were diligently examining the monitoring equipment, meticulously recording the elderly woman and Appo's vital signs. With tear-filled eyes, Zhao Chenggong introduced Su Hao. "Mr. Su, this is my wife, Junli. I entrust her care to you." Su Hao acknowledged with a nod, first taking her pulse, then listening to her heartbeat. Finally, after closing his eyes for 5 seconds, he made a definitive assessment. "I understand the situation. Su Uncle Master, what ails Madame Zhao?" Feng Zhongyi inquired with curiosity. "I shall reveal it to you later." Su Hao demurred, raising his hand and declaring, "Bring me a knife." The female physicians hesitated, uncertain whether to comply with Su Hao's directive. "What are you waiting for? Provide Mr. Su with a knife," Zhao Chenggong commanded sternly. The female physicians, motivated primarily by financial considerations, dared not disobey their employer's orders. Su Hao accepted the knife and proceeded to make an incision in Chunli's abdomen. This action sent shockwaves through the assembled onlookers. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? This man is a homicidal maniac. Stop him before he harms the elderly woman. Damn it. You assaulted Zhao Tai and now you dare to harm the old woman? You and Appo's, re-pushing your luck." Amidst the uproar, several individuals attempted to restrain Su Hao. "Silence, all of you," Zhao Chenggong interjected, his voice resonating with authority. Regardless of Mr. Su and Appo's actions, he alone possesses the ability to administer the appropriate treatment at this juncture. "No one shall interfere, lest they incur my wrath." Despite his pronouncements, Zhao Chenggong himself was consumed by anxiety, fearing that Su Hao might inadvertently cause his wife's demise. However, the die had been cast, and he had no recourse but to place his trust in Su Hao. With each incision, a distinct movement could be observed within Chunli and Appo's abdomen, accompanied by a spray of blood. One individual, discerning the nature of the phenomenon, exclaimed in astonishment, "The elderly woman and Appo's body is infested with maggots." Upon hearing this revelation, the onlookers focused their attention, confirming the presence of wriggling maggots within the abdominal cavity. "Physician King Feng, what are these creatures?" Zhao Chenggong inquired of Feng Zhongyi, struggling to maintain his composure. "They are malevolent parasites, resembling maggots, a type of cursed insect." Feng Zhongyi inhaled deeply, elaborating, "These insects are exceedingly venomous, capable of draining a person's vital essence, leading to their demise. Conventional medical instruments are unable to detect them, as they seamlessly integrate with the flesh and blood. Even when their presence is known, ordinary physicians find it difficult to administer treatment, as they cannot pinpoint the parasites and Appo's location within the body. Only a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, like Uncle Master Su, can locate them with precision." The members of the Zhao family, upon hearing this explanation, were filled with awe and respect for Su Hao, their previous disdain replaced by admiration. Zhao Chenggong, too, was deeply impressed. To diagnose the root cause of the ailment in under 5 minutes is a testament to Su Hao's extraordinary medical prowess. Feng Zhongyi, which acupuncture techniques did senior brother Li impart to you? Su Hao inquired as he retrieved silver needles. "Uncle Master Su, my master's repertoire is vast, and I have only managed to grasp a rudimentary understanding. The sole technique I have mastered is the Thunderfire Divine Needle," Feng Zhongyi confessed sheepishly. "However, within the Thunderfire Divine Needle technique, I am only proficient in the Thunder Needle, which utilizes electric shock to simulate the effects of thunder. The Fire Needle, on the other hand, is exceedingly difficult to control and can easily result in the patient's demise." Su Hao chuckled softly. "The Fire Needle requires a substantial reservoir of internal energy to control the internal fire. At your age, cultivating sufficient internal energy would necessitate a 5-year period of seclusion. Alas, I doubt I shall live to see that day." Feng Zhongyi sighed despondently. "Your karmic merit is considerable, and you shall undoubtedly live past 100 years. However, seclusion is a daunting prospect. Allow me to impart a technique that can compensate for insufficient internal energy." As he spoke, Su Hao inserted a silver needle into his own acupoint, demonstrating the procedure. This is the internal acupoint, which becomes visible only when a needle is inserted at the intersection of 3 acupoints. Once the needle is inserted, it can temporarily augment internal energy for approximately 5 minutes, sufficient for controlling the fire needle. However, bear in mind that you must terminate the procedure before the 4-minute mark. If you are unable to achieve the desired result, withdraw the needle promptly to avert irreversible damage. "Thank you for your invaluable instruction, Uncle Master Su." Feng Zhangyi was elated, feeling as though he had discovered a priceless treasure. His master had never revealed this technique to him. If he could master it, he would be able to perform a multitude of acupuncture techniques, such as the qi-controlling needle and the 100-disease divine needle, all of which rely on internal energy. In essence, Su Hao's instruction had equipped him with the equivalent of 10 additional techniques. Do not become overly excited. This technique can only be employed once every 2 weeks. After each use, you must consume yang-replenishing substances for a week. Frequent use will shorten your lifespan. Exercise caution and moderation. Having issued this warning, Su Hao employed qi to manipulate the needles, precisely placing them upon Chunli and Apos' body. The entire process was executed with remarkable speed and accuracy, each needle finding its mark with flawless precision, a truly breathtaking display of skill. The major acupoints are now covered with needles, while the minor acupoints are encircled. "Uncle Master Su, this does not resemble the fire needle technique," Feng Zhangyi exclaimed in bewilderment. "This is the Fang Yuan Fire God Needle, an evolved version, boasting 3 to 5 times the potency of the original Fire God Needle." Su Hao spoke with a deep breath, concentrating his energy at his fingertips, which he then flicked onto the central silver needle. In the next moment, a searing wave of fire erupted from the silver needle, encircling the other needles in a circular formation, giving rise to a flickering flame above the small acupuncture point. Despite the flames, Chun-Li and Apos' body remained unscathed, while numerous insects emerged, succumbing to the inferno. Within 3 minutes, the pallor of Chun-Li's face visibly softened, her previously ashen lips regaining their rosy hue, and her breathing became notably steadier. Su Hao retrieved the silver needle, disinfected it, and stored it away. The malevolent insects had been eradicated, and she would likely awaken within the hour. "Mr. Su, is this truly the case?" Zhao Qingdong inquired, his eyes reddened with excitement. "Let us wait and see together," Su Hao replied, preferring to observe the outcome rather than engage in further conversation. "Excellent. Someone, bring the finest tea." Zhao Qingdong suppressed his exhilaration, instructing the female doctor to attend to his wife, while he led Su Hao and Feng Zhangyi to the parlor for a moment of respite. "Mr. Su, may I ask? This malevolent insect is an ominous entity. How could it have found its way into my wife and Apos' body?" Su Hao responded candidly. "There are 2 possibilities. Either it was the doing of an enemy, or there is a traitor within your household. After all, the malevolent insect requires artificial nurturing and cannot breed in nature." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinggong's gaze darkened with fury. Although he had suspected foul play against his wife, the confirmation from Su Hao ignited his anger. "Be vigilant in the coming days. Once I restore your wife, the unseen hand may strike again." Zhao Qinggong nodded, cupping his hands in gratitude towards Su Hao. "Thank you for your warning. I shall bolster our defenses." Su Hao merely acknowledged him with a sound, choosing not to delve deeper into the subject. As he accompanied Zhao Qinggong, he observed the presence of numerous skilled martial artists within the Zhao household, some even being martial arts masters, their strength not to be underestimated. "Grandfather, how is Grandma faring?" At that moment, Zhao Tai, his half-swollen face betraying his animosity towards Su Hao, approached. "Mr. Su has already cured your grandmother. She will awaken in just over 50 minutes, Zhao Qinggong replied, his mood brightening. "Is that so?" Zhao Tai and Apos' expression softened slightly, only to be quickly replaced by coldness. "Su Hao, you best ensure my grandmother and Apos' recovery. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable." Zhao Linger, now clad in a fresh outfit, remained silent but shared Zhao Tai's hostility. "Stop arguing with Mr. Su here. Go apply some ice to your face and spare us the embarrassment," Zhao Qinggong admonished, though his concern for Zhao Tai and Apos' injury was evident. Zhao Tai, though simple-minded, was not foolish and sensed his grandfather and Apos' unspoken thoughts, choosing to remain silent. "Master, the invitation from the Sher family has arrived," the butler announced abruptly. Zhao Qinggong took the invitation, glanced at it, and handed it to Zhao Tai. Tomorrow is the Elder Shi's birthday, a gathering of the elite. We must uphold our etiquette. Prepare accordingly. He then turned to Xiao Ling and Amp, Oppos, instructing her to check on the tea and bring it to Mr. Su. Oh. Reluctantly, Zhao Ling made her way to the tea room. Just as she was about to serve the tea, an idea struck her. If I am to be embarrassed, then so shall you. With that, she retrieved a packet of powdered medicine from a cabinet and added it to the tea. May this bring you misfortune. Zhao Ling and Oppos, smirked, arranging the tea cups before delivering them to the parlor. Grandfather, the tea is here. Mr. Su, Elder Feng, this is Da Hong Pao from the mother tree. It has a delightful taste, Zhao Qinggong declared with a hearty laugh, urging Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos, to present the tea. Su Hao and Oppos' nostrils flared as he instantly recognized that this tea bore ill tidings. Mr. Su, please drink it while it and Oppos' hot. It won and Oppos' tea taste is good when cooled. Zhao Ling and Amp, Oppos', and Amp, Oppos' subtle insistence only confirmed Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' suspicions regarding her intentions. I prefer my tea cool. Let it sit for a moment. Su Hao deftly redirected the conversation. By the way, how does the Shi family rank in Jinling? They are among the top aristocratic families in Jinling, even slightly superior to the Zhao family. Zhao Qinggong praised without reservation. Old Master Shi was the former Minister of War for the Northern Front. Although he is retired, his status remains significant. Many prominent figures will surely attend his 80th birthday. Oh, I see. Su Hao nodded slightly, unleashing his internal energy, causing a book to topple. Seizing the distraction, he swiftly swapped his teacup with Zhao Ling and Oppos' without anyone noticing. The entire process was seamless. The group continued their conversation for another half hour. During this time, Su Hao drained his cup. Zhao Ling and Oppos', seeing this, beamed with delight and followed suit, taking a celebratory sip. It's nearly time. Mrs. Zhao should be waking now. Su Hao glanced at the clock, and as soon as he spoke, the butler's excited voice echoed from the staircase. Master, come quickly, the old mistress, she. Perhaps too overwhelmed, the butler struggled to utter the word awake. Zhao Qinggong immediately understood and rushed upstairs. Zhao Linger hastily followed, but felt an uneasy sensation in her stomach, prompting her to dash to the restroom. To challenge me, you are still too naive. Su Hao observed her retreating figure, shaking his head with a bemused smile. 5 minutes later, Zhao Qinggong returned to the parlor, his eyes glistening with moisture. Mr. Su, your immense kindness shall be forever etched in my heart. He then produced a check. Here is an additional 500 million, a token of my gratitude for your extraordinary efforts. Feng Zhongyi gasped at the lavish display of generosity. 500 million as a token of hard work? That is extravagance beyond measure. Su Hao understood that due to the repeated opposition from Zhao Qinggong and Amp, Oppos' grandchildren, he sought to mend their relationship through monetary means. I shall accept this, but your family must be properly educated. Should this happen again, my mercy will be absent. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will ensure they learn from you, Zhao Qinggong vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Now, I must go attend to my wife. So I shall not keep you two any longer. Feng Zhongyi, having had his fill, also intended to take his leave. Before departing, Su Hao cryptically remarked, Mr. Zhao, inform your granddaughter that those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. With that, he and Feng Zhongyi made their exit. Zhao Qinggong stood there, bewildered, entirely perplexed by Su Hao's words. It wasn't until Zhao Lingyer staggered in, clutching her abdomen and trembling, that he began to grasp the implication. That bastard, Su Hao, took advantage of my momentary lapse and switched the teacups. Cursed be this. Zhao Qinggong and Oppos' expression turned peculiar. Ling and Oppos', did you put something in the tea? Zhao Ling and Oppos', while releasing noxious gas, recounted the events with a sense of grievance. Zhao Qinggong pinched his nose in silent exasperation. No wonder Mr. Su warned you that those who do harm ultimately harm themselves. You truly brought this upon yourself. Zhao Ling and Oppos' began to retort. But her stomach erupted in a cacophony of gurgles, as if declaring war. Not again. She clenched, sprinting towards the restroom with utmost urgency. Even from behind the door, Zhao Qinggong could hear the thunderous sounds of her distress. Upon returning to his single apartment, it was already 8 in the evening. At the entrance stood a man wearing a hat. Su Hao recognized him immediately as Jiang Dao and inquired, What brings you here at this late hour? Has King Xia arrived in Jinling? Yes, he arrived 10 minutes ago, Jiang Dao confirmed. Su Hao pressed further. Then why aren't and amp? Oppos. To you tending to him? Have you come here to request my services for a late-night treatment? No, I've come to discuss a transaction with you. Jiang Dao brandished a bank card, stating, I am aware that the pure love war god and amp. Oppos. S fees are exorbitant, especially for being a live-in bodyguard. This card contains 900 million. As your compensation for protecting Xiao Wang for a day. Is that acceptable? Su Hao narrowed his eyes. It seems you've investigated me thoroughly. However, you alone couldn't and Oppos. T have obtained my genuine information. Who leaked it? Your second senior sister knows Xiao Wang and recommended you as Xiao Wang and Oppos' bodyguard. No wonder. Su Hao suddenly understood, then inquired. However, Xiao Wang is already a formidable figure, and those around him are likely not pushovers. Why go to the added expense of hiring me? The Divine Killers organization received intelligence that Xiao Wang will attend Master Shi and Amp, Oppos' birthday banquet and has dispatched assassins specifically to eliminate Xiao Wang. Ordinary individuals would likely be no match for them. Upon hearing this, Su Hao frowned slightly. There exist two assassin rankings, the Black Web Assassination List and the White Web Divine Killers List. The experts on the Divine Killers List united to form the Divine Killers Organization, which is feared due to its assembly of exceptionally powerful individuals. They are willing to kill anyone, even national leaders, for sufficient remuneration. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T dare to accept this assignment? Jiang Dao asked. A sardonic smile playing on his lips upon seeing Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' expression. There are many acquaintances of mine on the Divine Killers List, making it difficult for me to act. Therefore, Su Hao trailed off, a meaningful smile gracing his face. More funds are required. Ha! Jiang Dao roared with laughter, producing another bank card. As your senior sister said, you are indeed mercenary. Here in Oppos, an additional 600 million, totaling 1,500 million, my final offer. Su Hao accepted both bank cards, bowing slightly. Thank you, boss. You are most generous. See you tomorrow. Jiang Dao chuckled, waving his hand as he departed. Su Hao toyed with the bank cards, his spirits soaring. Including the money from Zhao Qinggong, he possessed a substantial 20-odd billion in cash, enough to acquire 5 Shangshui companies. He planned to surprise his wife later. Su Hao pocketed the bank cards and entered the apartment. At a glance, he discerned signs of intrusion. Playing hide-and-seek with me? The little rascal is quite playful. Su Hao rapped on an overturned iron bucket, the resounding clang echoing through the living room, reverberating intermittently. You're trying to kill me. You nearly deafened me. Shuiro pouted. Emerging from the iron bucket, disgruntled. Why are you returning so late? I and Oppos, V been waiting for you for half an hour. How was I to know you and Oppos, DB coming? Su Hao shrugged, spreading his hands. I suppose you and Oppos, rewrite. I did mention I wouldn't and Oppos, TB back during this time. Shuiro paused, giggling. I and Oppos, LL forgive you this time. I have good news to share. Grandpa has consented to us being together. What and Oppos, as the situation? Has his memory returned? My parents assisted. Shuiro shook her head slightly, explaining. The Shangshui company secured a long-term contract with the Dazzling Group, and all Shui family relatives support us taking charge. Naturally, Grandpa couldn't and Oppos, T contradict everyone. Shiryuju, the chairperson of the Dazzling Group, even sought me out specifically, providing me with an invitation to Master Shi's birthday banquet tomorrow. As a preeminent family in Jinling, the Shi family wields immense power and influence, and countless individuals aspire to cultivate relationships with them. The Shui family and Oppos' attendance at this banquet, granting them opportunities to connect with various magnates, is undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Congratulations, congratulations, your family has finally emerged victorious. Su Hao cupped his hands in a traditional salute. What do you mean and amp? Oppos, your family and amp, Oppos. It and amp, Oppos, S and amp, Oppos, our family. And amp, Oppos, Shuiro corrected, adding, you must dress formally tomorrow. You won't be allowed to enter without a tie. I must venture out tomorrow. I may not be available. Shuiro regarded him suspiciously. What are you going to do? Well, my senior sister wants me to protect someone. I can't refuse. Shuiro grew anxious. Is it dangerous? Can you not go? Su Hao pinched her delicate cheek, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your husband is an unparalleled expert. Who could possibly harm me? No matter how skilled an expert is, they can still be felled by a kitchen knife. You're too conceited. Shuiro pouted, cautioning, since it's your senior sister's request, then go. But be sure to prioritize your safety, understood? I and Amp, Oppos, LL heed my wife and Amp. amp, oppos, s words. That and amp, oppos, s more like it. Shui Rou nodded contentedly, conversing with Su Hao until 10 in the evening before reluctantly returning to her parents and oppos' home. After Shui Rou departed, Su Hao retrieved a blood-stained silver needle, shattering it. The iron filings dispersed, revealing a small worm lying within. The undying goo, a type of goo worm that can induce suspended animation, freezing bodily functions. The reason Zhao Chengong and oppos' wife has remained in a prolonged slumber with no ill effects is entirely due to the undying goo and oppos' influence. This goo worm is an exceedingly rare occurrence, mutated from a malevolent insect, with a probability lower than winning the lottery by a factor of 10 million. I and oppos' inquire about its care. Su Hao paused, locating a contact named Fifth Qingru and initiating a call. Wow, ISN and oppos. This my beloved brother Su Hao? A sudden call. Could it be that you miss me? Fifth Qingru's voice was as gentle as her name, imparting a sense of tranquility and reducing anxiety in anyone who listened. She is the daughter of the chief of the barbarian tribe, proficient in goo arts and exceptionally gifted, possessing the innate ability to communicate with various goo worms from a young age. Years ago, the barbarian tribe clashed with a rival tribe, nearly facing annihilation due to a traitor within their ranks. At the time, Su Hao happened to be executing a mission nearby, and, seeing Fifth Qingru and amp, oppos' beauty, offered assistance, helping the barbarian tribe overcome the crisis. Since then, the barbarian tribe has regarded Su Hao as a benefactor, and Fifth Qingru has even declared that she would marry none but Su Hao. Due to the barbarian tribe and oppos' excessive enthusiasm and Fifth Qingru and oppos' overly liberal nature, often attempting to seduce him without clothing, he was compelled to flee and has not returned to the barbarian tribe since. Stop fooling around. I need your assistance with something. Su Hao coughed, adding, Are you familiar with the undying goo? Of course. I happen to have one in my possession. If you want it, come back and get it. I and oppos' I'll give it to you. Hearing Fifth Qingru and oppos' seductive words, Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. If he were to return, would and oppos' be drained dry? I Don and oppos' want it. A friend of mine is merely asking how to care for the undying goo to keep it alive. Fifth Qingru stated plainly. The undying goo relies on the power of vitality for survival. In layman's terms, it uses lifespan to exchange for its survival. 1 hour equates to 1 day of a person and amp, oppos' life. And the older the undying goo, the more lifespan it consumes. So difficult to care for? Su Hao rubbed his temples, inquiring, How do you resolve this issue? My father apprehends heinous criminals every day, enough to sustain the undying goo for 10 years. Or you could have that friend of yours spend a few years in prison. Su Hao was defeated by the method provided by Fifth Qingru. Although somewhat inhumane, what humanity is there for heinous criminals? Living in this world is a sheer waste of air. They might as well contribute their lives and go to hell to enjoy themselves sooner. After chatting with Fifth Qingru for a few more sentences, Su Hao hung up, donned night attire, and made his way to Jinling and oppos' only maximum security prison under the cover of night. This place incarcerates individuals guilty of heinous crimes, each with the blood of several lives on their hands. Utilizing his invisibility Dao technique, Su Hao easily infiltrated the prison, selecting a dozen or so individuals destined to die and replenishing the undying goo with their lifespans. After ensuring that the undying goo could continue to survive for 10 years, he departed. With this, any day I wish to live under a different identity, I can simply feign death and revive under another guise. Su Hao returned to the apartment, placed the undying goo in a small jar for cultivation, turned off the lights, and rested. The next day, it was not the alarm clock that awakened him, but Jiang Dao's knocking. So early? Su Hao yawned as he opened the door, ushering Jiang Dao inside. Make yourself at home, but don't mess up my wife's house. With that, he entered the bathroom, proceeding to wash up as he pleased. Upon re-emerging, Su Hao had donned the attire of the pure love war god. Even with an adorably charming mask obscuring his face, an unparalleled aura enveloped Jiang Dao, rendering him immobile. A chilling presence emanated from Su Hao, akin to the foreboding of an impending storm. Under the scrutiny of Su Hao and amp, oppos' gaze, even Jiang Dao, who had endured numerous life and death battles, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Indifference. Utter indifference. It seemed as if everything before Su Hao was merely akin to ants, easily crushed at his whim. This was certainly not the gaze of a man in his early 20s. It is worth noting that Jiang Dao was a battle commander. The brutalities of war were his daily fare. Yet, in the face of Su Hao, the suffocating pressure left him with no room for resistance. Is this the pure love war god? Terrifying indeed. Jiang Dao stifled a tremor and stammered, Mr. Su, shall we depart? Su Hao responded with a curt and together they exited, embarking towards the residence of King Xia. While waiting at a traffic light, Jiang Dao reminded him. The Divine Assassination Organization has dispatched several top 10 experts this time. Among them is the elusive shape-shifting Star Lord, a significant threat to King Xia and Appo's safety. You must remain utterly vigilant. You should be more concerned about how to handle the aftermath once I have dealt with the Divine Assassination Organization's personnel, Su Hao replied. His tone devoid of emotion. For reasons unknown, beneath the mask, he exuded an increasing sense of security. What seemed a mundane statement was laden with confidence. As if he could accomplish any task. I have been waiting for your words, Jiang Dao nodded in satisfaction. With an assassination ranking of first and a top 3 status on the Divine Assassination list, boasting a 100 success rate. It was precisely due to his formidable prowess that he had offered 15 billion to have Su Hao safeguard King Xia. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at one of the premier aristocratic families, the Wang family. At that moment, the entire Wang residence was under tight surveillance due to King Xia and Appo's arrival, with not even a fly daring to intrude. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Song Zhangji, the inspector of Jinling, Zhang Nan, and the family head, Wang Million, were engaged in a hushed discussion. President Song, are you certain that the pure love war god has never suffered a defeat since his debut? Wang Million inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment, while Zhang Nan wore a grave expression. They had just heard from Song Zhangji that Jiang Dao had invited the most formidable assassin on the assassination list, which piqued their curiosity. After learning about the assassin's record, they were taken aback. It was exceedingly rare for an assassin to boast a 100 success rate. Typically, there would be 1 or 2 failures along the way. Yet, the pure love war god had never erred. Such a notion seemed implausible. According to Jiang Dao and Appo's dossier, the opponent and Appo's combat strength was at the celestial master level. Zhang Nan, though not immersed in the martial arts community, had heard of some hierarchical classifications. The celestial master is a realm above the master level, correct? What level can one achieve? Song Zhongji articulated deliberately, invulnerable to fire and water, capable of catching bullets with bare hands. A single individual can stand against 1,000 troops. Zhang Nan felt a shiver run down his spine. As the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association, Song Zhongji and Appo's strength was evident. The fact that even he held such respect for this individual spoke volumes. What are you discussing? Suddenly, Jiang Dao and Appo's voice resonated from behind. The three turned to see the masked man standing beside him, an inexplicable chill creeping over them. Could this be the pure love war god? Let us meet King Xia, Su Hao stated, prompting Jiang Dao to abandon his intentions of idle chatter and proceed directly into the inner hall. At the head of the table sat a man in military attire. With brown hair and a chiseled visage, he emanated a commanding presence, albeit marred by a pallid complexion, a clear indication of ill health. King Xia, the pure love war god has arrived, Jiang Dao announced, approaching with a respectful gesture. The military man locked eyes with Su Hao, as if engaging in a silent contest. To an onlooker, the military man exuded an air of regal authority, as though a monarch surveying his subjects. Su Hao, akin to a blood-soaked demon emerging from the abyss, possessed a gaze both chilling and wild, more intense than the vastness of the night sky. The two, one dark and the other light, were sovereigns in their respective realms, evenly matched. King Xia, to convey respect, Su Hao initiated the greeting. Having long heard of the illustrious pure love war god and Appo's reputation, I find you truly extraordinary in person. The military man laughed heartily, gesturing for him to take a seat. I appreciate your presence today. Please make yourself comfortable. Su Hao did not hesitate, taking a seat as his gaze swept across the room, and none dared to meet his eyes. Song Zhongji and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The military man, bemused, remarked, Today, I attend as a guest for Elder Shi and Appo's birthday. There is no need for you to feel apprehensive around me. Please, act naturally. Thank you for your understanding, King Xia. Song Zhongji exhaled in relief, taking a seat beside Zhang Nan. Before Wang Million could fully settle, he received a phone call. King Xia, Zhao Chenggong has arranged for 2 masters to ensure your safety. The military man shot a glance at Su Hao, his brow furrowing. There are already individuals protecting me. There is no need to waste manpower. King Xia, the Zhao family is volunteering their assistance. One should not refuse a friendly offer. Jiang Dao advised. The military man sighed. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Well, since they have come, I suppose I should at least meet them. Seeing this, Jiang Dao nodded at Wang Million, who promptly relayed the message to Zhao Qinggong. 1 minute later, Zhao Qinggong entered with 2 masters. King Xia. The gentleman to my left is named Chu Xing, an experienced master skilled in the 9 heavens ascending kick, capable of shattering mountains and stones. Chu Xing bowed and greeted King Xia. At that moment, he was filled with excitement. The renown of King Xia in the northern region echoed throughout Huaxia, and to share the same space was an honor beyond measure. If he could impress King Xia today, his future would surely be bright. The 9 heavens ascending kick is notoriously difficult to master. Most do not see any success until they reach their 70s or 80s. Your age is a testament to your extraordinary talent, the military man acknowledged. Zhao Qinggong then introduced the individual on the right. King Xia, this is He Shui, a master of the 7 injuries fist, whose prowess nearly rivals that of a perfected master. Interesting, the military man mused. I once encountered a 7 injuries fist expert from the Hollow sect, who nearly perfected the art to the extent that a single punch could inflict damage upon the internal organs. King Xia, is this individual not known as one thought 7 injuries? Do you know him? The military man asked in surprise. He Shui, filled with pride, replied, he is my master. How delightful, the military man grinned. I appreciate your efforts today. He Shui and Chu Sheng exchanged glances, solemnly stating, we will do our utmost for King Xia. With us here, no one shall harm you in the slightest. At this proclamation, Su Hao interjected coldly. Your skills are insufficient for me to require the protection of even a single hand. The room fell into a tense silence. Chu Xing and He Shui and Appos, as expressions darkened, their anger palpable. Had it not been for King Xia and Appos as presents, they might have already acted against Su Hao. Director Jiang, is he also the one you invited to protect King Xia? Zhao Qinggong inquired, displeasure evident in his heart, but maintaining a cordial facade. Jiang Dao nodded slightly. The renowned pure love war god, the strongest assassin on the assassination list. I have indeed paid 15 billion for his services. 15 billion. Although Zhao Qinggong was not lacking in wealth, he was not easily fooled either. Given Su Hao and Appos, as physique and haughty demeanor, he hardly seemed worth such a sum. The notion of an assassin doubling as a bodyguard was unprecedented. Chu Xing remarked sarcastically, such individuals strike without restraint. Driven by their missions, they might inadvertently harm King Xia. Only the weak concern themselves with such matters. Su Hao replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng and He Shui could no longer contain themselves. They were esteemed guests of the Zhao family, with annual incomes in the hundreds of millions. A mere assassin dares to scorn them so brazenly, seemingly oblivious to the peril that awaits. Are you suggesting that you alone can substitute for both of us? Su Hao replied nonchalantly, asserting that he could replace anyone, including them. His indifferent voice, coupled with the formidable aura emanating from him, made it feel as though he stood before an endless sea. In contrast, those present felt their own existence to be utterly insignificant and inconsequential. Humph, spare me your verbal sparring. If you possess genuine skill, demonstrate it. Without hesitation, Chu Xing unleashed his 9 heavens ascending kick, intent on imparting a lesson to Su Hao. Jiang Dao intended to intervene, but Xiao Wang subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain patient. The most effective resolution to their conflict would be to ascertain who was stronger. Whoosh! Before the onlookers, Chu Sheng moved with the swiftness of lightning, his kicking technique resembling a rampaging dragon, producing a cacophony of sound that sent chills down spines. Yet, Su Hao remained seated, motionless, merely lifting his foot to meet Chu Sheng and Appos' kick. Bang! Their legs collided, the force reverberating and generating a fierce gust of wind. Su Hao remained unyielding, while the chair beside Xiao Wang shattered from the impact. Song Zhongji rushed to protect Xiao Wang, ensuring he was shielded from the residual force. Though I am unwell, I am not yet unable to withstand the pressure. Xiao Wang raised his hand, yet his body instinctively retreated 2 steps. To think he could withstand me in a direct confrontation, impressive, indeed. Chu Xing narrowed his eyes and launched another 9 heavens ascending kick, this time faster and more powerful, even leaving faint afterimages. Unfazed, Su Hao countered each strike with equal finesse, matching him move for move. He Shui gaped in disbelief, while Zhao Qinggong's expression grew solemn. Chu Xing and Appos' kick had the power to obliterate a truck, yet this seemingly frail man could withstand it? If this is all you can do, perhaps you should withdraw. Su Hao, having lost interest, executed a sweeping kick that sent Chu Xing flying 10 meters away. Crack! Chu Xing crashed into the ground, the tiles splintering like spider webs beneath him. Gasping, he spat blood, his pallor draining, his earlier vigor dissipating entirely. I never expected your kicking technique to surpass mine. I concede my defeat, Chu Xing admitted, feeling deeply humiliated. Having trained for years, he had never anticipated falling to an assassin, especially in front of the esteemed Xiao Wang. No matter how adept your kicking is, it cannot rival my 7 wounds fist. He Shui scoffed, leaping into the air to deliver a punch. This strike was imbued with boundless energy, unstoppable and resonating with a fierce intensity, devoid of malice yet encompassing everything. Su Hao steadied himself, rooted in place, as a powerful aura erupted from him, as if he stood atop a peak, surveying the world beneath him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, as if piercing the void. Before his punch was even unleashed, an intricate and formidable force surged forth, brimming with a myriad of powers. What? He Shui's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing Su Hao's formidable might. Do you still dare to divide your focus in battle? Su Hao sneered disdainfully, delivering a punch that was unparalleled, akin to thunder. The sheer force of his blow surged forth like a flood, obliterating everything in its path with ruthless precision, shattering He Shui's hand bone with terrifying ferocity. Then, with unrelenting vigor, he struck He Shui again, sending him crashing beside Chu Xing. Su Hao, elevated and imposing, clasped his fists together and uttered a single question. Are you convinced? Both men clutched their wounds, blood trickling from their lips, at a loss for words. Enough, enough. Let us call it a day. Xiao Wang intervened, seeking to ease the tension. Martial arts transcend hierarchy, but today is a unique occasion. So I hope you all can understand. Jiang Dao, keep the pure love war god. The rest may leave, as too many people can lead to complications. It was clear that he had acknowledged Su Hao and Appo's combat prowess following their earlier confrontation. Jiang Dao nodded, casting a helpless glance at Zhao Chenggong. Mr. Zhao, thank you for making the trip. In truth, he was inwardly astonished. With unparalleled medical skills and martial prowess, how could such a genius exist in this world? No matter who protects Xiao Wang, the ultimate goal remains his safety. Zhao Chenggong forced a smile, instructing his bodyguards to assist He Shui and Chu Sheng. As they reached the entrance, he suddenly asked Su Hao, does the pure love war god know someone named Su Hao? Anyone who can be known to me is either deceased or extraordinary. Would he fall into either category? Su Hao and Appo's voice was devoid of emotion. Zhao Chenggong refrained from further conversation, merely cupping his hands in a farewell gesture before departing slowly. When the pure love war god had made his move, Zhao had felt a striking resemblance to Su Hao, yet there were distinctions. One was a doctor, the other, an assassin. Surely they could not be the same person. Do you share a connection with Zhao Chenggong? Jiang Dao inquired. Su Hao did not conceal the truth. I just treated his wife yesterday. His wife had sought countless physicians without success, yet you managed. Impressive. How long did it take? At least half a day, right? 10 minutes. Jiang Dao fell silent, silently giving a thumbs up. Truly, there are always stronger individuals. One mountain surpasses another. I now concede to the name of the pure love war god. Approaching the scene, Wang Million clapped his hands and asked, may I have your contact information? It would be delightful to share tea in the future. Su Hao coldly declined. I am not from your world, and our paths are unlikely to cross significantly. It is best to minimize contact. Among the gathering was also Chief Inspector Zhang Nan. As an assassin, his identity already belonged to a gray area, had it not been for the protection of Xiao Wang. He would never have openly revealed himself in public. At this stage, openly associating with Wang Million would ultimately undermine the integrity of the justice system. Justice is the bedrock of society. Regardless of one and Appo's strength, it must not overshadow the brilliance of justice, for the defenseless ordinary people rely on justice to uphold fairness. As noon approached, Su Hao and the others arrived at the Green Willow Villa, where the birthday banquet for Elder Shi was being held. The venue was adorned with festive decorations exuding an atmosphere of joy, and an abundance of luxury cars lined the area. Those attending were prominent figures from Jinling. Due to the designated parking areas, the Shui family's south vehicles could only park at the outskirts. Nevertheless, the Shui family members felt no shame. Rather, they were filled with excitement. After all, the Shui family could only be classified as a middle-class family in Jinling, and normally, they would not have the opportunity to attend Elder Shi and Appo's birthday banquet. Yet now, even families of their own status lacked the privilege of receiving invitations, while they had succeeded, an undeniable affirmation of their standing. Ao Huan, you must perform well. Do not bring disgrace to Zhao Tai, Shuesi urged. Draped in a red robe, Shui Aohuan nodded. Father, rest assured, socializing is my forte. At this, she cast a condescending glance at Shui Rou. Zhao Tai will take me to the front row to meet various dignitaries, especially the younger generation of the Shi family. Zhao Tai is as familiar with them as a raisin. Shui Rou retorted. Yes, indeed, very familiar enough that when Shi Yuzhu came to sign the contract with us, they showed Zhao Tai no respect. Humph. Zhao Tai remarked that it was purely your good fortune, aided by someone else. Shui Aohuan scoffed. Speaking of luck, I am not lacking either. Whatever collaboration you can secure at Shui Company, the Hong Shui Company can achieve just the same. She held her head high, gracefully sauntering alongside her mother. Shui Canning remained silent throughout the entire exchange, regardless of how fiercely his two granddaughters argued. As long as it contributed to the flourishing of the Shui family, it was all that mattered. Relying solely on men for advancement, and yet feeling so proud about it. Shui Rou murmured. Shui responded with a knowing smile. Having a man to assist is indeed a fortunate circumstance. You should express your gratitude to Su Hao without him. The collaboration between Yaoyan Group and Shang Shui Company would not have materialized. Father, everyone says that this matter is not due to Su Hao and Appos as assistants. Why one and Amp, Appos, do you believe it? Shin Yu gently tapped Shui Rou and Amp, Appos, S head. Do you truly think that your uncle, with his carefree demeanor, could secure such a significant partnership for us? Perhaps he is simply concealing his true abilities, Shui Rou retorted. How long has Su Hao been in Jinling? He is unfamiliar with the place, and the Shi family has no patience. How could he possibly owe them a debt of gratitude? You will understand in due time. Shin Yu said, affectionately ruffling Shui Rou and Appos, as Harashi led her toward the center of the gathering. Mother, why don't and Appos, Tu and father team up? I'll pair with Kiki, Shui Rou suggested halfway through, eager to avoid conversing with various older gentlemen. After all, young people should socialize within their own circles. Forcing dialogue across generational divides would only prove counterproductive. Very well, but be mindful of your words. There are many affluent businessmen present today. Remember not to offend anyone. I understand, Shui Rou nodded, gazing out the entrance in search of Song Kiki and Amp, Appos, S figure. However, instead of her dear friend, she spotted the ostentatiously dressed Qian Duo. This fellow resembled a mascot from a popular dessert shop, and one might easily mistake him for a runaway pig. Rou, I can't believe you're actually here waiting for me. I'm so touched. Come, give me a kiss. As Qian Duo rushed toward her with misguided enthusiasm, Shui Rou quickly sidestepped. Qian Duo, are you out of your mind? Go home and take your medication. Rou, don't be shy. I'm just joking, he chuckled, adjusting his tie. Didn't your grandfather agree to our family coming to propose? Rest assured, after the old master Shi and Appos' birthday banquet, I will promptly present the betrothal gifts to take you home. Sorry, I have a husband. We can discuss it in our next life. Shui Rou rolled her eyes. Wait a moment. Your grandfather clearly told my father that he had kicked that country bumpkin out of the Shui family. Qian Duo said, bewildered and jealous. I never imagined you still had feelings for that kind of person. I am truly disappointed. Thank you. And I hope you remain disappointed, she replied flatly. Impossible. I know you're trying to provoke me. Qian Duo smiled smugly, his eyes gleaming with self-importance. You're testing me to see if I can overlook your past, right? Shui Rou, rest assured, as long as your first time is still intact, I will never be bothered by whom you have held hands with. Qian Duo declared, tossing his hair dramatically. I and Appos, VE already given my first time to Su Hao. What? Qian Duo was taken aback, stunned into silence for a moment. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, you want to experience much the first time. As long as you belong to me afterward, that is sufficient. Shui Rou's expression turned cold. Qian Duo, could you refrain from being so vulgar? ISN and Amp, Appos, that exactly what you enjoy? Otherwise, how could you be with a country bumpkin? He retorted, then added. I heard that country bumpkin knows some martial arts and came to your rescue, which is why you like him. Tomorrow, I will enroll in a boxing class to protect you every day. If any trouble arises, I will be there. If not, I will create some. Shui Rou felt utterly repulsed by Qian Duo's crude demeanor, as if she had swallowed a fly. Oh really? Would you care to spar with me? Suddenly, a voice interjected coldly. You might want to reconsider. Song Kiki appeared, clad in a sleek qipao, her ponytail swaying as she approached with an air of vitality. Kiki, you finally made it. Shui Rou exclaimed, her spirits lifted as if she had found a savior. You look quite splendid today, finally shedding that tomboyish image. Kiki. Do my other outfits really look so masculine? Shui Rou replied with utmost sincerity, very much so. I once thought you were a boy, if not for your, well, bantering in broad daylight, and you've picked up some bad habits from Su Hao. Song Qi's cheeks flushed as she playfully lunged at Shui Rou. I concede. Please spare me. Shui Rou dodged, utterly outmatched, begging for mercy. In such a dignified setting, it was rare to witness beautiful women frolicking about. The sight naturally drew the attention of several wealthy young men nearby. What stunning young women? Who are they? One inquired. The granddaughter of the Martial Arts Association president. And the other is the second miss of the Shui family, allegedly already married. How curious. The Shui family holds little prominence in Jinling. What gives them the right to attend the Shi family's birthday banquet? As murmurs circulated, they did not deter Qian Duo from ogling the beauties. However, Song Qiqi noticed his unwavering gaze fixated on her and Shui Rou and Amp, Appo's figures, and her expression darkened. What are you looking at? Get lost. Qian Duo turned pale. In front of so many, Song Qiqi had scolded him, completely disregarding his dignity. Given that Song Qiqi and Amp, Appo's grandfather was the president of the Martial Arts Association, he could only stifle his anger and retort, What? Is there a rule that prohibits me from looking at people? Don't flatter yourself. I was looking at Rou. Rou? Today, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine, Song Qiqi declared, approaching Qian Duo with a fierce demeanor. Hey, tomboy. Don't go overboard. This isn't your martial arts association. Hitting someone is against the law. Qian Duo realized that if Song Qiqi were to land a blow, he would have no way to redeem himself. Just then, Shui Rou suddenly cried out, Qiqi, danger. Song Qiqi sensed something amiss and instinctively stepped back just in time. Bang! A figure hurtled toward Qian Duo, crashing into him and rendering him unconscious. What just happened? Song Qiqi's eyes widened in shock as she focused on the scene. Spotting an elderly man with a white beard sprawled atop Qian Duo. The man and Amp, Appo's chest was sunken, and he had already ceased to breathe. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Inspector Zhang Nan rushed in, flanked by prominent figures like Song Zhongqi. These were powerful individuals in Jinling, surrounding a man in military attire who appeared to be leading the charge. At the rear stood a mysterious figure in black, donning a whimsical mask. With a swift movement, he appeared before the elderly man. As he removed the old man and Amp, Appo's wig and facial disguise, a scarred stranger and Amp, Appo's face emerged. Zhang Nan, witnessing this, gave the masked figure a thumbs up. Impressive. The pure love warrior has discerned that this man is an imposter at first glance. It was known that the inspectorate had installed a facial recognition system at the entrance specifically designed to identify assassins wearing masks. Yet, it had been circumvented. No wonder Zhang Dao had spent 15 billion to hire the top assassin from the assassination list to protect Lord Xia. The capabilities of the Divine Kill organization far exceeded what the inspectorate had anticipated, proving beyond their capacity to counter. Amidst Zhang Nan and Amp, Appo's praise, Su Hao remained unperturbed, vigilantly guarding Lord Xia while scanning for potential threats. Zhang Dao, feeling exasperated, remarked, with such a swift kill, it will be difficult for us to extract information about the remaining assassins from him. Members of the Divine Kill organization were notoriously tight-lipped, trained to the point that upon capture, they would resort to self-termination if their mission failed. Su Hao coolly replied, Do you genuinely believe you could elicit any information? Zhang Dao felt utterly embarrassed. He signaled Zhang Nan to clear the scene and maintain order. My goodness. To think that assassins would show up at such an event is truly terrifying, Song Qiqi exclaimed, patting her chest, though her gaze remained fixated on Su Hao. Who is this so-called pure love war god, who possesses the extraordinary ability to identify assassins capable of evading facial recognition systems? How impressive. Shui Rou inquired curiously, in comparison to Su Hao, who stands superior. Obviously, it must be the pure love war god. Su Hao can barely handle a few minions. Song Qiqi, ever the one to both uplift and diminish, remarked that if such a person could become her husband, she would feel an unwavering sense of security for the rest of her life. Seeing this, Shui Rou teased, What are you waiting for? A woman pursuing a man is merely a thin veil away. Just go for it. I dare not, Song Qiqi replied timidly. She saw no trace of valor in Su Hao, only an indifferent, chilling demeanor towards the world. The oppressive aura he exuded felt as daunting as an unreachable ocean, submerging her in a sense of suffocation. Shui Rou paused, casting a glance at Su Hao, who fortuitously met her gaze, even from several meters away. She could feel a terrifying pressure enveloping her. Her complexion paled, cold sweat beading on her forehead, eyes filled with trepidation. This was truly terrifying. The pure love war god was nothing short of a born killer. I think I should let it go. He seems quite unapproachable. Upon hearing this, Song Kiki inexplicably felt a pang of disappointment. Well, it seems this affection must end here. Sigh, I am destined to be alone. Devoid of love. Noticing Song Kiki's self-defeat, Shui Ro pursed her lips, her gaze resolute. Don't lose heart. I will help you obtain his WeChat. Over the years, it was Song Kiki who had stood by her side, helping her overcome various challenges. Today, with her best friend in need, she must rise to the occasion. Ro. Dawn and Oppos, T act recklessly. He is unpredictable. What if he harms you? Song Jonji interjected, warning, men are merely seasoning. Sisterhood is true love. I do not wish to lose you. My delightful and captivating companion. Be quiet, Shui Ro retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she covered Song Kiki's mouth. Just then, Su Hao and his companions passed by. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Ro steeled herself and blocked Su Hao's path. But before she could finish, a dagger was pressed against her throat. In an instant, Shui Ro and Oppos' eyes widened, paralyzed with fear. She was not a member of the Divine Killing Organization. Su Hao seized Jiang and Oppos' hand, pushing the dagger aside. What are you two doing? Have you lost your minds? Song Jonji rushed over, casting a disapproving glare at Song Kiki. Step aside. This is not a place for jest. Song Kiki had never seen her grandfather reprimand her publicly and understood that these individuals were undoubtedly major players in their respective realms. She quickly pulled Shui Ro back. I want to add you on WeChat, is that alright? Shui Ro said to Su Hao. Wang Million was dumbfounded. Was this woman a fool? Could she not discern the gravity of the situation? Step back, this is... Just then, Xiao Wang suddenly coughed, interrupting Wang Million before he could reveal too much. Idon and Oppos, T of WeChat. Su Hao responded with a slight shake of his head. Do you have a phone number? The crowd fell silent, completely taken aback by Shui Ro's boldness. Song Kiki was especially stunned. She had never seen her friend so audacious, using every ounce of courage for love. I do. Su Hao nodded. Shui Ro quickly unlocked her phone, breathlessly saying, Please dial it. I will save it. Su Hao took the phone, only to discover the wallpaper was a candid shot of himself. This little girl certainly had a playful side. No, that's unnecessary. Suddenly, Song Kiki rushed over, snatching the phone and pulling Shui Ro aside. Please continue. I apologize for interrupting. The seriousness of the assassination attempt lightened as Xiao Wang chuckled at the cleverness of the two girls. Let us go. We must meet Master Shi. He stepped forward, with Su Hao and the others following closely behind. Song Jonji discreetly lagged behind, reaching Song Kiki and delivering a light smack to her head. Have you gone mad? Those individuals are formidable figures. You may jest, but do not toy with your life. Without allowing Song Kiki a chance to respond, he hurriedly rejoined the group. Rubbing her sore head, Song Kiki pouted, What? It's not like I was the one asking for WeChat. How heartless of you. I risked everything for your love. And you betray me? Shui Ro tugged at Song Kiki's ear in annoyance. Had I known this would happen, I would have let you remain single for life. Ouch. My ear. I'm sorry, Sister Ro. Shui Ro huffed. A mere apology cannot mend my wounded spirit. Then let me comfort you, Song Kiki said playfully, reaching for Shui Ro's waist. You little rogue. Shui Ro's face flushed as she tried to fend off Song Kiki while asking. Why did you suddenly stop me from asking for his number earlier? I feared that if I asked for his number, my grandfather would sever my head from my shoulders. Song Kiki replied helplessly. So what now? Just give up? Of course not. Song Kiki declared with gusto. I have a plethora of contacts who can investigate him. In no time, we will have his contact information. As she spoke, she shared the candid photo of Su Hao in their WeChat group. Everyone who can find his details. I will reward you with 10,000 educational films. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into a frenzy, all springing into action. Shui Ro, observing the commotion, felt a surge of curiosity. What sort of educational films could possess such allure that it drove them to madness? It and Oppos. The kind that requires two people to cooperate in a specific setting, where the male initiates with the female, Song Kiki said, wiggling her eyebrows, causing Shui Ro and Oppos' ears to flush crimson. You aren't an Oppos, T referring to that kind of film, are you? It seems you grasp the concept quite quickly, Song Kiki chuckled. Would you like me to share some with you, so you can study them with Su Hao? Shui Ro's face turned beet red, shaking her hands vigorously. I don and amp, oppos, tiwanto. You will, whether you want to or not. I have a few quality films in my private folder. Come, let us enjoy them together. Shuero shook her head vigorously. I won't watch. Oh, dear woman, this is not up to you. Song Kiki licked her lips and forcefully pulled Shuero towards a more secluded area. In the main hall of the villa, Yuzhu was assisting an elderly man with limited mobility, while her father, Fei, stood nearby, gesticulating. What on earth is going on with you all? Do you not realize the old man suffers from dementia? It took us over 10 minutes to locate him, and now that Xiao Wang has arrived. We haven't even gone to greet him. How infuriating. The members of the Shi family bowed their heads like quails, not daring to utter a word. They had been searching for Shi Lao, neglecting everything else in their frantic efforts. Father, you go welcome Xiao Wang. I will stay with Grandpa, Yuzhu said softly. Fei frowned and exited the main hall first, with everyone hastily following suit. Outside, the guests arriving for the birthday banquet noted Fei and his party's urgency with surprise. Could it be that a significant figure is arriving? Soon, they understood the situation as they spotted Zhao Qinggong and others approaching. Being among the top families of Jinling, Fei was compelled to show a degree of respect. Only the Zhao family would warrant such courteous treatment from the Shi family, Shui remarked. Eager anticipation swelled within him at the prospect of his daughter's impending nuptials with Zhao Tai, envisioning the alliance with the Zhao family. Wishful thinking, Xinyu interjected. The Shi family far surpasses the Zhao family, and Elder Shi is a former war minister. Zhao Qinggong has no grounds to expect preferential treatment from the Shi family. Merely jealousy that my Ayahan is marrying Zhao Tai, Zhu Bai scoffed. Instead of such cynical remarks, you should focus on ensuring your daughter is well adorned to attract a husband akin to Zhao Tai. Xinyu retorted dismissively. Zhao Tai is but a trifle, dwarfed by even a fraction of Su Hao's worth. Is that so? Zhu Bai guffawed, adding sarcastically, that rustic fellow lacks even the eligibility to attend the banquet. To claim Zhao Tai pales in comparison is ludicrous. His absence is volitional, not indicative of ineligibility. The two women engaged in a sharp exchange, their words like pointed barbs. Shui and Shui'er maintained a stoic silence, wary of interjecting in a feminine squabble. Shui'er arrived belatedly, discreetly observing the verbal sparring between her mother and aunt. Song Kiki joined the fray, swiftly reducing Zhu Bai to a state of frustrated retreat. Commendable, Kiki, your eloquence is impressive, Xinyu remarked approvingly, turning to Shui'er, whose cheeks were flushed. Ro, what ails you? An allergic reaction? No, merely a touch of wine. Shui'er stammered, attempting to conceal her discomfiture. She dared not confess that Song Kiki had coerced her into viewing a salacious film. Ding dong. Abruptly, Song Kiki's phone chimed. Her eyes lit up as she glanced at the screen. Ro, look. News. Shui'er leaned in for a glimpse. Pure Love Aries, Black Web Assassination ranking number 1. Huaxian native, 101 missions undertaken, unblemished record, 100 success rate, total mission value exceeding 10 trillion, revered as the closest man to God in the assassin world. A gasp escaped Shui'er and Appo's lips. She had not fathomed the masked man and Appo's formidable identity. Recalling her previous reckless actions, she wished for the earth to swallow her whole. Very well, Ro, you are correct. He is beyond my reach, Song Kiki conceded, abandoning her pursuit. She had no desire to be assassinated in her sleep. You nearly doomed me, Shui'er muttered, her gaze drifting towards Su Hao. At that moment, he was accompanying Xiao Wang and others into the inner hall, disappearing from public view. Xiao Wang, forgive our negligence in attending to you earlier, as we were preoccupied with the elder and Appo's disappearance, Fei apologized. Gesturing for Xiao Wang to take a seat, we implore your understanding for the inadequate hospitality. Must you be so inept as to delegate the search? Wang Baian interjected. Reveling in Fei's misfortune, Xiao Wang is the paramount figure in the Northern Territory. Disrespecting him may incur the displeasure of your father. The Shi family members wore expressions of dismay, yearning to silence Wang Baian. They were cognizant of the strained relationship between Wang Baian and Fei. But his ill-timed remarks were particularly egregious. Apologies, Xiao Wang. I failed to consider that, Fei conceded without prevarication. Xiao Wang offered a cryptic smile. In the Northern Territory War Department, decorum is paramount. However, within the Shi family estate, my mentor and Appo's domain, such superfluous formalities are unnecessary. Wang Baian was dumbfounded. Mentor and Appo's domain? It dawned on him that Xiao Wang was Elder Shi and Appo's apprentice. Su Hao also experienced a moment of clarity. It became apparent why Xiao Wang had braved the risk of assassination to attend the Shi family's banquet. A disciple and Apos' presence at his mentor and Apos' birthday celebration was a natural expression of filial piety. Xiao Wang, my father is over there, Shi Fei indicated, pointing to Elder Shi seated in a grand chair. His memory has deteriorated, and it is uncertain whether he will recognize you. I am aware that my mentor suffers from senile dementia, which only strengthens my desire to converse with him. Xiao Wang nodded, advancing towards Elder Shi. Jiang Dao sighed. Elder Shi was once a valiant figure, renowned for his battlefield exploits, and admired by many. Alas, time has taken its toll. His words evoked a sense of melancholy among Song Zhongji and the others. However, Su Hao's brow furrowed, as if discerning a discrepancy. Something is amiss. A person afflicted with senile dementia could not maintain such composure. The Elder Shi is an impostor, Su Hao realized, rushing towards Xiao Wang with lightning speed. As anticipated, the seemingly docile Elder Shi abruptly lunged forward, wielding a knife aimed at Xiao Wang. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, too swiftly for anyone to react. Seeing the blade nearing Xiao Wang's heart, Su Hao acted instinctively, shoving Xiao Wang aside and intercepting the blow himself. Thud! His protective aura shattered, and the knife pierced Su Hao and Apos' shoulder. Aura-piercing blade. Su Hao exclaimed inwardly, enduring the pain as he delivered a fatal blow to the impostor. The scene descended into stunned silence. The birthday celebrant, Elder Shi, had perished before their very eyes. Jiang Dao was the first to react, rushing to assess Xiao Wang's safety. Shi Fei, on the other hand, collapsed before the deceased impostor. Father! The Shi family members erupted in fury. You dare slay Elder Shi. You shall not be spared. Shi Yuzhu clenched her fists, poised to attack Su Hao. Fortunately, Zhao Chunggong intervened, restraining her. Pure love Ares, you owe us an explanation. Su Hao, tending to his wound, stated, the assailant is the shape-shifting monarch of the Godslayer organization, an assassin disguised as Elder Shi. The real Elder Shi is likely unconscious, concealed somewhere within the estate. Blood gushed incessantly from his shoulder, defying attempts to staunch the flow. This was the potency of the aura-piercing blade. It could breach any protective aura, sever blood coagulation, and prevent wound closure, leading to death by exsanguination. Even if the bleeding were stopped, the blade's venom would prove fatal. An impostor? The previously grief-stricken and enraged Shi Fei and others were taken aback. Before they could inquire further, Jiang Dao returned from his examination, confirming the absence of any facial disguise. It is a form of illusion, a magical disguise, undetectable by conventional means, Su Hao explained, casting a spell to dispel the illusion. Soon, the impostor's true face was revealed, that of a handsome man. A collective gasp swept through the room. Unbeknownst to them, Elder Shi had been replaced under their very noses. So that is why Grandpa vanished so inexplicably from the inner hall. It was this fiend's doing, Shi Yuzhu realized belatedly, leading the Shi family members in a search for the real Elder Shi. Jiang Dao turned to Su Hao, concern etched on his face. Your bleeding seems uncontrollable. What should we do? Shall we seek medical attention? Unnecessary. Su Hao employed ice soul silver needles and the grand divine needles of Tai to swiftly staunch the bleeding and neutralize the venom. However, his aura diminished visibly, indicating the significant toll of this maneuver. Clap, clap, clap. Before he could catch his breath, a round of applause echoed through the hall. A masked figure emerged into the light, flanked by several formidable bodyguards. Commendable, pure love Ares, the top assassin on the rankings. The shape-shifting monarch's demise at your hands is not without reason. The sudden appearance of this group heightened Zhang Nan's vigilance. He instructed a group of gunmen to safeguard Xiao Wang, prepared to sacrifice themselves to ensure his safety. Ghost Phoenix? Su Hao inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ghost Phoenix, the premier assassin of the City of Romance, was a frequent contender for the top spot on the assassination rankings. Their last encounter was 3 years prior. The client had orchestrated a mission for both of them, intending for them to eliminate each other. Both parties were aware of this. But Ghost Phoenix insisted on surpassing Su Hao, ultimately falling into the client and Apos' trap, his fate uncertain. Su Hao, with his superior capabilities, emerged unscathed from the ensuing chaos. Surprised to see me alive? With a frigid sneer, Gui Feng and Apos' eyes flashed with malice. For 3 years, I have ceaselessly yearned to slay you, to seize the paramount throne of the assassination rankings. Alas, your elusive nature confined me to the Godslayer charts. Yet, even there, I remained subjugated beneath you. Today, I shall vanquish you, exorcising the demon within my heart. Gui Feng roared, as his accomplices deployed smoke grenades, plunging the scene into impenetrable darkness. Cries of alarm erupted as the Shi family scattered in disarray, Zhao Qinggong and Wang Baiwan, mere mortals, among them. Protect the Xia King. Gui Feng is mine to deal with, Su Hao declared, engaging Gui Feng in a fierce duel. The air crackled with potent gusts, punctuated by the clang of daggers. A shower of sparks illuminating the gloom. Even in the pitch-black environment, Su Hao moved with uncanny ease, unfazed by the obscured visibility. Impossible. Your strength was not so formidable 3 years hence. Pray, what trials have you endured? Gui Feng exclaimed, aghast at the oppressive force emanated by Su Hao. I have awakened the pure yang physique, comprehended the penetrating gaze, and my cultivation has reached its zenith. You shall never surpass me in this life, perhaps in the next. Su Hao retorted, his velocity increasing exponentially. Before Gui Feng could react, his head was severed with a single stroke. Swish, 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 thud, thud, thud. A series of slicing sounds mingled with the thud of falling bodies, before silence descended. As the smoke dissipated, Su Hao stood amidst the carnage, his formidable aura enveloping the scene. Undaunted by the howling tempest, unflinching amidst the chaotic demons. His actions commanded legions, his presence illuminated by a firmament of stars. Though at a distance, the onlookers felt the crushing weight of his imposing presence, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, their breath constricted. It was inconceivable that a man in his early 20s could exude such awe-inspiring authority, an aura of terrifying dominance. To think that assassins, such as we, could be so vastly different, Jiang Dao murmured, swallowing hard as his gaze swept over the headless corpses surrounding Su Hao. These were the elite of the Godslayer organization, hardened veterans of countless skirmishes, yet Su Hao had dispatched them with ruthless efficiency, their lives extinguished in mere moments. The contrast was stark and undeniable. Thank heavens for the pure love god of war. Otherwise, the Xia King might have met his end here, Zhang Nan muttered, wiping cold sweat as he directed his subordinates to clear the scene. He was about to express his gratitude to Su Hao, but caught sight of the warrior and Appos, as emotionless eyes, so frigid that they seemed capable of freezing him solid, then shattering him into fragments. Terror gripped Zhang Nan, his hair standing on end, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Is this murderous intent? It is overwhelming. How many lives has this pure love god of war taken to possess such malevolence? Perhaps I shall leave the task of expressing gratitude to another, Zhang Nan decided, utterly intimidated by Su Hao, unable to muster the courage to approach. The others felt similarly. Having just vanquished the assassins, Su Hao was like an ancient, unyielding glacier, his every action exuding an icy detachment. His mere presence inspired a sense of unease, a chilling premonition that sent shivers down the spine. Word arrived that the elder Shi, who had been knocked unconscious and hidden in the rooftop ventilation shaft, had been rescued. Upon hearing this, the Xia King heaved a sigh of relief. He was more concerned about his master and Appos' safety than his own. 10 minutes later, all traces of the battle were erased, leaving no indication that assassins had ever been there. Shi Yuzhu escorted the true elder Shi out, and the old man, afflicted with Alzheimer and Appos' disease, widened his eyes upon seeing the Xia King. You are Hualong. The Xia King was taken aback. He never imagined that the elder Shi, who could not even remember his family, would recognize him. Your disciple, Hualong, pays respects to his master, the Xia King exclaimed, kneeling on one knee, his eyes moist with emotion. Hualong, they bullied me. Elder Shi suddenly wailed, much to the amusement of the crowd. Clearly, the bullies he referred to were the Thousand Faces Star-Lord. Master, I am sorry that you have suffered. My friend has already avenged you. Hualong consoled the elder Shi like a child, engaging him in familiar conversation. Shi Yuzhu had never seen her grandfather so talkative. She turned to Shi Fei and inquired, Father, so much has transpired today, should we cancel the banquet? We must not dampen the spirits of our guests, Shi Fei replied, shaking his head. Try to suppress the news of today's events to prevent panic. Shi Yuzhu nodded and went to explain the situation to the guests. Half an hour later, 3 tables were set up in the inner hall. The Xia King occupied the main table, while the others were seated at secondary tables. Smaller families, such as the Shui family, were relegated to the outer hall. Seeing Su Hao standing silently by, Song Zhongji suggested that he take a seat. Everyone agreed, acknowledging that they would have suffered countless casualties had it not been for Su Hao and Appos' intervention. However, Su Hao declined. A bodyguard does not sit at the table. It is easiest to let one's guard down during a meal, and who knows if there are other assassins lurking among the crowd. Therefore, I must remain vigilant. Patriarch. The Lin family from Yanjing has arrived. The steward whispered into Fei and Appo's ear. Fei was astonished. The Lin family of Yanjing was a Chinese aristocratic family. With ubiquitous businesses throughout the country, it was very fearful. Our family does not seem to have any connection with the Lin family, Yuzhu murmured, overhearing the conversation. Fei shared her sentiment, but visitors were to be welcomed, especially those from the Lin family. Without hesitation, he went out with the steward to greet them. Soon, a handsome man with refined features, sporting curly hair and exuding the aura of a celebrity, entered the hall. He cast a meaningful glance at the masked Su Hao, then greeted Hualong with a bow. Lin Lang Tian of the Lin family pays respects to the Xia King. I have long admired your name, and today I see that it is well-deserved. Greetings, Xia King. The Lin family members echoed, clasping their fists in salute. Hualong chuckled heartily. So it is you. Your father recommended you to join the Northern Border Army for training last year. This young man is accustomed to a life of leisure and dares not trouble the Northern Border Army, Lin Langtian replied with poise. I have come today primarily to meet the Xia King, but also because I received word that someone intended to harm you, and I came to offer my protection. His words were a blatant fabrication. He merely wished to catch a glimpse of the esteemed king. Haha, the Lin family is most considerate, but the crisis has been averted. Thanks to this pure love god of war, Hualong chuckled, gesturing towards Su Hao. Lin Langtian feigned surprise. Pure love god of war. He sounds like an honest fellow who is dedicated to pure love. I enjoy befriending honest people. He raised a glass of wine and approached Su Hao. Brother, thank you for clearing the obstacles for the Xia King. Let us drain this cup, and we shall be brothers. Su Hao's eyes twitched, and he lowered his voice. Are you trying to kill me, kid? Heaven and earth bear witness. I simply wish to share a drink with the king, and then boast about it to my brothers. Su Hao's gaze was peculiar. What kind of boasting? Of course, the proper kind of boasting, but occasionally, I stray from the proper path. Seeing that Lin Langtian was able to converse with Su Hao, everyone was astonished. After a drink, Zhao Chenggong waved him over. Young Master Lin, come sit here. He was well aware of Lin Langtian's status and influence, as well as the power of the Tiger dynasty behind him. A Chinese organization so formidable that even all the families in Jinling combined could not match it. If he could befriend Lin Langtian and obtain even a small amount of resources, it would undoubtedly usher in a new era for the Zhao family. I will chat with this brother for a while longer. Lin Langtian turned down Zhao Chenggong and Appo's proposal and inquired, Wang Shou, where is your wife? Care to introduce her to me? I am here in the capacity of a protector for the Summer King, so let us discuss this another time. After pondering for a moment, Lin Langtian continued, do tell me her identity, and I shall keep an eye on her. It is the second young lady of the Shui family, Shui Rou. Lin Langtian emptied his glass and stated candidly, very well, I shall proceed to dismantle your relationship. Su Hao felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone, rather violently, in fact, in a bid to showcase their connection with the Lin family to the elite of Jinling. The Shi family had taken the liberty of formally introducing Lin Langtian to the public. Shui Ahan observed this with wide eyes, exclaiming, Grandfather, I never imagined the Shi family could establish a link with the Lin family. It is quite formidable. It must be due to Elder Shi and Appo's previous connections beyond our reach. Sighed Shui Kongning. Despite both being nearly 80 years old, Elder Shi stood above thousands, while he himself was beneath them. Truly, comparisons reveal the stark differences. Grandfather, have you forgotten that the Zhao family and the Shi family share a decent rapport? Once I become a daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, it will indirectly allow me to interact with the Shi family, which effectively connects me with the Lin family, Shui Ahan declared triumphantly. Shui Rou, listening from the side, could not help but chuckle. What is so amusing? I find it laughable that someone as unworthy as you would seek to court favor with a lofty figure. Shui Rou retorted without mercy. The Lin family's power was evident. They were clearly there for a significant individual, while the Shi family merely sought to bask in the glow of another's prestige. Shui Ahan smirked. Are you challenging me? In what way? Shui Ahan huffed. I shall go right now to toast Lin Gongzi. If he agrees to drink with me, you shall slap yourself thrice in public. How about that? Shui Kongning frowned. To slap oneself in such a setting, particularly in front of an audience, seemed rather excessive. Ahan, Appo's, all in good fun, but don't take it too far. Unexpectedly, Shui Rou agreed, responding, what if he refuses to drink? I shall do the same and slap my face publicly. Ahan, let us do it, Shui Ahan insisted. Seeing that the two women were not jesting, their parents began to intervene. After all, they were both part of the Shui family. And their family and Appo's interests and reputation were at stake. There was no need to let such trivial disputes jeopardize their future. If you insist on advising me, I shall concede. If you lose, you must transfer the contract of the dazzling group to Hong Shui Company. Your schemes are quite audacious, Song Kiki remarked, rolling her eyes. Less scheming. More reality. Shui Ahan questioned sternly, what shall we wager then? Of course, the ever-dreaded money. Song Kiki replied with a smirk, 1 million, loser pays. Upon hearing this, Shui Kongning nodded slightly. This wager is acceptable. 1 million? You must be jesting. At the very least, 5 million. Shui Ahan declared proudly. Then it shall be 5 million. Without waiting for Shui Ro's input, Song Kiki immediately agreed. Ro, don't worry. If you lose, I will cover your loss. If you win, it's yours. Shin Yu interjected. Kiki, we appreciate your goodwill, but our family is financially stable, especially with our collaboration with the Dazzling Group, which has already provided substantial prepayments. Hearing this, Shuai and Zhu Bai felt a pang of jealousy. Is that so? Since your family is affluent, let us raise the stakes, 50 million. Shui Ahan declared ominously. Zhu Bai and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Ahan, should you reconsider? There is no need for reconsideration. The betrothal gift from Zhao Tai is worth several times more, Shui boasted. Zhu Bai hesitated, unsure of whether to speak. The betrothal gift had yet to be delivered. It was merely a promise, and should complications arise, they would be left to bear the brunt of 50 million themselves. Fear not, young Master Zhao cares deeply for Ahan and will naturally support her. Shui whispered to Zhu Bai, who soon regained her confidence. She turned to Xinyu, challenging, 50 million? Do you dare to wager? Why wouldn't I? I merely fear you may not be able to afford it. Xinyu replied coolly. Her demeanor incited further ire in Zhu Bai. Very well, Ahan, go toast him. We must secure this 50 million today. Shui Ahan nodded and approached Zhao Tai, playfully fluttering her eyelashes as she articulated her request. Zhao Tai hesitated before responding. Let us give it a try. The two of them walked together towards Lin Lang Tian and Su Hao. The closer they drew to Su Hao, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if time itself had slowed to a halt. An aura of terrifying menace emanated from Su Hao, akin to the weight of an impending collapse, as if it could obliterate everything in its path, casting a suffocating pall over them. Shui Ahan felt an overwhelming heaviness, as though a mountain had settled upon her shoulders. Struggling to steady her trembling legs, she managed to smile. Lin Gongzi, I have long admired you. Today, witnessing your grace, I am compelled to toast you. Lin Langtian ignored her entirely, engrossed in conversation with Su Hao. Lin Gongzi, I am Zhao Tai. Zhao Qinggong is my grandfather, and he shares a close friendship with Elder Shi. I couldn't care less, Lin Langtian interjected coldly. Step aside and do not disturb my conversation. Zhao Tai and Appo's expression faltered, and just as he attempted to speak further, Su Hao unleashed a wave of intense hostility. The crushing gravity bore down on Zhao Tai and Shui Ahan, forcing them to their knees. This spectacle caught the attention of many onlookers. Old Zhao, your grandson is quite bold, going so far as to kneel to associate with Lin Gongzi, Wang Million remarked with a sardonic tone. Regrettably, it seems Lin Gongzi does not appreciate such gestures, rendering their kneeling futile. Zhao Qinggong's face turned a shade of green and white. What foolish antics was his grandson up to? He himself had not even managed to speak with Lin Langtian, and here was Zhao Tai, making a spectacle of himself. The curious gazes of the crowd left Shui Ahan blushing with embarrassment. She desperately attempted to rise yet found herself utterly incapable. Damn it! Zhao Tai cursed angrily, overwhelmed by his own impotence. The pressure emanating from Su Hao served as a constant reminder of his formidable prowess. The weight became increasingly unbearable, ultimately pinning Zhao Tai and Shui Ahan to the ground, utterly immobilized and humiliated. What on earth is happening? Get up immediately. You're making a fool of yourselves. Zhao Qinggong could no longer bear the sight and rushed over, scolding them. Shui Ahan, feeling aggrieved, responded, Grandfather Zhao, we cannot rise. Cannot rise? Have you broken your legs? Zhao Qinggong retorted, his expression darkening as he pulled them both up effortlessly. Oddly enough, while they could not stand on their own, they easily complied when Zhao Qinggong lifted them. Zhao Tai, you needn't linger here. Return home at once. Seeing Zhao Qinggong and Appo's expressionless demeanor, Zhao Tai understood he was incensed and chose not to argue, leaving in a state of disgrace. If you lead my grandson astray again, you shall never set foot in the Zhao house for the rest of your life, Zhao Qinggong warned Xue Aihan, causing her to apologize profusely as she scurried back to the Xue family and Appo's table. Lin Gongzi, I apologize for the disturbance, she said. Lin Langtian replied, your grandson certainly has poor taste, associating with an unappealing woman who frequently causes trouble. I genuinely worry for the future of your Zhao family. Your reminder is appreciated. I shall ensure they part ways, Zhao Qinggong mused, having never held any regard for Xue Aihan, agreeing only out of consideration for Zhao Tai and Appo's affection. Now, with Lin Longtian's words ringing in his ears, he was resolute in his decision to sever this ill-fated pairing. Observing Zhao Qinggong's retreating figure, Lin Langtian raised an eyebrow at Su Hao. Wang Shou, did my performance suffice? I have avenged your wife splendidly. Su Hao retorted dryly, with such abysmal acting skills. You would even attract an audience for a low-budget film. I am skeptical. Why don't and Appo's? Do you accompany me and let us demonstrate it together? The atmosphere at the Xue family table was palpably tense upon Xue Aihan and Appo's return. Xue and Zhu Bai appeared visibly distressed, their faces tinged with green. In stark contrast were Xue Er and Xin Yu, who wore amused expressions, barely containing their laughter. Some individuals, lacking the capacity for discretion, seemed determined to embarrass themselves. And now they faced the consequences of their folly. Suddenly coming into possession of 50 million, one could only ponder how to spend it, darling. I intend to buy you a dozen exquisite gemstone rings, one exclaimed. Their banter brought a refreshing sense of joy to Xue Rou. Cousin, one must accept the consequences of a wager. Please transfer the funds. Xue Aihan remained silent, feeling utterly humiliated. Look at those two youngsters playing house and wagering money. It's quite amusing, Zhu Bai remarked. Your words are the true jest. You speak so confidently about not wanting to pay, retorted Song Kiki. Her sharp remarks instantly turning Zhu Bai's face a deep shade of crimson. Who says I don't want to pay? I merely find this wager exceedingly unreasonable. Mr. Lin holds too much prestige. Challenging Xue Aihan to a toast was an endeavor laden with failure, and Xue Rou's odds of winning were far too high. It's simply unfair. Xue chimed in to echo her sentiments. Are you two attempting to swindle money? I refuse to acknowledge the outcome of this wager, Xin Yu declared. Not one to coddle them. She directed her words at Xue Aihan. Are you aiming to be a deadbeat? I have recorded everything. You wouldn't want your reputation tarnished. Would you? With that, she placed her phone on the table, displaying the screen that read recording in progress, indicating it had been capturing audio for several minutes. You. Xue Yi and Zhu Bai were taken aback by Xin Yu's ruthless tactics, leaving them with no escape. Xue Aihan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. Is it merely 50 million? I can afford to lose. A verbal agreement holds no weight without witnesses, Zhu Bai insisted, refusing to acknowledge any accountability. Xue joined in, urging Xue Aihan to relinquish any notion of paying. Do I count as a witness? Xue Kongning stated with a stern expression. Xue Yi, one must adhere to principles. Your family is behaving inconsistently. In the future, should you divide the family estate, you shall forfeit 50 million corresponding to this wager. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xue Yi and Appo's family turned sour. Although they had not put forth the money, it would ultimately fall upon them. Meanwhile, Xue Rou's family wore triumphant smiles. And Song Kiki continued to deliver barbed remarks to provoke Xue Aihan, creating a scene of unrestrained joy. Around 2:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon, the birthday banquet concluded, and the guests began to disperse. There were no further incidents, allowing Su Hao a moment of respite, though tasked with safeguarding the Summer King for a day. Following the unfortunate event, the Divine Killers organization had suffered significant damage and would likely refrain from sending anyone else. Your mission is accomplished, Jiang Dao remarked on the return journey. However, the Summer King's ailment still requires your expertise. Not today. I am rather exhausted. Let us postpone it until tomorrow. Su Hao replied, then opened the window and leaped out, disappearing into the flow of traffic. This level of agility was such that even a high-speed camera would struggle to capture it, truly a testament to the formidable prowess of a celestial master. Jiang Dao expressed his astonishment, noting that among those he had encountered, few possessed strength comparable to Su Hao's. Most were aging relics with peculiar temperaments. Quite difficult to manage. During my peak, I doubt I could reach such heights. He has entirely surpassed what one would expect from his age, Hu Long acknowledged. Lin Langtian's visit seemed more aimed at establishing contact with him. That young man possesses an astute eye. Jiang Dao discerned this as well, chuckling ruefully. He must believe that the Summer King, weakened by illness, poses no threat. No. Hu Long countered, shaking his head to clarify Jiang Dao's misunderstanding. Lin Lang Tian and Su Hao likely have been acquainted for some time, and judging by their cordial rapport, it appears Su Hao is Lin Lang Tian's superior. I've looked into it. Lin Lang Tian initially belonged to a collateral branch, but over the past year, he has usurped all direct heirs, emerging as the prominent heir of the Lin family, with no opposition, as the family patriarch personally entrusted him with the position. Jiang Dao was taken aback by this revelation. Summer King, are you suggesting that Su Hao has been secretly assisting him? Highly probable. Hu Long affirmed, then added, have you heard of the Tiger dynasty that has dominated the Huaxiao landscape in recent years? I have. Their influence is vast, with footholds in almost every district, rivaling the most formidable organizations like the Dragon, Turtle, and Phoenix groups. It appears that Lin Lang Tian serves as the proxy leader of the Tiger dynasty. Hu Long's words left Jiang Dao in shock. No wonder Lin Lang Tian could rise from the collateral branch. He has the support of the Tiger dynasty. Wait, proxy leader? Isn't he not the true leader of the Tiger dynasty? Hu Long suddenly smiled. Who do you think the true leader is? Jiang Dao paused, his eyes widening in realization. Summer King, you don't mean. Hu Long smiled enigmatically. Indeed, the leader of the Tiger dynasty is Su Hao. Even if it were merely speculation, the likelihood was substantial. Otherwise, Lin Lang Tian's courteous demeanor towards Su Hao would be inexplicable. Most importantly, during the luncheon, Shi Yuzhu had mentioned a collaboration between the Yaoyang Group and the Shui Company. The reason for this partnership with the Shui family was solely due to the intervention of the Tiger dynasty's Jinling branch leader. Why would they choose the Shui family over other prominent families? The only variable was Su Hao, who had recently become the son-in-law of the Shui family's second branch. I never anticipated that Su Hao concealed such depth, Jiang Dao gasped, humorlessly scolding, damn it. Being that impressive at just over 20, I feel quite inadequate. You should be pleased. Huaxiao needs extraordinary talents like Su Hao to withstand pressure, Hu Long remarked with admiration. Since its inception, the Tiger dynasty has always stood on the side of justice, repelling numerous foreign threats, which has led to them being granted considerable leeway for growth. Along with numerous green channels, carrying high expectations, our northern territory must not fall behind the Tiger dynasty, should my illness be cured. I will vigorously develop the northern town core, striving to elevate it to the foremost military force in Huaxia during my lifetime. When the nation faces peril, we shall respond to the call without hesitation, safeguarding the legacy of our forebears and relentlessly inheriting their aspirations. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Dao felt a surge of respect and fervor within him. For the nation, I shall sacrifice myself. For the people, I shall shoulder the burden. This is the Northern Territory's Summer King, the unparalleled glory of the North. In his apartment, Su Hao removed his night cloak and began to meditate to restore his energy, to mend the shoulder injury inflicted by the broken blade. He had no choice but to utilize the Tai Divine Needle, which had taken a considerable toll on him. Subsequently, he had expended much of his strength to confront the ghost phoenix, leaving him utterly drained. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Su Hao's ears perked up. He recognized the visitor was a woman, but it was not Shui Rou. Could it be his mother-in-law? What could she want? Puzzled, Su Hao donned lighter attire and opened the door. Aunt Shin, what brings you here? Shin Yu wore a knowing smile. Su Hao, did you attend old Shi and Appo's birthday banquet today? Not at all. Su Hao shook his head, trying to feign ignorance, though he felt a twinge of surprise. Why was Shin Yu suddenly inquiring about such an odd matter? Had she uncovered something peculiar? Still pretending. I know that adorable masked figure was you. Shin Yu's declaration startled Su Hao considerably. In the bustling crowd, it was astonishing that no one recognized him, yet his mother-in-law did. What an extraordinary insight. Aunt Shin, what are you saying? I've been in the apartment all day without stepping outside. Is that so? Shin Yu revealed 2 photographs, placing them before Su Hao. The images were candid shots of him opening the door this morning, alongside Jiang Dao. Su Hao was taken aback. When he met Jiang Dao, he had sensed no one around him. Where did these photographs come from? Su Hao, I cannot allow my daughter to marry a killer. It's too perilous. You should part ways. Shin Yu and Appo's demeanor turned cold, leaving Su Hao at a loss for words. Aunt Shin, please let me explain, actually. Before he could finish, Shin Yu shifted her tone. However, considering your commendable character, I shall make a sacrifice and marry my daughter to you. What? Su Hao's mind buzzed with confusion. Aunt Shin, are you all right? What's wrong? Do you find me unattractive, or is it that I cannot satisfy you in certain aspects? Do not underestimate me. I maintain my appearance quite well. You shall see for yourself." As she spoke, Xinyu pushed Su Hao into the bedroom with the ferocity of a famished predator, eager to devour him whole. "Wait, I've sensed something amiss since earlier, and now it dawns on me. You and Oppos, not Aunt Shin at all, are you?" Xinyu playfully lifted Su Hao and Oppos' chin, winking as she said, "Little Junior, it seems you've expended quite a bit of energy. You couldn't even see through such a simple illusion at once. Come, let your senior sister assist you." As she spoke, her features gradually morphed, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage, reminiscent of a celestial being, captivating and enchanting. Dressed in a lilac top that revealed her perfect navel, paired with a sparkling golden skirt that accentuated her fair, supple thighs, she exuded an irresistible allure. "Second senior sister, I knew it was you." Su Hao felt a flush of embarrassment. The person he feared most among senior sisters was the second one, Jiang Churen. She was mesmerizing, radiating an alluring charm that was simply beguiling. It was said that no hero could escape the clutches of a beautiful woman. With Jiang Churen, he found it impossible to prevail. During their time on the mountain, she had been his greatest nemesis. Once her charms were unleashed, he was rendered helpless. "Now that you know I'm your senior sister, does this make you more eager to engage with me?" Jiang Churen raised an eyebrow, her sultry gaze piercing through him, her attire clinging to her curvaceous form, leaving Su Hao feeling cornered. "Second senior sister, please don't act recklessly. I will scream. Look at you, so timid. It's no wonder you're still a virgin at this age." Jiang Churen rolled her eyes and tossed Su Hao a pill to restore his vitality. "Your cultivation has indeed improved, yet your constitution remains rather frail. You possess the most formidable pure yang body, yet you squander it on cultivation, such a waste. If I were you, I would forge the pure yang power into a solid foundation and cultivate a pure yang body that cannot be harmed. With that, you could withstand not just a broken blade, but even a missile strike." Upon hearing this, Su Hao realized that Jiang Churen had been secretly observing him and had witnessed the entire ambush by the shape-shifting star. "Second senior sister, since you were present, why didn't you lend me a hand? Have you no shame?" Jiang Churen replied, giving him a light smack on the head. "You want me to help you against those few lackeys? Don't make me laugh at the expense of the other seniors." Su Hao retorted, "When out in the world, our master instructed us to look out for one another. And how do you propose we do that? With a bra?" Su Hao was rendered speechless by Jiang Churen's outrageous remark. "This is the method for cultivating the pure yang body. Practice it diligently." "I have put considerable effort into acquiring it," Jiang Churen emphasized, handing him a manual. "Considerable effort? Second senior sister, you didn't engage in a 300-round battle with him, did you?" Jiang Churen candidly replied, "Not quite. I merely cast a flirtatious glance, and he yielded it to me." Su Hao was left dumbfounded. "I must take my leave. Third senior sister is in trouble, and I must assist her." Jiang Churen glanced at the time and stood up. "I happen to be passing through here, so I came to check on you and brought the manual." Su Hao quickly inquired, "What happened to third senior sister?" Jiang Churen sighed, hesitating to speak. Su Hao had rarely seen her so troubled, and he felt a surge of anxiety. "Second senior sister, please tell me. Don't keep me in suspense." Jiang Churen lamented. She experienced a heartbreak and cried about wanting to jump off a building. However, due to her formidable body, she merely created a crater upon impact and emerged unscathed, having to compensate the road administration quite a sum. "Is that all?" Su Hao nearly choked on his own saliva. "Do you not possess any empathy?" It was her first love. Jiang Churen shot him a glare before continuing. Her first love was also a scoundrel. After a quarrel, she lightly pushed him 10 meters away, breaking his leg, and decisively ended the relationship. How heartless. Just the other day, she sought an explanation and discovered he had been flirting with another girl. In a fit of rage, she crushed the scoundrel's manhood and pummeled the other girl's chest. She came to me sobbing for comfort, and I could only console her wounded heart. At this point, Jiang Churen turned the question back to Su Hao. "What do you think? Is that man not despicable?" Su Hao hesitated, then finally nodded in agreement. To straddle two boats is indeed quite contemptible. However, second senior sister, perhaps next time you should encourage third senior sister to resolve her issues more peacefully. Otherwise, it might cause quite a stir. Jiang Churen concurred. "I too believe she is too violent. If it were me, I would have eliminated the problem in one swift strike, right?" Su Hao's silence was deafening. "All right. Enough of this chatter. Focus on cultivating the pure yang body. Once you succeed, your senior sister will be the first to let you experience the taste of love." Jiang Churen teased, blowing him a kiss as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Su Hao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The taste of love was something he had no desire to experience. The entire afternoon passed with Su Hao engrossed in the manual after consuming the pill. He had previously attempted to forge the pure yang power into a pure yang body but had seen minimal results, leading him to abandon the effort. However, the manual provided by second senior sister was exceptional, offering clear and actionable guidance. In just a few hours, Su Hao completed the first layer of the pure yang body. Although he had only achieved 1/10 of the process, his defensive capabilities had significantly increased. Even without activating protective energy, he could achieve effects comparable to it. Should he reach the 10th layer, his physical body would withstand a missile strike without issue. Su Hao exhaled a breath of fatigue and entered the bathroom to cleanse himself. Upon emerging, he received a call from Lin Langtian. "Wang Shou, are you hungry? We're at the top-notch private room in Yapinju, waiting for you to grace us with your presence. Please send me your location," Su Hao requested, as he was unfamiliar with many places in Jinling. Lin Langtian hesitated. "Strange. Why did you agree so readily? Shouldn't you have initially declined, allowing me to lure you in with a crucial secret? If you keep prattling, I truly want to go." "Don't. Tonight is our stage. You must attend." Lin Langtian quickly sent the location before hanging up, leaving no room for Su Hao to refuse. This fellow had such questionable inclinations. Could it be that he was harboring ulterior motives? Su Hao furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable unease. Nevertheless, with Lin Langtian's limited skills, he could only fantasize about it. Dressed, Su Hao took a taxi to Yapinju. This is the most prestigious hotel in Jinling, categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary members, advanced members, and super members, based on their spending levels. Super members are typically affluent individuals who have spent over 100 million to prevent any unseeing trash from judging others by appearance. Lin Langtian personally welcomed guests at the entrance, accompanied by 4 stunning beauties who rivaled Shui Rou in looks, gesturing a warm welcome. Su Hao was utterly bemused by this spectacle, wishing he could hold a sign overhead declaring his unfamiliarity with the situation. "One show. Why Dawn and Amp, Oppos, do you even glance at those beautiful ladies? They're dressed so lightly, so alluringly, and they are all first-timers. How can you remain unmoved?" Lin Langtian, with a lady on each arm, chattered incessantly in Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' ear. "I prefer men, all right?" Su Hao replied, his patience wearing thin. "Is that truly the case?" Lin Langtian exclaimed with delight, abruptly pushing away the beauties beside him to embrace Su Hao. "Wang Shou, you finally admitted you're gay. How splendid. I did not misjudge you. Stop being ridiculous." Su Hao shot Lin Langtian a glare, threateningly stating, "The Eastern King of the Tiger Dynasty is a eunuch. And after repeatedly provoking me, I personally took care of him. Do you wish to test your luck?" "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously," Lin Langtian gulped nervously, silently pulling the beauties back into his embrace. The 2 of them proceeded to the top-tier private room, where 2 fully accomplished masters stood guard at the entrance. 1 tall and 1 short, members of the Tiger Dynasty. Upon Su Hao's arrival, the 2 widened their eyes in shock, nearly kneeling in reverence. They genuinely did not expect the acting Wang Shou to have summoned the real Wang Shou. Thin Tiger, Fat Dragon, it's been a while. During his tenure as the Wang Shou of the Tiger Dynasty, Su Hao had recognized all its members and remembered their names. "Wang Shou, long time no see." Thin Tiger and Fat Dragon clasped their hands, their eyes glistening with emotion. Although Su Hao had stepped back from his duties and rarely returned to the Tiger Dynasty, in everyone's hearts, he was the one true Wang Shou. "Don't just stand there chatting. Let us sit and eat while we talk," Lin Langtian suggested, waving his hand as he took a seat first. Gazing at the lavish feast before him, Su Hao's lips twitched. "You would have used the Tiger Dynasty's funds for entertainment, would you?" "Wang Shou, don't say such things. This is all my own money," Lin Langtian replied while popping open a bottle of champagne. "To be honest, my company earns billions each year. This amount is merely pocket change." Noticing an extra pair of chopsticks, Su Hao observed, "Who else is coming?" "Of course, it's me, dear lord." A voice chimed in just as a man in a suit emerged from the restroom. With white hair and a strikingly handsome face, he exuded a mischievous charm. Undeniably a heartthrob. "Yi Tianming, I'm surprised to see you here instead of managing the all-knowing hall overseas." "Ah, there are too many beauties overseas. They cling to me daily, and my body can't keep up. I thought I'd come back home to relax for a few days." Yi Tianming chuckled lightly. "Besides, if Lin Langtian can come, why can't I? Don't be discriminatory against handsome men." "All right, I concede to you both," Su Hao laughed, pouring drinks for them. "I toast to you." thanking you for managing the organization these past years. Yu Tianming downed his drink in one go, proudly declaring, "The Lord of the All-Knowing Hall toasts me. This will be bragging material for a year." While less attractive individuals hesitated, the handsome ones had already begun recording the moment. Lin Langtian burst into laughter, capturing a video to share in the Tiger Dynasty group chat. Instantly, members erupted with envy and jealousy. "You rascal." Su Hao chuckled helplessly, saying little more as he enjoyed his meal. They were all brothers, and playful banter was welcome. The most important thing was to be happy. As the feast neared its end, Yu Tianming broached a serious topic. "Lord, since my investigation into your background, the All-Knowing Hall has received a warning from a mysterious yet powerful force. To delve deeper, we cannot rely solely on the All-Knowing Hall. You may need to leverage all your connections. Even you consider it powerful? It seems my background is indeed extraordinary, which explains why my master has always opposed my inquiries into my origins." Su Hao set down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth. "No need to rush. We'll take our time. I will gradually activate the forces I've cultivated over the years. Uncovering the truth is merely a matter of time." Just as Yi Tianming was about to respond, a phone rang. Su Hao answered to hear Shin Yu's anxious voice. "Su Hao, is Ro Ro with you?" "She's not here. What's wrong?" Su Hao asked in return. "She and Kuku went out shopping and Haven Tea returned. It seems something has happened." Su Hao furrowed his brow, reassuring her, "And Shin, I will have someone look into her whereabouts right away." The moment he hung up, Yi Tianming sprang into action. Approximately 3 minutes later, news about Shui Ro reached Yi Tianming's phone. "Lord, according to my informant Wolfdog in Jinling, Shui Ro and her sister Song Kuku appear to have been taken by someone named Haishun to the Sanwen district. Drive me to the Sanwen district." Su Hao signaled to Lin Langtian. His voice was low, yet brimming with murderous intent. Lin Langtian silently offered a prayer for this Haishun character. Why target the women of the Wang Shou? That's asking for trouble. At 8 o'clock that evening, in the Sanwen district, one of the old districts of Jinling, it served as the base for the 10th group of the gem organization. The head of the Jin family, Jin Fenghua, had taken control of the Sanwen district's underworld forces a decade ago, transitioning from the black market to legitimate business, thus becoming one of Jinling's top aristocratic families. After Jin Fenghua stepped down, the gem organization was passed on to his several sons. However, none of them were inclined to take on the hot potato. Instead, his wayward grandson Jin Xiaoming eagerly seized the opportunity. The support for Haishun came from Jin Xiaoming, who had ordered the capture of Shui Ro and Song Kuku. "Boss, the effects of the sedative have worn off. Those two women are fighting tooth and nail. What should we do?" A subordinate quietly reported from within a brothel in the Sanwen district. Before him, a bald man was conducting a symphony. "What should we do?" "Handle it as you see fit," Haishun replied irritably. His subordinate was taken aback. "Boss, are you sure we can just handle it casually? I thought you wanted to take action, so I left them untouched for now. I meant to teach them a lesson, not to do anything rash." "You think I'm talking about something else?" Haishun threw a pillow at his subordinate, cursing. "There is one violent girl with some skills. None of our brothers can handle her. Should we drug them again and take our time? Damn it, you useless bunch. I'll take care of it myself." Haishun exited the room after changing his clothes. The subordinate glanced back at Haishun's retreating figure, then at the enticing woman on the bed. Hesitating, he decided not to follow Haishun to the basement, instead licking his lips. "Boss is tired. I'll take over." With that, he stripped off his clothes and pounced. However, before he could get close, he was shot in the head. "You want to touch my woman? You're seeking death." Haishun, returning, coldly snorted, instructing the woman to clean up the body before heading to the basement. At that moment, several figures were present in the basement, smoking and playing cards, embodying the essence of a gang. In a cell, Shui Ro hugged her knees, her eyes red. "I'm sorry, Kuku. If I hadn't dragged you out shopping, we wouldn't be in this situation." She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Since this month began, every time she was with Song Kuku, danger seemed to follow. She couldn't help but wonder if she was a harbinger of misfortune. Otherwise, how could every outing lead to trouble for her dear friend? "A substantial sum has been offered for your abduction, though today and Appo's attempt has failed, another will surely follow. There is no need for apologies." Song Kiki waved her hand dismissively, lamenting, "Yet that man Su Hao is utterly irresponsible. Not only does he fail to protect you, but we have been held captive for so long, and he still has not come to our rescue." "It is not entirely his fault," Shui Ro interjected. "My grandfather opposed our relationship, and I allowed him to stay in an apartment. He probably remains unaware of this situation, otherwise, he would not be so indifferent. However, given the current circumstances. Even if he were informed, it might be challenging for him to intervene. After all, neither of us knows who the mastermind is or the nature of this place. How could Su Hao possibly know? Song Kiki fell silent, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Indeed, the lack of information renders us unable to call for help. And that is the crux of the problem. You see, in this conspiracy, there is no point in hoping for escape. The entirety of Sanwen District is under my watch. And you cannot flee. At this moment, the voice of Haishin emerged. Under the flattery of his subordinates, he approached Shui Rou, clicking his tongue. No wonder they wanted to capture you. You are indeed quite striking, albeit a beauty that brings calamity. Was it Shui who instructed you to capture me? Shui Rou asked, suppressing her discomfort. At the Shijiao banquet, she had wagered against Shui a hand and won 50 million. Knowing Shui's temperament, retaliation was inevitable. What a worthless scoundrel Shui is. To think he could command me, Haishin scoffed. Song Kiki probed. Knowing my grandfather is the president of the Martial Arts Association. You dare to act against me? Your backing is formidable. Of course, my elder brother is the leader of the 10th unit of the gem organization. What is a mere martial arts association to him? Upon hearing this, Shui Rou's face turned ashen. The gem organization is a notorious underground society in Jinling, engaged in various gray industries. Due to its immense power, many figures in the legitimate world tread cautiously around it. I recall that the leader of the 10th unit is from the Jin family. We have no grievances with them, so why capture us? Song Kiki questioned, puzzled. The order was to capture only you. Shui Rou is merely secondary. Haishin narrowed his eyes, a wicked grin forming. The financier has allowed me to deal with you as I please. Initially, I contemplated killing you outright, but seeing your beauty, I decided to play with you first before ending your life. The order was placed by Qian Duo, who had a favorable relationship with Jin Xiaoming, prompting Jin Xiaoming to personally intervene and offer $1 million as a reward. Capturing someone for $1 million is an opportunity too lucrative to decline. Do not act recklessly. Kiki and Appo's grandfather is fiercely protective. If he discovers she is in danger, I assure you, your demise will be gruesome. Shui Rou warned, tightly embracing Song Kiki. However, such words held no weight for Haishin. Having dared to capture someone, he felt no fear. You lot, hold her down and remove her clothing. I will have my way. Yes, boss. His subordinates moved without hesitation, surrounding Song Kiki. Shui Rou attempted to intervene but was shoved aside, stumbling. Let go of me, you beasts. Song Kiki struggled fiercely. But having just recovered from the effects of a sedative, she lacked the strength to break free from so many captors. Rest assured, I shall be gentle, Haishin said with a sinister smile, quickly unbuckling his belt. Before he could even remove Song Kiki and Appo's trousers, one of his underlings rushed in, panic-stricken. Boss, bad news. The wolf dog has gone rogue and demands we surrender Shui Rou and Song Kiki, or he will demolish our operation. What? Haishin was momentarily stunned, bewildered. Does he not realize that Sanwen District is the gem organization and Appo's territory? Who gives him the audacity? Unclear. He has summoned everyone, at least several hundred people. And we can hardly contain them. Damn it. Does this fool think he can rebel? Haishin disregarded his intentions with Song Kiki, raising his hand. Gather all members of the gem organization in Sanwen District. Tonight, I shall eliminate the wolf dog and his crew. Leave a few to watch these two women. I shall return later to savor my victory. Seeing Haishin and his men rush away, Song Kiki felt a wave of relief wash over her. Rou. Someone is here to rescue us. Shui Rou, still bewildered, replied, but we do not know anyone named Wolf Dog. It might be a rescue sent by your family or possibly mine, Shui Rou suddenly speculated. Could it be that Su Hao sent them? Do you truly consider Su Hao to be some kind of deity? He likely does not even know we have been captured. Song Kiki rolled her eyes. Quick. Help me wipe myself. That disgusting bald man just touched me, and I am revolted. Shui Rou chuckled despite the circumstances. It was over your pants. And there was no intimate contact. Just throw the pants away. That is a valid point. But if I discard my trousers now, it would be akin to facing the world bare. Perhaps you could sacrifice your dignity and lend me your pants? Get lost. Shui Rou blushed, playfully punching Song Kiki. Ouch. If you want an Appo's lend them, why strike me in my most vulnerable spot? If you don't help, how will I nourish our future children? As Song Kiki feigned a grimace, Shui Rou felt a mix of amusement and concern over their dire situation. Outside the brothel in Sanwen District, the members of the gem organization summoned by Haishin were already on high alert, each carrying weapons of various sorts. A sea of figures loomed, causing many passers-by to flee in terror. 100 meters away, a long Rolls-Royce idled. The driver, C.S. Sun, was one of the leaders of the Lion's Head, a power that stood in equal regard to the Wolf Dogs faction, second only to the Gem Organization. Tian-gu. It is said that the Gem Organization has recently acquired a cache of arms, and the Wolf Dog and Oppos, S-men will not stand a chance. Lin Lang Tian replied impatiently. Then summon your men as well. We shall encircle them together. We must eliminate that scoundrel Haishan today. A mere petty leader dares to abduct the wife of Wang Shou? He truly does not know the gravity of his actions. Had the Tiger Dynasty not been under scrutiny these past few years, we could have easily wiped out the Gem Organization with a single call. Understood, Tian-gu. Sun promptly took action. Unnecessary. However, Su Hao shook his head to intervene. There are many civilians nearby. If the situation escalates too much, it will be difficult to manage and may draw unwanted attention. I shall handle this matter with the Wolf Dog and Oppos, S crew. You and Lin Lang Tian should remain in the car and refrain from getting involved. The Lion and Amp, Oppos, S head represents the Lin family and Amp, Oppos, S influence. Any negative publicity could provide their adversaries with leverage, resulting in political pressure. Observing Su Hao and Amp, Oppos, S retreating figure, Sun curiously inquired. Tian-gu, who exactly is this Wang Shou? You seem to hold him in high regard. My elder brother, your elder brother and Oppos, S elder brother. What do you think his background is? Lin Longtian's simple words left Sun trembling. He had assumed Su Hao was merely a scion of a prominent family, only to discover he was actually the revered lord of the Tiger Dynasty. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. In contrast, Su Hao advanced ahead of the Wolf Dog's men, confronting Haishan directly. Where are Shuiro and Song Kiki? His calm question was laced with menace. Haishan felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, while his nearby underling, oblivious, sneered. Who are you to speak here? Bang! In response, Su Hao delivered a swift kick, sending the underling flying 10 meters away into a drain, where he lay unconscious. A master. Haishan and Oppos, S pupils contracted, and he immediately snapped his fingers. His trusted subordinates swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at Su Hao. Haishan, in the world of underground conflict, you dare to wield a gun? Is that a challenge to the rules? The wolfhound was taken aback and questioned with a hint of trepidation. Spare me the platitudes about honor among thieves. I only believe in the supremacy of power. The sea cucumber scoffed, bringing a martial artist dozen and Oppos, to intimidate me. Wolfhound, you underestimate me. As he spoke, he gestured rudely at Su Hao. So you and Oppos, Rhea fighter? What good is fighting? Dawn and Oppos, do you know you need connections and a background to thrive in this world? What future do you have following this trash? Upon hearing this, the sea cucumber and Oppos, S underlings burst into laughter, deriding Su Hao with every other word. I Dawn and Oppos, do you want to waste words with you? Tell me where Shuiro and Song Ku are. I and Oppos, LL only cripple you and spare your life, Su Hao stated expressionlessly. His voice icy. In 3 seconds, if you Dawn and Oppos, T reveal their location, I and Oppos, LL take your life. The sea cucumber guffawed upon hearing this. Boy, do you know who you're talking to? Snap. Before he could finish, Su Hao seized the sea cucumber by the neck, lifting him into the air. The underlings and Oppos, expressions changed drastically as they shouted, release our boss, or we and Oppos, LL shoot you dead. Crack. Ignoring their threats, Su Hao exerted a bit of force, snapping the sea cucumber and Oppos' neck. Silence descended upon the scene. No one had anticipated that Su Hao would be so ruthless and decisive. The wolfhound and Oppos' men were dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, the acting boss of the Gem Organization, killed just like that by Su Hao? It was absurd. So fierce. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Sun felt a chill down his spine. Gang conflicts are usually minor skirmishes, avoiding fatalities to prevent attracting the attention of the surveillance division. Yet Su Hao killed without hesitation. Brother Tian, he can handle it alone. There and Oppos. No point in you calling us here. Do you understand anything? Wang wants our attitude. Not a reckless charge. Lin Langtian rolled his eyes. In terms of strength, all of us combined would and Oppos, be a match for Wang. If that were the case, there would be no need for us to form these factions. We might as well be sweeping the streets. Sun suddenly understood, smiling awkwardly. Brother Tian is right. My thinking was too narrow. That kid Tianming is cunning, enjoying himself with beauties at the first-class residence, sending someone over to make up the numbers. knowing Wang will handle it personally. Lin Lang Tian pouted, displeased. He and Amp, Oppos, as spending my money on women. He and Amp, Oppos, LL have to make it up to me when we go abroad. Meanwhile, the situation with Su Hao had reached a fever pitch. The sea cucumber and Oppos' death enraged his underlings. The ones with guns were furious, intending to shoot Su Hao. However, before they could pull the trigger, their guns turned into scrap metal. Gulp. The wolfhound Kuden and Oppos, help but swallow hard. Su Hao moved so quickly that he crushed all the guns in the blink of an eye. What speed was that? And what terrifying power? One last time. Where are Shuiro and Song Ku? Su Hao clapped his hands, his voice devoid of emotion. If I Don and Amp, Oppos, get an answer, I and Amp, Oppos, LL kill everyone. Having witnessed Su Hao's power, the gem organization members no longer had the courage to resist. Their guns were destroyed before they could even fire. He was beyond human comprehension. Not someone they could defeat. They and Amp, Oppos, in the basement of the brothel. A short man said, trembling. Su Hao glanced at him, his cold gaze causing the man's legs to shake uncontrollably. Big brother, don't kill me. I didn't do anything. Take me to them. Su Hao grabbed him, ordering him to lead the way. The remaining gem organization members exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They thought tonight would be a massive clash with the wolfhound, crushing them with absolute power and taking the wolfhound's head. But what happened? Their boss was instantly killed. Firearms were as fragile as paper in front of him. This farcical ending shocked them, leaving their minds buzzing. The wolfhound and Amp, Oppos, men felt the same. They knew anyone who stood with their boss was no pushover. But they didn't end Oppos. Expect such a heaven-defying performance, an operation that dazzled them. Brother Tianming was right. You can offend anyone but someone named Su. Belatedly, the wolfhound lit a cigarette, smoking and trembling, unsure if it was from being frightened by Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' combat prowess or from needing to urinate. Brothel, basement. The entrance and Amp, Oppos' security door was 20 centimeters thick, making escape impossible. Only the boss has the key card. I and Amp, Oppos, LL go back and get it. The short man realized, preparing to retrieve the key from the sea cucumber's body. However, Su Hao punched through the security door, saving time and effort. Gulp. Witnessing this, the short man swallowed hard. Trembling. No wonder he could crush guns. This guy ISN and Amp. Oppos, human. Who are you? Daring to break into the basement, Don and Amp. Oppos, you want to live? The guards, acting like hotheads, yelled at Su Hao upon seeing him enter. The result was predictable. They were knocked down with 2 punches. Their faces likely requiring plastic surgery for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Song Ku and Shuiro were guessing fingers back to back. Somewhat stunned when they saw Su Hao. Su Hao was equally stunned. Were they kidnapped? Why were they having so much fun? Nevertheless, he asked, are you all right? All right, my foot. I was groped, my chastity shattered, Song Ku complained, as a finding event. Your wife is too damn dangerous, a jinx through and through. Wherever she goes, there's trouble. I'm practically Tang Sanzang, constantly facing tribulations. Shuiro was dumbfounded. Wow, Kuka, you didn't say that just now. You were comforting me. Really? What did I say? Repeat it. Shuiro was speechless. The problem was that she had lost too many times to Song Ku in guessing fingers, getting knocked on the head each time, making her forgetful and unable to recall Song Ku's original words. Seeing the 2 women spirited, Su Hao was amused and exasperated. He opened the cell, releasing the 2 vixens. Shuiro curiously asked, Su Hao, how did you find this place? A friend of mine said he saw you here. So I came. Shuiro said with concern, there are many guards outside. It couldn't have been easy for you to get here, right? You must have overcome many obstacles and put in a lot of effort, right? Are you injured? No, I took care of their boss, the sea cucumber. And the rest ran away. It was easy. Songko and Amp, Oppos, mind bust. Are you kidding? They had guns, and not just one. You can end Oppos, possibly catch bullets with your bare hands, can you? I crushed their guns. As for catching bullets, that end Oppos, too childish. Sniper bullets are more challenging. Seeing Su Hao boast without batting an eye, Songko rolled her eyes, too lazy to expose him. Stop chatting. It's too dangerous here. Let's go, Shuiro urged. Still somewhat rational. Of course, she was more afraid, having been traumatized by the previous sea cucumber. Su Hao nodded, found their phones, and walked out of the basement. Arriving outside, the surroundings were empty, eerily quiet. Yet Su Hao immediately sensed Lin Langtian and the others hiding in the shadows, while also receiving a text message. Wong. The cleanup is complete. All surveillance has been destroyed. You can drive the Rolls-Royce to take your wife and her friend home. The car is parked in the original location. Note: the Rolls-Royce is equipped with comprehensive surveillance. Please deactivate the monitoring before shaking the vehicle to prevent data from being uploaded to the cloud and potentially stolen. Becoming the subject of widespread public attention. What are you looking at? Shuero asked, noticing Su Hao engrossed in his phone. A frown etched on her forehead as she approached curiously. Su Hao, quick-witted, swiftly concealed his device and succinctly replied, "Nothing. Just a message from a friend who has arranged a vehicle to take you all home. Your friend is quite considerate. I appreciate such reliability," Song Kiki remarked, giving a thumbs up. "Where and amp? Oppos, S the car. Follow me." Su Hao stepped forward, guiding the two women to the front of an elongated Rolls-Royce. "Wow, your friend is no ordinary person. This car is a limited edition worth around 50 to 60 million, Song Kiki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she began snapping photos of the vehicle. "Su Hao, may I take it for a spin?" "Of course." Su Hao, who preferred not to drive, welcomed the idea of having a free chauffeur. "Hop in." Song Kiki eagerly rushed to the driver and amp, Oppos, S seat, while Shui Rose settled into the back and discreetly called her parents, omitting any mention of the kidnapping incident. Clearly wishing to spare them unnecessary worry. "Su Hao, you must stay close to Ro in the future. Her propensity for attracting trouble is quite severe. And I can't handle it alone," Song Kiki warned as she adjusted the vibrant sound system. "Had it not been for your luck today, with your friend discovering our whereabouts, both Ro and I might have met a dire fate," she added. Shui Ro blushed and interjected, "Kiki, could you please be more refined in your speech? I and Oppos am already being quite refined. Am I to say we would have been? You know?" Song Kiki retorted. "If Su Hao had and Oppos, come. I fear the outcome would have been similar." Song Kiki and Oppos' unembellished words made Shui Ro wish to disappear from embarrassment. How could someone like you, the granddaughter of the Martial Arts Association president, fall prey to a group of ruffians? Su Hao shifted the topic. "It was unexpected. They used chemical weapons, and I was incapacitated before I even realized what was happening." Song Kiki expressed her frustration. "To think a practitioner of martial arts could be subdued by a bunch of lowlifes. It's humiliating. Would you like me to teach you a few moves?" Su Hao asked with a grin. "Will I be able to leap across rooftops?" "Certainly." Su Hao nodded, but then doused her enthusiasm in your dreams. "You might achieve such feats." Shui Rose stifled a laugh at Song Kiki and Oppos' incredulous expression, unable to contain her amusement. "Hey now, you little disaster. How dare you laugh at me? If it weren't and amp, Oppos, T for you, I wouldn't and amp, Oppos, T have been groped." Song Kiki exclaimed indignantly. "Su Hao, I command you to spank her." "If you don't, I will hold you accountable," Shui Ro blurted out, her ears turning crimson. "Kiki, you are quite lewd. Huh? Someone here has watched even more Risk of films with me, and now pretends to be innocent?" Su Hao and amp, Oppos' eyes narrowed. "Films? What kind of films?" "Just those with simple plots where couples share a room and explore various positions." She was referring to a situational comedy, which was rather dull. "Do not listen." Shui Ro quickly interrupted Song Kiki. "Kiki, focus on driving and refrain from speaking. All right, we have about 10 minutes until we reach your apartment. During this time, feel free to be affectionate. I won't intrude," Song Kiki declared, pressing a button that activated the privacy screen. In an instant, the back seat and front seat were entirely separated by curtains, ensuring utmost privacy and soundproofing. That troublesome Kiki, always engaging in frivolous chatter, beware of her loose tongue. Shui Ro and amp, Oppos' cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, avoiding looking at Su Hao. She was indeed the kind of person who, despite her quirks, had a genuinely good heart. Su Hao chuckled softly. "Were you frightened today?" Shui Ro shook her head, though her expression betrayed her, looking rather pitiful. Su Hao extended his hand with a teasing smile. "May I lean on your shoulder? Is that appropriate?" Shui Ro shyly covered her face, though her body betrayed her as she leaned in closer. A wave of security washed over her, easing her previously tense nerves. "Su Hao, if danger arises again, will you appear as promptly as you did today?" "Of course." Su Hao replied with a gentle smile, "but I will do my utmost to keep you away from harm, ensuring they're one and Oppos. TB and next time. You are truly wonderful." Shui Ro embraced Su Hao tightly, relishing the peaceful quietude as they nestled together, reluctant to part. Upon arriving at the single apartment, it was already 11 o'clock at night. After the harrowing kidnapping experience, Song Kiki felt uneasy about returning home alone and requested her grandfather, Song Zhongji, to pick her up. Fuero, still shaken, had drifted off to sleep in Suhao's arms. You could say my luck is poor, yet I have a caring man accompanying me, or perhaps I am fortunate. Given this week has been fraught with mishaps, never a dull moment, Song Kiki mused as she observed Fuero nestled in Suhao and Appo's embrace, resembling a child who had yet to mature. In comparison, I prefer your life, free from daily backstabbing and occasional annoyance from my cousin. Suhao smiled, adding, everyone has their struggles. We must cherish each day. You and Fuero have surpassed many. At least compared to the impoverished who toil under the sun for a mere 10 yuan, your frustrations are a luxury they could never dream of. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zhongji arrived at the entrance. Seeing Suhao holding Fuero while waiting for Song Kiki, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Kiki, you should have waited here alone. Why drag Mr. Su into this? It's quite absurd. He is supposed to wait with me. You have no idea what I faced today, Song Kiki pouted, feeling wronged. Regardless of what transpired, it does not justify making Mr. Su wait for you, Song Zhongji admonished sternly, preparing to scold her further. Suhao raised his hand. Mr. Song, we are all friends. There is no need for such severity. Exactly, Song Kiki rolled her eyes, as if he were some great figure. Suhao, I entrust Fuero to you. Take good care of her. If she loses a single hair, I will hold you accountable, Song Kiki declared. You wouldn't stand a chance against me. Song Kiki stamped her foot. So what if your martial arts are impressive? My grandfather is already a master. He could easily handle you. Song Zhongji nearly fainted in shock. How could he compete with someone of Suhao and Appo's caliber? Kiki, it is getting late. Hurry home, Song Zhongji urged, fearing his granddaughter would utter something outrageous again. Quickly ushering her into the car. Mr. Su, we and Appo's chat next time. Good night. Drive safely, Suhao nodded, carrying Fuero upstairs. In the driver and Appo's seat. Song Zhongji sighed in relief, grateful that Suhao had not taken offense. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Song Kiki's expression turned peculiar. Grandpa. While Suhao's martial prowess at his age is indeed extraordinary, must you treat him with such deference? Do you have some leverage over him? You know nothing. Suhao's status is beyond your comprehension. Treat him with respect in the future, or I cannot guarantee your safety, Song Zhongji scolded, fastening his seatbelt. Okay. Song Kiki acquiesced, her curiosity piqued. What kind of identity could Suhao possess to incite such caution in her grandfather? It seemed she needed to investigate further. In the apartment, Suhao gently placed Fuero on the bed, covering her with a light blanket. Ding dong. At that moment, a message popped up on WeChat from an unknown contact. Ro, it's Qian Duo. My main account was deleted by you, so I can only use this alternate account to chat. Suhao, disinclined to respond, promptly deleted the contact. Little did he know, another contact appeared. Ro, I have numerous alternate accounts. I've acquired the WeChat accounts of many of your former partners. You can't possibly delete them all. Amused by this person's bizarre persistence, Suhao relented, replying with, spit it out. Don and Appo's, TB so impetuous, Ro. I just learned from a friend that Song Kiki has been apprehended, her fate uncertain. Rest assured, I've dispatched individuals to rescue her. If the rescue proves unsuccessful, don't despair, I'll be by your side. I also have several female cousins who would make excellent confidants. Considering my earnest efforts, might I request a photo of your jade feet? My brothers are boasting about their goddess's foot pictures, and I'm the only one without, alas. Suhao's eyes narrowed. Even Song Zhongji was unaware of Song Kiki's capture, yet this Qian Duo knew, implying a hidden motive. If he wasn't mistaken, Qian Duo was attempting to eliminate Song Kiki, thereby diminishing the competition for Fuero's affections. However, abducting only Song Kiki might arouse suspicion. So Fuero was seized as well. This perfidious individual had the audacity to request a foot picture. Suhao chuckled coldly, typing, thank you for your sincerity. I and Appo's send you a foot picture immediately. He removed his shoe, snapped a photo of his foot, and sent it. Qian Duo, initially anticipatory, was dumbfounded upon seeing the image. He envisioned Fuero and Appo's jade feet as alabaster, with toes resembling tender lotus shoots, delicate and pristine. Instead, he received a yellowish, rough foot with several hairs. Ro, are you certain this is your jade foot? What, do you find it objectionable? Suhao retorted. Impossible. I've never beheld such exquisite jade feet. I'm simply astonished. Suhao teased, is that so? Then you must cherish it, perhaps even set it as your lock screen wallpaper for daily admiration. Certainly, I and Appo's said it immediately. Chien Duo, suppressing his revulsion, replaced his lock screen wallpaper and sent Su Hao a screenshot. Su Hao offered a few perfunctory remarks before ending the conversation under the pretense of needing rest and promptly deleted the chat history. Just as he turned off his phone, Shuero sleepily stretched. Su Hao, have we arrived home yet? We and Appos, already home. Hearing Su Hao and Appos' voice, Shuero paused, rubbed her eyes, and blushed. Did you carry me back? You sleepwalked yourself home, howling like a banshee, frightening some children. Shuero and Appos' face paled. Really? Of course not. You believe that? Shuero playfully pinched Su Hao. What about Kiki? Did she go home? Yes. Her grandfather came to pick her up. Su Hao nodded, gesturing toward the bathroom. Go take a shower. You're starting to smell like spoiled food. Stop. I'm going right now. Shuero, already fastidious, was startled awake and rushed to her wardrobe. While selecting undergarments, she blushed and winked at Su Hao. Turn around. No peeking. Su Hao chivalrously turned away, then watched Shuero select her undergarments through the reflection in the window. It must be said, women are indeed meticulous when choosing attire. Shuero pondered over a single pair of underwear for a full 10 minutes. Ironically, from 7 or 8 pairs, she ultimately chose the first lacy pair. So, the wasted time was spent convincing herself to wear them? Half an hour later, Shuero emerged from the bathroom in slippers, her hair still damp. Water droplets clung to her slender legs, exuding a hazy allure. The loose pajamas Kuden and Appos' conceal Shuero and Appos' impressive figure, especially when she bent over. Sorry for the wait. It's your turn for a shower, Shuero said, applying a facial mask while blow-drying her hair, her voice intermittent and charming. Su Hao casually selected a change of clothes and finished showering in 5 minutes. Due to the heat, he habitually wore only trousers, leaving his upper body bare. His chiseled abdominal muscles and near-perfect physique were enough to make any woman swoon. Shuero feigned blow-drying her hair, but was surreptitiously admiring Su Hao and Appos' abs, her face growing increasingly flushed. While Su Hao was drinking water, she quietly snapped a photo and sent it to Song Kiki. Kiki, what do you think of this physique? Immediately after sending the message, several disdainful emojis appeared in the chat. Woman, attempting to flaunt in front of me. I curse you to be unable to walk tomorrow. Let you be envious. Shuero chuckled to herself. Boom. Just as she replied, a bolt of lightning flashed, followed by thunder. Shuero was startled, nearly dropping her phone. That and Appos' strange. The weather forecast said it would be sunny today. Why is there thunder? As she spoke, more lightning flashed, unleashing a thunderstorm. Zzz. The lights flickered, as if about to go out. Looking out the window, Su Hao noticed a dark cloud looming in the lightning. To trigger such a powerful tribulation, someone must be on the verge of reaching the supreme realm. Thud. As he muttered to himself, the lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. Thunder roared, accompanied by torrential rain. Shuero quickly closed the window, but turned to see a dark object moving. She screamed, running to Su Hao. Did you see that? Su Hao looked puzzled. See what? There was a dark thing that just scurried past you. Su Hao guessed, probably a rat. Really? I'm terrified of rats. Shuero and Appos' face paled. What do we do now? There and Appos' no light. We can and Appos' catch it. Su Hao reassured her, Don and Appos' worry. If you and Appos' afraid of rats. Rats are afraid of you. It'll just hide. It won't climb onto the bed. What if it does? I'm on the bed. It won't dare to come near. Su Hao smiled, adding, it and Appos' getting late. We should rest. All right. Shuero cautiously climbed into bed, suddenly touching something furry and reflexively jumping up. It and Appos' It and Appos' on the bed. Su Hao and Appos' vision was unaffected by the darkness. He immediately saw that Shuero had touched a stuffed animal, but to alleviate her anxiety, he pretended to catch a rat. So, you dare to get on the bed under my nose. I and Appos' cripple you. Su Hao pretended to catch the stuffed animal, then tossed it out the window. Okay, I've taken care of the rat. Shuero sighed in relief. Using the phone's light, she changed the sheets before finally settling into bed. Thunder rumbled outside, but the room was quiet. Lying next to a man, and one with such a perfect physique. Shuero wanted to touch him, but felt too shy. Ken and Appos' sleep? Noticing Shuero and Appos' fidgeting, Su Hao asked with a smile. Shuero hummed in agreement, taking out her phone to check the time. It was already past midnight. In the faint glow of the remaining light, she caught sight of Su Hao gazing intently at her. His deep-set eyes held a hint of mystery, radiating a unique charm in the darkness. Sensing the masculine aura surrounding him, Shui Ro and Apos' heart raced. Her cheeks flushed like a lotus blooming from the water, reminiscent of rain-kissed peach blossoms. Suddenly, a scurrying sound interrupted the moment. Instinctively, Shui Ro sought refuge in Su Hao and Apos' embrace, trembling with fear. It has returned? She thought. Likely in search of its offspring. Do not worry, I will keep watch. Just rest easy, Su Hao reassured her, patting her back as one would soothe a child. Shui Ro reveled in this sense of security, clutching Su Hao like a cherished toy, drifting into a sweet slumber. The closeness of the woman in his arms stirred Su Hao and Apos' heart, the thin fabric of her nightgown doing little to conceal her alluring form, igniting a fire within him. Umidba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Su Hao inhaled deeply, silently reciting a mantra, taking a considerable time to quell his inner turmoil and distractions. The night passed fleetingly. As dawn broke, blinding sunlight gradually flooded the room. Unbeknownst to Su Hao, Shui Ro had shifted her sleeping position. Now with her head at the edge of the bed, her legs entwined with his, her nightgown fanning out like a blossoming sunflower. Su Hao and Apos' head buzzed with thoughts. To avert any potential embarrassment, he quickly diverted his gaze, his eyes tracing the delicate butterfly-like flutter of Shui Ro and Apos' lashes and the rosy hue of her lips. Marveling at her undeniable charm. Compared to his senior sisters, she possessed a gentler grace, making her an ideal partner. Her skin, as pure as milk, outshone even the pearls resting beside her. Just then, the sound of ringing bells pierced the air. Shui Ro stirred awake, yawning. Su Hao, it's time to rise. Receiving no response, she blinked in confusion, only to find Su Hao staring at her. Realizing her awkward position, she quickly sat up, attempting to cover herself. How long have you been looking? Su Hao replied earnestly, not for long. You rogue, Shui Ro exclaimed, embarrassment washing over her as she playfully bit toward him. I didn't invite you to look. You lecher. Su Hao dodged her playful attack, declaring, by heaven's virtue. It was you who slept in such a manner. I could accuse you of seduction, you temptress. I won't tolerate this. You must forget what happened today, or I shall strangle you. Shui Ro declared, her hair tousled as she playfully clawed at him. Unfortunately, her slow movements failed to reach Su Hao, leaving her breathless and exhausted, ultimately relying on him to brush her teeth. After breakfast, Shui Ro and Su Hao arrived at the Shui Corporation. Following a recent long-term contract with the Dazzling Group, the staff and Apos' morale was high, and the atmosphere was positively vibrant. Xinyu and Shui Er had just concluded the morning meeting and awaited Shui Ro and Su Hao in the office. Ro, let's postpone your birthday party to next week, shall we? But my birthday is this week. Shui Ro protested, puzzled. Shui Er replied with a sigh. You share your birthday with Shui Ao Han. She will undoubtedly plan an extravagant celebration, possibly humiliating you. There and Apos' no need to compete. I will prepare well. Why should I let her affect my birthday? Shui Ro retorted, pouting. What if in the future she has a child on the same day? Should I let her win? Shui Er hesitated, while Xinyu explained, you know how our relatives are. They have closer ties with Shui. At your birthday party, they will favor Shui Ao Han. You Wooden and Apos. Do you want to see them surrounding her while you are sidelined? Would you? Though Shui Ro was dissatisfied, she understood her parents and Apos' good intentions and reluctantly acquiesced. It and Apos' fine. We will make it better than Shui Ao Han's. Su Hao interjected. That's quite a challenge. Shui Er shook his head, saying, Shui Ao Han has already secured a reservation at the most prestigious hotel in Jinling, and Apos, Yipinju, and Apos, with the Zhao family and Apos' influence, obtaining a high-end private room is a mere formality. We might struggle to even secure a basic membership. Indeed, the relatives of the Shui family are incredibly opportunistic. Upon seeing the luxurious venue of Shui Ao Han and Apos' party, they will flock to her, disregarding Ro and Apos' birthday. Xinyu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing her parents and Apos' conversation, Shui Ro immediately reconsidered. The membership at Yipinju was exceedingly rare. Despite only 3 membership levels, each tier was further divided into 4 subcategories. The financial demands of a single diamond membership could equate to a year and Apos' worth of company profits. Only a handful of top-tier families could afford a high-level membership, and the super members were essentially the elite of Jinling. Perhaps it and Apos' best not to humiliate myself. Seeing Shui Ro relent, Su Hao pondered for a moment and asked, would securing a high-level or above private room allow Roro's birthday to proceed as planned? His words left the three momentarily stunned. What did he mean? Did he have a means to secure a reservation? Actually, I have a friend who works at Yapinju. He owes me a favor, and booking a high-end room is no trouble at all. In fact, before Su Hao could finish, Shui Ro shook her head. No need, Su Hao. Let and Amp, Oppos, save that favor for a more significant collaboration. It and Amp, Oppos, just a birthday, and there and Amp, Oppos, no need to compete with Shui Han. As long as you all celebrate with me, that will suffice. The birthday party would proceed according to her parents' wishes. Held next week to avoid any conflicts with Shui Han, thus eliminating disputes and simplifying matters. Shui and Xinyu exchanged glances. Feeling a mix of sorrow for their daughter's maturity and helplessness, Su Hao chose not to press further, respecting Shui Ro's wishes. After lunch, a sudden phone call from Jiang Dao interrupted the moment. Su Hao, Xiao Wang's condition has suddenly worsened. It's quite dire. You must come to the Shijia Green Willow Villa. Understood, Su Hao replied, as he had promised Jiang Dao to prioritize Hu Long and Amp, Oppos, treatment. He concealed Hu Long and Amp, Oppos, identity from Shui Ro and explained his departure. Focus on your matters. We can have dinner together later. Okay. Su Hao smiled gently and drove away swiftly. After his departure, Shui Ro returned to the company lobby after leaving the cafeteria. Approaching the entrance, she spotted a pink Porsche parked outside. What is Qian Duo doing here? Shui Ro furrowed her brows, feeling an overwhelming urge to turn around and never return. However, as the CEO, she knew she could not act so impulsively. Moreover, the Shui Corporation had business dealings with the Qian family. One must not let personal feelings interfere with business. At that moment, in the reception room, Qian Duo was proudly showing off a picture of Su Hao's jade-like feet to his personal assistant. Look at the photo of my future wife's feet. It's so unique. Initially, I didn't quite grasp it, but the more I look, the more beautiful I find it. The assistant forced a polite smile. Indeed, Qian Xiao, your taste is impeccable. Miss Shui Ro is one of the most beautiful female CEOs in Jinling, paired with a striking gentleman like you. It and Amp, Oppos, undoubtedly a match made in heaven. Haha. You flatter me. I love it. Qian Duo beamed, kissing the foot photo enthusiastically, much to the assistant and Amp, Oppos' disgust. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by a flustered Shui Ro as she entered, leading to a moment of profound silence. Seeing Shui Ro and Amp, Oppos' disdainful expression, Qian Duo immediately put down his phone, dismissed his personal assistant, and rushed over. Ro, I've missed you so much. We saw each other just yesterday. There and Oppos. No need to be so dramatic, Shui Ro replied, rolling her eyes. Why are you here? I really liked the foot photo you sent me yesterday. So I came to return the favor with a picture of my abs, Qian Duo said, lifting his shirt and winking at her. Feel free to take the photo. I won't mind, she responded. Are you out of your mind? I never sent you a foot photo yesterday. Shui Ro exclaimed, clearly perplexed. Don't pretend. I have evidence. Qian Duo retorted, pulling out his phone to show their conversation from the previous night. See? Irrefutable proof. Shui Ro was stunned. It was indeed her WeChat. But she had not chatted with Qian Duo at all. Looking at the timestamps, it appeared to have happened while she was asleep in the car. Could it have been Su Hao and Oppos' doing? As she read through the messages, she nearly burst into laughter. Su Hao had actually sent his foot photo to Qian Duo. And Qian Duo was too foolish to discern the truth. Now you can and Amp, Oppos, deny it, can you? Qian Duo smirked. Shui Ro couldn't and Amp, Oppos, help but chuckle. So what does that have to do with me wanting to take a picture of your abs? Just a matter of reciprocity, he replied, raising his eyebrows. Later, if your friend asks if your boyfriend is fit, you can show her this photo. First, don't blur the lines of our relationship. We are merely acquaintances. Shui Ro said sternly. Secondly, that is not an abs photo. A true abs photo looks like this. She pulled up the photo she had secretly taken of Su Hao's abs from the previous night and showed it to Qian Duo. This. I could achieve that too. He protested. Come back when you and Amp, Oppos, actually achieved it. Goodbye, Shui Ro declared, issuing her dismissal without hesitation. Don and Amp, Oppos, in such a hurry. Ro, we and Amp, Oppos, only just met after 5 minutes. Let and Amp, Oppos, chat a little more, Qian Duo insisted. Those Song Kiki will no longer be by your side. I will steadfastly accompany you until we grow old, he added. Why one and amp? Amp, Oppos, T Kiki be around? Shuero asked, confused. ISN and amp, Oppos, T she the one who got caught by the sea cucumber and taken to the Sanwan district? That place is a stronghold for the gem organization. A girl like her could never escape. Duo replied bluntly. Just then, a voice message from Song Kiki came through. Ro and amp, Oppos, S so hot. Let us go for ice cream tonight. As the reception area was quiet, Duo could hear the message too, leaving him dumbfounded. What is going on? Kiki is alive. What is the sea cucumber doing? Didn't and Oppos, He promised to kill her? Upon hearing this, Shuero and Oppos' expression darkened as she narrowed her eyes. Do you know the sea cucumber? Duo stammered. No, I don't know him. Stop pretending. You are the one behind the scenes who sent someone to capture me and Song Kiki. Shuero accused, her anger evident. Seeing her furious expression, Duo quickly defended himself. You're mistaken, Ro. I spoke to Jin Xiaoming and asked him to have the sea cucumber protect you. He must have misunderstood. It has nothing to do with me. Slap. Shuero slapped Duo hard, scolding. You still want to argue? I never imagined you, Duo. Could be such a heartless villain. Disgusting. It's not like that, Ro. Get out. Leave immediately, Shuero shouted, calling over 2 security guards to escort Duo away. Ro, you can't treat me like this. Grandpa Qian promised to propose to the Shui family. You will inevitably belong to the Qian family, so how can we not be in love while fighting? He protested. Throw him out. Right now. Shuero slammed the table, causing the guards to tremble and quickly act, ignoring Duo and amp, Oppos' desperate cries. Kiki, I and amp, Oppos, am sorry. I and amp, Oppos, VE put you in danger. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Shuero sent a message to Song Kiki, explaining that Duo was behind the kidnapping. This fat pig must be seeking revenge because I embarrassed him at the Sher family's banquet. He wants to remove me as an obstacle in love. Song Kiki responded with keen insight. Ro, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. It's all Duo's doing. But, no buts. Good sisters don't need to say so much, Song Kiki reassured her. If you truly feel indebted to me, just help me get the contact information for the pure love god of war. My grandfather hinted this morning that he has someone you know. Really? Shuero was astonished. I actually know the pure love god of war? Is that true? Dawn and amp, Oppos, be shocked. Quickly eliminate those who cannot be the pure love god of war and circle those who might be, so we can discuss them together, Song Kiki urged. Is it that urgent? You wouldn't understand. It's like an unparalleled handsome man lying naked before you, and just when you're prepared, he refuses to rise. If it were you, wouldn't you be anxious? Shuero. She found her reasoning impeccable and was left speechless. At the Green Willow Mountain Villa, waves of bodyguards surrounded the area. Chu Xing and He Shui stood guard at the entrance, looking vigilant. When Su Hao arrived, Jiang Dao and Feng Zhongyi were deep in thought about how to proceed. Uncle Su, we've been waiting for you, Feng Zhongyi exclaimed with relief upon seeing Su Hao. As the king of medicine in Jinling, he had faced a series of challenging ailments in recent days, feeling utterly embarrassed. Without hesitation, Jiang Dao led Su Hao to the living room. Hua Long lay in bed, his body seemingly shrouded in darkness, his eyes devoid of life. The most alarming sight was the black-red appearance of his veins, with objects visibly moving within. King Xia, Mr. Su has arrived. He will act swiftly to save you. Please hold on, Jiang Dao reassured Hua Long while casting a pleading glance at Su Hao. How long has the illness been progressing? Su Hao asked while checking Hua Long and Oppos' pulse. It began in the middle of the night, but it wasn't Oppos' severe at first. King Xia took some medicine and fell asleep. But by morning, he was in excruciating pain, only relieved by painkillers, Jiang Dao explained. However, the pain has deepened, and his senses of smell, hearing, and taste have all vanished. He can barely speak now. Su Hao furrowed his brow, lifting Hua Long and Oppos' shirt to see that almost all flesh had disappeared, leaving only skeletal remains. He took out his ice crystal silver needles, preparing to perform the Yin-Yang divine needle technique. This technique, derived from the 13 Ghost Gate needles, possessed the power to reverse Yin and Yang, requiring the practitioner to expend their own merits. It was considered a forbidden technique. Those with insufficient merit risked death upon using it. Stay quiet. Su Hao took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. A surge of extraordinary power flowed from his dantian, resonating through his meridians. He guided the needles with his qi, swiftly inserting the silver needles into Hualong's yin and yang points, then formed a hand seal. Yin clear, yang dark, balanced the laws of the world. In the next moment, a grand force of yin and yang converged at his fingertips, flowing into the yin and yang points. With each needle he inserted, powerful yin and yang energy surged into Hualong's body, appearing chaotic but following a discernible pattern. During this process, he also mobilized the true qi of medicine. This was the essence cultivated by a healer who had reached the pinnacle of their practice, possessing formidable restorative abilities. Mere scintilla could require a physician a year or more to accumulate. A staggering 90% of medical practitioners find themselves unable to condense true medical qi. Of the remaining 10%, only a minuscule 1% can skillfully manipulate this qi. While Gu Santong needed a decade to freely wield medical qi, Su Hao achieved this feat in a mere year, a testament to his exceptional talent. Swiftly, Hualong's physique rejuvenated at an observable rate, transitioning from a skeletal frame to a vibrant human form. The ebony veins gradually receded, replaced by hues of robust health. Only Hualong's cranium remained densely black, as if coated in soot. Su Hao delicately seized an ice soul silver needle, embedding it into Hualong and Appo's throat, effectively sealing off the encroaching darkness. Subsequently, he extracted the remaining needles, his countenance grave. The virulence of this black fiend goo is formidable, proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. We must devise an alternative strategy. What exactly is this black fiend goo? Jiang Dao pressed, his voice laced with concern. The primary culprit behind Xiao Wang's ailment, Su Hao elucidated. It is a unique strain among goo worms, ranking among the top 3 most perilous entities. With its black fiendish power, it devours all in its path, relentlessly consuming until its host is devoid of life. Frankly, even I cannot guarantee a complete cure with absolute certainty, at best. I can offer a 50% chance of success. Feng Zhongyi was awestruck. To possess a 50% chance of success against such an intractable affliction was a testament to Su Hao and Appo's transcendent medical prowess. Cognizant that Su Hao spoke truthfully, Jiang Dao cut to the chase. What preparations are required? Mobilize all available resources and assemble a cadre of experts to guard Green Willow Manor. Perplexed, Jiang Dao inquired, why enlist martial arts practitioners for a medical treatment? The black fiend goo is not a naturally occurring entity. Rather, it is a man-made creation. In other words, someone is covertly manipulating the goo to expedite its consumption of Xiao Wang. Su Hao stated candidly, now that I have contained the goo, our hidden adversaries will undoubtedly resort to alternative lethal tactics to ensure Xiao Wang's demise. The adversaries we face this time may be even more formidable than before. I cannot single-handedly attend to Xiao Wang's treatment while simultaneously fending off our enemies. Jiang Dao pondered for a moment before questioning, if we successfully repel external pressure, what is the probability of you successfully curing Xiao Wang? 90%, Su Hao declared without hesitation. Feng Zhongyi experienced a moment of clarity. He realized that the 40% reduction in the probability of success was attributable to the external adversaries. Excellent, Jiang Dao exclaimed, nodding in agreement. I shall handle the experts. Entrust Xiao Wang's care to me. Su Hao assented with a hum and scribbled a list, handing it to Feng Zhongyi. Gather these items. I shall retrieve a few things from my residence. With that, Su Hao departed, driving towards his apartment complex. The black fiend goo possesses a potent adversarial consciousness. Upon sensing its impending annihilation, it will perish alongside its host. Su Hao's objective was to induce a state of suspended animation in Hualong using the undying goo, thereby deceiving the black fiend goo. Upon the host's demise, the black fiend goo would instinctively flee, seeking a new host to devour in order to sustain its operation and secure its survival. Once the black fiend goo is detached from the host, Su Hao could effortlessly eliminate it. However, the undying goo alone was insufficient. Given the black fiend goo's voracious nature, capable of devouring anything, there was a risk that it might consume the undying goo as well, rendering all previous efforts futile. Therefore, he needed to employ a prison array as a failsafe. Should the black fiend goo detect and consume the undying goo, Su Hao would immediately activate the prison array, trapping Hualong's soul within the formation, achieving the same effect as the undying goo. However, this array defied the natural order and was fraught with peril, to be attempted only as a last resort. While Su Hao hastened to retrieve the undying goo, Feng Zhongyi diligently carried out his assigned task. Jiang Dao, leveraging the authority of Xiao Wang, summoned the elite forces of the Sorcery Association. The president of the Jinling Sorcery Association, Golden Cicada Master of the Taoist Temple of Cicadas. The Vice President, Jade Cicada Master. The Vice President of the Taoist Temple of Cicadas, a man and a woman, adorned in Taoist robes, appeared no older than middle-aged individuals in their 30s, despite being septuagenarians. Their ethereal aura of Taoist sanctity inspired reverence in those who beheld them. Commander Jiang, we have long anticipated the matter concerning Xiao Wang, but Jade Cicada Master began, only to be interrupted by Golden Cicada Master. However, safeguarding the Northern King of China is the honor of our Taoist Temple of Cicadas. We shall spare no effort in this endeavor. Thank you both, Masters, Jiang Dao responded with a bow, instructing the Shi family to escort them to their accommodations. Zhao Qinggong and other magnates gathered around, their voices tinged with skepticism. Commander Jiang, are those two reliable? Golden Cicada Master is a quasi-celestial Taoist master, and her junior sister, Jade Cicada Master, is a grandmaster at her peak. Both are among the most esteemed figures in the National Sorcery Association, Jiang Dao explained. Were it not for the Taoist Temple of Cicadas' deep roots in Jinling and their profound attachment to the temple inherited from their master, it would have been more difficult than ascending to heaven to persuade them to come. Upon hearing this, the others realized the caliber of individuals who had arrived. Even Song Zhongji, the president of the Martial Arts Association, was merely a grandmaster of minor accomplishment. Jade Cicada Master cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Dao and the others. Lamenting, senior brother, Xiao Wang is ultimately destined to perish. Such is the way of heaven. Why meddle in the affairs of the celestial realm? The previous night, amidst thunderous skies, her senior brother, Golden Cicada Master, had divined that the star of the northern frontier was soon to be extinguished, referring to Xiao Wang. Therefore, upon meeting Jiang Dao, she had expressed her belief that Xiao Wang was beyond salvation, urging them not to waste effort and resources. However, Golden Cicada Master's sudden change of heart had left her somewhat perplexed. To sacrifice oneself for the sake of Xiao Wang and contend with the way of heaven was simply not worth it. Golden Cicada Master's eyes gleamed with resolve as he uttered, although the star of the northern frontier is destined to fade, it is not without the possibility of relighting. We shall explore every avenue. But, junior sister, those who cultivate the Tao have long transcended the concerns of life and death. Golden Cicada Master clasped his hands together, smiling serenely. If we can sacrifice ourselves to preserve Xiao Wang and Apos' life, allowing the northern frontier to endure for several more decades and averting the peril of the world's populace, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion. Of course, if you still harbor attachments to the mortal realm, you may depart now. Your senior brother shall not fault you. Simply manage the Taoist Temple of Cicadas in my stead and inform everyone that Golden Cicada Master perished for this cause, urging them to inherit my legacy and dedicate their valuable efforts to Taoism and the nation in the future. Upon hearing these words, Jade Cicada Master's gaze hardened, and she declared through gritted teeth, "Senior brother, we shall live and die together. The Taoist Temple of Cicadas is teeming with talent. Even if we are gone, there will be others to lead the temple. Our legacy shall be passed down from generation to generation, like a torch burning eternally." Golden Cicada Master revealed a relieved smile. He had not intended to return from this day. With his junior sister by his side, the journey to the underworld would not be so lonely. As Su Hao retrieved the undying goo and hastened back to Green Willow Manor, he did not forget to instruct Lin Langtian to arrange for someone to pick up Shui Ro from work and ensure her safety. After all, the matter of saving Xiao Wang was fraught with complications, and he might not be able to attend to Shui Ro and Apos' well-being. Lin Langtian naturally dared not neglect this matter and promptly notified Shi Yuzhu and Xie Sun. The former was bold and meticulous, while the latter possessed extraordinary strength. With these two safeguarding Shui Ro, problems were unlikely to arise. Moments after concluding his call with Lin Langtian, Su Hao received a call from Feng Zhongyi. "Uncle Master Su, Feng Zhongyi and Apos' voice was distorted and filled with agony. He barely managed to utter those words before the call abruptly ended. Su Hao frowned and attempted to call Feng Zhongyi back, but his phone was unreachable. The materials Feng Zhongyi was seeking were precisely those required to construct the prison array. Without them, the array could not be activated. At that moment, a surveillance vehicle passed by Su Hao. Seated in the car were none other than Captain Wei Chong and Hua Linglong. From a distance, Hua Linglong recognized Su Hao and made a point to greet him. Wei Chong also extended a warm salutation to Su Hao, noticing that his expression was rather grave, and inquired if he was in some urgent predicament. Su Hao rolled his eyes and proactively sought assistance from the two. Although the information he provided was scant, Wei Chong swiftly organized a plan, quickly pinpointing Feng Zhongyi and Apos' whereabouts, an industrial park in the northern suburbs. Upon receiving this news, Su Hao found himself in a dilemma. Considering the paramount importance of King Xia, the materials related to the prison array could be gathered by Jiang Dao, allowing him to forego the extraction of materials from Feng Zhongyi entirely. However, could he truly disregard Feng Zhongyi's life? Mr. Su, leave this matter to us. We guarantee to bring him back safe and sound. Hua Linglong thought about how to ingratiate herself with this influential figure, one whom even Jiang Dao respected, and seized the opportunity without hesitation. All right, I entrust this to you. Call me if anything arises. Su Hao left his phone number and departed without delay. After he left, Wei Chong awkwardly scratched his head. Linglong, this situation is quite tricky. How so? Since the last known location of that individual was the industrial park in the northern suburbs, we should dispatch more personnel for a thorough search. We will surely find him, Hua Linglong replied with confidence. Alas, Linglong, have you forgotten? Director Zhang Nan dispatched all our personnel to the Green Willow Villa in the western suburbs just half an hour ago. I even personally issued that command. Upon hearing this, Hua Linglong suddenly realized the predicament. Then what should we do? It's just the two of us now. The vast area of the northern industrial park posed a daunting challenge for only the two of them to fulfill Su Hao and Apos' directive. Do not worry. Even if it is just the two of us, we can still proceed to assess the situation. I will request urgent backup from above immediately. We shall tackle this from both ends. As Wei Chong directed Hua Linglong to drive, he reached out to Director Zhang Nan, hoping to summon his immediate subordinates back. However, Zhang Nan brusquely refused. I say, Wei Chong, you are becoming quite bold, aren't you? How dare you come here demanding personnel, even with an urgent mission? You ought to report to your superior first before approaching me. What do you think you are doing issuing commands directly to me? Wei Chong found himself on the receiving end of a harsh reprimand from Zhang Nan, feeling utterly helpless. He understood that even if he contacted his superior, he would likely face the same rejection, so he opted to communicate directly with the director. Captain, call Mr. Su and let him converse with Director Zhang. He will surely be able to resolve this, Hua Linglong suggested. Wei Chong immediately grasped her point and relayed this to Su Hao. All right, I will handle this. Su Hao nodded and promptly contacted Zhang Nan. Director Zhang, Captain Wei is requesting personnel to rescue Feng Zhongyi. I instructed Feng Zhongyi to prepare materials, but he has now gone missing. Without him, I cannot treat King Xia. Su Hao continued. Consider whose life is more important, Feng Zhongyi and Apos, or that matter of yours. You should weigh it yourself. With that, Su Hao abruptly ended the call. He trusted that Zhang Nan was not a fool and would surely devise a plan. As anticipated by Su Hao, upon learning the details, Zhang Nan was nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. He had stationed personnel at the Green Willow Villa to safeguard King Xia's life. If he were to mismanage the situation and fail to locate Feng Zhongyi, leading to King Xia and Apos' demise, he would bear the heavy burden of responsibility. Such a weight was too great for Zhang Nan to shoulder. He immediately dispatched reinforcements, instructing them to rendezvous with Wei Chong in the northern suburbs. Wei Chong was taken aback by the drastic shift in Zhang Nan's demeanor, remaining momentarily speechless. Seeing his silence, Hua Linglong curiously inquired, What's wrong, Captain? Did Mr. Su's request not suffice? Quite the opposite, Zhang Nan suddenly reversed his stance, declaring that he was sending 500 men for support. Upon hearing this, Hua Linglong's brows shot up in astonishment. What exactly was Su Hao's identity? How could he so swiftly sway Zhang Nan to mobilize nearly all available forces to the northern suburbs? In stark contrast to Hua Linglong's shock, Jiang Dao at the Green Willow Villa was in a state of frantic urgency. He continuously peered outside, anxiously awaiting Su Hao's return. Since Su Hao and Feng Zhongyi had departed, the previously promising condition of Hua Long had deteriorated rapidly, now leaving him with a thick layer of black frost upon his head. Jiang Dao futilely applied hot towels, but to no avail. Su Hao, where are you? And that Feng Zhongyi, has he taken too long preparing the materials? Jiang Dao's lament was overheard by Zhang Nan, who hurried over to clarify. Upon learning that Feng Zhongyi had been kidnapped, he was taken aback. How could such a thing happen? Jiang Dao felt utterly overwhelmed, wiping the sweat from his brow as his anxiety escalated. He approached Jin Chanzi and Yu Chanzi, directly stating, I have a favor to ask of you too, if you would oblige. Minister Jiang, you are too courteous. Please, speak freely. Could you assist us in divining a fortune for King Xia, to see if he can escape this peril today? Jin Chanzi and Yu Chanzi exchanged glances. recognizing that King Xia's situation was likely dire. Minister Jiang, the results of divination are not always certain. King Xia has made great contributions and possesses deep virtue. Surely he is under the protection of our ancestors and will encounter no major issues. Jiang Dao, dissatisfied with their vague reassurances, waved his hands insistently. Spare me the platitudes. I do not need comforting words right now. Just perform the divination. I want to see what fate has in store. Seeing Jiang Dao and Apos' resolute demeanor, Jin Chanzi reluctantly began to calculate. After a moment, he sighed heavily. Minister Jiang, I will speak plainly. Whether King Xia can survive this crisis largely depends on how matters unfold on the side of the noble figures. From my calculations, the odds are roughly 1 in 9. However, there is a variable that could aid, though I cannot say if it will arrive in time. What variable? Jiang Dao inquired eagerly. There is an ancient immortal named Gu Santong residing on Wuming Mountain, a figure shrouded in mystery, who has not been seen in years. If he can arrive in time, King Xia will have a substantial chance of turning the tide. But if he cannot appear, it is likely that King Xia faces grave danger. Upon hearing Gu Santong and Apos' name, Jiang Dao immediately thought of Su Hao. He asked excitedly, the ancient immortal may not arrive promptly, but his disciple is here. Does that offer any hope? Jin Chanzi calculated once more, his brow furrowing as he shook his head. I cannot say, as I have never encountered Gu Santong's disciple and know nothing of his abilities. Based on my previous divination, King Xia and Apos' slim chance of survival lies in the direction of Wuming Mountain and must be brought forth by a saintly figure carrying sacred objects. It seems that only Gu Santong himself can fulfill this role. Jin Chanzi's divinatory skills, while competent, were still lacking compared to others. Reaching this conclusion was already quite impressive. After all, he was unaware that Gu Santong had completely passed on his teachings to Su Hao, who had surpassed even his master. In truth, the saintly figure he referred to was not Gu Santong, but Su Hao himself. However, at this moment, Jiang Dao could not know this. Learning that only Gu Santong could alter fate, he hastily contacted Su Hao. Su Hao, could you kindly invite your master to come? I consulted with Jin Chanzi, the president of the Sorcery Association, and it seems that only your master can save King Xia. What my master is capable of, I too can achieve. You may rest assured and wait for my return. Without giving Jiang Dao a chance to inquire further, Su Hao severed the call. The road was already fraught with numerous traffic lights, causing an incessant stop-and-go that was exceedingly vexing. Jiang Dao and Apos' incessant phone calls to summon his master were utterly absurd. How could his master, currently engrossed in ascension on Penglai Island, possibly come here? Moreover, even if his master were willing, by the time he arrived, it was likely that King Xia would have already perished. 10 minutes later, Hua Linglong and Wei Chong arrived at the Beijiao Industrial Park. And with the formidable support of their teammates, they swiftly located Feng Zhongyi's precise whereabouts. Upon hearing Hua Linglong mention that Feng Zhongyi had been captured at the Hongshua material factory, Su Hao furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that this matter would eventually circle back to the Shui family. Both Wei Chong and Hua Linglong were acutely aware of Su Hao and Apos' deep ties with the Shui family, leaving them momentarily uncertain on how to proceed. Eager to consult them on the best course of action, after a moment of contemplation, Su Hao let out a deep sigh. It is highly likely that this was the doing of Shui Ayahan. You should focus on rescuing him first. As for the subsequent prosecution, we can address that later. Understood. Hua Linglong discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Su Hao was implying that she should temporarily spare Shui Ayahan, considering they were all members of the Shui family. And the old man and Apos' face still needed to be upheld. Meanwhile, within the Hongshue material factory, Shui Ayahan was engaged in a conversation with Feng Zhongyi. Dr. Feng, I merely hope you can help conceal the matter of Su Hao treating the elder Shui. If I have offended you, I ask for your forgiveness. Saying this, she produced a non-disclosure agreement along with a check for 2 million. I hope that after you accept this money, you will remain as silent as Director Sun regarding this matter. Feng Zhongyi, upon learning the reason for his abduction, was consumed with rage. He slammed his hand on the table and rebuked. What is the meaning of this? You kidnapped me over such a trivial matter? Do you not realize that I bear significant responsibilities? If this matter is delayed, your entire family could face dire consequences. Shui Ayahan did not regard Feng Zhongyi's words as sincere. She merely believed he was attempting to intimidate her. Dr. Feng, if you truly have important responsibilities, then sign the agreement, accept the money, and acquiesce to this matter. I will not trouble you further. However, if you refuse to sign and insist on exposing this, I will have to ensure you stay a while longer. Only once my affairs are settled, or you come to your senses, will I release you. With that, Shui Ahan signaled to her 2 bodyguards. They understood immediately and moved to press Feng Zhongyi back into his chair, firmly restraining him. Although Feng Zhongyi was the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Association and not someone to be trifled with, Shui Ahan was on the verge of becoming the matriarch of the Zhao family, rendering the vice president inconsequential in her eyes. Feng Zhongyi, infuriated, was about to confront her. Before he could articulate a complete thought, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. Shui Ahan furrowed her brow, intending to send someone to investigate, when suddenly the office door was forcefully flung open, startling her to her feet. The 2 bodyguards, sensing danger, displayed expressions of alarm. Yet, upon recognizing the visitor, Feng Zhongyi and Amp, Appo's face brightened, and he hurriedly sprang from his chair to join Wei Chong. Captain Wei, what brings you here? Shui Ahan, initially intending to command her bodyguards to act, hesitated at the sight of the inspection team leader and refrained from making any rash moves. Wei Chong assessed Feng Zhongyi's condition, confirming he was unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Su sent me to assist and instructed you to promptly take the materials to the Green Willow Manor. Feng Zhongyi patted the bag he carried. It's all here. Very well, I will escort you to the Green Willow Manor. Wei Chong led Feng Zhongyi out first. Hua Linglong remained behind, her expression cold as she confronted Shui Ahan. Are you out of your mind? How dare you kidnap Dr. Feng? Who said I was kidnapping Dr. Feng? I merely invited him for tea to discuss a potential collaboration. Shui Ahan lied. Hua Linglong scoffed, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap to Shui Ahan and Amp, Appo's face. That slap was on behalf of Mr. Su. You reckless woman. Your foolish actions nearly led to the downfall of the entire Shui family. As the sound echoed, she struck Shui Ahan again, causing her front teeth to loosen and her cheek to swell rapidly. This slap is mine. If it were an end Amp, Appo's tea for Mr. Su and Amp, Appo's standing, I would have had you locked away for a year or more. With that, Hua Linglong turned to leave, leaving Shui Ahan nursing her face, consumed by resentment. Su. How? I will not rest until we are at odds. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Hao finally arrived at the Green Willow Manor. Thanks to the police escort, Feng Zhongyi had arrived over 10 minutes early. Uncle Su, thank you for coming to my aid. It was my duty. Su Hao waved his hand and entered the outer hall, coincidentally encountering Song Kiki and Song Zhangji, who had come to assist with the safeguarding. Song Kiki, taken aback, inquired curiously, Su Hao, what brings you here? Don't tell me you are the miraculous doctor everyone has been awaiting? Su Hao did not respond, striding purposefully toward the inner hall. His decisive demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual laid-back attitude, leaving Song Kiki momentarily mesmerized. Grandfather, is Su Hao truly the miraculous doctor you all awaited? Song Zhongji rolled his eyes in silence. How can you be so oblivious? What other Su could possess such remarkable abilities? In all of Jinling, there is but one person worthy of being called Mr. Su. In the inner hall, Jin Chanzi and Yu Chanzi exchanged astonished glances upon seeing Feng Zhongyi follow closely behind Su Hao. Could it be that the one to treat King Xiao was so young? Was this truly reliable? After ascending the stairs, Yu Chanzi expressed her concern to Jin Chanzi, senior brother. Do you believe he is capable? He seems too young and rather arrogant. As they passed by, he did not even spare a glance or a greeting. Not even the ancient immortal would behave so haughtily. While Yu Chanzi continued her complaints, Jin Chanzi resumed his divination. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, elated. There is hope. King Xia shall be saved. I miscalculated earlier. The true one destined to save him is he. Seeing Jin Chanzi's joy, Yu Chanzi was left bewildered. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Ah, you are unaware. This Su Hao is the one I divined to be the destined savior. Initially, I mistakenly believed the nobleman capable of saving King Xia was the ancient immortal due to his formidable strength akin to that of a grandmaster. However, it appears I have been woefully ignorant. Understanding Jin Chanzi and Amp, Appo's implication, Yu Chanzi was taken aback. So you mean to say, this boy is actually a grandmaster? That cannot be. Absolutely, there is no doubt. Jin Chanzi asserted emphatically, filled with admiration. He had never anticipated encountering such a young grandmaster in his lifetime. Truly, heaven blesses Huaxia. Utterly oblivious to the whispers swirling around him, Su Hao remained unconcerned. He instructed Jiang Dao to ensure the perimeter was secure, then entered Hua Long's chamber. With a swift motion, he pierced Hua Long and Amp, Appo's temple with a short blade and implanted the imperishable into the wound. Once inside Hua Long and Amp, Appo's body, The imperishable navigated the cerebral vasculature until it reached the center of Hua Long and Apos' forehead. In short order, two protuberances swelled visibly upon Hua Long and Apos' brow. The disappearance of these swellings would signify the imperishable and Apos' success in inducing suspended animation in Hua Long, undetected by the black. As time trickled by, Jiang Dao repeatedly fought the urge to inquire about the treatment's progress, fearing interruption. Observing the gradual subsidence of the swellings, Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he prepared to extract the ice silver needles and eradicate the emerging black, Hua Long erupted in a heart-rending roar. Aiwa! The intense agony proved unbearable, eliciting a torrent of agonizing screams. Hua Long and Apos' sinewy muscles bulged with engorged veins, transforming him into a petrifying spectacle reminiscent of an ancient, gnarled tree. Damn it! Su Hao cursed, his countenance darkening. In a last-ditch effort, Hua Long and Apos' resident black had sensed the presence of the imperishable. As the imperishable neared completion, the black retaliated ferociously, unleashing a deluge of accumulated toxins throughout Hua Long and Apos' body, choosing mutual annihilation over capitulation. The harrowing cries emanating from above sent shivers down the spines of those below. Song Cuckoo recoiled in terror, covering her ears, a wave of unease washing over her. Jin Shanzi's brow glistened with perspiration as he compulsively manipulated his fingers, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yu Chanzi, powerless to intervene, clasped her hands in fervent prayer, beseeching divine favor for Xiao Wang. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark clouds materialized from an indiscernible origin, plunging Green Willow Manor into instant darkness. A tempestuous gale arose, snapping vegetation, whipping sand, and stirring the elements into a frenzy. The creatures inhabiting the environs of Green Willow Manor emitted mournful cries amidst the unnatural upheaval, as if lamenting the impending demise of Xiao Wang. What is happening? Jin Shanzi muttered, his fingers flying, a sense of obfuscation clouding his perception, rendering him unable to foresee the unfolding events. Zhang Nan and his compatriots paced back and forth anxiously, dreading the cataclysmic repercussions should Xiao Wang perish in Jinling. Upstairs, Feng Zhangyi, drenched in perspiration, fidgeted uncontrollably. Senior Uncle Su, don't just stand there. Think of something. What's happening to Xiao Wang? Ignite the artemisia I instructed you to prepare. Su Hao commanded, inhaling deeply. Though his expression remained somber, he did not succumb to the same panic as Feng Zhongyi. Tremulously, Feng Zhongyi retrieved the artemisia and ignited it in a brazier. As the fragrant smoke billowed forth, Hua Long fell silent. Utterly silent. The deathly stillness sent a wave of disquiet through the assembled observers, leaving them uncertain whether Xiao Wang lived or died. Jin Fenghua, the impetuous patriarch of the esteemed Jin family, could no longer endure the agonizing weight. With resolute strides, he ascended to Hua Long's chamber. Before he could inquire about the situation, Feng Zhongyi and Apos' tearful voice reached his ears. Senior Uncle Su, Xiao Wang seems to have ceased breathing. Could he truly be gone? Without hesitation, Jin Fenghua burst into the room, shoving aside the trembling Feng Zhongyi, and personally examined Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang's body was devoid of warmth, his face pallid, his eyes sealed shut, and his vital signs absent. You damned beast! How dare you conspire to harm Xiao Wang? Jin Fenghua exclaimed, his words tinged with personal animosity. For it was widely known that Xiao Wang and Apos' condition was dire, and failure was an acceptable outcome. His deliberate attribution of blame to Su Hao stemmed from a desire to avenge Haishan. Though he had relinquished his position as leader of the 10th group of the Gemstone organization, transitioning into a legitimate businessman, the memory of Haishan and Apos' loyalty lingered, fueling his resolve to seek retribution. What are you babbling about? Su Hao retorted, his composure unyielding, his tone indifferent. Xiao Wang is not dead. He is undergoing a process of rebirth, which requires a tranquil environment. Refrain from disturbing us. Downstairs, Jin Chanzi sat wearily on the sofa, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Yu Chanzi, his longtime companion, had never witnessed such perplexity in him. Brother, what is it? Why do you look so troubled? Jin Chanzi shook his head and sighed deeply. My divination seems to have failed. What do you mean? I cannot discern whether Xiao Wang is alive or dead. A veil of mist obscures my vision, appearing both real and unreal, elusive and profound. The assembled listeners strained to comprehend Jin Chanzi and Apos' words, their faces reflecting their inability to grasp his meaning. Jiang Dao, having confirmed the security of the perimeter, rushed into Xiao Wang and Apos' chamber, his voice laced with anxiety. Su Hao, what is the situation? Before Jiang Dao could finish, Jin Fenghua interjected loudly, yes, stop your charade. Tell us what has become of Xiao Wang. We demand an explanation. Su Hao cast a sardonic glance at Jin Fenghua, retorting with disdain, who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand an explanation from me? Song Ke and Amp, Oppos, Ku and Song Zhongji hurried into the room, overhearing the exchange. She was taken aback by Su Hao and Amp, Oppos' arrogance, never imagining that he would so openly disregard Jin Fenghua. Jin Fenghua was notorious for his volatile temper. Those who had offended him in recent years had vanished without a trace. While no official investigation had been conducted, it was widely suspected that Jin Fenghua had orchestrated their demise. Even Zhao Tai, the notoriously audacious scion, never dared to treat Jin Fenghua with disrespect. Despite the Zhao family and Amp, Oppos' surpassing of the Jin family in commercial prowess, Zhao Tai remained wary of the gemstone organization backing Jin Fenghua. How many lives did Su Hao possess? To rebuke Jin Fenghua so brazenly in front of so many witnesses was an act of extraordinary audacity. Of course, should he succeed in saving the patient's life, his actions would be justified. The patient was rumored to be a prominent figure within the northern garrison, and even Jin Fenghua would not dare to offend the benefactor of such a powerful individual. A flicker of hope ignited within Song Ke and Amp, Oppos, Ku and Amp, Oppos' heart. She harbored a faint premonition that Su Hao might yet orchestrate a miracle. In contrast to Song Ku's optimism, Jin Fenghua's face contorted in fury. You insolent brat! Who do you think you are, addressing me with such disrespect? Yet, regardless of his blustering, Su Hao remained unfazed, retorting calmly. You have not treated me with any particular courtesy. Why should I respect you? You are merely displaying your ignorance and sowing discord. Leave at once and cease obstructing our efforts. You dare order me to leave? What are you all waiting for? I have refined and enhanced the text you provided. Here and Amp, Oppos, the improved version. Did I expend such a fortune only for you to stand idly by while I am subjected to indignity? Goldfinch thundered at the bodyguards behind him, commanding them to immediately subdue Su Hao. The bodyguards, as mercenaries, were naturally inclined to fulfill their contractual obligations. However, just as they were about to advance upon Su Hao, Chef interposed himself, declaring, Keep your men away from Mr. Su. If you dare to lay a hand on him today, you shall not depart from Green Willow Manor. With a snap of his fingers, the coterie of experts behind Chef encircled them, confronting Goldfinch's bodyguards. Have you all lost your minds? Goldfinch exclaimed. This scoundrel is merely obfuscating the truth. I wager he is responsible for the demise of Xiao Wang and seeks to evade responsibility. Hence this charade to buy time for his escape. And you protect him? The group exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of whom to trust. Jiang Dao drew his sidearm, the dark muzzle aimed at Goldfinch. If you impede Mr. Su further, I shall dispatch you forthwith. Goldfinch, startled by Jiang Dao and Amp, Oppos' drawn weapon, cowered behind his bodyguards. Minister Jiang, we are allies in this endeavor. What advantage do you gain from shielding this nobody? I implore you to regain your senses. It is you who needs to awaken. Jiang Dao retorted, his face ashen. You are not in a position to issue commands here. Even if Mr. Su fails to cure Xiao Wang, you have no authority to judge him. If Mr. Su proclaims Xiao Wang lives, then he lives. Anyone who dares to utter another word, disrupting Mr. Su's treatment, shall face the consequences of my firearm. Jiang Dao, ever loyal to Xiao Wang, refused to accept his demise. Thus, until Su Hao officially declared his death, Jiang Dao would not relinquish hope, even if it meant self-deception. Goldfinch, gritting his teeth, retreated. Very well, say no more. I was merely, he stammered, seeking an exit. This was a matter of life and death, and he dared not persist. Amidst the contentions, Su Hao remained occupied. He cleansed the bamboo tube with fresh canine blood provided by Feng Zhongyi, then combined the ashes of burnt mugwort with soaked glutinous rice, frankincense, and pentad poison powder. Pouring the mixture into the tube, after cauterizing the bamboo tube, he extracted the concoction, doused it in fresh canine blood, and applied it to the major acupoints on Hua Long and Amp, Oppos' head. The failure of the immortal goo did not discompose Su Hao, ever prepared. He understood its limitations and had already devised a contingency with the confinement array. As the black fiend goo devoured the immortal goo, it unleashed all the accumulated black fiend poison within Hua Long and Amp, Oppos' body. Although it vanquished the immortal goo, it also depleted its own strength. This was the moment of the black fiend goo and Oppos' greatest vulnerability. Activating the confinement array, He ensnared Hualong's soul and drew all residual black fiend poison into the pentad poison frankincense poultice prepared with black canine blood. Deprived of black fiend energy, the black fiend goo would perish instantaneously, obviating the need for its elimination. Yuchanzi, who had quietly ascended the stairs, furrowed her brow and inquired of Jean Chanzi, "Brother, the placement of this lad's pentad poison frankincense poultice seems deliberate. Could it be the legendary confinement array?" Jean Chanzi, squinting, nodded. "Indeed, it is the confinement array. That the ancient master would impart such a secret technique to him implies immense trust. Trust is one matter. The operation of the confinement array demands a vast expenditure of true energy," Jean Chanzi asserted. "He is so young, even with the abilities of a patriarch. His dantian may not withstand such depletion. Moreover, the confinement array defies the natural order and incurs celestial retribution. He cannot endure it." "Ah, perhaps you should advise him?" Yuchanzi implored, her heart softened. Should the array fail, he may forfeit his own life. Yuchanzi, kind-hearted despite her reservations about Su Hao, hoped that the nation could retain such a talent. "I doubt I can dissuade him." "Let us observe," Jean Chanzi replied, shaking his head. Su Hao, aware of Yuchanzi's words, disregarded them, concentrating on using a small knife to pierce his palm. Using his own blood as a catalyst, he dipped a brush into the mixture of blood and vermilion, connecting all the pentad poison frankincense poultices on Hualong's body. As the final vermilion thread connected the poultices, a radiant golden light erupted, illuminating the entire room. Outside, the sky remained overcast, yet here, the light shone brilliantly. The crowd gasped in awe, marveling at the spectacle. Jean Chanzi and Amp, Apos, expression remained grave. With the array complete, it was too late to intercede. The next half-hour would be critical. If Su Hao and Apos' true energy could sustain the powerful array and withstand celestial retribution, all could change. However, should his energy falter or he succumb to the backlash, Hualong would not be the only one to perish. Song Kiki, who had often accompanied Song Zhongji to the Taoist temple and knew Jean Chanzi well, regarded him as an elder brother. In her eyes, Jean Chanzi was the most accomplished Taoist master in Jinling. If even Jean Chanzi doubted Su Hao and Apos' success, then the treatment was likely doomed. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Song Kiki bit her lip and reached for her phone to inform Shui Ro, lest she remain unaware of Su Hao's fate. After a moment, Jean Chanzi, still concerned, approached Su Hao and inquired, "How do you fare? If you cannot endure, do not force yourself. My junior and I can assist you." "No need. Your true energy lacks purity. Its admixture would be counterproductive." Su Hao and Apos' brow was beaded with sweat, yet his voice remained firm. Jean Chanzi, rebuffed, was momentarily embarrassed. Yuchanzi retorted, unable to contain herself, "Who do you disdain here? We offer kindness only to be met with scorn. My senior and I are both enlightened beings, and you." Silence. Su Hao, focused on maintaining the array, had no patience for Yuchanzi and Apos' bickering and unleashed his oppressive aura. The pressure, directed solely at Yuchanzi, forced her back several meters, causing her to cough up blood. Jean Chanzi sighed. His junior was foolish to provoke a patriarch. Seeing that even the esteemed Jean Chanzi and Yuchanzi could not sway Su Hao, the others dared not interfere. Feng Zhongyi wiped Su Hao's brow with a towel, whispering prayers for the safety of his martial uncle and Xiao Wang. Suddenly, a thunderclap shook the building, startling Jiang Dao. He peered out the window, and as he was about to investigate, Su Hao said, "I shall withstand the array here. The enemy has arrived. Whether we can succeed and awaken Xiao Wang now depends on your abilities." Jiang Dao and Apos' heart tightened. As he was about to respond, screams erupted outside. To arms. Without hesitation, Jiang Dao led his men downstairs. Song Kiki stealthily captured a photograph of Su Hao and sent it to Shui Ro. If anything unfortunate were to happen today, this picture could serve as a memorial. Shui Ro, puzzled by the image sent by Song Kiki, was about to inquire when Song Kiki was already pulled downstairs by Song Zhongji, leaving her unable to respond. Unbeknownst to Shui Ro, Su Hao was engaged in an exceptionally perilous task today. She assumed he was merely treating a patient when Song Kiki happened to snap a picture. Thus she thought little of it and resumed her work. In stark contrast to Shui Ro and Apos' tranquil surroundings, Green Willow Villa was besieged by a tumultuous storm. The torrential rain fell like a waterfall, making it difficult for even a seasoned martial artist like Song Kiki to keep her eyes open. The agonizing screams echoing from downstairs belonged to Zhang Nan and his subordinates. Seizing the opportunity amidst the dark clouds and thunder, a shadowy army emerged from an unknown location. engaging in a fierce battle with Zhang Nan and his crew. Although Zhang Nan and Appo's team was armed with real firearms, they were overpowered by sheer speed and strength, leaving them incapacitated before they could even draw their weapons. As Jiang Dao descended the stairs, he immediately plunged into the fray, becoming entwined in combat. The clash of blades and the cacophony of thunder and rain heightened the atmosphere, sending chills down the spine. Jin Chanzi and Yu Chanzi soon joined the fray, battling the assailants. These adversaries seemed to possess exceptional stealth skills, appearing and disappearing with incredible speed. Jiang Dao was struck multiple times, his arms drenched in blood. Wang Million and Shi Fei observed from a distance, their eyes widening in shock. With fortunes in the hundreds of billions, they had encountered numerous formidable assassins over the years. Yet the shadowy army before them was utterly astonishing and nearly impossible to defend against. The assailants remained silent throughout, their faces concealed, their gazes menacing as they relentlessly pursued those who dared to obstruct them. Despite the combined efforts of Jin Chanzi and Yu Chanzi, they could only manage to fend off the attackers, rarely succeeding in subduing any of them. Song Kiki, standing beside her grandfather, had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Tears mingled with rain as she watched the Martial Arts Association members fall one by one. Blood stained the ground of the estate, swiftly washed away by the relentless rain. Lives were extinguished in the tempest, and even the hardest of hearts would be moved. Zhao Qinggong, terrified, stealthily returned upstairs, hoping to inform Su Hao of the dire situation. However, he found Su Hao drenched in sweat, golden light flickering at his fingertips, seemingly at a critical juncture. Fearful of disruption, he could only stand frozen in place. Feng Zhongyi was preoccupied, diligently ensuring that the blood on Hualong remained vibrant red, for any darkness would be catastrophic. Yet, as he toiled, an unexpected stumble nearly caused him to spill the blood everywhere. Zhao Qinggong rushed to assist, while the water patriarch rolled up his sleeves, suppressing his nausea, and plunged his hands into the bucket of blood. Seeing the two come to his aid, Su Hao expressed his appreciation, urging them to maintain vigilance and ensure that none of the medicinal tablets turned black, lest it be too late. Encouraged by his words, they wiped the sweat from their brows, resolved to avoid any negligence. Just then, Song Kiki chased a black-clad figure into the room, confronting him. The shadowy army's target was Hualong. Seizing the moment, they charged toward his chamber. Outmatched, Song Kiki narrowly escaped the deadly strike. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Jiang Dao rushed in from outside, ambushing the assailant and neutralizing him. With another thunderclap, Hualong, lying in bed, roared once more. The water patriarch trembled, spilling blood on himself. And in his disgust, he promptly retched. There was no need to add more blood. Everyone closed their eyes, facing west, eager not to open them or make a sudden move. Su Hao and Appo's sudden command left everyone bewildered, yet they dared not question him, fearing the worst, and complied hastily. All turned westward, eyes shut, while Su Hao murmured incantations. 5 blessings guard, illuminate the abyss. Countless deities and saints, protect my true spirit. Great beasts of heaven, subdue the malevolent. 5 heavenly evils, obliterate form and essence. Wherever I stand, let the holy light descend, break. As Su Hao and Appo's words fell, Hualong erupted into a deafening scream. Everyone shuddered at the piercing sound, trembling with the urge to turn and see. Yet, without Su Hao's permission, none dared to move, still keeping their eyes closed. Unexpectedly, another black-clad figure leaped through the window. Jiang Dao heard the sound and opened his eyes, ready to engage. However, as soon as he opened them, he was met with an overwhelming darkness, causing him to falter and collapse to the ground. The intruder, astonished by the scene, stood frozen in shock. The room was shrouded in a thick black mist, with chilling winds swirling ominously. Before the intruder could comprehend the situation, a shadow darted past him. In the next instant, he was consumed by the shadow, vanishing without a trace. Wang Million and the others, eyes closed, were oblivious to this occurrence, while Jiang Dao, horrified, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Su Hao, unable to be distracted, urged Jiang Dao to chant along with him. Divine spirit of Danzhu, purge filth and foulness. Gather the spirit of order, nourish the soul. Luo Qianqi spirit, repel the wicked and guard the truth. Throat spirit tiger's command, essence of life. Allow me to commune with the truth. Thoughtful spirit, refine the essence, let the path and Appo's energy persist. After reciting several times, Jiang Dao felt a sense of calm wash over him. Su Hao instructed him to continue silently while keeping watch at the window, ensuring no one else could intrude. Concurrently, He swiftly crafted a sound transmission array in his palm, pressing his index finger against Hualong and Amp, Apos, S mouth. The next moment, a strange and jarring voice emerged from Hualong and Amp, Apos, S throat. Who are you? How dare you use a prison array against me? The atmosphere turned eerie. This bizarre scene left everyone horrified. Humph, your black evil sorcery is hardly impressive. If you wish to avoid backlash, I advise you to cease your actions at once. Su Hao narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Otherwise, should I unleash my true power? You may not perish, but you will certainly suffer for 2 decades of cultivation. How dare a mere child speak so boldly before me? Very well. Today I shall engage you in a battle of skills and see who prevails. As the words left his lips, the thunder outside intensified. Even a hefty figure like Wang Million was buffeted by the wind, barely clinging to the ground to avoid being swept away through the window. Su Hao surveyed the surroundings. Noting that Song Kiki appeared to be holding up well, he called to her, Song Kiki, come and assist. Nodding, though shaken with fear, she crawled over to him. Upon nearing Su Hao, she felt an unprecedented surge of righteous energy, which calmed her racing heart significantly. Do you understand human acupuncture points? Su Hao inquired. Song Kiki nodded. I majored in medicine in college, so I am quite knowledgeable. Within my grasp, I held a case of argent needles. Extracting these, you were to pierce Hualong and Apos, S flesh at the designated acupoints, ensuring each needle was embedded at least halfway into his form. Could such a task be accomplished? Promptly. Songko and Apos, who affirmed, it shall be done. As she reached into my embrace, she noted my feverish state, my body radiating an alarming heat. Yet, the icy touch of the argent needles remained, a stark contrast that quelled her rising anxiety. In the ensuing moments, guided by my instructions, Songko and Apos meticulously inserted each needle into Hualong and Apos' body. A profound stillness descended upon him, his complexion taking on a purplish-black hue. As the needles sank deeper, the encroaching darkness receded, replaced by the golden radiance of my pure yang energy. Below, Jin Chanzi and his comrades were locked in a fierce struggle when a sudden surge of golden light erupted from above, piercing the heavens. A draconic roar echoed through the air as the once overcast sky cleared, bathing the world in brilliant light. All stood transfixed, momentarily blinded by the spectacle. Above, Hualong and Apos' eyes snapped open, revealing pupils consumed by an abyssal darkness. As Songko and Apos' withdrew the needles, she caught sight of Hualong and Apos' eyes and recoiled in horror. Collapsing to the floor, the figure, now upright, pointed a condemning finger at me, uttering you. Before he could complete his denunciation, I struck him with a palm to the chest. Remember this, I declared. My name is Su Hao. I have no time to end you today. But should you dare cross my path again, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. With those words, Hualong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes flickering before regaining their natural state. As his consciousness returned, the golden dragon ascended, and the storm clouds dissipated. The Xia King lives, Jin Chanzi proclaimed, his voice filled with elation. The announcement invigorated the others, bolstering their resolve. The shadowy figures, realizing their advantage had vanished, retreated. Yu Chanzi moved to examine the fallen forms, seeking to identify them. However, as she knelt, the bodies vanished before her eyes. Jin Chanzi, observing this, mused, no wonder they were so formidable. They were not of this world. What do you mean? Song Zhengji inquired, bewildered. Those shadow warriors were not living beings, Yu Chanzi explained, but rather, spirits of the deceased. The oppressive atmosphere and the absence of sunlight allowed them to thrive. Now that the sky has cleared, they have dissipated. Who could be controlling them? Song Zhengji pressed. Yu Chanzi shook her head. The master remains unknown, though certain families in the island nation wield such arts. Unmasking the culprit will require time. First, let us see to the Xia King. Is the Xia King truly unharmed? Jiang Dao asked anxiously. I nodded, exhaustion evident in my voice. The black curse has been purged. He requires rest and tonics to restore his vitality. Moments later, Zhao Qinggong announced, the Xia King awakens. Hualong opened his eyes, gazing at the faces around him, and tentatively touched his own face. I'm not dead? He questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. Jiang Dao affirmed, grasping Hualong and Apos' hand. Xia King. Su Hao is truly extraordinary. He expended great effort to save you. I am grateful, Hualong replied, struggling to rise. He bowed weakly in my direction. What transpired? Song Zhongji asked Cuckoo. Though her understanding was limited, Song Cuckoo recounted her experience, emphasizing her role in assisting me and wielding the argent needles. Her fantastical account captivated the others, who lamented missing the spectacle. As she concluded, they turned to congratulate me, only to find me asleep at the table. Jean Chanzy sighed, draping a blanket over me. The speed of this ritual and the golden dragon and Apos' ascent were due to Su Hao and Apos' expenditure of pure yang energy. He deemed our energies insufficient. In saving the Xia King's life, he sacrificed years of his own. Jean Chanzy's words carried weight, inspiring profound respect for me. Hualong, a man of honor, showered me with gratitude, bestowing upon me a position of unparalleled esteem. Before I could fully awaken, the Xia King insisted on a formal brotherhood, declaring that any disrespect shown to me would be considered an affront to him. Only Jean Chanzy and Yu Chanzy recognized that the Xia King had benefited the most. To claim a prodigy of medicine, martial arts, and Taoism as a brother was an unparalleled stroke of fortune. Amidst the jubilation, in a shadowed cavern, a robed figure coughed up blood, cursing, "Su Hao, I shall have my revenge." As Shui Rou concluded her workday, she encountered the smirking Qian Duo, who had parked his ostentatious Porsche right in front of her. With her brows furrowed in discontent, Shui Rou regarded him with indifference, turning to her own vehicle. However, Qian Duo sprinted forward to obstruct her path. "Shui Rou, we are acquainted after all. There is no need for such coldness," he exclaimed. "I acknowledge my past mistakes and have engaged in profound self-reflection, vowing to amend my ways." Shui Rou's disdain for the incessant chatter of Qian Duo was palpable. To firmly delineate their boundaries, she retorted sharply, "If you truly have reflected, then cease your intrusive presence." In Qian Duo's eyes, Shui Rou had always been gentle, and hearing such harsh words from her was shocking. His expression shifted drastically as he attempted to grasp her arm. Just then, a slender figure darted in, swiftly swatting Qian Duo's hand away. The unexpected blow left Qian Duo reeling, and as he prepared to retaliate, he turned to see the formidable Shi Yuzhu approaching, flanked by the burly Xie Sun, exuding an air of intimidation. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Duo's bravado faltered. Before he could devise a counter-strategy, Shi Yuzhu shot Xie Sun a pointed glance. Understanding immediately, Xie Sun seized Qian Duo by the collar and delivered a swift kick to his groin. Qian Duo let out a cry, propelled like a cannonball into the nearby greenery. Shi Yuzhu linked arms with Shui Rou, gently inquiring, "Miss Shui, are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Shi." "Not at all. Where are you headed?" "Allow me to escort you." Taken aback by his kindness, Shui Rou hurriedly waved her hand. "No need, Mr. Shi. You have a busy schedule, and I wouldn't want to impose. What is the inconvenience? Our two families are currently collaborating closely, and I wish to converse with you further." With that, Shi Yuzhu guided Shui Rou into his vehicle. As she prepared to divulge her address, Shi Yuzhu suggested, "How about staying at my place for the night?" Shui Rou was taken aback. While their partnership was indeed substantial, their relationship hadn't reached such an intimate level. The invitation to reside at his home left her utterly perplexed. Shi Yuzhu smiled. "I apologize. I am somewhat of a workaholic. I have details concerning our collaborative project that I wish to discuss, but the tempest outside dissuades me from venturing out. Thus, I would like to invite you for an overnight stay, allowing us to converse at length." His rationale was compelling, in recognizing the importance of the project. Shui Rou ultimately acquiesced. On the way, Shui Rou received a call from Song Kiki. Due to the confidentiality surrounding their current mission, she had omitted the perilous details of their encounter at the Green Willow Villa, only sharing the positive outcomes. Upon learning that Su Hao had not only cured a significant figure, but had also become his sworn brother, Shui Rou was overwhelmed with joy. It seemed that Su Hao could return to live with his family before her grandfather's memory was restored, and they could also obtain their marriage certificate. The following day, rejuvenated, Su Hao immediately called Shui Rou upon waking. "I didn't pick you up yesterday. Nothing unfortunate occurred, did it?" "Not at all. It was fortunate you weren't there. I ran into Mr. Shi, who not only helped me fend off Qian Duo but also invited me to stay over for the night," Shui Rou shared with a smile. "We discussed numerous work-related matters and had a delightful conversation." Genuinely pleased, she felt as if fortune was finally smiling upon her and Su Hao. That and Apos. That's wonderful. Su Hao felt reassured upon hearing how adeptly Shi Yuzhu had managed the situation. He contemplated commending Shi Yuzhu to Lin Langtian, the head of the Jinling branch of the Tiger Dynasty. "By the way, I heard about you saving a prominent figure from Kiki. You should have at least informed me about such crucial matters. I didn't want to worry you, and I believed I could resolve it quickly enough to pick you up, but unforeseen complications arose," Su Hao replied nonchalantly. Understanding that Song Kiki had likely glossed over the more harrowing details, he chose to remain vague, preferring to let bygones be bygones. Shui Rou recognized Su Hao's aversion to complaining about hardships. Thus, hearing him mention complications indicated that the previous day's events had indeed been challenging. By the way, don't feel the need to visit me this morning. You must be exhausted from yesterday's endeavors. Rest well, and we shall meet later. Understood. Su Hao was gratified by Shui Rou and Appo's understanding nature. He had matters to attend to today. In the wake of assisting Su Hao in safeguarding the realm and saving the life of the Summer King, several valiant souls had perished in the clash against the Shadow Legion. Hualong was not one to forget past debts, so he personally organized a funeral for these heroes early that morning. Su Hao, naturally, could not be absent. The attendees were Hualong and Appo's as confidants, including the high-ranking officials from Jinling. Standing among them, Su Hao paid his utmost respect to the fallen warriors. To Bai Shi and the others, the funeral was secondary. After all, the dead could not be revived. Their gaze fell upon Su Hao, who stood centrally, second only to the Summer King, who frequently referred to him as Brother Su, leaving them with no doubt about his significance. It appeared that a remarkable figure was destined to emerge from Jinling. After treating Hualong the previous day, Su Hao had been utterly exhausted, falling directly into slumber without even administering the necessary supplements. Upon the funeral and Appo's conclusion, he promptly prepared the prescription. Brother Long, although your health is robust, prolonged poisoning necessitates caution. Please take this prescription for half a month. Cease only once you feel fully restored. Should you sense any lingering deficiencies, come find me, and I shall check your pulse and adjust the prescription accordingly. Hualong nodded, carefully tucking away the prescription, expressing profound gratitude. Brother Su, allow me to show my respect in the future. Please, Brother Long, no need for such formality. Honestly, when I accepted this task, my sole intention was to earn a bit more. I never anticipated having the chance to call the illustrious Summer King my brother. That in itself is an immense honor. Su Hao, adept at feigning humility, had initially taken on the task with the intention of leveraging the Summer King and Appo's identity. Yet, in the face of Hualong's gratitude, he opted to downplay his accomplishments, presenting himself as a proud young man reveling in the moment. Hualong laughed heartily, choosing to remain discreet about their unspoken understanding, and organized a grand feast to express gratitude to all who had assisted. After dinner, news arrived from the north, indicating that the foreign tribes were stirring restlessly, possibly under the misconception that the Summer King had perished, and were preparing to invade the northern territories. The north was in disarray, lacking a leader and experiencing a significant drop in morale. In an effort to stabilize the troops' spirits, Hualong hurriedly bid farewell to everyone in Jinling and boarded a plane. On the return journey, he held a document in his hands, yet his expression was one of distraction, as if his thoughts were wandering far beyond the present. Jiang Dao approached and, noticing Hualong and Appo's demeanor, curiously inquired, "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Hualong shook his head, setting down the document, and invited Jiang Dao to take a seat. "What are your thoughts on Su Hao?" Jiang Dao pondered for a moment before responding. The fact that Gu Santong has taken him as a disciple and entrusted him with his life and Appo's work and unique skills speaks volumes about his exceptional talent. However, but what? Hualong pressed further. Jiang Dao initially praised Su Hao, but then shifted his tone. However, that young man seems a bit too arrogant. It's not that I disapprove of his camaraderie with you, but he is still youthful and lacks a degree of composure and maturity. Upon hearing Jiang Dao's assessment, Hualong chuckled softly, shaking his head. Your remarks suggest that he is quite the actor. Huh? Jiang Dao looked perplexed, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind Hualong's words. This young man is far more profound than you realize. My decision to take him as a sworn brother is not merely an expression of gratitude. I genuinely feel an inexplicable sense of kinship whenever I see him, though I cannot quite articulate why. At this, Jiang Dao smiled and remarked, by the way, when he was treating you yesterday, he accidentally cut his palm, and you happened to have blood on you as well. I noticed that your blood mingled together. It seems you must share the same blood type. Truly, what a coincidence. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was contemplative. Hualong pondered for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further, yet a new plan seemed to take shape in his mind. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Do not let anyone see the prescription Su Hao gave you. When you return, if anyone inquires about my condition, do not show any signs of relief. Simply say the situation is not optimistic, and we are merely buying time. Jiang Dao understood Hualong and Appo's intentions and promptly assured him, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Our strategy this time will be to feign weakness, thereby luring out the true culprit behind the scheme." At 2:30 in the afternoon, when Su Hao arrived at the Shangshua company, Shui Rou was conveniently away on errands. Bored, he returned to his security team, settling into the office to scroll through his phone. Among his photos was one of him and Hualong. The more he looked at it, the more he felt something was amiss. He realized that he might resemble Hualong in his old age, as their features shared an uncanny similarity, leaving Su Hao marveling at the coincidence. Could it be that he is a relative of mine? Momentarily stunned, Su Hao quickly shook his head in self-deprecation, thinking, if he were truly my relative, he wouldn't have neglected me for over 20 years. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Su Hao tucked away his phone, feigning intense focus on surveillance, and called the visitor in. The newcomer, dressed in a professional ensemble, with long legs and cascading waves of hair, exuded an alluring charm. This was Yu Xiaoxiao, the manager of the administrative department. Since Su Hao's entry into the company, she had taken a particular liking to the handsome young man. After waiting several days for his arrival, she seized the opportunity to make her move. "Captain Su, here are the business cards the company prepared for you." Su Hao could hardly suppress a laugh. A mere security captain like me gets business cards? Do I even have anyone to give them to? In reality, there was no necessity for the administrative department to produce cards for the security captain, but Yu Xiaoxiao, eager to get closer to Su Hao, had arranged for them nonetheless. "I tell you, these cards are quite useful. Look." As Yu Xiaoxiao spoke, she leaned closer to Su Hao and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no." It was unclear where she had bumped herself, but she fell dramatically into Su Hao's embrace. Seated in his chair, Su Hao found her perched on his lap, though separated by a thin layer of stockings. The barrier only served to heighten his awareness of her presence. He couldn't help but notice that, despite being the head of the administrative department, Yu Xiaoxiao and Oppo's shirt was of surprisingly poor quality. With her sudden fall, a button popped off, exposing a fair expanse of skin. Staring at the sight before him, Su Hao felt overwhelmed. Before he could gather his thoughts, Yu Xiaoxiao chimed in, "Captain Su, this is so embarrassing. I think I might have twisted my ankle and can and Oppo's to get up. What should I do?" As she spoke, she playfully nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, feigning a helpless demeanor. "Well, in that case, I suppose I must assist you." Su Hao sighed before wrapping his arms around her waist. Just as Yu Xiaoxiao believed her charms had worked, Su Hao swiftly reversed their positions, pressing her down onto the chair while he rose to stand behind her. "Just sit tight. I'll push you back to the administrative department." With that, he grabbed his chair and, using its wheels, rolled Yu Xiaoxiao out of the office. Yu Xiaoxiao, taken aback by Su Hao and Oppo's decisive action, hurriedly buttoned her coat, anxious to avoid being seen in a disheveled state. As they exited the office, a patrolling security guard returned. Su Hao smoothly handed the chair to the guard, saying, "Supervisor, you twisted her ankle. Please escort her back and have the health technician take a look." The guard, oblivious to the context, simply viewed this as a task from the captain and vowed to ensure Yu Xiaoxiao's safe return. Hearing their exchange, Yu Xiaoxiao's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. She had said she twisted her ankle, but now she had to walk back on her own? In this moment of embarrassment, Shui Rou returned. Seeing Su Hao, Yu Xiaoxiao, and another guard engaged in conversation, she approached them curiously. "What's all the commotion here?" "Oh, Supervisor, you came to deliver my business cards, but twisted her ankle, so I sent someone to help her back," Su Hao replied casually, as if completely unaware of Yu Xiaoxiao's intentions. "Business cards? The administrative department seems to hold you in high regard," Shui Rou remarked lightly, showing little concern. She moved closer to Su Hao to check on him, and upon confirming he was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. "Coco mentioned you were in poor health and needed rest. You don't seem to be busy, though." Su Hao smiled enigmatically. "Longing for you has a way of healing me instantly. I missed you, so I thought it better to come to the company, where I could at least see you and exchange a few words. Why say such things in front of colleagues?" Shui Rou blushed, though she feigned annoyance. In truth, her heart swelled with sweetness. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at the two, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. After all this time, Su Hao turned out to be Shui Rou and Oppo's man, which explained his sudden rise within the ranks. "How foolish of me to come here and tempt fate. I almost wish to find a crevice to hide in. Well, it seems my foot has healed, so I shall make my way home alone." In a bid to escape this absurd situation, Yu Xiaoxiao rose from her seat, feigning a limp as she departed. However, at that moment, Su Hao, fixated on her retreating figure, suddenly remarked, "I thought you had injured your left foot." Turns out it's the right one. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao froze momentarily before hastening her steps. Shui Rou, witnessing the scene, grasped the situation entirely. She dragged Su Hao and Amp, Appos, chair back into the office, seated herself, and quipped, "Your charm is quite something. You and Amp, Appos, V already captivated the belle of our company upon your arrival." "The belle of your company? Clearly, that title belongs to you." Su Hao feigned astonishment. Shui Rou rolled her eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao possesses remarkable work abilities. Yet she has a penchant for inappropriate relationships with her subordinates. Most of the handsome young men in the company have fallen prey to her charms. Perhaps she has set her sights on you due to your good looks. Otherwise, why would a security captain need business cards? Listening to Shui Rou's sardonic tone, Su Hao chuckled. "Having business cards serves a purpose. If anyone claims I'm not handsome, I can just hand them one." Shui Rou, both exasperated and amused, pinched Su Hao playfully, retorting, "So you're addicted to being called handsome? In all honesty, though I am quite handsome, there's no but to follow." As their banter flourished, a call from Shun Yu interrupted them, inquiring whether Shui Rou had commenced the recruitment of workers. Typically, such tasks could be outsourced to a third party, but Shui Rou, having secured such a significant project, wished to ensure excellence. To prevent any interference from outside parties, she decided to handle the recruitment through the company's management department, arranging for workers to be on-site promptly. Shui Rou had already set these plans in motion, and workers were expected to arrive within the week. Xinyu was pleased with her daughter's arrangements and, upon learning that Su Hao was also at the company, suggested, "Why don't you both come over to the Shui residence today? Your father and I discussed it and believe it's better to take the initiative rather than leave Su Hao outside." Su Hao understood Xinyu's intent. She hoped he could assist in hastening Shui Kongning and Appos' recovery, facilitating subsequent developments. Naturally, Su Hao could not afford to disregard his future mother-in-law and Appos' instructions and promptly agreed. "By the way, has grandfather Shui taken the medicine I prescribed?" At the mention of this, Shui Rou's expression turned somber. "Don't even bring it up. Do you think my mother is so eager to summon you back for no reason? It and Appos' because Shui Ahan and his family are constantly surveilling us, refusing to let the old man take the medicine you prescribed. At this rate, it may be ages before my grandfather even remembers you." Shui Rou and Appos' anger intensified. She was aware of the shamelessness of Shui Ahan and Appos' family, but had not anticipated their depths of depravity. Su Hao recognized that Shui Rou's fury stemmed from her sense of injustice on his behalf. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her onto his lap, and gently reassured her, "Fear not. A golden hairpin may fall into the well, yet what is yours shall always remain yours. Their family is cunning, but can they truly keep the old man in the dark forever? I dare say they are on the verge of shooting themselves in the foot." Leaning against Su Hao, Shui Rou, though bashful, did not shy away. She earnestly replied, "You speak the truth. I have been striving towards that end since securing this major contract. My grandfather and Appos' attitude towards me has improved significantly, while Shui Ahan is seething with rage. Once I successfully manage this, my grandfather will surely regard me with newfound respect. And at that time, I will clarify everything to him." It turned out that Shui Rou's tireless efforts were also motivated by her own aspirations. Su Hao felt a sense of unspoken satisfaction in having such an understanding partner. After a brief moment of intimacy, Shui Rou departed, citing a meeting. Left alone in the office, Su Hao pondered for a moment before assigning a task to Lin Langtian. With Shui Rou and Appos' birthday fast approaching, despite her reluctance to celebrate due to her busy schedule, Su Hao wished to make her birthday meaningful. Thus, he instructed Lin Langtian to arrange a high-end private room. Such trivial matters were well within Lin Langtian's capabilities, and he promptly had the requested items delivered. A membership card for Yapinju, although uncertain if it was a premium membership. Su Hao felt reassured by Lin Langtian's reliability. While Shui Rou was preoccupied with work, Su Hao, as the security captain, had some leisure time. He wandered through the company, diligently checking the functionality of surveillance cameras and ensuring the security personnel were performing their rounds responsibly. The sudden arrival of a young and handsome security captain attracted the attention of many employees, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Unfortunately, after Yu Xiaoxiao revealed the relationship between Su Hao and Shui Rou, those who had harbored secret affections for him lost their smiles, realizing their affections were misplaced, and ceased their attempts to flirt with him. Before long, the clock struck 5:30 in the afternoon. Shui Rou's final video conference was delayed due to an abundance of discussion topics. Su Hao decided to park his car at the company entrance so they could leave together once she finished. while waiting for Shueiro to finish her work. Suhao received a call from Song Kiki. She wished to discuss plans for Shueiro's birthday party, suggesting that even if they could not celebrate on a grand scale, they should still surprise her and ease her burdens from recent matters. Upon hearing Song Kiki and Apos' intentions, Suhao immediately shared his plan with her. Song Kiki, impressed, remarked, "I initially thought you were just a rough man who wouldn't think of such things. I'm surprised you're even more considerate than I am. Let's proceed as you've suggested." After concluding the call, Song Kiki gazed at her phone, feeling a twinge of envy. Securing a private room at Yupinju was notoriously difficult. But with Suhao's impressive credentials from Healing Xiaowang, he likely could book even the most exclusive suite. Shueiro was indeed fortunate. She had stumbled upon a good man when she initially thought she was settling for less. As evening approached, around 6:00 and Apos' clock, Shueiro finished her meeting and descended the stairs. Suhao emerged from the car, opening the door for her. Observing this scene, nearby employees exclaimed, "Wow, President Shue's boyfriend is truly a gentleman." However, before the sentiment could settle, a splash of cold water followed. "Come on. This is clearly a case of someone living off someone else and Apos' success." Exactly. Why should a mere security captain deserve President Shue? Besides, he was appointed by her. Aside from his looks, what other merits does he possess? Sigh, President Shue must be deluded. So many wealthy heirs are pursuing her. Yet she chooses to cling to this poor fellow. What could she possibly be thinking? Suhao and Shueiro naturally overheard these remarks, but they remained indifferent, fully aware of the truth. Yet once they were in the car, Shueiro felt compelled to offer a word of comfort. "Suhao, please don't take their words to heart. I have never considered you to be living off my success. If you find their words unpleasant, I can certainly have a word with Mother and perhaps assist you in starting your own company." In truth, Shueiro has heard such remarks quite frequently in recent days. She is well aware of Suhao's formidable capabilities, yet as a man, it must be disheartening for him to be the subject of gossip behind his back. Now that Shueiro and Apos' career is flourishing and she has the means, she contemplates the idea of allowing Suhao to venture out on his own, as it would certainly be more dignified than being merely a security guard in her company. To her surprise, however, Suhao shakes his head resolutely. "I am neither skilled nor interested in managing a business and employees. My purpose in coming to the company is to spend time with you daily. If I were to start my own company, I wouldn't be able to see you at all. Rest assured, I am not the sort of narrow-minded man who is bothered by what others say. Even if they claim I am living off you, what of it? Being supported is an art in itself. They may be unattractive and still find it impossible to achieve that." Suhao and Apos' sweet words and whimsical logic leave Shueiro in fits of laughter, alleviating her concern significantly. "Let us return home now." Suhao gently reminds her, "Dear, please fasten your seatbelt." "All right." Shueiro nods, bestowing a playful kiss upon him. "Now, let Apos' go. My charming and devoted chauffeur." The atmosphere in the Shui household remained unchanged from usual. Shui Kongning and Shui Zi sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television while engaging in light conversation. Over the past few days, Shui Kongning had noticed something amiss with his elder brother. Shui Zi often seemed lost in thought, dark circles under his eyes more pronounced than before, and he exuded an air of restlessness. Out of concern for his brother, Shui Kongning placed a hand on Shui Zi and Apos' shoulder. However, before he could speak, Shui Zi flinched in alarm, casting a wary glance at Shui Kongning, as if he feared harm from him. Witnessing his brother and Apos' startled demeanor only deepened Shui Kongning and Apos' concern, prompting him to inquire, "Brother, what troubles you? Is it because of the recent intrusion at your home that you remain so unsettled?" Shui Zi, at a loss for an excuse, seized this opportunity to deflect, responding, "Indeed. That incident truly frightened me. Can you believe that in broad daylight, someone dared to come after me?" His words were a mix of truth and fabrication. Yet the worry within him was genuine. Despite the increased patrols by the Inspection Bureau and his own expenditure on additional security personnel, the thought of the formidable forces behind the attackers left him restless. Seated nearby, Shunyu was arranging flowers when she interjected, "Uncle, during your attack, at least those individuals acted under the cover of night. But our Ruru faced an ambush in broad daylight, showcasing just how brazen these assailants are." Shui Er, rarely perceptive, understood his wife and Apos' implication and added, "Exactly. First it was Ruru, then father, and now it and Apos' uncle. Each incident seems aimed at our family. A thorough investigation is imperative." At this moment, Zhu Bai, who had been playing with her kitten, suddenly stiffened and exclaimed, "Second brother, why are you lying again?" Uncle and Aunt Appo's incident did occur, but Ruru and grandfather are perfectly fine. Why must you exaggerate? Who is lying? Ruru was indeed attacked, and Song Kiki can attest to that. As for grandfather's situation, we all know the truth. You are the one speaking falsehoods. Shuai retorted. After his rebuttal, Xinyu chimed in, "This matter has already transpired. Why do you persist in denial? Are you afraid that an investigation might implicate you?" Her words were a blatant provocation, causing Zhu Bai and Appo's heart to race. "You are slandering us. Nothing of the sort happened. What are you trying to accuse our family of?" As tensions escalated between the two daughters-in-law, Shui Kongming interjected sternly, "Enough. We are family. Why must we bicker daily? I am still here, and yet you create such a ruckus." With their elder and Appo's stern countenance, Xinyu and Zhu Bai fell silent, but their mutual glares revealed their discontent. Despite his wife and Appo's distress, Shui remained silent, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His joy stemmed from recognizing Shui Kongming and Appo's change. Previously, he would side with Zhu Bai during disputes, reprimanding Xinyu. Now, however, Shui Kongming had rebuked both equally, showing no favoritism. Xinyu quickly grasped this shift, lowering her head to continue her floral arrangement while secretly anticipating Su Hao and Appo's arrival. Observing his mother being scolded, Shui Ahan deliberately called Zhao Tai, engaging in flirtatious banter, subtly reminding Shui Kongming that their family was the future hope of the Shui clan. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Shui Ruru entered with Su Hao. Both were aware that they were not particularly welcomed by the majority in the household, but still made polite greetings to everyone. Shui Kongming cast a glance at Su Hao but did not ask him to leave, although the last time he had contacted Director Sun for information. The latter had chosen to deceive him. Shui Kongming was not a fool. His second son and daughter-in-law were forthright individuals. If they had been dishonest previously, they would not have maintained their stance so resolutely. Moreover, the couple had previously earnestly advised him, stating that Su Hao had assisted behind the scenes with the dazzling project, warranting him some respect. However, until his memories were fully restored, Shui Kongming intended to remain impartial, seeking clarity before forming any conclusions. At the dining table, Su Hao frequently served Shui Ruru, even peeling shrimp for her. Xinyu and Shui beamed at their future son-in-law and Appo's attentiveness toward their daughter. In contrast, Shui Ahan felt somewhat envious. As a woman, she naturally desired a considerate boyfriend. Unfortunately, Zhao Tai, despite his affluent background and decent looks, was perpetually busy and exhibited a strong sense of masculinity, neglecting her needs during their meals together. It was no wonder that witnessing others and Appo's sweetness left her feeling sour. However, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. While Su Hao was indeed thoughtful, he ultimately lacked ambition, rendering him incomparable to Zhao Tai. Shui Ahan consoled herself internally, discreetly averting her gaze. As the meal progressed, Shui Kongming reminded, "Ruru, do not let your thoughts dwell solely on romance. Our company has secured a major project with the Dazzling Group. Ensure you do not jeopardize it. Have you adequately prepared for this endeavor, given your inexperience with large projects?" Shui Ruru replied earnestly, "Grandfather, rest assured. The funding from the Dazzling Group is in place, and we are currently hiring workers. The equipment for the factory has already arrived. And once the workers are on board, we will swiftly be on track. According to our current schedule, we will commence operations the day after tomorrow. Yesterday, Director Shi invited me for a visit, and we discussed our progress in detail. She is very pleased with our current pace. In any partnership, it is crucial to keep the client satisfied." Upon hearing that Shui Ruru had reached an agreement with the Dazzling Group and Appo's head, Shui Kongming had nothing further to say. "Well done. You have performed admirably. Although Director Shi is young, she wields significant power and possesses a keen mind. It would serve you well to engage frequently with her and learn the intricacies of business from her." Noticing the approving expression on Shui Kongming's face, Shui Ruru felt a sense of pride. Xinyu and Shui exchanged glances, both satisfied with their daughter and Appo's outstanding performance. As Shui Kongming displayed such warmth towards Shui's family, the expressions of Shui and others grew increasingly grim. Nevertheless, the collaboration between the Dazzling Group and the Shui Group was already a foregone conclusion, rendering their jealousy futile. Fortunately, Shui Kongming was adept at balancing family dynamics. After praising Shui Ruru, he swiftly turned his attention to Shui Ahan. "By the way, Ahan, what are your plans for your birthday party? Have you secured a venue?" Upon hearing this, Shui Ahan beamed with pride. It and Appos S booked at Yupinju, and we have a private room reserved for premium members. The words of Shui Ayahan left Shui Canning astonished. The esteemed Epine residence is no ordinary place. Securing a private room for elite members is quite a challenge. How did you manage it? Of course, it was with the assistance of Zhao Tai. Holding her head high, Shui Ayahan boasted, after all, I have the esteemed young master Zhao on my side. Booking a high-end private room is trivial. The more Shui Ayahan reveled in her triumph, the more dismal Xinyu's expression became. Shuiro felt an emptiness within, a bitter taste in her heart. Sharing the same birthday, she found herself having to hide away, which was thoroughly displeasing. Even more infuriating was the fact that Shui Canning, fully aware of her situation, was solely preoccupied with Shui Ayahan and Imp Appos' birthday celebration, neglecting her entirely. This left Shuiro, who had just begun to feel a sense of importance, feeling even more sidelined. Zhubai and Appos' eyes sparkled with delight, eager to exacerbate Shuiro and Appos' discomfort. She feigned sympathy and said, by the way, speaking of birthdays, doesn't Shuiro have one too? What are your plans? Please let us know in advance so we can prepare gifts. Zhubai had no genuine goodwill. Her words were clearly intended to deepen Shuiro's humiliation. Shui Ayahan recognized this and played along, insincerely saying, "Oh right, I almost forgot. Where's Roro's birthday celebration planned?" Shuiro understood the intent behind their mockery and refused to show any signs of embarrassment that might grant them satisfaction. With a faint smile, she replied, "How coincidental. This week is a crucial period for our company's collaboration with the Radiant Group. I wouldn't want to let a birthday celebration interfere with work. Therefore, I'm considering postponing the party to next week, combining it with the company's celebration banquet. It would be a splendid occasion for everyone to enjoy together. And it would also be quite justified." Shuiro's response was both dignified and a sharp jab at Shui Ayahan. "What of your birthday party and your high-end private room at Epine residence? I hold the critical resources for collaboration with the Radiant Group." The pallor on Shui Ayahan's face was evident, bringing a smirk to Xinyu's lips. In the past, Shuiro would have simply suppressed her frustration, but this time, she not only retaliated but rendered her opponent speechless. This highlights the importance of confidence. Shui Canning grasped the underlying tension between the two, yet, in his amnesia, he remained unaware of the extent of their conflict. As the elder of the family, he felt it necessary to mediate. Why not celebrate the birthdays together? Since Ayahan has already made preparations, let Shuiro and Appos' family join us tomorrow. I'll contribute some funds to help arrange everything. Zhubai never anticipated that the old man would so readily undermine her intentions. She had merely pretended to be kind. There was no way she would genuinely allow Shuiro's family to benefit from their good fortune. Securing a high-end room at Epine residence was no simple feat, and allowing Shuiro's family to enjoy such privileges would be too generous. However, the words had been spoken, and refusing would undermine her earlier faade of benevolence. Reluctantly, Zhubai began to signal her husband, hoping he would take on the role of the villain. Shui, with a swift change of direction, passed the ball to Shui'er. "Oh, this is certainly no problem. I had initially intended to invite Shuiro's family to join Ayahan's birthday celebration. However, if Shuiro's birthday were to coincide with ours, we might not be able to invite other friends, and it would likely be filled with our family's acquaintances. Wouldn't that be a bit unfair to you? Shui'er, what do you think?" Shui's words served as a reminder to Shui'er that their family was not of the same standing. "We are hosting the birthday party at Epine residence, where the guests will be dignitaries from Zhao Tai's circle. Someone like you would hardly find it respectable to attend." Shui assumed that if Shui'er had any sense, he would choose to avoid such a situation. However, to his surprise, before Shui'er could respond, Su Hao interjected. "What's the big deal? We're just going to eat, drink, and have fun. It might be nice to meet some new friends." At this, both Xinyu and Shuiro stared at Su Hao in disbelief, astonished that he would say such a thing. Indeed, those with thick skin often fear encountering those with even thicker skin. Shui gulped, his face turning pale. He scoffed, unsure how to respond. Shui Ayahan, her expression darkening, stepped forward and declared, "Su Hao, what does this have to do with you? If my uncle and Imp Appos' family wishes to celebrate with me, I would certainly not refuse. But this is a family gathering, not for outsiders like you. The slots for the Epine residence' private rooms are limited. Accommodating them is already a challenge. I certainly cannot include someone as unworthy as you." Shui Ayahan harbored hostility towards Su Hao, primarily because he was likely the one who instigated the 2 slabs she received from Hua Ling Long yesterday. Yet, as she had indeed erred, She could only endure in silence for the time being. However, as a petty individual, she was determined to find a way to repay that slight. Now that Su Hao had stepped forward, it presented her with the perfect opportunity for retribution. Hearing Shui Ahan's pointed remarks towards Su Hao, Shui Ro immediately retorted, "If Su Hao can't attend, then we shan't go either. What is the point of celebrating my birthday without him? Besides, celebrating together with the banquet would bring double joy. Let us all just enjoy our celebrations separately." Su Hao was about to say something when Shui Ro shot him a glare, urging him to remain silent. In truth, Shui Ro meant well. She recognized that Su Hao was thick-skinned and unconcerned with others and Appo's ridicule. However, she was fiercely protective and did not want him to face humiliation before her. Unfortunately, this time, Shui Ro misinterpreted his intentions. Su Hao had intended to reveal that he possessed a red card for Epine residents. The super VIP rooms there were already the best for outsiders. However, beyond the super VIP rooms, there existed an even more luxurious suite known as the Tianzi room, which was reserved exclusively for select investors and major stakeholders of Epine residents. Access to this room required a red card. In comparison, the other rooms paled in significance. Su Hao merely wished to spare Shui Ro any indignity, but with her stance taken, he felt it unwise to press the matter further. After all, good things come to those who wait. As long as he arranged everything well, surprising Shui Ro later would yield even better results. The conversation came to an abrupt halt, and each person ate in silence, their thoughts divergent and appetites diminished. After the meal, Shui Canning seized the moment. Tapping on the table, "Su Hao, come with me for a moment." Although Su Hao was somewhat perplexed, he followed closely behind, observing the two depart. The remaining attendees all harbored their own thoughts. Shui was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Deeply concerned that if these two engaged in private discussion, Shui Canning might recover his memories or believe Su Hao's claims, jeopardizing the good fortune of his family. To prevent such a scenario, he quickly called out, "Dad, we're all family here. Why not just say what you need to say in front of everyone?" Shui Canning paused, contemplated, and then returned. "Very well, it's not a significant matter. During my last conversation with General Shi, I gathered that she seems to know Su Hao, and I wanted to inquire about their relationship. On that particular day, Shi Yuzhu made a sudden visit and unexpectedly assigned the project to Shanshui Company. Over the past 2 days, Shui Kongning had been pondering this matter. Initially, he suspected that Qian Duoduo had done something to pursue Shui Ro. However, upon reflection, he realized that Qian Duoduo and Appo's family was hardly an illustrious clan. Even Zhao Tai could not achieve such feats. How could Qian Duoduo? To sway Shi Yuzhu, one would need to possess connections akin to those of Zhao Tai's father. Coincidentally, Shui and Xin Yu attributed the credit to Su Hao. Although this possibility seemed minuscule, he still wished to confirm it directly. Upon hearing that Shui Kongning was inquiring about matters related to Shi Yuzhu, Shui could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, this issue was of great concern to Zhu Bai and Shui Ahan, both of whom were intently observing Su Hao, attempting to discern any hidden motives. "I have a friend who knows Shi Yuzhu. After learning about Shanshui Company's circumstances, he spoke a few words on my behalf to her," Su Hao candidly stated. The revelation elicited a stir among the crowd. Zhu Bai was astonished. This son-in-law of Shui was indeed quite accomplished. So, the collaboration with Yaoyang Group was genuinely facilitated by Su Hao? Shui Ahan and Appo's expression darkened. She had assumed it was Shui Ro and Appo's maternal grandfather who had exerted influence, only to discover that this Su Hao had performed a good deed without seeking recognition. This insufferable obstacle was exceedingly vexatious. Was it you who facilitated the project? Shui Kongning pressed further. Su Hao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "It's not exactly a facilitation. Perhaps Shi Yuzhu recognized that I've been dating Shui Ro recently and wished to do me a favor. It may also be that she feels a connection with Ro, which prompted her to strengthen our collaboration." Shui Ro felt a surge of sweetness, knowing Su Hao was elevating her in the eyes of others. However, Shui Kongning was not easily deceived. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "What connection do you have with Shi Yuzhu that would compel her to assist you so?" In front of such a large audience, Su Hao could not divulge the truth. He evasively remarked, "Grandpa Shui, you know I'm merely an inconspicuous doctor from a remote mountain. Besides my medical skills, what else do I have to offer?" He continued, "I once treated a family member of Shi Yuzhu when they were ill. That's about the extent of our connection." Although Shui Kongning had lost his memory, he was not foolish. What sort of person was Shi Yuzhu? What kind of family was the Shi family? To befriend her, one must belong to a prominent lineage. If someone from such a family fell ill, there would be renowned physicians lined up from Jinling to Longdu willing to assist. The fact that Su Hao was chosen for this task and received her favor indicated his remarkable medical prowess. This significantly increased the likelihood that he had treated Xue Kongning when he was gravely ill. Xue Rou, have you been in contact with Qian Duoduo recently? He visited me not long ago with gifts. It seems he has genuine intentions towards you, Xue Kongning remarked. Before he could finish, Xue Er interjected, Dad, you're completely blinded by that scoundrel. Qian Duoduo is a cunning individual, utterly despicable. It would be best to return the gifts he brought. It's wise to avoid such people. In Xue Kongning's mind, Xue Er had always been rather mild-mannered, making such a vehement reaction quite unusual. Curiosity piqued. He urged Xue Er to elaborate on Qian Duoduo's misdeeds. Xue Er recounted how Qian Duoduo had harassed Xue Rou the previous night, but Xue Kongning dismissed this as trivial. Shaking his head, he said, You're being overly conservative. Nowadays, young people can be a bit intense in pursuing their affections. It's natural for their age. Hearing this, Xue Er turned away in frustration, observing her father and Amp, Apos, defeat. Xue Rou pondered for a moment before deciding to disclose the distressing incident involving her and Song Kiki and Amp, Apos, encounter with the poisonous sea cucumber. Initially, she had concealed it to avoid worrying her parents. However, if she continued to keep it under wraps, Xue Kongning might mistakenly regard Qian Duoduo as a good person. This would not bode well for her, Su Hao, or her parents. This was the first time Xue Kongning had heard of such a situation, and he was taken aback. Rising in anger, such a thing exists? They dared to lay hands on Song Kiki? Xue Rou pouted, feeling wronged, and replied, Yes. Kiki has truly suffered because of me. That day, in the reception room, Qian Duoduo explicitly admitted to me that he was the one responsible for this. There's video evidence. As she spoke, Xue Rou retrieved the surveillance footage from her phone. After viewing it, Xue Kongning and Amp, Apos, complexion shifted from pale to ashen, and his gaze grew sharp. Xue Ahan was taken aback. Rumors had circulated that the sea cucumber had perished at the hands of a mysterious individual. Could it possibly be Su Hao? She stared intently at him, seeking clues. Su Hao, however, feigned ignorance. While he could openly discuss the death of the sea cucumber, there was no necessity to do so, though he harbored no fear of the gem organization or Jin Fenghua. He was mindful that Xue Kongning had yet to regain his memory. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he preferred that this matter remain undisclosed. Yet Xue Ahan felt differently. She fervently hoped Su Hao had indeed killed the sea cucumber and that this incident would be made public. After all, the sea cucumber was a close confidant of Jin Fenghua, the former leader of the gem organization's 10th group. Everyone in Jinling knew of Jin Fenghua's temperament. For the sake of his reputation, he would certainly seek retribution against Su Hao. Furthermore, if Xue Kongning discovered that Su Hao was such a troublemaker, having only recently arrived in Jinling and already made numerous enemies, he would undoubtedly regard Su Hao with disfavor and cease to take him seriously. Unfortunately, lacking evidence, Xue Ahan could not seize the opportunity to undermine Su Hao at this critical juncture. I had thought the offspring of the Qian family would be remarkable, yet they turned out to be nothing more than inept fools, brazenly reckless, Xue Kongning exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration. From now on, all dealings with the Qian family shall be severed. With such a wretched son, the Qian family is not far from ruin. Matters of marriage can be discussed at a later time. The priority now is our collaboration with the Yaoyang group. Though Xue Kongning and Apos' words seemed unrelated to Su Hao, they effectively provided Xue Er and Apos' family with a glimmer of hope. This indicated that he would no longer arrange a marriage for Xue Rou, allowing them to decide their course of action as long as Su Hao performed admirably and the collaboration proceeded smoothly. Naturally, Xue Er and Apos' family was overjoyed. They held Su Hao in the highest regard. If they could not secure Xue Kongning's approval, it would indeed be a disappointment. Now, free from the thorn of the Qian family, they could finally reunite in harmony, while Xue Er was cheerfully enjoying himself. The atmosphere at the Qian household was shrouded in ominous clouds. Upon hearing that Qian Duoduo had been assaulted by Shi Yuzhu and Amp, Apos' associates the previous night, Old Master Qian erupted in fury. How dare that wretched girl act so brazenly? Though our family is of high standing, we, the Qians, are not to be trifled with. Why should anyone lay a hand on our kin? Father, please calm down, Qian Feihong, Duoduo's father, sighed deeply, shaking his head. Although Shi Yuzhu is merely an ineffectual young lady, she possesses a remarkable ability to cultivate relationships and has strong ties with many influential figures. Even Zhao Tai cannot hold his head high in her presence, let alone our duo. After considering Qian Feihong's words, old Master Qian, still seething, merely pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he coldly exclaimed, in the end, "It is Shuiro who instigated Shiryuju to attack Duo. Since we cannot confront Shiryuju, we shall take action against Shuiro. Father, it's easier said than done. Shuiro is the sister of Shui Ayahan, who is soon to marry Zhao Tai. The Zhao family is not one we can provoke," Qian Feihong lamented, having resigned himself to the situation, recognizing his son's shortcomings. Moreover, Shuiro's company had recently secured a partnership with the Radiant Group, making it an inopportune moment to strike. Old Master Qian remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. How has Shuiro garnered support from the Radiant Group? Is it related to that handsome fellow, Su Hao? Have you investigated him thoroughly? Feeling awkward, Qian Feihong shook his head. There's little to uncover. He has lived in seclusion on the mountain, like a wild man. What nonsense! Old Master Qian exclaimed, further displeased. A wild man surpassing my grandson? It seems Shui Kongning is growing senile. Deep down, old Master Qian was aware of his grandson's shortcomings, yet he believed that with both himself and his son safeguarding him, Duo was far superior to those rustic villagers, especially given their affluent background. Understanding his father and Appo's implication, Qian Feihong urged, "Enough, father. Why must we engage in such a pointless feud? The Shui family is currently thriving and is set to ally with the Zhao family. We truly cannot afford to elevate ourselves to their level." "Humph, you can count while I cannot." "Very well, return home," old Master Qian retorted, clearly unwilling to heed his son and Appo's counsel, and even feeling a tinge of anger at his son's capitulation. As the saying goes, grandparents have a special affection for their grandchildren. Seeing that he had failed to persuade his father, Qian Feihong took his leave. No sooner had he departed than old Master Qian began plotting, vowing to exact revenge for his grandson's grievances. Simultaneously, Jin Fenghua was equally incensed, shattering several teacups in his fury. With the Summer King ailing, the heads of several prominent families in Jinling had been summoned to offer their support. Yet he had been forced to retreat halfway by Jiang Dao. Not only had Su Hao publicly humiliated him, but the other four prominent families, apart from the Jin family, had all received favors from the Summer King, leaving the Jin family at the bottom of the hierarchy. To make matters worse, his trusted aide, Haishan, had been killed by Su Hao, plunging the Sanwen district into chaos. The Wolf Dog and Xie soon were wreaking havoc, leaving the gem organization overwhelmed and suffering heavy losses. For the Jin family, this was a double blow. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Jin Xiuming sat quietly, observing his grandfather turn red with fury. Although he felt a surge of resentment, he maintained his composure. "Grandfather, Haishan was killed by that brat, indicating that he is far from benign. I encountered Wang Baiwan yesterday, and he mentioned that the Summer King seems to have taken Su Hao as his godbrother. I know you are angry, but we simply cannot act against him at this time. Had it been anyone else who had offended his grandfather, Jin Xiuming would have swiftly dealt with them. However, Su Hao had only recently arrived in Jinling and had already begun to rally support, winning over figures like Song Zhongji and Shi Fei. Even Zhao Tai's grandfather, Zhao Qinggong, had turned against his own grandson, showing great respect for Su Hao due to his wife and aunt, Appo's recovery. This young man was formidable and not so easily dealt with. Jin Fenghua understood this reasoning, yet he could not swallow his indignation. After all these years in Jinling, we have been bullied by a petty upstart. The more I think about it, the more I cannot let it go. What if he is the Summer King's godbrother? The North is in turmoil, and the Summer King is preoccupied with that. He cannot possibly spare attention for Su Hao. Where are the 8 protectors? Send them to deal with Su Hao." Jin Fenghua, accustomed to a life of conflict, found himself recalling the 8 protectors, the strongest combat team within the gem organization, whose mere presence commanded respect. Jin Xiuming, concerned at the thought of his grandfather seeking the help of the 8 protectors, replied, "Grandfather, I am merely a minor group leader. How could I possibly summon the 8 protectors? You are putting me in a difficult position. I can summon them." Jin Fenghua stated firmly, "I will call the head of the organization. When I step down, he promised to assist me in times of trouble. I have dedicated years to the gem organization without seeking recognition. If I encounter difficulties in Jinling, he will undoubtedly lend his full support." "Grandfather, this is unwise," Jin Xiuming exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. "Such a favor could be better utilized when the Jin family's survival is at stake." Wasting it on a mere Su Hao is simply not worth it. Why is it unwise? Will you just stand by and watch the Jin family and Appo's reputation be tarnished? Jin Fenghua scolded sternly. Of my 3 sons, only you were willing to take over the 10th group of the gem organization. And I was pleased to see you in that position because you possess enough ambition and ruthlessness. But now, the moment an adversary shows some capability, you start to retreat, weighing gains and losses. How can you achieve greatness this way? Jin Xiaoming forced a smile. Grandfather, it's not that I don't understand your intentions, but expending such effort on a mere child is simply, you know nothing. Jin Fenghua exclaimed in frustration. If we can eliminate Su Hao, the entire Jinling will tremble before the Jin family. This is a form of deterrence that cannot be measured by mere manpower or resources. This matter is not open for discussion. I will make the decisions. Jin Xiaoming opened his mouth, realizing he could no longer persuade his grandfather, and ultimately yielded. The following day, Shui Rou and Su Hao arrived at the company together. As they passed the security booth, she noticed 2 young men standing upright, which struck her as peculiar. The previous security staff, while occasionally lax, had been acceptable. Why had they suddenly been replaced? Su Hao, you are responsible for the security team now, so I shouldn't interfere too much. However, if the former employees have made no significant errors, it would be best not to dismiss them casually. They have families to support, and finding work nowadays is difficult, Shui Rou remarked. Su Hao understood her concern and shook his head. Please don't misunderstand. These 2 are not my arrangements, and I have no idea where the previous staff went. Shui Rou sensed something was amiss. If neither she nor Su Hao had arranged for these individuals, then who possessed the authority to replace the security personnel of the company? After a moment of contemplation, she hastily approached the 2 new security guards. The 2 hurriedly greeted them, but Shui Rou coldly inquired, "Where have you come from?" "Vice President Shin Sen is here." "Vice President Shin?" Shui Rou was puzzled and quickly dialed Xinyu and Appo's number. "Mom, why did you arrange for 2 new security guards?" "To supervise whether you were working at the company," Xinyu replied with a half-smile. "It ain't Appo's. It's your birthday after all. How can you be so busy? I've already had your secretary report your schedule to me. Your father and I will take care of everything. Just relax and enjoy your day." After some back and forth, it turned out that Xinyu was concerned about Shui Rou and Appo's work pressure and had specifically replaced the security to allow her some leisure. This reason left Shui Rou both amused and exasperated. Su Hao, listening nearby, remarked, "Your mother-in-law is truly a caring figure. It's rare for them to have such good intentions. Since that's the case, let Appo's go." "Oh, so you're calling her your mother-in-law now? You aren't in cahoots with them, are you?" Su Hao merely smiled in silence. Earlier that morning, Xinyu had messaged him to prepare some activities for the day and take Shui Rou out for some fun. Thus, he had anticipated that Xinyu would not allow Shui Rou to work, though he hadn't expected her to employ such a method, which nearly led to a misunderstanding. With Xinyu and Shui handling business matters, Shui Rou seized the opportunity to enjoy some time with Su Hao and headed to the city center. However, while they were en route, they received a call from Song Kiki inviting them to join her. Naturally, Shui Rou was delighted to have her best friend join their outing and promptly sent her location for a taxi. Su Hao's expression darkened. Just when he finally had a moment alone with Shui Rou, Kiki had to interrupt. What was worse? Su Hao had originally planned to take Shui Rou to the amusement park like a typical couple, but Kiki's arrival redirected them towards the sports arena instead. "Oh, those usual entertainment options are far too mundane. Today, I'll take you to witness a thrilling fight match, guaranteed to be eye-opening." Su Hao had little interest in watching a fight and interjected, "Ro probably isn't interested in such violent spectacles, is she?" To his surprise, Shui Rou responded quite differently. "Not at all. It sounds fascinating. Since Kiki suggested it, let us go." With no other choice, Su Hao complied with Kiki's direction and drove to the nearby blood and guts fighting arena. "What is the competition today?" he asked. "The women's 60-kilogram finals." Kiki replied, "Oh, if it's a women's match, why didn't you sign up?" Upon hearing Su Hao's question, Kiki rolled her eyes dramatically. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Firstly, I don't practice free fighting, and secondly, look at my petite frame. Am I even close to 60 kilograms? Su Hao understood her reasoning but couldn't resist teasing her. "Oh, so you don't? I thought with your round face, you might have made the cut." Kiki nearly leaped from her seat upon hearing his words, while Shui Rou stifled her laughter beside them. "Humph, I know you feel uncomfortable because I'm here as a third wheel, so say what you will. I won't stoop to your level." Kiki pouted. Su Hao's secret thoughts were laid bare, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shui Rou gently patted his hand, soothingly saying, "Don't worry. We have the whole day ahead of us. We can do other things after the match." "Exactly. Whether we do it now or later, it's all the same." "It's just a fleeting thrill," Kiki nodded. "Kiki, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shui Rou blushed and quickly covered Kiki's mouth. She glanced at Su Hao, who wore a knowing expression, deepening her embarrassment. Soon, they arrived at the fighting venue. Su Hao initially thought the free fighting match would be dull, but to his surprise, it was quite captivating. Not only were all the competitors women, but the audience was predominantly female as well. Most of them were robust and muscular, showcasing a strikingly powerful beauty. While Su Hao still preferred the delicate demeanor of Shui Rou, he appreciated these female warriors. Through Kiki's explanations, they learned that her friend Yun Runin was competing today. Having entered the world of free fighting some time ago, this was her first match, however. Her previous performance had seen her fall short of the top 10. With years of dedicated training, she was now poised to claim victory. After some pleasantries backstage, Yun Runin gave them 3 guest tickets, allowing them to switch from general seating to the VIP section for a clearer view. Upon reaching the VIP area, they found it filled with the families and friends of the competitors, who were treated to special accommodations, including refreshments and spacious seating. It was Shui Rou's first time attending such an event, and she found it exhilarating. The cheers of the crowd ignited her adrenaline, leaving her both excited and nervous. "Kiki, do you think Runin can win today?" Hearing this question, Kiki's smile faltered. She turned to them and lowered her voice, saying, as a friend, "I hope she wins, but realistically, the odds are against her." Shui Rou and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. This pessimism was uncharacteristic for Kiki. Su Hao, intrigued, leaned in to ask, "Aren't you always the most supportive? Why not back your friend?" Kiki shot him a glare and replied, "Don't flatter me. Of course, I support my friends, but the reality is stark. Runin's opponent today is nicknamed the Poison Spider, a female warrior from the Black Country. Despite being new to free fighting, she has swept every championship in her 2 years in the ring. If she wins today, she'll be a true Grand Slam champion, 2 years of total domination. Do I need to elaborate further? So formidable?" Shui Rou was taken aback by this revelation. Kiki shrugged, feeling helpless. This year was Runin's best chance at the championship, but it's unfortunate she has to face such a tough competitor. Perhaps it is fate. Shui Rou felt a deep sympathy. Su Hao, however, shook his head with a smile. Blaming external factors for one's circumstances and succumbing to fate is the hallmark of the weak. As the saying goes, my fate is in my own hands. The weak merely drift along with fate, while only the strong, with absolute power, can seize their destiny, commanding life and death by their will. Due to the participation of the Poison Spider, this match garnered even more attention than usual, with Zhao Tai bringing Shui Aohan to watch. Not only them, but Jin Xiaoming and Water Family's young master, Shui Jia, also attended, not out of a genuine interest in fighting, but rather due to their heavy financial bets. The combat arena is owned by Zhao Tai, ostensibly a venue for promoting the spirit of sportsmanship, yet secretly operates as a betting hub. Over the past 2 years, the venomous spider has risen to prominence in the realm of women and Oppo's freestyle fighting, making her potential victory in this match a tantalizing gamble. Jin Xiaoming glanced sideways at Zhao Tai, grinning as he inquired, "Brother Zhao, to give me a hint, will the venomous spider emerge victorious today? I've placed considerable bets on her win." Zhao Tai smirked, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This match is beyond my control. What insight could I possibly provide? However, I have great faith in our spokesperson. I believe she is capable of winning." Upon hearing this, Shui Jia interjected, "Jin, surely you must understand that no one hopes for the venomous spider and Oppo's victory more than Brother Zhao. The Zhao family has an exclusive endorsement contract with her, and her success only benefits us. Isn't that clear?" Jin Xiaoming felt a touch embarrassed. He was not particularly business savvy and was oblivious to such intricacies. Realizing this, he decided to confidently place his bets on the venomous spider. Meanwhile, Shui Aohan suddenly spotted Su Hao and his companion seated in the VIP section. Her face instantly soured, and she remarked coldly, "What a coincidence. Why are Shui Rou and the others here as well?" Zhao Tai turned to see his formidable rival, Su Hao, indulging in free ice cream, his smile radiant. Su Hao truly is a lowly character, coming here to mooch. Although Zhao Tai disapproved of Su Hao, he dared not confront him. His grandfather and the 2 masters in the family had recently admonished him to avoid any conflict with Su Hao at all costs. Zhao Tai typically disregarded Zhao Qinggong's words, yet he could not afford to underestimate the two masters. Their warning indicated that Su Hao possessed certain exceptional qualities. Reluctantly, Zhao Tai resolved to bide his time for revenge. Shui Jia, unfamiliar with Su Hao, followed Zhao Tai's gaze and remarked, "Jean, I heard that your grandfather's confidant, Haishan, was taken down by him. Is there any truth to that?" Shui Jia and Zhao Tai shared a close friendship. He intentionally brought up Jin Xiaoming's painful memory to assist Zhao Tai in undermining him. Jin Xiaoming was taken aback by Shui Jia's awareness of the matter. Indeed, Haishan had likely met his demise at Su Hao's hands. However, one must face the consequences of their actions. My grandfather has already written to the head of the gem organization, requesting the 8 protectors to assist us, so Su Hao's days are numbered. At this revelation, Shui Jia was astonished. The 8 protectors of the gem organization were a formidable force. Each one could stand alone and dominate. As far as I know, your grandfather is merely a leader of the 10th group and has stepped down. How could he possibly command the head to dispatch the 8 protectors? Shui Jia's comments were not a critique of Jin Xiaoming's grandfather's status, but rather a straightforward observation. Zhao Tai shared this sentiment but refrained from being so direct. Instead speculating, perhaps the head owes your grandfather a favor? Brother Zhao is indeed astute, Jin Xiaoming replied, nodding without reservation. My grandfather is willing to leverage such a favor to eliminate that arrogant Su Hao, indicating his intent to kill. Zhao Tai and Shui Ahan exchanged glances, initially startled, then elated. They both wished for Su Hao and Appo's swift demise, and the opportunity to have him eliminated through the gem organization was a windfall indeed. Filled with excitement, Zhao Tai grasped Jin Xiaoming's hand firmly, stating emphatically, "Jin, I must confess, I harbor deep resentment towards that brat. If we can indeed use the 8 protectors to deal with him, your affairs will become my concerns henceforth." Jin Xiaoming was astonished to find such an unexpected ally and laughed heartily. Brother Zhao, fear not. With the 8 protectors involved, success is assured. Zhao Tai beamed with satisfaction, but suddenly recalled something, his eyes gleaming with a new idea. Since we've broached this subject, I cannot lead you astray. Withdraw all your bets on the venomous spider and instead place them on Yun Runin. The others were taken aback by this suggestion. Brother Tai, what do you mean? Yun Runin is a close friend of Song Kiki. Betting on her would mean certain loss. Why should we change our wagers? Shui Ahan pouted, visibly displeased. As the saying goes, one must be cautious when dealing with delicate matters. She certainly did not wish for Yun Runin to claim victory, especially not in front of the jubilant faces of Song Kiki and Shui Ro. Ahan, do not act rashly. Everyone believes the venomous spider will win. And Yun Runin and Appo's odds have shifted to 26-1. Do you realize what that entails? If Yun Runin triumphs, it means we will not only recoup every penny spent on our contract with the venomous spider, but also profit at least 15-fold. I and Appo's already spoken with the venomous spider. She is willing to throw the match for 500 million. So, do not be foolish. Bet as much as you can on Yun Runin. Upon hearing this insider information, Jin Xiaoming and Shui Jia were ecstatic, quickly retracting their previous bets in favor of Yun Runin. Although Shui Ahan harbored animosity towards Yun Runin, the allure of easy profits swayed her resolve. Fine, for the greater good, let her win. Yet, the thought of Su Hao and Shui Ro's smug expressions filled her with discontent. As Shui Ahan fervently placed her bets, she continued to grumble, her furrowed brow rendering her quite endearing. Shui Jia, a cunning individual, sensed her frustration and devised a clever plan. I have a way to ensure they won't be so pleased. Shui Ahan perked up, her ears attentive. The others leaned in as well. And upon learning the particulars of his scheme, they all gave him a thumbs up. Let us do it. Half an hour later, the match commenced. Under the host and Appo's introduction, Yun Runin and the venomous spider ascended the stage. Song Kiki clenched her fists, feeling that Yun Runin and Appo's chances of victory were slim. Yet she exerted herself to cheer her on. Shui Ro, her cheeks flushed, shouted encouragement as well. Meanwhile, Su Hao leisurely sat in the back, continuing to feast. Upon learning that Zhao Tai was sponsoring the event, he suspected there was something amiss. Rather than a straightforward confrontation, this seemed more like a tussle of interests, with the outcome likely to be drastically polarized. Both competitors weighed in at 60 kilograms, yet the venomous spider appeared significantly stronger. Her dark skin and taut muscles revealed prominent veins when she exerted herself, showcasing a physicality that could rival many men. In stark contrast, Yun Runin appeared notably fairer, her expression frosty, giving the impression of insecurity. With the referee's signal, the match began. Aware that her endurance paled in comparison to that of the venomous spider, Yoon Runin knew she had to secure a swift victory. However, the venomous spider's rapid ascent to near Grand Slam status within just 2 years was not without merit. She possessed remarkable stamina and blinding speed, adeptly evading or striking with impeccable timing. After several rounds of confrontation, Yoon Runin had yet to inflict any significant damage on the venomous spider. The venomous spider, adhering to her usual tactics, spent the early part of the match evading attacks without making a move. It was only when the current round was nearing its conclusion, and Yoon Runin, panting heavily and clearly fatigued, that the venomous spider unleashed a barrage of attacks. The outcome was inevitable. The venomous spider secured the victory for this round. Yoon Runin returned to her coach, her face a mask of defeat. The venomous spider was known for her arrogant demeanor, and in previous victories, she would exuberantly cheer upon returning to her coach. However, today, she was unusually silent, and even her coach wore a grim expression, as if burdened by some hidden concern. Speculation arose among the onlookers, and indeed, there was a secret. Both fighters had received $5 billion from the Zhao family, agreeing to cheat in this match and intentionally lose. The venomous spider and Oppo's vigorous performance in the early stages was merely a facade to avoid accusations of match fixing. Unbeknownst to Yoon Runin, she was in a predetermined losing scenario, and she sat in silence, despondent. Although she understood her chances were slim entering the finals, the stark contrast between the two competitors became painfully clear during the match, leaving her with no hope of victory. The overwhelming sense of disparity weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, having entered the competition, she resolved to fight until the end. Yoon Runin did not surrender easily. She steeled herself for the second round of combat. The second round mirrored the first, with the venomous spider displaying her formidable prowess once again. Despite Yoon Runin adjusting her strategy under her coach and Oppo's guidance and conserving her energy, the physical gap between them was insurmountable. She could not win through sheer strength alone. It was undeniable that the venomous spider was a rare talent. Her physical attributes nearly maximized, her muscles both full and aesthetically pleasing, garnering approving glances even from Su Hao. Curiosity led Su Hao to investigate the venomous spider and Oppo's background, revealing that she hailed from a family steeped in the martial arts tradition, having embraced free fighting as their life's work since her grandparents' and Oppo's era. It was no wonder she was so formidable. As he delved deeper, Su Hao unexpectedly recognized a familiar name in her family lineage, her second uncle. His recollection stemmed from a mission several years prior when he had treated a patient with a shattered scapula, none other than the venomous spider's second uncle. Like her, he was a professional fighter, yet he was also a philanthropist, dedicating nearly all his earnings to assist impoverished children without food or education. It was after seeing this man's story on the news that Gu Santong had sent Su Hao to provide treatment, enabling him to return to the ring and assist more individuals. However, Su Hao encountered a challenge. While treating the physical ailment was straightforward, merely releasing some energy and performing acupuncture, helping the venomous spider and Oppo's uncle overcome his psychological burdens and regain confidence was far more complex. After much contemplation, Su Hao concluded that no psychologist could resolve such issues as effectively as a decisive victory. Thus, he assumed the role of the venomous spider's uncle's coach, devising a fighting strategy for him. 3 months later, the uncle returned to the ring in miraculous form, winning decisively and reclaiming his confidence. Although men's and women's free fighting differ in technique, Su Hao believed that if Yoon Runin trained under his guidance, she could certainly improve. Yet, such thoughts were moot at this juncture, as her defeat in this round seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a chorus of screams broke his reverie, particularly from Song Kiki, whose frantic cries nearly rendered Su Hao deaf. Before he could comprehend the situation, Song Kiki seized his arm and rushed toward the ring. "Hey, why are you pulling me? I can end Oppo's fight in your stead." As they approached, Su Hao noticed a significant bruise on Yoon Runin and Oppo's forehead. She was icing her arm, grimacing in pain. "Since you can't fight for her, and Runin is injured, you should assist in her treatment." Song Kiki had thought of Su Hao's medical expertise, hoping he could alleviate Yoon Runin's injuries. Otherwise, she would be unable to continue in the competition. Su Hao, understanding the situation, did not refuse. Friends of friends are also friends, and he knew that if he declined to assist Song Kiki, she might resort to dubious tactics to disrupt his budding romance with Shui Ro. However, just as they were about to reach the edge of the ring, they were halted by the officials maintaining order. "Hey, no approaching the ring. Turn back from where you came." Seeing their stern demeanor, Song Kiki became frantic. Su Hao unfazed. lightly patted each of the two imposing figures on the shoulder. Though it appeared effortless, the two burly men collapsed simultaneously, creating a path for them to proceed unimpeded. Stunned, Song Kiki could hardly believe her eyes. Despite having witnessed Su Hao and Amp Appo's strength before, seeing him effortlessly dispatch two 200-pound men was truly astonishing. "Let us go?" Su Hao signaled to her, urging her to regain her composure. Overcoming her shock, Song Kiki led Su Hao to Yun Runin, speaking swiftly. "Runin, Su Hao is a doctor. He can help you recover quickly." However, Yun Runin's coach, upon hearing this, scolded them coldly. "This is absurd. We have professional doctors here. We don't need your interference. Don't cause trouble." As he spoke, the coach pushed Song Kiki, nearly knocking her over. "Trouble?" Su Hao furrowed his brow, gripping the coach and Amp Appo's collar. "Have you heard of a legendary coach known as Amp Appo's, Fist Hao and Amp Appo's in the free fighting community? Of course. He is a legendary coach, albeit long absent, and an idol to many. But why do you suddenly bring him up?" The coach responded, both in admiration and confusion. "Because that legendary figure stands before you now, you ignorant fool." Su Hao shot him a disdainful glance, releasing his grip and shoving the coach aside. Although the coach sensed Su Hao's formidable strength, he dismissed him, scoffing. "You must be joking. Fist Hao is certainly older than I am. He has always worn a mask. You can't possibly be him." "Enough. This is not the time for such trivialities." Song Kiki, uninterested in men and Amp Appo's free fighting and unfamiliar with Fist Hao, was solely focused on ensuring her friend's safety. Concerned, Shuero joined them, nodding in agreement. Yes. Runin's current state is not fit for competition. Don't waste time." Just as the two women finished speaking, the impatient referee approached the ring, urging, "Time is up. If you don't return to the ring, you'll forfeit." The earlier squabble had consumed too much time, and the next round of competition was about to commence. Yun Runin, of course, could not simply concede. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she returned once more to the arena. The outcome was all too predictable, with injuries weighing her down and her strength inferior to that of the poison spider. She faced a crushing defeat in this round, her injuries only exacerbated. Fortunately, this round marked the end of the first half, granting Yun Runin a much-needed 30-minute respite to recuperate. In truth, both the poison spider and her coach had sensed Yun Runin's precarious condition and were filled with anxiety. If she were to withdraw from the competition, their prior scheming would be rendered futile. Thankfully, Yun Runin was a remarkably resilient young woman. Despite the gruesome injuries that even Song Kiki found shocking, and her coach's urging to withdraw, she persisted in completing the match. Given the lengthy intermission, they returned to the athletes' lounge for a brief adjustment. Besides her coach, Yun Runin was accompanied by a professional medical team. Yet, even they, despite their expertise, were taken aback upon witnessing her battered state, feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, at this pivotal moment, Song Kiki once again urged Su Hao to assist Yun Runin with her treatment. Under Su Hao's care, Yun Runin's recovery was remarkably swift. Even the bruises that had marred her arms vanished before their eyes. Shuero, witnessing this scene, felt a swell of pride. After all, it was her chosen partner who proved to be extraordinary and capable. The coach was left astounded. What miraculous technique was this? Had traditional Chinese medicine advanced to such heights? Yun Runin, her face alight with surprise, was about to express her gratitude when Su Hao interjected with some rather unpalatable remarks. He pointed out that the match was rigged, noting how the poison spider had noticeably slowed her attacks upon realizing Yun Runin was injured. Aside from the initial round, where she had exerted considerable effort, the remainder of the match had been filled with bluster but little substance. As Su Hao elaborated, the coach could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and rebuked, "Don't think that your treatment of Runin gives you the right to spout nonsense. What do you mean by insinuating that the poison spider is going easy on us?" "I am not insinuating. I am stating it plainly," Su Hao replied, his words infuriating. Even Song Kiki's expression darkened as she grasped Su Hao's arm. "This is the most critical match in Runin's career. Why would you say such things?" Unexpectedly, Yun Runin interjected. "Mr. Su is correct. In preparation for today and Amp Appo's confrontation, I have meticulously analyzed nearly all the recorded matches of the poison spider. She is a player who prefers to dominate in the early stages, often concluding matches swiftly, frequently finishing them in the first half or even the second round, leaving her opponents unable to rise and often opting to withdraw. Yet today, not only did I complete the first half smoothly, but I also have the stamina to face the second half." While I know I must have faith in my abilities, I also recognize my limitations. I had no expectations for victory today. However, after the first half, I sensed a glimmer of hope that I might indeed secure the win. Yun Runin had long harbored such thoughts, yet she had not intended to voice them. After all, if she were to become the one to shatter the poison spider's winning streak, it would be a significant highlight in her career. Even if this victory lacked glory, Yun Runin would accept it, provided no one else discovered her intentions. Now, however, Suhao had evidently seen through it and analyzed her situation with reason, leaving her unable to deceive herself any longer. Regrettably, her coach was infuriated upon hearing these words. What are you analyzing here? Now is the time for decisive action. To focus on the match. How can you raise others and amp Oppo's spirits while diminishing your own? Mixed martial arts is not merely a matter of passion. Suhao replied languidly. If you cannot even discern your own athlete's condition, let alone accurately assess your opponent's capabilities, what right do you have to coach here? Though Suhao's voice was soft, it reverberated through the athlete's lounge like a thunderclap. Upon hearing this, the coach's face turned a deep shade of anger. He removed the coach's badge from around his neck and slammed it onto the table, declaring, Yun Runin, you have paid me handsomely to train you, making you my employer. Yet, I cannot tolerate your friend disparaging me so frivolously. Here, it is either I or him. You choose. The farce unfolding before Yun Runin was somewhat exasperating. Yet she quickly made her decision. In that case, I ask you to leave. The coach, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Suhao. Did you hear that? She wants you to leave. Get out. However, in the next moment, Yun Runin turned to him, her expression devoid of emotion as she reiterated. I am not referring to Mr. Su, but to you. Please leave. The coach and Oppo's jaw dropped in astonishment. You want me to leave? You must be joking. I have trained you for an entire year, and now you wish to dismiss me. His disbelief was palpable, and both Shui Rou and Song Kiki shared his astonishment. As an athlete, a professional coach was indispensable. Was Yun Runin truly prepared to dismiss her coach of a year for Suhao? Was this truly the right decision? Mr. Su understands mixed martial arts better than you do. If you wish to depart, I will not retain you, Yun Runin stated with calm resolve. Fine. If you think so highly of him, I shall see for myself how a mere theorist can surpass my expertise. The coach seethed, slamming the door behind him as he stormed out. After his departure, a heavy silence enveloped the room. At such a crucial juncture, firing her coach was not an ideal scenario for Yun Runin. The upcoming matches weighed heavily on her mind. She was not the type to ignore the world around her. She had already begun to suspect the poison spider and Oppo's deliberate leniency. Was it a facade of ignorance to secure the championship? Or would she simply choose to confront her opponent directly? Suhao, sensing her turmoil, remarked softly, the opinions of others are irrelevant to you. Since you have come to compete, your foremost priority is to unleash your full potential. As a favor to you as Song Kik's friend, I may offer you some guidance. Seeing Suhao and amp Oppo's serious demeanor, Song Kiki was taken aback. You intend to coach Runin? Please, the worlds of mixed martial arts and traditional martial arts are entirely different. Don't tell me you are unaware of the rules. Suhao, with a hint of amusement, replied, It appears you have forgotten my earlier words. I have trained champions before. Just watch and learn. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Yun Runin donned her fighting gear and stood ready. Suhao continued patiently. From my observations of the preceding matches, while your endurance may lag behind the poison spider and Oppo's and your speed may not match hers, you possess a distinct advantage in raw power. However, if you apply that strength without technique, it becomes mere brute force, ineffective in combat. You tend to rush into attacks, primarily targeting the poison spider's head. While this approach may yield quick victories, it is crucial to remember that the head is the most protected area. Thus, striking there is often quite challenging. Despite your subsequent change in attack strategy, your stamina had already been nearly depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective offense. Suhao analyzed the situation with deliberate care, leaving Song Kiki and Shui Rou momentarily stunned. They had been watching the match together, fully engrossed, yet had failed to notice these nuances. Meanwhile, Suhao, indulging in snacks, had managed to observe so intently during the intermissions. Without comparison, there can be no discernible gap. Yun Runin found Suhao and Oppo's analysis profoundly insightful, her eyes brimming with anticipation. However, this was secondary. Your most pressing issue is your fear of the poison spider. Suhao continued. Each time she strikes, you exhibit a palpable hesitation. Even when her feints are blatant, you instinctively choose to evade rather than confront. Upon hearing this, Yoon Runin was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Su Hao could so thoroughly discern her vulnerabilities after merely observing 3 rounds of her match. Completely convinced, Yoon Runin adopted a notably humble demeanor, inquiring how she might enhance her mindset and technique. Since Su Hao had raised these concerns, it was clear he desired to assist her. He donned his combat gear, demonstrating while instructing Yoon Runin. During the 30-minute intermission, he dedicated 10 minutes to refining her techniques, and the remainder was spent meditating together, fostering inner peace. When the break concluded and Yoon Runin re-entered the arena, not only had her injuries significantly diminished, but her overall demeanor radiated a newfound vigor. Song Kiki and Shui Ro, who had observed the entire process, were effusive in their praise for Su Hao. You, Su Hao, are quite the unexpected talent. It seems your earlier claims were not mere bravado. Of course not. I have never been one to boast. Su Hao appeared to rekindle the passion he had once possessed as a free-fighting coach, donning a coach's badge and positioning himself behind Yoon Runin, ready to accompany her through the second half of the match. Conversely, the Poison Spider faced a markedly different scenario. She had received entirely new instructions, no leniency in the second half, and she was to exert herself fully from the first round, aiming to render Yoon Runin unable to rise again. The Poison Spider was somewhat bewildered, yet as long as the financial incentive was there, the changing directives mattered little. Moreover, she aspired to claim a Grand Slam. Now, with no need to hold back, she could secure a substantial sum while simultaneously achieving honor. What could be more gratifying? Meanwhile, Zhao Tai glanced at the time, smiling as he remarked, "Brother Zhao, everything is set. Thanks to our promotion on underground platforms, the betting stakes have surged tenfold." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai's eyes gleamed, and Shui Aohan felt a rush of adrenaline. Previously, without any promotion, their profits had already soared to over 30 billion. Now, with a tenfold increase, they would effortlessly amass 300 billion, far more efficient than any business venture. Jin Xiaoming, participating in such operations for the first time, was elated at the prospect of such immense profits. Brilliant, truly brilliant. It is evident that Brother Shui possesses remarkable strategies. Once the Poison Spider claimed the Women and Oppos as championship, they would orchestrate a subsequent match against the Men and Oppos as champion. The disparity in strength was evident. Any rational individual would predict a loss for the Poison Spider. Yet they would offer an additional 10 billion to the male champion, ensuring a subtle arrangement for a staged defeat. Thus, the harvest would continue, and Yoon Runin would have no chance of victory. How splendid! Indeed, Shui Jie's ingenious plan was to shift the burden of risk onto others. After all, everyone shares in the spoils. We are all brothers here. Shui Jie raised an eyebrow. Bet as much as you have, Brother Zhao has already negotiated with the male champion. He will undoubtedly perform exceptionally. Zhao Tai nodded slightly, confident in his arrangements, merely waiting to reap the rewards. While the others schemed in secrecy, Su Hao was not idle. Prior to the official confrontation, he excused himself under the pretext of needing the restroom and called Lin Lang Tian, instructing him to investigate Zhao Tai and Oppos' betting activities. Lin Lang Tian and Oppos' efficiency was remarkable. He soon revealed that Zhao Tai had initially bet on Yoon Runin and Oppos' victory before later shifting his wager to the Poison Spider. Alongside news of a new betting line, Su Hao immediately grasped the situation, smiling as he spoke to Lin Lang Tian. A lucrative opportunity has arisen. It depends on whether you trust me. Brother Wang, what are you saying? How could I ever doubt you? What do you need me to do? Su Hao relayed his instructions, then returned to his coaching position, cheerful. He knew the Poison Spider would undoubtedly employ her most lethal tactics against Yoon Runin, so he cautioned. Runin, stay alert. The Poison Spider will not hold back this time. This is a battle to the death. Remember the strategies and techniques I taught you. Your survival must come first. Understood? Understood. Yoon Runin's persistence in the world of free fighting, having triumphed through numerous challenges to reach the finals, attests to her innate talent. Besides Su Hao and Oppos' earlier affirmation that her strength surpassed that of the Poison Spider, her remarkable memory and rapid learning ability were equally crucial. She had seamlessly integrated Su Hao's prior teachings and felt an unwavering confidence in her ability to secure victory. However, upon entering the ring, facing the Poison Spider's relentless barrage of attacks, Yoon Runin found herself at a disadvantage. Song Kiki and Shui Ro were horrified by the venomous glare and ruthless techniques of the Poison Spider. The spectators also sensed something amiss. This iteration of the Poison Spider was more ferocious than any previous encounter, seemingly intent on destruction. Fortunately, before long, Yun Runin awaited the opportunity Su Hao had described. The poison spider favored targeting the midsection, yet her height rendered her stance precarious when she bent to strike. In that moment, one must return the favor, seizing the opportunity. Su Hao's words echoed in Yun Runin's mind as she finally recognized her moment. With a surge of determination, she unleashed her full power and struck at the poison spider's chest. The poison spider momentarily faltered. Caught off guard by Yun Runin and Apos' unexpected willingness to confront her directly rather than retreat. This strategic shift left the poison spider reeling, and she staggered backward several steps. Seizing this chance, Yun Runin pressed forward, transforming defense into offense, quickly rendering the poison spider powerless. In previous matches, the poison spider had triumphed effortlessly, scarcely receiving any hits from Yun Runin. Who could have predicted that all her prior advantages would be overturned in this bout? The poison spider collapsed to the ground. Struggling to rise, her eyes and mouth swollen, her waist agonizingly sore. Her condition was dismal, arguably the worst of her career. She had never before been so thoroughly outmatched by an opponent. In contrast to Yun Runin, Su Hao, a skilled physician, effortlessly assisted her in returning to form through the application of internal energy therapy. The medical team from the poison spider and Apos' camp, aside from reducing swelling, proved utterly ineffectual. Su Hao was exceedingly pleased with Yun Runin and Apos' performance. While treating her, he meticulously advised, "You performed admirably in the last round. However, you exhibited a degree of hesitation in the early stages. As the saying goes, and Apos, take advantage of her sickness to seize her life, and Apos, in the next round. You must exert your strength from the outset and afford the poison spider no opportunities. Your endurance is lacking. Should this continue, you and Apos would stand the final round. Therefore, it is imperative that you defeat her in the next round. From my observations, I perceive that the poison spider has begun to fear you. Capitalize on her moment of insecurity and pursue the advantage. The first minute upon entering the arena is crucial. The poison spider will likely adopt a tentative approach, whereas you should do the opposite and unleash your most formidable techniques. Do you understand?" Following Su Hao and Apos' strategic counsel, Yun Runin nodded vigorously. Upon ascending to the stage, she abandoned her previously cautious tactics and took the initiative. In a remarkably brief span, she unleashed her full power, not intending to engage in any drawn-out exchanges. The poison spider was entirely unprepared for Yun Runin's aggressive shift in strategy, causing her to retreat in fear, unable to mount a counterattack. Yet, despite her focus on evasion amidst Yun Runin's tempestuous onslaught, there inevitably arose a moment where she could not defend herself. The outcome was unmistakable. In a fleeting lapse, she was brought down by Yun Runin and could not rise again. The audience was left in utter disbelief. In their minds, the poison spider was the strongest offensive competitor, while Yun Runin was primarily defensive. Thus, they anticipated that the latter half of the duel would unfold with no surprises, akin to the first half. However, to their astonishment, it seemed as though the souls of these two competitors had exchanged places upon their re-entry to the arena. Yun Runin decisively claimed victory in this match. Meanwhile, the poison spider was carried off, her participation in the final round now uncertain. Zhao Tai and his companions were equally bewildered, having placed all their bets on the poison spider. If Yun Runin emerged victorious, their substantial investment would vanish. "Brother Tai, what do we do now?" Shui Ahan inquired cautiously. Zhao Tai took a moment to regain his composure before dialing the poison spider and Apos' coach. "Boss, in the final round, the severely injured poison spider cannot compete. She concedes." "What?" Zhao Tai nearly overturned the table in his rage. "After I staked so much money on her, she simply decides not to compete? What nonsense is this?" Alas, no matter how enraged Zhao Tai became, he could not alter the outcome. Yun Runin triumphed due to her opponent's withdrawal. The free-fighting athlete from Huaxia shattered the poison spider's 2-year reign of gold medal dominance. This news should have been a boon for the organizing committee of the Blood and Guts fighting arena, yet Zhao Tai was far from joyous. The thought of his billions evaporating darkened his mood, leaving him as grim as a pot's. Just when Zhao Tai had not yet regained his composure, a sensational news report struck him like a thunderbolt. "Young Master Zhao, you've hit the trending searches." "What trending search?" Zhao Tai asked with a stone-cold expression. "The pure love war god has exposed that you orchestrated the match and incited the poison spider to throw the fight." The informant bluntly stated, "However, due to the overwhelming strength of competitor Yun Runin, your plans have unraveled. They've even provided screenshots of conversations from an underground website. The Economic Supervision Bureau just called and urged you to explain this matter promptly. What? This string of calamities left Zhao Tai utterly bewildered. Who is this pure love war god? How did he uncover my involvement in the Poison Spider and Oppos match fixing? And those underground website screenshots, were they not supposed to be confidential? How did the Economic Supervision Bureau gain access to them? Enough of this for now. We must leave quickly. Look at those reporters down below. They and Oppos. Researching for you. If we don and Oppos, hurry, we might not escape. Though Shui Ayahan was equally furious, he retained his wits and dragged Zhao Tai toward the private elevator to make their exit. As they stepped into the elevator, they encountered Zhao Ling and Oppos, who had come to gawk at the spectacle. What is the matter, brother? You look dreadful. Did your scheme fail? Get lost. Zhao Tai snapped at Zhao Ling and Oppos, roughly pulling her out of the elevator before hastily leaving. As the organizer of the event, Zhao Tai was supposed to present the awards, yet he slipped away without a trace. In the midst of the chaos, the host, overwhelmed, spotted Zhao Ling and Oppos, who had come to witness the debacle. Regardless, Zhao Ling and Oppos, being part of the Zhao family, was tasked with presenting the final award to Yunrunin. This was no challenge for her, yet upon recognizing that Yunrunin's coach was Su Hao, her expression soured, recalling the humiliation she had previously suffered at his hands. Zhao Ling and Oppos seethed with resentment. Unfazed, Su Hao stepped into the shadows to converse with Lin Langtian. We've profited over 100 billion. What a pity that the bookmaker and Oppos funds ran dry. Otherwise, we could have doubled our gains. Su Hao grinned, responding with a mere 3 words. Old rules. Understood. Lin Langtian comprehended the meaning behind Su Hao's old rules. Shortly thereafter, the offices of several children's education foundations in western Huaxiao resonated with jubilant cheers. Mr. Su has donated again, this time a whopping 5 billion. Not only our foundation but others across the province also received varying amounts, all courtesy of Mr. Su. This gentleman is truly a philanthropist, having contributed immensely to the West, totaling at least 500 billion. This single free-fighting event has sustained the future children of the mountainous region for decades. One cannot help but acknowledge that Zhao Tai has made a significant contribution to the nation. After the match concluded, Song Kiki finally realized her role as a mere third wheel. She decided to stay and play with Yunrunin, allowing Su Hao and Shui Ro to enjoy their romantic interlude. Su Hao took Shui Ro to the city center, spending some time browsing the streets before selecting a film to watch, savoring the rare experience of a couple's date. As night fell, Shui Ro felt a pang of hunger. Su Hao, how about we indulge in French cuisine tonight? Shui Ro thought Su Hao had never experienced French cuisine, and since it was her birthday, even if they didn't celebrate specifically, they should at least enjoy a meal with some significance. However, Su Hao shook his head. We can save French cuisine for another day. Isn't Pinju renowned for its high standards? How about we dine there? Shui Ro knew Su Hao had been contemplating her birthday, and she felt touched. Yet, she vigorously shook her head at the suggestion of Pinju. No. Pinju is rather expensive, and I don't have a membership card. Besides, isn't Zhao Tai hosting a birthday celebration for Shui Ayahan there? It would be so awkward if we ran into them. Although Su Hao had everything arranged, he could not divulge this to Shui Ro and feigned compliance with her request. Proceeding toward the French restaurant while discreetly messaging Song Kiki to initiate the plan. Song Kiki was exceptionally responsive, promptly calling Shui Ro. Ro, where are you? There's a parade happening near Pinju. You must come over. I want to take a photo with you both. After Song Kiki finished speaking, she abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Shui Ro no opportunity to refuse. As expected, things progressed smoothly, even though Shui Ro was reluctant to stir up trouble near Pinju. Song Kiki and Oppos' insistence forced her to change her mind and head there with Su Hao. Kiki truly lacks a certain sensibility. Who else could be responsible for the flower parade near Pinju? It must be Zhao Tai who arranged it for Shui Ayahan. To think she even invited me to take photographs. How frustrating. Along the way, Shui Ro quietly complained, her eyes filled with sorrow. Su Hao rubbed his chin, a knowing smile on his lips. That may not be the case. I doubt Zhao Tai holds Shui Ayahan in such high regard. After all, her name isn and Oppos, even on the float. There and Oppos, no harm in taking a stroll. Shui Ro did not grasp Su Hao and Oppos' implication, still trudging along with a forlorn expression. Observing the lively parade and the meticulously designed flower walls, many passers-by, both men and women, couldn't resist stopping to take pictures. Wow, this is truly thoughtful. Today must be a special occasion, right? Otherwise, why would they prepare all this? Everyone was chattering excitedly, and Shuai echoed their sentiments. It's beautiful. Catching Shuai's joyful gaze, Su Hao smirked. Those flower walls are quite impressive, aren't they? Shuai nodded, giving a thumbs up as she exclaimed, it's simply art. Your praise is quite high. You seem to like it a lot. Not really. Shuai shook her head. This is prepared by Zhao Tai for Shuai. I don't even want to take a picture. If Shuai sees it someday, she'll surely mock me. Despite being sisters and sharing the same birthday, their relationship was notoriously poor. If not for Song Kik's insistence, Shuai wouldn't have bothered to glance at anything, no matter how beautiful. This is not arranged by Zhao Tai, but by me. Su Hao stated candidly. Keep dreaming. How much did this cost? I'm not doubting your finances. But this sort of setup requires days of preparation. I told you my birthday celebration should be postponed. You wouldn't have ignored my wishes, would you? Shuai fixed a sharp gaze on Su Hao, leaving him momentarily speechless. All right, Don and Amp. Oppos. TB tense. In truth, birthdays aren't and Amp. Oppos. A big deal. Celebrating with colleagues next week will be far more meaningful. Having said that, Shuai tugged on Su Hao's arm and found Song Kiki, who was accompanied by two others. One was Yun Runan, who was competing that day, and the other was Gu Zhaoping, a university classmate. Gu Zhaoping and Oppos' family was in the ceramics business and was rarely in Jinling, so her chance encounter with Song Kiki on her rare return led her to join the outing. Behind Song Kiki and her group stood the largest flower wall on the street, designed in the likeness of Chong and Oppos, and the Jade Rabbit, adorned with rare purple flowers spelling out happy birthday. It appeared to be crafted specifically for a girl born in the year of the rabbit. Song Kiki and Gu Zhaoping stood amid the flowers, enthusiastically taking pictures, their eyes brimming with envy. Yun Runan, seemingly uninterested in the photo session, stood off to the side, smiling at them. Ro, you're the birthday girl today. Don't waste such a beautiful flower wall. We must take more pictures. Song Kiki urged. Shuai repeatedly declined. You all go ahead. After you've taken enough photos, we can eat together. It's too crowded here. Let us not join the fray. How can that be? It's rare for your birthday to coincide with such a beautiful scene. This is a unique opportunity. Hurry. Without further ado, Song Kiki picked Shuai up and placed her in front of the flower wall, insisting they take a group photo. Shuai awkwardly posed a few times, her smile lacking genuine cheer. Seeing Shuai's discomfort, Su Hao felt a pang of frustration, cursing himself for not being adequately prepared. He should have arranged for Shuai and Oppos' name to be included. Had he done so, Shiwun and Oppos' feel so self-conscious now. Gu Zhaoping, having taken something from Yun Runan and Oppos' hands, cast a sidelong glance at Shuai, seemingly disapproving. Once Song Kiki and Shuai finished taking pictures, she finally found the opportunity to introduce Gu Zhaoping to Su Hao. However, before they could exchange greetings, a robust man clad in a gray suit approached, effortlessly taking the items from Gu Zhaoping's hands. She immediately linked her arm with his, beaming as she introduced him. This is my boyfriend. The group paused awkwardly, having anticipated more from the introduction. Su Hao frowned. Gu Zhaoping clearly looked down on Shuai and the others. Otherwise, why would she introduce her boyfriend without even mentioning his name? Yun Runan noticed Su Hao and Amp. Oppos' discomfort and lowered her voice to him. Mr. Su, Gu Zhaoping and Amp. Oppos' family has a significant ceramics business, and her boyfriend is quite remarkable himself. His family is in the jewelry business and holds a reputable status in Yinjing. To be honest, we weren't keen on joining her today. But Gu Zhaoping saw the trending news and learned that I won against the venomous spider, so she insisted on coming along. Though Yun Runan spoke delicately, Su Hao fully understood. This woman was clearly one to elevate herself while looking down on others. She came today to bask in Yun Runan and Amp. Oppos' glory. Naturally, she wouldn't show any goodwill towards Shuai and her friends. In truth, Gu Zhaoping's presence alongside Song Kiki was merely coincidental. She had been invited by Zhao Tai to attend Shuai and Amp. Oppos' birthday celebration. Oh dear, I think it and Amp. Oppos', it's about time we go in, shall we? Gu Zhaoping suddenly remarked, making Shuai, who was already eager to leave, feel even more uncomfortable. Noticing Shuai's peculiar demeanor, Gu Zhaoping feigned ignorance and asked, What's wrong, Shuai? You seem reluctant to go inside. How strange. ISN and Amp. Oppos', Shuai your cousin? And from what I know, you both share the same birthday. RN and Amp. Oppos', you celebrating together? Upon hearing Gu Zhaoping and Amp. Oppos' words, Her boyfriend displayed a look of surprise. So, she is Xue Ahan and Amp, Appo's sister? But the invitation I received only mentioned Xue Ahan. Seeing her boyfriend's confusion, Gu Zhaoping feigned realization, saying, "Oh, I see. So only Xue Ahan's name is on the invitation? I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. But that makes sense. After all, this birthday banquet was arranged by young Master Zhao, so it was clearly intended solely for his girlfriend. Why would he casually include others?" As she spoke, Gu Zhaoping glanced at Su Hao with an air of disdain. "By the way, Xue Rou, he must be your boyfriend, right? Did he not prepare any surprises for you?" Gu Zhaoping's boyfriend shot a glance at Su Hao, exaggerating his expression as he remarked, "Huh? He's Xue Rou's boyfriend? I thought he was just your sidekick or bodyguard. TSK, how tragic. It's a stark contrast, isn't it? Though they are family. How did she end up with a boyfriend from such different worlds?" Xue Rou's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Yet she refrained from confronting anyone in front of her friends. However, to her surprise, Yun Runin stepped forward, becoming the first to defend Su Hao. "Hey, that comment is rather unkind. The reason I won the championship this time is that Mr. Su trained me. Don't look down on him." Gu Zhaoping curled her lips in disdain, exclaiming, TSK, what a surprise. This pretty boy is actually instructing in free fighting? Huh, you shall not speak ill of my coach. If you dare to call him a pretty boy again, our previous discussion about collaboration will be off the table. It turned out that Gu Zhaoping had approached with the intent of leveraging Yun Runin and Amp, Appo's rising fame to promote her own business. After all, compared to the exorbitant endorsement fees in the entertainment industry, a sports star like Yun Runin offered a more economical choice, with a positive image that was less likely to backfire. All right, I won't say anything more." Gu Zhaoping raised her hands in surrender, casting a glance at her boyfriend. Yuan Yinghua. Both were inwardly dissatisfied, yet they chose to endure for the sake of not offending Yun Runin. After this dispute, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Xue Rou dismally noted that Xue Ahan and Amp, Appo's family had arrived in a luxury car. At that moment, even if she wished to leave, it was too late. With no other option, Xue Rou could only lower her head awkwardly. Listening to the crowd outside chatter excitedly about how grand the birthday banquet was that Zhao Tai had organized for Xue Ahan, and how prestigious the Xue family appeared, Zhu Bai strutted ahead, reveling in the compliments directed toward her daughter and future son-in-law, her pride palpable. Xue Zi trailed behind, equally puffed up with pride. After all, a place like Yupinju was typically reserved for significant events, where one would splurge on such lavish meals. Even Xue Kongning, having lived many years, had only been here twice, both times as a guest. Naturally, he was quite pleased to partake in a banquet hosted by his own family. As they proceeded, Xue Hua felt immense joy for his daughter. Ultimately, it was Mr. Zhao's thoughtful gesture. One might argue that a birthday isn't particularly remarkable. Yet he organized such a splendid affair for their daughter. Oh, how envious he felt of her. Zhao Tai, hearing Xue Yi's words, felt a swell of pride. Though he feigned nonchalance as he replied, "Uncle Xue, there ain't Appo's no need for envy. My grandfather holds a membership card here. In the future, whether it's your birthday or you simply wish to dine here, we can come anytime. I am truly fortunate. Thanks to my daughter, I found such a splendid son-in-law. Otherwise, I would never have such opportunities." He chuckled heartily. Xue Yi beamed, and Zhu Bai laughed uproariously, her demeanor lively. Xue Ahan felt equally triumphant, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhao Tai, sweetly expressing, "Thank you, darling. I thought you might be upset over the free fighting incident and would skip my birthday celebration. I am so grateful that you still wish to celebrate so grandly." Zhao Tai's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to indifference. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's no big deal. A few coins are nothing to fret over. Today, you are the star of the show. Let us focus on happier matters." Zhao Ling'er followed closely behind, constantly capturing moments on her phone. "I never imagined my brother could be so romantic. The floral carriage and wall are incredibly thoughtful. I must arrange something similar for my birthday. Haha. Arranging it yourself lacks charm. You should hurry to find a good boyfriend who can prepare it for you. That would truly make others envious." Xue Ahan felt that today was her moment to shine, adopting a lofty demeanor while conversing with Zhao Ling and Appo's. Zhao Tai, overhearing their exchange, found it peculiar. He had never orchestrated any of this. Yet, he reasoned that since he had used his grandfather and Appo's membership card, perhaps it was a special privilege afforded to members of Yupinju. Dismissing further contemplation, he decided as long as it brought him joy and prestige, that was sufficient. Just as the jubilant group approached the hotel, Zhao Ling and Apos' phone suddenly captured a familiar figure. She lowered her phone, her expression turning icy as she stared in that direction and remarked coldly, "What a stroke of bad luck. Why must I encounter this troublesome person wherever I go?" "Who?" Shui Yahan inquired upon hearing Zhao Ling and Apos' sudden complaint. "Who else could it be?" "Your sister and Su Hao." Upon hearing this, Shui Yahan frowned, irritated. "How shameless. I explicitly stated I did not wish to celebrate with them. Yet they still come to intrude. This is infuriating. I must go and set things straight. They can't just ride on my coattails." With that, Shui Yahan strode confidently in her high heels towards where Shui Rou stood. Zhao Tai initially intended to mock them, but having just incurred significant losses, and discovering that much of the money lost had been wagered and won by Su Hao's associates, he was reluctant to confront Su Hao and his smug demeanor. However, to ensure his woman was not mistreated, he instructed Chu Xing and He Shui to accompany Shui Yahan, lest she find herself at a disadvantage. Zhao Lingo, her eyes darting, volunteered to assist Shui Yahan. Shui Kongning noticed the commotion and spotted Shui Rou and Su Hao among the crowd. He had intended to invite them to join the meal, but upon observing Shui Yahan's sour expression and the disdainful looks from Shui Yi and Zhu Bai, he could only let out a resigned sigh and proceed into Yapinja with Shui Ziyi. Just as Shui Yi and Zhu Bai prepared dinner, they unexpectedly caught sight of Shui Er and Xinyu. What on earth is Song Kiki thinking? Knowing Shui Yahan is celebrating her birthday here, she still invites us. How awkward. Shui Er chuckled. What's awkward about it? Perhaps Song Kiki obtained a membership card and wanted to celebrate Roro here, he suggested. Come now. While the Song family holds considerable status in the community, they are not merchants. It's exceedingly unlikely that old Song would spend money for such pretenses, Xinyu countered. Shaking her head. Then what should we do? Oh no, it seems brother and sister-in-law have spotted us and are approaching. Shui Er exclaimed. Xinyu remained composed, unhurried. What are you afraid of? This road isn't theirs. We're merely passing through. If they truly seek trouble, it would only bring them embarrassment. Shui Er opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He glanced towards Shui Rou, noting Shui Yahan advancing, and silently clenched his fists. In the matter of juniors confronting juniors, and elders confronting elders, he must stand tall. He could not allow his daughter to be shamed. Shui Rou, not wishing to quarrel with Shui Han on her birthday, sought an excuse to leave with Su Hao and others. However, before she could formulate her thoughts, Shui Han approached with a fierce demeanor. Oh dear. Some people truly have a thick skin. I recall, Shui Rou, that you were quite resolute yesterday, vowing you would not crash my birthday party. Yet here you are today, accompanied by so many friends. Do you think everyone is family, and that I would be too embarrassed to ask you to leave? As soon as Shui Han finished speaking, Gu Xiaoping hurriedly stepped in to clarify. Miss Han, please do not misunderstand. My boyfriend and I were invited by young Master Zhao. Although Shui Rou and I are classmates, our relationship is rather superficial. I have prepared a gift solely for you, and none for her. Shui Han, secretly pleased, smiled and remarked, Ah, I understand, Miss Gu. Please proceed inside with Mr. Yuan. I have already arranged your seating. Gu Xiaoping and Apos' actions incensed Yun Ruan Nan, who retorted, Gu Xiaoping, you are being utterly excessive. Just because you received an invitation does not mean you should flaunt it in public. I do not wish to associate with someone like you. We clearly have different principles. Yun Ruan Nan, straightforward and unabashed, directed her disdain at Gu Xiaoping. Unfazed, Gu Xiaoping continued her banter with Shui Han. Shui Rou, feeling disheartened, was about to lead her companions away when Song Kuku interjected loudly. I implore you to tone down the theatrics. We are not here to mooch. Today is Roro and Apos' birthday, and Su Hao has reserved a private room for us to celebrate. This parade was specially arranged for her. Originally, Su Hao had instructed Song Kuku to keep this a surprise for Shui Rou, but seeing the situation escalate, she could no longer contain herself. Su Hao remained noncommittal. Regardless, he intended to defend Shui Rou's honor. Just then, Xinyu and Shui Er, concerned for their daughter, arrived quietly, followed closely by Zhu Bai and Shui Yi. Zhu Bai, overhearing Song Kuku's comments, scoffed. Oh really, Song Kuku? Do you have any idea what it takes to reserve a private room at Ipinju? You speak so boldly, and claiming the parade and floral arrangements were your doing? You truly have no shame, trying to leech off our spotlight while pretending otherwise. Zhu Bai and Apos' loud accusations drew the attention of many onlookers. Shui Rou detested the feeling of being scrutinized. Her hands clenched tightly as she bit her lip. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Just as she felt overwhelmed, Su Hao stepped forward, gently grasping her hand to offer support and strength. He then addressed Zhu Bai with a sardonic smile. If you claim the parade and floral arrangements were not my doing, pray tell, who else would invest such effort? Of course, it was my boyfriend Zhao Tai, Shui Han brazenly declared. Zhao Tai initially intended to book a high-end room. But since his grandfather possesses a super membership card, he opted for the premium suite instead. If he is willing to celebrate his birthday here, what is the big deal about arranging a little surprise? Hearing Shui Han's audacious claim, Su Hao scoffed. You truly overestimate yourself. Aside from throwing money at you, what else does Zhao Tai do? If you genuinely believe he orchestrated this, summon him to confront me. He had a receipt ready, prepared to expose her lies publicly. Huh? You think you matter enough for my brother to confront you? Weaken and amp. Oppose. T affords such embarrassment. Zhao Ling interjected dismissively. Shui your family is quite the joke. Shui directed his ire at Shui. When the old man inquired yesterday if you planned to join us, you all acted so high and mighty, claiming you wouldn't crash our party. Yet here you are, all gathered. Did you presume my future son-in-law would be too timid to kick you out? People have pride. Even trees have bark. Your family and Appo's behavior is simply outrageous. Song Cuckoo, known for her fiery temper, could no longer contain herself. I've already stated that Su Hao has booked a private room here. It has nothing to do with you. Are you really that dense? Who are you calling dense? How ironic for the granddaughter of the Martial Arts Association president to speak such vulgarities. No wonder you can associate with someone like Su Hao, a mere country bumpkin. Zhu Bai shot back before Shueshi could respond. Uncultured wretch, the further away you are, the better. Zhu Bai continued her tirade, prompting Song Cuckoo to slap her across the face without warning, leaving Zhu Bai stunned. Shui Han, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, charged at Song Cuckoo, but was no match for her. She was soon toppled to the ground. The sight of Shui Han in such a compromised state caused the bodyguards sent to protect her, Chu Sheng and He Shui, to change their expressions. Just as they intended to intervene, Su Hao raised his hand to stop them. Are you too eager to engage with me as well? Chu Sheng and He Shui exchanged nervous glances, swallowing hard, and dared not approach. Mr. Su, we are merely fulfilling our duty, hoping for your understanding. Perhaps you could advise Miss Song that violence is not appropriate? Oh, seeing them relent, Su Hao made a show of turning to Song Cuckoo. All right. Today is Ro's birthday. There is no need to get worked up over such lowly individuals. Just a few more hits will suffice. Very well. Song Cuckoo delivered 2 more slaps before finally relenting. Shui and Zhu Bai seethed with frustration, yet found themselves powerless against each other. Xinyu, watching the commotion, felt joy bloom within her heart as she observed Su Hao and Song Cuckoo working in tandem to defend her daughter. Zhu Bai, seething with resentment towards Xinyu, could barely contain her fury. Xinyu, I do not wish to continue this quarrel. Since you lack a membership card, the further you stay away, the better. We are hosting a birthday celebration today and have no desire to entertain you. We are, at the very least, family. Do not compel me to involve the hotel management to expel you, for that would be quite an embarrassment. In response to Zhu Bai's threat, Xinyu replied with a calm smile, Sister-in-law, do you genuinely not understand, or are you just pretending? Cuckoo has reiterated several times that Su Hao has booked a private room here. Today, not even the King of Heaven could remove us. Desperate to avoid further embarrassment, Shui Han interrupted Zhu Bai, her voice low and tense. Very well, I will reluctantly accept your words as truth. Let us all go our separate ways without hindering one another. With that, she gritted her teeth and strode into Pinju. Zhu Bai and Shui followed closely behind, while Shui Ro let out a soft sigh. We should hurry and leave. If we stay any longer, we might be discovered, I suggested. Ro, how can you not believe me? Song Cuckoo, both amused and exasperated, tugged at Shui Ro, stating, Su Hao has indeed reserved a private room, and the dishes are almost ready. What? Shui Ro exclaimed, bewildered. Did your friend help with this? Yes, Su Hao nodded. I initially intended to surprise you with Song Cuckoo, but these unfortunate events delayed us. However, good food is worth the wait. Let us go in. Wait. Shui Ro shook her head, pulling Su Hao back. Zhao Tai's grandfather holds a super VIP card. Even if we manage to get in, we would only be ridiculed and mocked. It's better to skip it. Ro, Shui Han has already said we should each go our own way. Why are you still worrying about such trivial matters? You know how hard it is to reserve a private room at Pinju. Since we're here, why change locations? Xinyu, aware of Su Hao's capabilities, sought to support her future son-in-law's initiative. As a wife, one should not disregard her husband's earnest intentions. Upon hearing this, everyone shared a knowing smile directed at Shui Ro and Su Hao. Shui Ro and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless, ultimately yielding to Su Hao and entering with him. As they stepped into Ipinju, they discovered Shui Han and others queuing to take photos and get autographs with a woman clad in a bunny outfit. Who is that? Yun Rua then inquired curiously. Song Kuku craned her neck for a better look, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, they actually invited Bu Hui Mei, the hottest first-tier star this year. Bu Hui Mei had never worn revealing outfits before, yet today she was willing to don a bunny costume for photos. This was truly remarkable. Recalling their admiration for Bu Hui Mei during their youth, Song Kuku felt a twinge of jealousy, particularly since Shui Han often disparaged her out of envy. Yet, on this birthday, Shui Han had managed to invite Bu Hui Mei for autographs, leading to suspicions of intentional provocation. However, unbeknownst to them, it was not Zhao Tai who had arranged for Bu Hui Mei's appearance, but Su Hao. Before Su Hao could clarify, Zhao Tai exclaimed with delight, "Miss Bu, it is such an honor to have you at my girlfriend and Appo's birthday party." Bu Hui Mei responded with a gentle smile, "And Appo's no trouble at all. Initially, I hesitated when my agency asked me to attend a birthday party. However, upon reading your heartfelt letter, where you mentioned that your girlfriend and her friends are fans of mine, I felt deeply touched. Since your girlfriend has been a long-time admirer, and you are a distinguished guest of our agency, how could I refuse?" Zhao Tai was momentarily dazed by her response. A letter? My friends and I are fans? He had never written such a letter, nor did Shui Han have any friends who admired Bu Hui Mei. Both exchanged bewildered glances. Suspecting this was an arrangement by Zhao, Zhu Bai and the others, unaware of the truth, believed this was a surprise prepared by Zhao Tai for Shui Han. Wearing smug expressions and casting provocative glances at Xinyu, Xinyu rolled her eyes in response, too apathetic to engage. Despite Zhao Tai's lack of involvement, he stood tall, chest puffed with pride, adjusting his suit as he declared, "I am very satisfied with your service. Please continue taking photos with my girlfriend and her friends." Bu Hui Mei and Appo's expression shifted slightly at Zhao Tai and Appo's tone, which reeked of arrogance. Though she had received a sincere letter, the current Zhao Tai and Appo's demeanor made her uncomfortable. "Sir, may I see your VIP card?" she asked. Zhao Tai shrugged and presented his super VIP card. Bu Hui Mei glanced at it, and her smile vanished. Taking her coat from an assistant, she wrapped herself tightly. "I'm afraid I must have mistaken you for someone else." Everyone was stunned by her words, and Zhao Tai and Appo's face turned ashen. Her statement seemed to imply disdain, as she recognized that such a card was not a rarity. The true VIPs held a red card, signifying ownership of shares or notable status at Ipinju. Zhao Tai and Appo's card, easily obtainable with money, held no weight. Do you not understand? To be mistaken means that the card you possess does not qualify you as a true VIP, she clarified. As for the photos and autographs, I hope you will not share them publicly. Otherwise, my agency will pursue legal action regarding the rights to my likeness. Upon realizing Zhao Tai was not her intended guest, Bu Hui Mei and Appo's demeanor changed dramatically. With no hesitation, she turned on her heels and walked away in her high heels. After leaving, Bu Hui Mei contacted her agency to clarify the name of her intended guest. Meanwhile, Lin Lang Tian received the news and erupted in fury, reprimanding the person in charge at Ipinju. "Have you lost your mind? I specifically instructed you that a red card client would be dining with his girlfriend today, and to not entertain anyone else. How did Zhao Tai and Shui Han manage to slip in? You nearly ruined the surprise we had planned for Wang Shou. I command you to clear the area and remove that jerk. If you disturb Wang Shou and Appo's enjoyment, Ipinju can forget about operating." As Lin Lang Tian raged, Bu Hui Mei discovered the identity of her intended guest. She strode towards the entrance. Shui Ro, thinking Bu Hui Mei was leaving, felt a pang of regret. She and Song Kuka had admired Bu Hui Mei for so long and truly wished for an autograph. Yet, since Zhao Tai had invited her, Shui Ro felt too embarrassed to approach. Understanding Shui Ro's feelings, Song Kuka nudged Su Hao, saying, "Su Hao, and Appo's, time for you to step up." Both I and Ro hold a deep admiration for Bu Hui Mei. However, given the current circumstances, we feel rather embarrassed to approach her for an autograph. After all, you, a grown man, should have no qualms about losing face. Could you kindly request 2 signatures for us? Su Hao, observing Song Kuku's awkward expression, chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Neither of us needs to approach her. She will come over to take a photo with you." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Cuckoo rolled her eyes at Su Hao, clearly exasperated. It's evident you don't understand Bu Huimei. She is renowned for her icy demeanor. Even if she knows we are her fans, she certainly wouldn't initiate any interaction. Seeing Song Cuckoo's resolute demeanor, Su Hao replied with a smile. Just wait and see. No sooner had he spoken than, before Song Cuckoo could utter a word, Bu Huimei strode over with purpose, shedding her outer coat as she approached. The sight of the tall and alluring woman left both Song Cuckoo and Shui Ro momentarily speechless. Noticing signs of interaction, the two women became ecstatic, frantically rummaging through their bags for paper and pens. Are you Mr. Su Hao and Miss Shui Ro? A melodious voice rang out, causing Shui Ro to question whether she was dreaming. How could Bu Huimei possibly call her name? Su Hao responded affirmatively, adding, my girlfriend is a devoted fan of yours. It wouldn't be too much to ask for a photo and an autograph, would it? Of course not. I specifically came here today to welcome you. Bu Huimei exclaimed with great excitement, grasping Su Hao's hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She appeared almost like a starstruck fan, which was quite fitting. As Su Hao is indeed a man of distinction, holder of a coveted red card, and the leader of the renowned Yinjing Qi Shaolin. Specially here to welcome us? What does that mean? Song Cuckoo asked, astonished by Bu Huimei's words. Because Mr. Su is a red card holder at Yipinju, my agency sent me to ensure you both receive the utmost hospitality, especially for Miss Shui Ro's birthday. Bu Huimei, filled with envy, affectionately threw an arm around Shui Ro's shoulders. Miss Shui, you truly have found a wonderful boyfriend. Shui Ro was taken aback, nearly moved to tears. Wow, Su Hao. You arranged all of this? This surprise is incredible. I'm completely taken in. Song Cuckoo exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she gave a thumbs up. Xinyu and Shui Er, realizing the situation, exchanged glances filled with satisfaction. Indeed, the son-in-law had not disappointed them. How thoughtful. Yet, amidst the joy on Su Hao's side, Zhao Tai was engulfed in despair. How could this happen? Is Bu Huimei out of her mind? Zhu Bai shrieked, while Shui Ao Han seethed with anger. Zhao Tai was utterly perplexed. Just as he was preparing to confront Su Hao about the origins of his red card, a swarm of security personnel suddenly surrounded them. These menacing guards startled Shui. What do you want, you gatekeepers? Even if we are gatekeepers, we are gatekeepers of Yipinju. While you don't even have the privilege to dine here. Scram, the head of security retorted, his demeanor threatening. Shui nearly choked on his anger. Pointing at the head of security, his teeth gritted. You, have you lost your mind? My son-in-law is a super member of Yipinju. Can't you see the card in his hand? The head of security scoffed. Just a super member? What is so impressive about that? We are clearing the premises today to accommodate red card members. You need to leave immediately. If you linger for another minute, don't blame me for being rude. The security personnel were unyielding, showing no mercy, which left Shui's heart racing with indignation. Shui Ao Han's face turned a mixture of green and white. She had never experienced such humiliation in front of Shui Ro. Tai Gu, think of a way to stop them from bullying us. Zhao Tai frowned. It was evident that the security had received orders to treat him, a super member, with such disrespect. Moreover, it was clear that they were in cahoots with Shui Ro. Making any complaints futile, he would only face ridicule. To avoid further embarrassment, Zhao Tai quickly declared, Fine, if we can't stay here, there are other places to dine. I refuse to believe that Jin Ling has only one Yipinju. Zhao Tai, demonstrating some wisdom, chose not to press further. But Zhao Ling was unwilling to relent. Despite her grandfather being a super member, their status only allowed for a few visits to Yipinju. She had announced to all her friends that they were dining here, and leaving in disgrace would ruin her reputation. Zhao Ling tugged at Zhao Tai's sleeve, pleading. Brother, why leave? Our family is a regular here. Just call Grandpa and have him speak to the manager. We're merely occupying a private room. What is the harm in accommodating us? Frustrated by his sister's obstinacy, Zhao Tai swatted her hand away. How can you be so unreasonable? I said we're leaving. So let us go and stop embarrassing ourselves. With that, Zhao Tai stormed out, ignoring Shui Ao Han and Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai, seeing Zhao Tai abandon them, turned pale and shouted after him, Mr. Zhao, this isn't right. We've prepared so much. How can we just leave now? Enough. Zhao Yi pulled his wife aside and whispered, now that Zhao Tai has left, we should follow suit. Why do you have so many questions? Aren't you embarrassed? Shui Ao Han had expected today to be a shining moment in her life, but it ended in such disarray. Infuriated, she could only glare at Shui Ro and Su Hao, her nails digging into her palms. Bu Huimei signaled to the head of security to handle the situation and led Su Hao and the others towards the elevator. Being attended to by her idol left Shuiro feeling euphoric, almost faint with happiness. Meanwhile, Song Kuku and Yoon Ruonin basked in the satisfaction of the moment. Serves them right. Humph, they were just mocking us, and now look at them. The relatives of the Shui family, witnessing the VIP treatment Shuiro received, found themselves momentarily at a loss. No matter how splendid Zhao Tai's alternative arrangements might be, they could never compare to Yi Pinju. As Shuiro was also a member of the Shui family, celebrating her birthday with them seemed perfectly reasonable. Xinyu, observing the immobile Shui family members, understood their thoughts. She was not one to lack vision, so she took the initiative to greet them, inviting them to join in celebrating Shuiro's birthday upstairs. In an instant, the group shifted their allegiance, and the gifts originally intended for Shui Aohan naturally found their way into Shuiro's hands. Unlike the straightforward individuals from the Shui family, the guests invited by Zhao Tai appeared particularly awkward. The majority among them departed alongside Zhao Tai. Yet Gu Xiaoping and her boyfriend Yuan Yinghua were reluctant to leave for any reason. Although they had come at Zhao Tai and Appo's behest at that moment, Shuiro was the one enjoying the most prestige. Celebrating her birthday at Yipinju and wielding a red card indicated that her boyfriend was no ordinary man. Gu Xiaoping had always gravitated towards advantageous situations. Now, witnessing Su Hao's remarkable capabilities, she had no intention of departing. Yuan Yinghua and Gu Xiaoping were of the same ilk. For the celebration of Shui Aohan and Appo's birthday, he had prepared a set of jewelry worth 2 million. After a clandestine discussion, they concluded that even if the gift were presented to Shuiro, it would still be impressive. Thus, Gu Xiaoping stepped forward, brazenly approaching Shuiro. Ro. It and Amp, Appo's, as your birthday today, and I haven and Amp, Appo's, tea prepared anything special. My boyfriend and Amp, Appo's, family is in the jewelry business, and this little accessory is valued at over 2 million. I hope you won't find it lacking, she exclaimed with a forced smile. Before Shuiro could respond, Song Kiki interjected, positioning herself between the two. Gu Xiaoping, don't you feel any shame? Whose gift is this really for? Everyone knows the truth. How was your attitude towards Ro earlier? Now that you see Shui Aohan's situation has soured, you come crawling back to us? Two-faced individuals seldom meet a good end. Song Kiki spoke with unyielding candor. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely retreated in embarrassment. However, Gu Xiaoping's audacity was unparalleled. Though her cheeks flushed slightly, she pressed on. I admit my earlier demeanor was less than pleasant, but I am not two-faced. I genuinely wish to celebrate Ro's birthday. And my boyfriend has chosen to stay as well. Isn't that enough sincerity? Yuan Yinghua, catching his girlfriend's hint, chimed in, yes, indeed. We came primarily to celebrate Shui Aohan and Appo's birthday because we received their invitation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered to come. Had we known Miss Shuiro was also celebrating, we wouldn't have mingled with Zhao Tai. In essence, their presence was merely to curry favor with Zhao Tai. Now that they had discovered the even more formidable Su Hao, it was prudent to switch allegiances. Song Kiki, astutely perceiving their motives, retorted frostily. Shuiro didn't send you an invitation, so what business do you have showing up uninvited? Are you perhaps coveting the red card in Su Hao and Amp, Appo's, possession? Song Kiki, known for her forthrightness, offered no leniency to Gu Xiaoping. The atmosphere became palpably uncomfortable. Su Hao remained unfazed. After all, today was Shuiro's birthday, and the proceedings should align with her desires. If she wished to retain Gu Xiaoping and Yuan Yinghua, he would not forcibly eject them. Yet, to his surprise, Gu Xiaoping failed to grasp the subtleties of the situation. Seeing Su Hao make a move towards the elevator, she hurriedly sprinted over, thrusting her business card into his hand. Initially reluctant to accept, he noticed Shuiro signaling him to comply, clearly wishing to spare Gu Xiaoping further humiliation. Reluctantly, Su Hao accepted the card. He had hoped this would conclude the matter, but Gu Xiaoping persisted, clutching his hand tightly. She even adjusted her dress, bending slightly to present an alluring posture before him, seemingly anxious that he might overlook her concealed charms. Faced with such blatant advances, Su Hao was repulsed. He could endure no longer and forcefully shook off Gu Xiaoping and Appo's grip. Tossing the business card at Yuan Yinghua, control your girlfriend. Don't flaunt her here. I only accepted your card out of courtesy to my girlfriend. And yet you continue to push your luck. With that, he averted his gaze and strode confidently into the elevator. Gu Xiaoping, mortified, wished she could vanish into thin air. As a socialite from a renowned ceramic family, she had never encountered such humiliation. She knew, and Shui bore no fondness for Gu Xiaoping and walked past her without pausing. However, upon catching sight of Shui Kongning, they halted. Today was meant to celebrate the birthdays of two granddaughters, yet it had devolved into this chaos, leaving the elders somewhat disheartened. Understanding this, Xinyu, despite her disdain for Zhu Bai's family, graciously approached them, inviting them to join in celebrating Shui Rou's birthday. To her surprise, Zhu Bai coldly declined, even sarcastically remarking, "Do not revel too much, fortunes shift. This time, you've merely caught a lucky break. But this one and amp, Oppos, T-last, your son-in-law is just a mere country bumpkin. Who knows where he found that red card? Be cautious, or it may all come crashing down. Enough, let us go." Young Master Zhao has already brought the car around. Shui Yi, not wanting Zhu Bai to suffer embarrassment, hurried her away. Shui Kongning observed the entire exchange. Although he remained silent, his perception of Xinyu as a daughter-in-law had shifted significantly. Previously, he had been swayed by Zhu Bai and Oppos' sweet tongue and constant instigation, believing Xinyu to be proud and difficult to deal with. Today, however, her magnanimity contrasted sharply with Zhu Bai's unusually sharp demeanor. This incident left a profound impression on Shui Kongning, amplifying his suspicions. Could it be that Shui and the others were truly deceiving him? Before Shui Kongning could untangle his thoughts, he was pulled by Shui Er into the elevator. Under Bu Huimei's guidance, they arrived at the designated private room. Upon learning that it was Shui Rou's birthday, Shi Yuzhu had rushed over with gifts. Not only had she prepared a sports car as a present for Shui Rou, but she also brought a tea cake worth hundreds of thousands for Shui Kongning, making Shui Zi envious. During the gathering, those relatives who had previously ignored Shui Rou suddenly showered her with compliments, leaving her somewhat flabbergasted. Yet, she understood that their flattery was merely a reflection of Su Hao's influence. After a round of toasts, Shui Rou discreetly pulled Su Hao aside, lowering her voice to ask, "You put in considerable effort for all this, didn't you? I heard Kiki mention that you seem to have befriended a significant figure, and that red card is borrowed from him, not from a friend, right? While your assistance in healing him is commendable, there's no need to go overboard for my birthday." Shui Rou felt a pang of anxiety. With the red card and the celebrity, she worried about leaving an impression of being overly opportunistic. Su Hao shook his head. "You've misunderstood. The red card was lent to me by Lin Lang Tian and has no ties to anyone else." "Lin Lang Tian? You become friends with him? How deep is your relationship? Why would he extend such courtesy to you?" Shui Rou found Su Hao to be deeply enigmatic, despite his calm demeanor. The intricacies of his connections and the stakes involved left her feeling daunted. As Su Hao pondered how to respond, a commotion erupted outside. "I'll explain everything later," he said, leading Shui Rou to the door. Upon peering out, he noticed yet another throng of guests arriving. These individuals are former classmates and teachers of Shui Rou and Shui Aohan, initially invited by Zhao Tai to celebrate Shui Aohan's birthday, arriving somewhat late. They were unaware that Shui Aohan and the others had already departed and simply inquired at the front desk if a Miss Shui was celebrating her birthday. The front desk, not comprehending the situation, led them here. The foremost among them was the president of Jinling University, dressed in a black suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, and possessing a rather prosperous appearance. Although Shui Rou understood that these guests were not specifically there to celebrate her birthday, she nonetheless warmly welcomed them inside. The classmates, though puzzled as to why a birthday party intended for Shui Aohan had inexplicably transformed into one for Shui Rou, found it inconsequential. What mattered was the opportunity to dine at Ipingju. For most, this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and the identity of the honoree was of little concern. As more guests arrived, the ambience of the gathering grew increasingly lively. Shui Rou's previous birthdays had always been rather unceremonious, but this time, she was showered with gifts that piled up like a small mountain. While not someone who craved fame or fortune, it was difficult for anyone to resist the joy of receiving presents. "Hey, Su Hao, I noticed everyone has given Roro gifts. Why haven't you brought yours out yet?" Song Kuku teased, playfully draping her arm over Su Hao's shoulder. "You didn't think just booking a private room and preparing a surprise meant you could skip the gift, did you?" Su Hao had indeed not prepared a conventional gift. However, he possessed another significant present that could serve as compensation. The chip machine that Shui Rou had long desired was now at customs, set to be delivered to the Shui company the following day, thanks to Yi Tianming's efforts. Yet, this gift carried a degree of confidentiality, and Su Hao preferred not to disclose it publicly to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he remained silent for a prolonged moment, saying nothing. Noticing Su Hao's discomfort, Song Kuku assumed her inquiry was inappropriate and wore an apologetic expression. At that moment, Yun Runin stepped in to lighten the mood. "Kuku, you clearly have never been in a relationship. Gifts between couples shouldn't be displayed openly, so stop asking. Her words elicited laughter from the others. Shui Ro's cheeks flushed, and a sweet smile graced her lips. The moment was thus smoothly navigated, and no one thought less of Su Hao for not having a gift on hand. After all, wielding a red card from Yiping Zhu was already a testament to one's prowess. Moreover, with Bu Huimei present, the attention of the crowd was swiftly diverted, leaving little room for concern about such trivial matters. The birthday celebration continued until 10 in the evening, and Shui Ro returned home, content and laden with gifts. Under the envious gazes of her peers, slightly tipsy, she nestled against Su Hao's embrace, her eyes shimmering with affection. I just realized the flower parade was meticulously planned by you. Thank you. I had such a wonderful time today. Su Hao smiled mysteriously. There's something even more delightful in store for you. Can you guess why I remained silent when Song Kuku asked about my birthday gift? You didn't prepare an exceedingly secret gift that cannot be disclosed publicly, did you? She guessed accurately. Su Hao nodded, opening his phone to show her a picture. What do you think this is? A chip machine? Shui Ro gasped in astonishment. Such a device was not something one could acquire with mere money. It required immense power. How did you manage to get this? Su Hao provided a premeditated excuse a few years ago while on an overseas mission. I encountered the leader of the all-knowing palace. I assisted him with some tasks, and in return, he agreed to fulfill a few of my requests. One of which was this chip machine. Shui Ro, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "You're incredible. How did I get so lucky to have such an amazing husband?" Tears of joy streamed down her face as she showered Su Hao with fervent kisses, nearly leading to a heated moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinggong was sorting through some old documents, sighing as if harboring unspoken burdens. His wife, Yu Kai, entered with a cup of ginseng tea. Observing the yellowed papers, she pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you thinking about the arson in Chili Township, where not a single member of the Xia family survived?" Zhao Qinggong nodded, discarding his reading glasses. Pressing his temples as he confessed, "All these years, this incident has weighed heavily on my conscience. It was orchestrated by Jin Fenghua and his associates. You're unaware of the underlying reasons. I merely lent my support out of friendship. Ignorance is no sin, so do not dwell on it." Yu Kai approached and gently patted Zhao Qinggong's shoulder, offering comfort. He looked sorrowful. "I did not kill Bo Ren, yet he perished because of me. How can I let go of that?" These documents had been in his possession for many years, although he knew they should have been destroyed long ago. His lingering sense of morality prevented him from taking such an action. However, he couldn't bring himself to publicize these truths or confess his sins. Not only would the Zhao family face ruin, but even if these documents were exposed, who could avenge the Xia family? The culprits, the Li family, thrived, and the Jin family was no less formidable. Even if Zhao Qinggong were to risk everything, he would lack the standing to confront them. And all it would lead to would be the downfall of his entire lineage without any benefit. Oh, heaven, if retribution truly exists. Let the heirs of the Xia family come to find me soon. My time is limited, and these documents will vanish upon my death. At that moment, no one will be left to seek justice for the Xia family. At this moment, Su Hao remained oblivious to the truth he sought, which lay both far and near. Fresh from a shower, he sat down to drink some water when Yu Tianming's call came through. Surprised, he initially thought there might be an issue with the chip machine. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the guardians of the gem organization were seeking trouble with him. "Brother Hao, be cautious. The 8 guardians of the gem organization are not to be trifled with. Even if you possess exceptional strength, entanglement with them could still lead to considerable trouble. Should I send someone over?" "No need." Su Hao interjected before Yi Tianming could finish, shaking his head. "This matter is not your concern. Since Jin Fenghua is so eager for his demise, I shall grant him that wish. Is there any progress regarding the Chili Township incident?" Yu Tianming replied frankly, "Brother Hao, I have discovered links between Jin Fenghua and the events in Chili Township. It appears they were behind it. Isn't that fortuitous?" Su Hao's sharp gaze glimmered with a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent. Before he could devise a plan to deal with Jin Fenghua, another call arrived on his phone, this time from Song Kuku. "Why are you calling me at this hour? Did you feel you said something wrong today and wish to apologize?" "The Shui family has exploded." Song Kuku's voice trembled, clearly distraught. "What do you mean the Shui family has exploded? Please clarify." "After I dropped off Grandpa Shui, I received a call from our nanny, Lu Jie, stating that there was a massive explosion at the Shui residence." Song Kuku choked back tears as she spoke. "What about Grandpa Shui? We haven't found him yet. I notified Uncle Shui Air and Aunt Shun. They are searching through the rubble. Ro's phone is dead, and I couldn't reach her." so I had to call you. Song Kuku's voice was urgent. In summary, you and Ro should come over quickly. The situation is rather grave. All right. We are on our way. Su Hao hung up the phone, his heart sinking. Shui Kongning was likely the only person who knew what had transpired in Chili Township all those years ago, if even he perished. Su Hao and Appo's lineage might forever remain a mystery. However, the question lingered, how could an explosion occur at the Shui residence without warning? Since the last attack, Shui Zi had employed a significant number of bodyguards to patrol the area, and Hua Linglong and her team had intensified their vigilance. What kind of mastermind could plant a bomb under the watchful eyes of so many? What are you thinking about? Shui Ro, clad in alluring nightwear, wrapped her arms around Su Hao from behind, playfully inquiring. Yet, Su Hao's next words extinguished her smile. There has been an explosion at the Shui residence. We do not know whether grandfather is alive or dead. Song Kiki urged us to return immediately. How could this happen? Shui Ro's face turned pale as she hurriedly changed her clothes and raced to join Su Hao. By the time they arrived, several ambulances were already on the scene, and many of the bodyguards stationed outside had succumbed to the explosion, under the insistence of Hua Linglong and the firefighters. Xin Yu and others had retreated to a safe zone. Meanwhile, Song Kiki's face was ashen, her usually vibrant eyes now dimmed with despair. The memory of Shui Kongning and Appo's welcoming smile from the car filled her with sorrow. Kiki. Upon hearing her name, Song Kiki turned to see Shui Ro and immediately embraced her. What are we going to do, Ro? They haven't and Appo's found grandfather yet. It and Appo's, that's all my fault. If I had and Appo's, rushed back to play games with Wanan. Grandfather Wooden and Appo's have been sent home so soon, and he Wooden and Appo's have encountered this disaster. That and Appo's, foolish talk. It and Appo's, fortunate you wearin and Appo's at the Shui residence. Or I Wooden and Appo's have found you either, Shui Ro replied, her heart aching but striving to comfort her dear friend. Just then, the Shui Ahan family hurried back, stunned by the sight of the villa reduced to rubble. Oh no, all my jewelry was inside. This is catastrophic. Zhu Bai wailed, collapsing to the ground in despair. Are you insane? Shui quickly pulled Zhu Bai up, covering her mouth to spare them further embarrassment. The onlookers regarded her with cold disdain. With the grandfather missing and the daughter-in-law lamenting lost treasures, it was truly outrageous. I must go in and take a look. As soon as Su Hao declared his intention, Wei Chong swiftly intervened. Mr. Su, please do not act impulsively. The bomb disposal team is still assessing the situation for potential secondary explosions. It is too dangerous for you to enter now. Xin Yu joined in urging, yes, Su Hao, I understand your filial intentions. But this is not the time to gamble with your life. I trust that the elder will be safeguarded by fate. Let us rely on the professionals. Shui stood silently nearby, tears soaking his clothes. Despite his father's long-standing favoritism towards the eldest son, he still felt included during times of hardship. The thought of his father possibly trapped in the ruins, facing death, filled him with profound sorrow. I am not one to jest with my life. Wait here. I will return shortly. As Su Hao crossed the safety line, Hua Linglong seized him. Mr. Su, I won't stop you, but at the very least, you must wear a bomb suit. Su Hao accepted her kindness, donning the protective gear swiftly before striding into the devastation. Although the explosion had ceased, the fire raged on. Fueled by the flammable materials within the Shui residence, flames occasionally leaping forth in a terrifying display. With a keen sense of navigation, Su Hao quickly pinpointed Shui Kongning and Appo's location. Upon locating him, he expanded his protective aura, forming a shield around himself as he rushed to where Shui Kongning lay. Though Shui Kongning clung to life, his legs were crushed beneath debris, leaving him weak and gasping for breath. Yet, he still cradled an iron box tightly against his chest, as if it contained something of great significance. Without time to ponder, Su Hao hastily began to clear the rubble. Just as he had cleared a space wide enough to extract Shui Kongning, a piercing alarm blared nearby. Warning! Explosive materials remain in this area. Please exercise caution. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Hua Linglong shouted, Get down. The ensuing explosion rattled everyone, some fainting in fear. After a tense silence, the dust settled, leaving all covered in the remnants of the blast. Suddenly, an eerie laughter pierced the air. The source was none other than Zhu Bai, who witnessed Su Hao's protective suit floating away, yet Su Hao himself had vanished. The recent explosion had caused a collapse of the remaining structure, sealing off Su Hao and Appo's escape route, suggesting he had perished within. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Zhu Bai reveled in the misfortune, eager to applaud the turn of events. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, even Shue'ahan and Apos' expression faltering. "Mother, what are you doing? Grandfather is still inside." "And what of it? At his age, he should have passed long ago," Zhu Bai retorted brazenly, disregarding family honor entirely. Shui, usually placid, approached with a grim countenance, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Zhu Bai. Stunned, she crumpled to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. "Shui, have you lost your mind? You have long wished for Shui Kongning's demise to claim the inheritance, and now you pretend to be virtuous?" With a swift motion, Shui struck her again. "I will not allow you to speak of him that way. He is my father," he shouted, tears brimming in his eyes. This time, his sorrow was genuine, mourning his father's potential loss. "Curse your father. You are so hypocritical." Zhu Bai kicked at him, but Shui remained silent, tears streaming down his face. If anyone felt the deepest anguish, it was undoubtedly Shui Rou. After finally overcoming obstacles with Su Hao, their bright future now seemed lost. The thought of both her grandfather and Su Hao perishing in the explosion overwhelmed her, and she wept uncontrollably. Song Kiki and others shared in the sorrow, tears cascading down their faces as they grappled with a whirlwind of emotions. Just then, a cacophony of falling stones echoed in their ears. They turned to see the site where Shui Kongning had been trapped suddenly rumbling. The debris shifted, and to everyone's astonishment, Su Hao emerged, carrying Shui Kongning. Though injured and bloodied, Shui Kongning still drew breath. "Grandfather is alive. Quickly, to the hospital," Su Hao exclaimed, recognizing Shui Rou and Apos' anxiety for Shui Kongning and Apos' safety. Nothing was more important than delivering that vital assurance. However, given Shui Kongning's age and severe injuries, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on all. Although Su Hao administered treatment to him promptly, he himself suffered significant internal injuries from the secondary explosion, rendering him unable to restore Shui Kongning to his former state immediately. Consequently, he had to be temporarily transported to the hospital for stabilization. Upon learning of this news, Dean Sun swiftly organized a team of specialists to consult on Shui Kongning and Apos' condition, determined to preserve his life at all costs. However, unlike ordinary explosion incidents, it seemed that harmful gases had been added to the bomb. The duration of Shui Kongning and Apos' entrapment had been excessively prolonged, leading to his inhalation of a considerable amount of these toxic gases, which caused his bodily functions to deteriorate rapidly. Even with the aid of top-tier medical equipment, the chances of recovery appeared exceedingly slim. At that moment, Su Hao, caught off guard, inhaled some of the toxic gas himself. As a pure young body, one of the spiritual entities, he activated his self-protection mechanism, locking his own cultivation to prevent a decline in strength and irreversible damage. For the next 3 hours, Su Hao was rendered as ordinary as any other person, unable to utilize any inner strength, let alone his extraordinary medical skills. The other injured individuals on the scene, lacking Su Hao and Apos' intervention to stabilize their conditions, found themselves in dire straits. The majority, even if they survived the explosion, soon succumbed to their injuries upon reaching the hospital, quickly losing all vital signs. Witnessing the increasing death toll filled Su Hao with profound anguish. Since embarking on his medical journey, he had never felt so helpless. "You've done your best. Don't blame yourself. Let us pray for Grandpa together," Shui Rou reassured him. Sensing his frailty and understanding that the impact of the explosion had left him at a dead end, unable to embody his usual heroic prowess and create miracles. Everyone recognized that Su Hao was not a deity. The mere act of saving Shui Kongning was already a miraculous feat, and no one held him accountable. Instead, they sympathized with his innate kindness, which compelled him to shoulder the burden of it all. Given that the incident was reported by the media, Jinling Chong Baisher and Inspector Zhang Nan hurried to the hospital to console the families of the deceased. It had been over a decade since Jinling had witnessed a calamity of such magnitude affecting the Shui family. To manage the agitated media and bewildered public, Baisher immediately convened a meeting, inviting a representative from the Shui family to observe and address the inquiries from reporters. Su Hao was thrust into the spotlight as a rescuer, accompanying Baisher to the municipal hall. During the meeting, Baisher asserted the necessity of a thorough investigation into this act of terrorism, vowing that such an occurrence must never happen again. Yet, despite the fervent proclamations, all evidence lay buried beneath the rubble, making the investigation a daunting task. Amidst the chaos and uncertainty, Hua Linglong, who remained at the scene investigating, finally made a breakthrough. She tirelessly scoured the debris throughout the night, even as the firefighters had returned to rest. Her efforts bore fruit when she discovered that 3 bombs had actually been placed at the site. The wiring of the final bomb had been damaged in the first two explosions, preventing it from detonating successfully. Elated, she brought the unexploded bomb back to the precinct, startling everyone present. Hua Linglong, are you out of your mind? Do you have any sense of safety protocols? Get away from that thing as far as you can. I will contact the bomb squad immediately. Wei Chong, who had not seen Hua Linglong all night, had assumed she succumbed to exhaustion. To his astonishment, she had returned with a bomb in tow. Captain, you misunderstand. This bomb cannot detonate. I have checked it, and it must contain the fingerprints of the criminals. We can conduct a thorough examination. She insisted. Really? Come with me. Jean Ling and the others are in a meeting. You must tell them about your discovery. They will surely acknowledge your contribution. Wei Chong was elated, never anticipating that Hua Linglong would uncover such crucial evidence. The two hurried into the conference room, where Su Hao happened to be present. Upon seeing the object Hua Linglong had brought, he immediately recognized it and quickly approached her to support her as she swayed from fatigue. You've worked hard. Did you find this at the explosion site? He asked. Hua Linglong, inhaling the unique aura emanating from Su Hao, felt her cheeks flush. She dispelled her inner distractions and mustered her spirit to reply, Indeed. Those criminals prepared a total of 3 bombs. Thankfully, fate smiled upon us, for the third bomb failed to detonate, leaving us with evidence. You were quite bold. How did you dare to bring it back? Zhang then recalled the explosive moments of the incident, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Hua Linglong beamed innocently, responding, Inspector, they're in Oppos. There's no need to worry. I have received training from the bomb squad, and I know how to assess whether a bomb is capable of detonating. You can rest assured. This bomb is absolutely safe. Moreover, I suspect that this bomb may have been produced by the Chapelang organization. The revelation left everyone astounded. How could such a young female inspector possess such knowledge? Su Hao furrowed his brow. Are you certain it's related to Chapelang? Hua Linglong and Oppos' expression dimmed, and she hesitated to answer. After a long pause, she calmed her emotions and spoke. I have a cousin who was previously involved in bomb research for the Chapelang organization. Initially, I believed Chapelang to be a neutral entity, so I held no suspicions about him. However, I later accidentally came across some of his information and discovered that the organization would do anything for money, no matter how unscrupulous. I had intended to report them the following day, but my cousin sensed something was amiss and fled. Continuing, while Linglong recounted, I had visited his workplace before, and the materials used to create this bomb are proprietary to the Chapelang organization. No one else would utilize such specialized synthetic materials. Observing Hua Linglong's resolute demeanor, no one dared to question her integrity. Hua Linglong, we wish to believe you, but this matter is sensitive. Please refrain from discussing it further. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it could lead to complications, Baisher cautioned her. Hua Linglong nodded earnestly, declaring, I understand that speaking out could raise suspicions against me. I am willing to accept any investigation from the organization. My only wish is to make amends and see this organization brought to justice, preventing them from committing such heinous acts again. Zhang Nan nodded in approval. Good child, you should rest now. We will handle the remaining matters. Though he trusted Hua Linglong's claims, the connection between her cousin and the terrorist organization was certainly not favorable for her. Even without a detailed investigation, it was prudent to ensure she remained above suspicion in this case. Hua Linglong comprehended this well and, having shared all she knew, cooperatively departed. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Nan swiftly gathered intelligence on the Chapelang organization and reported the matter to the provincial authorities, requesting their collaboration. The provincial response was remarkably swift. Before long, feedback arrived. The Chapelang organization denied any responsibility for the recent act of terrorism, claiming internal discord had arisen, leading to the theft of their newly developed explosives and toxins. However, they were unwilling to disclose the names and information of the traitors, and it would be up to Zhang Nan to find a way to investigate. Despite the rough information provided by the provincial authorities, the thought of the numerous deaths caused by this incident steeled by Shi and Oppos' resolved to confront the Chapelang organization head-on. Regardless of whether they were at the ends of the earth, he was determined to bring them to justice. Unexpectedly, Su Hao intervened, advising Baisher not to escalate the situation hastily. He cautioned against launching a large-scale assault on the members of Chapelang and suggested a thorough investigation of the scene first. The organization possessed a significant arsenal of weapons. A clash could result in even greater casualties. It was wiser to conduct a discreet investigation. If, as Chapelang claimed, the true instigator was indeed a traitor within their ranks, then their punishment would suffice. When dealing with organizations operating beyond Huaxia, it was prudent to avoid conflict. Su Hao's desire for justice and vengeance for Shui Kongning and others was not lacking, but he understood the importance of weighing one's capabilities before taking action. Although Jinling was a sizable city, it lacked the formidable military strength required for such a confrontation. If this matter escalated, it would not bode well for the citizens of Jinling. While upholding justice was undoubtedly important, ensuring the community's stability was paramount. There was no need for reckless expansion of conflict. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, both Bai Shi and Zhang Nan were filled with admiration for him, surprised that someone so young could exhibit such composure. Even in the midst of fury, he maintained the ability to analyze the situation rationally. This quality surpassed even seasoned veterans like themselves. Thus, they decided to follow Su Hao's advice, agreeing not to escalate matters until further investigations were conducted. Su Hao nodded, departing from the municipal office and making his way back to the hospital while calling Hua Linglong. "What is your cousin and aunt, Appo's, phone number? I wish to discuss matters with him." He recalled that 3 years prior, he had knowledge of the Shapawang organization, albeit small in numbers, yet highly skilled. If Shapawang was indeed responsible for the explosion at the Shui family, then it was likely that the one who bribed Shui Ziyu to poison Shui Kongning was also affiliated with Shapawang. Locating this individual might unlock crucial information about his own origins. "I haven't used his number in ages. I don't know if it'll still work," Hua Linglong sighed. "Well, give it a try. If it doesn't connect, so be it." "All right." Hua Linglong nodded slightly, and after hesitating for a long while, she dialed her cousin's number. Although she was reluctant to contact a traitor to their family, the gravity of the situation compelled her to set aside past grievances in order to provide closure for the deceased. "Linglong, what is it?" To her surprise, the call was answered immediately. Hearing the familiar voice made Hua Linglong and Appo's heart race, reminiscent of her childhood when her cousin supported and cared for her unconditionally. "Hua Wuqing, you were behind the incident with the Shui family in Jinling, Warren and Appo's, to you? I did not understand what you were talking about." Hua Linglong gritted her teeth. "Stop pretending. The Shui family was destroyed by a special bomb from Shapawang, resulting in over 20 casualties. We sold bombs, but we have never been to Jinling. This incident has nothing to do with us." Hua Linglong and Appo's anger flared. "Don't feign ignorance. The toxic gas used by Shapawang was developed by you. Only you have the authority to distribute it. It must have been one of your people who acted. I will look into it." Hua Wuqing, devoid of emotion, abruptly ended the call, slamming his palm onto the table. He narrowed his eyes, issuing commands to his subordinates. That bastard Qi dared to break the rules. The Shapawang organization has never targeted Huaxia, yet he has created chaos in Jinling. Dispatch someone immediately. I want him alive or dead. But I must see him brought before me. Weary from his journey, Su Hao returned to the hospital, only to find the Shui family gathered in grief. It turned out that Shui Kongning and Appo's condition had worsened. Given his current state in the hospital and Appo's capabilities, he could only last for about an hour. The destruction of the Shui family was a devastating blow, leaving everyone feeling as if they were trapped in a whirlpool, desperately struggling yet unable to grasp anything. "Su Hao, can you save old Shui one more time?" Director Sun understood the difficulty of the situation but did not wish to see his dear friend leave this world. Su Hao hesitated. He needed 1 more hour to recover. Once the time passed, Shui Kongning would likely forget it. "I know this is a pipe dream. You and Appo's re-injured and cannot use your extraordinary medical skills at the moment. I was merely entertaining an unrealistic thought," Director Sun said, his eyes filled with sorrow. "When you saved old Shui, he clutched this iron box tightly. Even in his unconscious state, he kept murmuring about giving it to you. Do you wish to take a look?" Su Hao accepted the iron box without opening it. "May I see Grandpa Shui?" "Of course." Director Sun sanitized Su Hao and allowed him to enter the intensive care unit with the iron box. Shui Ro and the others had rushed over directly from the explosion site, each of them appearing disheveled with swollen eyes. However, amidst their deep sorrow, Zhu Bai returned home to wash up and change into a dazzling outfit, looking remarkably lively. "Is the old man dead? If he is, let me know immediately. I need to contact the crematorium. They are quite busy right now, and if we don't hurry to secure a spot in line, we might miss our chance." "Shut up." Shui, filled with rage, shot a fierce glare at Zhu Bai, feeling an overwhelming disdain for his partner's behavior. Yet, Zhu Bai remained unfazed, shaking her head. "What are you pretending to be, a dutiful child? Are you deceiving even yourself? If that old man doesn't die before his memory returns, we'll all be left to suffer. Humph, your calculations may just backfire. Just as Zhu Bai finished speaking, Director Sun approached, his anger palpable. Let me tell you. Old Shui regained his memory on the way to the hospital due to severe head trauma. He remembers everything your family has done. What? No. I must see the old man. I need to clarify things. Zhu Bai could hardly believe it. After waiting so long for Shui Kongning's demise, he suddenly regained his memory. If he altered his will, all her efforts over the years would have been in vain. Shui and Apos, S expression darkened, and Shui Han, unable to tolerate Zhu Bai any longer, interjected, Enough, Mom. Can't you see Dad is grieving right now? I'm about to marry Zhao Tai. Why are you so fixated on the trifles of the Shui family? Seeing her own daughter not siding with her, Zhu Bai rolled her eyes dramatically, fuming silently to herself. In the intensive care unit, gazing at the frail Shui Kongning on the hospital bed, Su Hao took a deep breath, placing the iron box aside. He concentrated, channeling all his strength as he once again inserted the icy silver needles into Shui Kongning's body. Even if he could not bring Shui Kongning back to life, he aimed to awaken him for at least the final hour, allowing him to bid farewell to his loved ones. Embracing such determination, Su Hao drew upon the dwindling essence of his qi, compelling himself to awaken Shui Kongning. Grandfather Shui, do not surrender. I shall ensure your survival. No. Do not exert yourself. Death comes to us all eventually. I have lived long enough to witness you and row together. I have no regrets. Shui Kongning acknowledged his condition, understanding that his awakening was a tribute to Su Hao's efforts, though he could not hold on for long, speaking candidly. If only my amnesia had not occurred at such a time, I should have informed you of all that transpired in Chili Township upon our first meeting. Alas, fate has conspired against us, and now it has come to this. Cough, cough. Su Hao. The reason the ancient immortal master refrained from divulging the past is that he was uncertain whether it was right to do so. Thus, he sent you to me, hoping I might reveal the truth. As Shui Kongning spoke, he coughed, his visage a pallid shade of iron, yet his grip on Su Hao remained unyielding. I had hoped to live long enough to see you wed to Ro, to share the whole truth with you, but it seems that hope is now lost. Grandfather Shui, rest assured, this is the opportune moment. Observing Shui Kongning and Apos, S agony, Su Hao and Apos, S gaze hardened with resolve. Hold on a little longer. I shall summon someone to assist Ro and me with the wedding formalities. I will ensure you witness our union. With that, Su Hao promptly contacted Lin Langtian, requesting arrangements for a wedding ceremony at the hospital. Upon learning this was her grandfather and aunt, Apos, S wish, Shui Ro, though lacking the mood for marriage, complied wholeheartedly, trying on a wedding gown and adorning her face with makeup with the help of her family. Half an hour later, a unique wedding unfolded. Before witnesses, Su Hao, clad in a suit, and Shui Ro, adorned in a white wedding gown, walked hand in hand down the aisle to stand before Shui Kongning. With great effort, Shui Kongning faced the assembly, solemnly declaring, Dear guests, we gather here today to celebrate the union of Mr. Su Hao and Miss Shui Ro. Marriage is the sublime union of love and mutual trust. It requires a lifetime of devotion and reliance on one another. Today, Mr. Su Hao and Miss Shui Ro shall solemnly declare their commitment to each other's love and trust before you all. At this juncture, Shui Kongning turned to Su Hao. Mr. Su Hao, do you take Miss Shui Ro as your wife, pledging to love her unreservedly, whether in prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or illness, joy or sorrow? For all eternity? I do. Su Hao replied without hesitation. Miss Shui Ro, do you take Mr. Su Hao as your husband, promising to uphold the vows just stated? Shui Ro glanced at the smiling Shui Kongning, tears streaming down her face, and nodded. I do. Very well, please exchange rings. As Shui Kongning and Apos, S words fell, a pair of wedding bands was promptly presented. Su Hao and Shui Ro adorned each other with the rings, sealing their vows with a kiss. Once the ceremony concluded, Sister Lu arrived, followed by her son, Wang Fugui, who held the property deed for the Teo Weiyuan villa. This is a wedding gift from Elder Shui to you both. May you find happiness. Shui Ro accepted the deed, light in weight yet bearing the weight of the world. Grandfather, thank you. This is what you deserve. Shui Kongning smiled faintly, utilizing his remaining time to finalize his will, ensuring Wang Fugui would execute it faithfully. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Shui Kongning forever closed his eyes. The echoes of tears and sobs resonated throughout the hospital, composing a mournful requiem. Shui Kongning has departed, leaving behind not a single trace, yet bestowing upon everyone a lingering essence. In a secluded corner, Su Hao quietly opened an iron chest, extracting a bundle of letters. These letters were penned by Shui Kongning at various times, ever since his harrowing escape from Chili Township. He had steadfastly pursued the investigation into the events of that time. With each new clue uncovered, Shui Kongning meticulously documented his conjectures in a letter. Finally, the threads of all clues were unraveled 2 years ago, revealing the truth behind the fire in Chili Township. The orchestrators of the inferno were none other than the Li family of Yanjing. Their target was not the entire Chili Township, but rather the hidden Xia family, who lived incognito within its bounds. The Xia family, in their elder years, had not been blameless. They had flourished through the nefarious trade of grave robbing. As scrutiny intensified on such illicit activities, they utilized their amassed wealth to embark upon legitimate ventures. While society condemned grave robbing as a heinous act, the Xia family seemed to escape retribution, swiftly accumulating vast fortunes in the business realm. With each generational transition, the Xia family eventually fell under the stewardship of Xia Yu, a man imbued with a profound sense of national responsibility. At that time, a new order was just emerging, and the land lay in devastation, with everyone suffering immensely. Xia Yu resolved to expend the family fortune to aid in the revitalization of the nation, as a means of atoning for the misdeeds of the previous generation. Initially, progress was swift, and Xia Yu became a beloved figure among the common folk. Regrettably, some sought to profit from the chaos, and Xia Yu's endeavors inevitably encroached upon their interests. The Li family, in particular, could not tolerate the Xia family's transformation. They viewed the Xia family's past dealings as shameful and were infuriated by their attempts to cleanse their reputation. Consumed by rage, the patriarch of the Li family conspired with local accomplices in Jinling to eliminate the discreetly living members of the Xia family, to eradicate any potential witnesses. Those tasked with the mission were even more ruthless than the Li patriarch himself, believing that as long as any villagers remained alive, the truth would eventually surface, and the Xia family could leave descendants. Thus, they resolved to annihilate everyone in Chili Township, fabricating a guise of accidental fire, thereby eliminating any future threats. At that time, Shui Kongning had been meeting an old friend in Chili Township. When confronted by the assassins, he swiftly concealed himself and the infant Su Hao in a well, narrowly escaping death. However, they were ultimately trapped by the flames until Gu Santong fortuitously passed by and rescued them. In the concluding lines of his letters, Shui Kongning implored Su Hao not to recklessly seek vengeance. He warned that during the invasion of the Xia family's estate, the Li family had seized a treasured artifact, a relic from the Xia ancestors. With that artifact in hand, one could effortlessly reach the realm of the Saint Master, and with proper cultivation, even aspire to transcend to immortality. Gu Santong had refrained from disclosing this matter to Su Hao over the years, fearing his impulsiveness could lead to his demise. After perusing the letters, tears welled in Su Hao's eyes, his fists clenched tightly, a tumult of emotions surging within him. While the calamity befalling the Xia family could be construed as karmic retribution for their past misdeeds, when would the Li family's reckoning arrive? What of the path to immortality? I shall defy fate and eradicate the Li family entirely, seeking justice for my kin and for grandfather Shui. Gazing into the night sky, a formidable aura erupted from within him, soaring into the heavens. Having narrowly escaped death, coupled with his profound sorrow, he transcended to the realm of the Saint Master in that moment. Beyond that lay the path to immortality. He would seize that path and obliterate the Li family. The news of Shui Kongning's passing struck the Shui family with profound grief, yet it was a cause for celebration among the Li family of Yanjing. Shui Kongning was finally dead. An elderly man, gaunt and withered, raised a glass of red wine in the early morning, bursting into laughter. This man was none other than the current patriarch of the Li family. Beside him, his son cautiously remarked, "Though Shui Kongning is dead, the uproar this event has caused is substantial. I've received word that those in Jinling intend to conduct a thorough investigation. Let them investigate. What is there to fear? Those insignificant ants from that tiny place dare not extend their reach to Yanjing," the Li patriarch scoffed. "If only Shui Kongning had perished earlier, taking that secret with him to the grave, we would not have had to resort to such desperate measures, leading to the demise of so many innocents. If blame is to be placed, it should rest upon Shui Kongning, and more so upon Gu Santong, that old fool. He should have let Shui Kongning die in that inferno, rather than foolishly rescuing anyone." The Li patriarch felt no remorse for the tragedy in Jinling, nor did he harbor any regrets about past events. After a moment of maniacal laughter, he seemed to recollect something, instructing his son, "Though Shui Kongning is no more, do not let your guard down. We must continue to keep watch over Jinling. I've heard that Gu Santong's disciple has married Shui Kongning's granddaughter. TSK. Shui Kongning has indeed departed too late. I wonder if you divulged that secret. Find a way to investigate. if that young man is unaware of this matter. Grant them a reprieve. If he learned anything from Shui Kongning, then eliminate them all, leave no trace. Upon observing his father's sinister demeanor, the son shuddered, hesitantly adding, "But father, Su Hao is Gu Santong's disciple, and it seems Gu Santong is nearing ascension. If he returns and discovers we've meddled with his kin, who would know it was me?" The Li patriarch replied smugly. "Am I not one of them?" A cold voice interjected, "You are indeed, but not for long." In an instant, a blade was pressed against the Li patriarch and Apos' neck. Staring at the enigmatic figure adorned with a whimsical mask, the son's scalp prickled with terror. How had this person, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, breached the Li family's defenses, which were fortified by formations left by the Saint Master? Pure love battle god. What brings you here to meddle in the affairs of the Li family? The Li patriarch remained unfazed, treating the blade at his throat as mere child and Apos' play. "I have always found life dull. I relish in extinguishing the likes of you old wretches," the masked man replied, devoid of emotion. "I shall protect Su Hao and the Shui family. Should you dare to lay a finger on them, chaos will ensue within the Li family." The Li patriarch fell silent for a moment before responding, "I only kill those privy to the truth. The rest are of no concern to me. You would do well to remember that." Before his words faded, the masked man vanished without a trace. The Li patriarch exhaled, and his son wiped the sweat from his brow, inching closer. "Father, are you unharmed?" "I possess artifacts that render me immune to fatal harm. Wu Tiaowu knows he cannot kill me, nor dares he attempt it," the Li patriarch replied, narrowing his eyes. "Yanjing is not solely dominated by the Li family. Should I perish, chaos would ensue, shattering the balance of power among the three super families, leading only to devastation." His son stared in disbelief. "Are you saying that pure love battle god was Wu Tiaowu?" "Indeed, Gu Santong's most gifted disciple. Although he ranks 5th, he is the strongest among them." The Li patriarch gritted his teeth in frustration. "If not for my family's unparalleled expert being confined, that mere Wu Tiaowu would be insignificant. Issue orders for our ancient martial practitioners to double their training, attaining greater heights to resolve our family's plight." In recent days, the members of the Shui family remained engulfed in sorrow over the passing of their patriarch, especially Shui Rou, who must balance her responsibilities at the company while also arranging her father's funeral, has visibly lost weight. Su Hao understands that some matters can only be healed by the passage of time, besides giving her daily massages to help her sleep more soundly at night. He quietly accompanies her. One early morning, Song Kuka brought Yun Ruan into the Peach Blossom Source Villa. Seeing Shui Rou in such a poor state, they wanted to take her out to lift her spirits. In their casual conversation, to divert Shui Rou's attention, Song Ku mentioned her idol, the pure love war god. "If I could be with him, I feel it would surely be delightful." Su Hao, who was sipping porridge at the time, nearly spat it out upon hearing this. Noticing Su Hao's reaction, Song Ku approached him with her hands on her hips, angrily delivering a punch. "What do you mean by that? Do you have something against the pure love war god?" Su Hao shook his head, wiping his mouth with a tissue. "What could I possibly have against him? I don't know him. I just think that name sounds rather childish." "You should be quiet. You're not allowed to disparage my idol. You're the childish one," Song Kuka retorted. "You have no idea how exceptional the pure love war god is. I, Song Kuka, have sworn that if I cannot marry him, then I would rather remain single for life." At this, Su Hao could no longer contain his laughter. But Song Kuka misinterpreted it as mockery and landed another punch. Their playful banter brought a rare moment of laughter to the otherwise somber atmosphere of the house. Just then, Wei Chong arrived with Hua Linglong. This wasn't about any progress in the bomb investigation, but rather that the killing wolf had dispatched many operatives, indicating some significant movement. Wei Chong was concerned that they might be targeting the Shui family. So he came to inform them and to arrange some personnel to prevent a repeat of the previous tragedy. Su Hao, after listening to Wei Chong, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. The killing wolf and Apos' people are likely here to clean up their ranks. They have no enmity with the Shui family and wouldn't act against them indiscriminately." Over the past few days, Su Hao had also been busy. He had instructed Yu Tianming to conduct a thorough investigation into the killing wolf and Apos' affairs, leading him to this conclusion. "Mr. Su, while I trust your assessment, we have our own methods of operation. It and Apos' better to be safe than sorry," Wei Chong asserted firmly. "The Jingling Long and our supervising officer are taking this matter very seriously, and I hope you will not refuse." Wei Chong and Apos' official demeanor left Su Hao with no means to decline, not being able to share his information sources with them. He recognized that having an additional layer of protection was indeed beneficial. The arrangements for Shui Rou and Apos as commutes were taken over by people assigned by Hualing Long, while Wei Chong pulled Su Hao aside to discuss a confidential matter. In fact, what Wei Chong wanted to share with Su Hao was the same matter that Su Hao had instructed Yi Tianming to investigate. Qi Wei was highly likely to be an insider within the Killing Wolf organization, the perpetrator behind this incident. However, the situation was complicated by Qi Wei's notable identity. He was the nephew of the Jingling Long by Shi. Moreover, he had previously served in the southern frontier, despite being a seasoned investigator. Wei Chong was certain that Qi Wei was one of the masterminds behind the scenes. Still, due to the intricate web of relationships involved, he hesitated to report this to Zhang Nan, fearing it might be suppressed inexplicably. The reason for sharing this information with Su Hao is that Wei Chong believed if anyone could hold Qi Wei accountable, it would certainly be Su Hao. This was a man even Minister Jiang Daozhan respected. Su Hao understood Wei Chong's good intentions and patted his shoulder. Since you are confident it's him, proceed with assurance. Should anything arise, I will bear the consequences for you. Although Wei Chong was unaware of Su Hao's true identity, he felt reassured by Su Hao's promise. As if he had swallowed a calming pill. I was waiting for your words. Come with me to meet someone. I suspect he is Qi Wei. With that, Wei Chong called Hualing Long and the three of them set out, arriving at a noodle shop on the corner. Given it was breakfast time, the shop was bustling with customers. Yet one individual stood out starkly from the others. While he wore the shop's standard uniform, he leaned casually against the door, smoking, with a scar on his forehead that gave him a menacing appearance. Wei Chong signaled to Su Hao and lowered his voice. That guy has seen me before. I can't question him directly, so, understood. Su Hao replied, pulling a cigarette from Wei Chong's pocket and approaching the scarred man. Hey, brother. Could you lend me a light? Engaging with individuals from all walks of life, offering a cigarette is often the easiest way to bridge a gap. The scarred man, though slightly impatient, reluctantly pulled out a lighter and lit Su Hao's cigarette. Standing beside the man, Su Hao pretended to smoke while subtly probing for information. Brother, this shop is near my home. I eat here often. How come I've never seen you around before? Did you come to work for a relative? Su Hao feigned innocence, oblivious to the calluses on the man's hands, which suggested frequent gun use. The scarred man shot Su Hao an annoyed glance and coldly replied, What do you want? If you're here to eat, go inside. If not, get lost. Su Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No need to rush. I noticed you look unfamiliar, so I just wanted to ask you something. What do you want to know? The scarred man asked curtly. Have you ever heard of the Killing Wolf organization? There's a leader named Qi Wei. Do you know him? Upon hearing Su Hao mention these key terms, the scarred man and Apos' expression instantly shifted. He grabbed Su Hao by the collar, nearly lifting him off the ground. Seeing Su Hao and Apos' feet leave the ground, Hualing Long, hidden in the shadows, instinctively rushed forward. Fortunately, Wei Chong was quick to grab her. What are you doing? Don't go causing trouble. Su Hao has been lifted. Wei Chong exclaimed, bewildered. Grabbing Hualing Long, he added, What are you thinking, you silly girl? If Mr. Su can't handle him, what can you do? Don't forget. Even the two masters from the Zhao family fear him. Qi Wei and Apos' strength far exceeds that of a master. Mr. Su is clearly playing the fool to catch the tiger. Don't complicate matters. Hearing Wei Chong and Apos' words, Hualing Long quickly calmed down, feeling quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, Captain. I almost acted foolishly. Just as Hualing Long was sheepishly scratching her head, Su Hao had already turned the tide, pinning the scarred man to the ground. The scarred man, taken aback, struggled futilely. His forehead veins bulging, but he couldn't turn the tables. After a prolonged struggle, he found himself firmly pinned down by Su Hao. Wei Chong and Hualing Long rushed over upon seeing Su Hao subdue the scarred man. Before they could speak, Su Hao tore off a human skin mask from the scarred man's face. Who are you? Wei Chong was taken aback. Who told you to impersonate Qi Wei? Where is he? While smoking, Su Hao had sensed that the man was wearing a mask. Now, having torn it off, it was indeed true. The individual named Qi Wei had exceptionally strong counter-surveillance abilities and had realized he had exposed his identity under surveillance, prompting him to find a scapegoat. Let go of me. Qi Wei and I are sworn brothers. I won't betray him. The scarred man gritted through clenched teeth. You know what he has done. And you're willing to take the fall for him? He detonated a bomb at the Shui residence, resulting in the deaths of dozens. Do you intend to shield him from such an atrocity? Upon hearing this, the scarred man's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. He murdered people? Evidently. The scarred man was unaware that Chi Wei's request for him to assume a false identity was to take the fall for a crime. He believed he was merely assisting a dear friend in a predicament, only to discover he was being used as a scapegoat. Are you oblivious to the news? This transpired several days ago. Wei Chang exclaimed in fury. Confess, where has Chi Wei absconded to? If you remain silent, you risk being implicated as his accomplice and facing the consequences. The scarred man, visibly shaken by Wei Chang's words, hesitated before asserting, cease your intimidation tactics. I know Chi Wei, he is incapable of such a heinous act, even if he did bomb the Shui residence. It was undoubtedly because the Shui family had engaged in egregious wrongdoing, and he was merely dispensing justice. You simpleton, the Shui family are not virtuous? Do you know who is backing me? Su Hao, whose influence extends to the point where even Jiang Dao, the commander of the northern border, shows deference. He has personally sought justice for the Xie family. Does that not indicate the Shui family and Oppose, as culpability? Upon learning of Su Hao and Oppo's connection to the commander, the scarred man was further astonished. How can he possess such authority at such a young age? You are ignorant. Not only is Mr. Su highly skilled in martial arts, but he is also a gifted physician. He cured the northern border king of Xia. Wei Chang retorted, presenting photographic evidence. The scarred man and Oppo's resolve crumbled under the weight of the irrefutable proof, and he ultimately surrendered. I am unaware of Chi Wei and Oppo's whereabouts, but he was hiding in the tenement buildings of the Sanwen district a few days ago. The area is undergoing demolition, and most residents have relocated. So, the scarred man divulged Chi Wei's location, prompting Wei Chang to immediately depart to apprehend him. At that crucial moment, the scarred man's phone rang. Coincidentally, it was Chi Wei calling. Brother, I am grateful for your assistance these past few days. I have transferred funds into your father and Oppo's account. Our paths may never cross again. I have booked a flight for this evening and will never return. You may remove the mask. Please look after my parents. I implore you. Clearly, Chi Wei had meticulously planned his escape. Wei Chang gestured urgently for the scarred man to elicit Chi Wei and Oppo's current location. Reluctant to condemn Chi Wei, the scarred man stammered. Brother, could we meet one last time before you depart? I would prefer to discuss matters in person. Before the scarred man could finish, Chi Wei abruptly terminated the call. When the scarred man attempted to call back, the phone had been switched off and was unreachable. Chi Wei had evidently sensed that the scarred man had been apprehended and was therefore avoiding contact. Under such circumstances, it was highly improbable that he would board a flight. Jinling was vast. Where could they possibly apprehend him? The thought weighed heavily on Wei Chang. Su Hao, however, remained composed. He pulled the scarred man up and calmly stated, the Shui family and Chi Wei have no prior grievances. His sudden attack on the Shui residence suggests foul play. According to our intelligence, Chi Wei has betrayed the killers, and the bomb he used to destroy the Shui residence was pilfered from them. The killers have branded him a traitor and dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Therefore, Chi Wei and Oppo's survival hinges on who finds him first. These two are surveillance officers. If they apprehend Chi Wei, they will merely detain him for questioning and await sentencing. However, if others find him first, his fate will be sealed. You are Chi Wei's close friend. His destiny rests on your decision. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, the scarred man appeared distraught. He had not realized that Chi Wei had become entangled in such perilous circumstances. I am unsure if he will go there, but since he is departing, he may visit to pay respects. Su Hao pressed, pay respects to whom? His sister, buried where? Dafeng Town, Yunxi. Upon hearing this, Wei Chang erupted in anger. Are you toying with me? It is a 3-hour drive from here to Yunxi. Why would he travel 6 or 7 hours while attempting to flee overseas? Is he insane? As Wei Chang moved to strike, Su Hao intervened. Perhaps Chi Wei will genuinely go. I will stake out the area. You two remain near Chi Wei and Oppo's home, since he will never return. His primary concerns will likely be his family and sister. Wei Chang pondered and said, Mr. Su, you have never been to Yunxi and are unfamiliar with the area, which will undoubtedly be inconvenient. Ling Long, accompany Mr. Su. If necessary, seek assistance from the local surveillance department. I am acquainted with their captain, who will extend his cooperation. Understood. Following Wei Chang's instructions, Hua Linglong immediately departed with Su Hao. After seeing them off, Wei Chang carefully considered the situation. It would be difficult to stake out Chi Wei alone, and the Sanwen district should be thoroughly searched to avoid missing any opportunities. To secure reinforcements, Wei Chang made the bold decision to report the matter in its entirety to his superior, Zhang Nan. Upon learning of the incident, Zhang Nan understood Wei Chang's concerns. After careful deliberation, he first dispatched reinforcements to Wei Chang. Once all personnel were in position and Qi Wei and Appo's parents were under surveillance, he reported the matter to Bai Shi. Bai Shi was stunned to learn that the investigation had led to his own family. Did Qi Wei genuinely commit this? Zhang Nan replied awkwardly. Chief Bai, I understand that this is difficult to accept, as he is your nephew. However, this matter. Enough. Proceed according to protocol. It is preferable for you to apprehend him than for the killers to do so, Bai Shi stated impartially. If necessary, I will recuse myself and relinquish command. Bai Shi sighed deeply, his heart filled with conflicting emotions, and ended the call. Meanwhile, the assassins dispatched by the killers were standing face to face in the tenement buildings of the Sanwen district. Damn it, this kid is slippery as an eel. He has escaped again. We must hasten our efforts. Huawuk is pressing us. Investigate further to determine where else he might be hiding. At Qi Wei and Appo's parents and Appo's home, Wei Chang and the reinforcements had established positions inside and outside the house, ready to apprehend Qi Wei upon his arrival. Qi Wei and Appo's parents, upon learning of their son and Appo's crimes, were deeply disturbed. They had been discussing the Shui family incident, wondering who could have committed such a heinous act. However, they never imagined that the perpetrator was their own son. Qi Wei's parents wept incessantly, their eyes filled with despair. The killers soon tracked them down and, upon realizing that the house was under surveillance, established positions at a distance. Their mission was simply to eliminate Qi Wei, and with a sniper rifle. They did not need to approach the house. Despite their thorough preparations, Wei Chang, who had deployed drones to patrol the vicinity, was still able to detect their presence. He discreetly messaged Su Hao and Hua Linglong, urging them to exercise utmost caution. If the Killing Wolves organization could track them here, they might just as easily pursue them to the cemetery. It was wise to remain vigilant. Upon receiving Wei Chang's message, Su Hao's expression turned grave. His failure to extract the truth from Shui Kongning sooner had indirectly led to Kongning's silencing. Similarly, this time, his inability to locate Qi Wei in a timely manner could result in a repeat of past mistakes. Su Hao resolved not to err twice in the same matter. He understood that given the strength of the Killing Wolves, it was inevitable they would send someone here. Thus, a fierce battle loomed ahead, contingent on who could gain the upper hand and fortuitously locate Qi Wei first. After several hours of winding travels, Su Hao and Hua Linglong successfully arrived at Dafeng Town, a renowned tourist destination in Yunxi. Upon entering, they were required to pay an entrance fee, which Hua Linglong deemed unreasonable. However, Su Hao wished to avoid wasting time and was about to pay when a striking woman suddenly appeared and snatched the money from him. Hey, are you still daring to sell tickets here? Has the brief time in the slammer not taught you a lesson? The ticket seller, visibly frightened by the woman, retreated hastily. Hua Linglong gazed at the tall, graceful woman, momentarily taken aback, before rushing forward to embrace her with overwhelming joy. Sister Hua, what brings you here? Hua Annie rolled her eyes. Your captain was worried you might feel too shy to call for my help, so he asked me to wait here to assist you. You and Appo's, being too foolish, she continued. Thousands for a ticket, and you just hand it over? Truly, you must have money to burn. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hua Linglong scratched her head and lowered her voice. Mr. Su wanted to save time and avoid revealing his identity, which is why he acted this way. She then introduced Su Hao. Mr. Su, this is Hua Annie, the captain of the Yunxi Inspection Division. Pleasure to meet you. Su Hao greeted politely. Hua Annie shot him a sidelong glance. Wei Chang has told me tales of your prowess, but having witnessed your actions, well, never mind. Let us hurry up the mountain to find the cemetery. Feeling somewhat exasperated at being perceived as a foolish wealthy outsider, Su Hao brushed it aside. Nevertheless, the priority was to locate Qi Wei. Along the way, Hua Linglong elaborated on the current situation to Hua Annie. After hearing the details, Hua Annie clenched her fists in righteous indignation. This scoundrel has caused countless innocent deaths and dares to come here pretending to be sincere? If he shows up, I will ensure he is captured today. Sister Hua, please do not act impulsively, Hua Linglong advised. Though your skills surpass mine, dealing with Qi Wei will not be easy. Let us assist from the sidelines while Mr. Su takes the lead in the capture. Hua Annie was known for her impulsiveness, and while she had formidable skills, they were not suited for a professional like Qi Wei. Upon hearing Hua Linglong and Appo's words, she shot her an icy glare. Linglong, what are you thinking? He is merely an ordinary citizen. You are the true inspector. How can you shift the responsibility onto him? That is not the case, Mr. Su is far from an ordinary citizen. He possesses remarkable abilities. After being reprimanded by Hua Annie, Hua Linglong hurried to clarify. Enough. How remarkable could he possibly be? If he were truly exceptional, why wouldn't he become an inspector? Hua Linglong shook her head. Sister Hua, it would be a waste for Mr. Su to take that role. He is not only exceptionally skilled but also a capable healer. Really, Linglong, what kind of spell has he cast on you? You speak of him as if he has some kind of polymath. Hua Annie was skeptical of Hua Linglong's words. Hua Linglong smiled softly, leaning closer to Hua Annie. Sister Hua, Mr. Su is the sworn brother of the Northern Kingdom and Appos, as Summer King. This is a secret, so please do not disclose it. Upon hearing this revelation, Hua Annie fell silent, her earlier bravado evaporating. After a long pause, she tentatively asked, "Is that true? But how is that even possible? The Summer King is old enough to be his father." Hua Annie found it hard to believe, staring intently at Su Hao as if trying to see through him. I mentioned before that Mr. Su's medical skills are extraordinary. The Summer King was once gravely ill, and no one could help him, even the president of the Surgical Association, Jean Chanzi, believed the king was beyond saving. Yet, Mr. Su and Appos, as miraculous treatment restored him, which is why the king regards him as a brother. After hearing this, Hua Annie was left in a state of shock, her previous indifference towards Su Hao replaced by newfound respect. Su Hao paid little mind to such superficial accolades. His thoughts were solely on reaching the cemetery and finding Chi Wei before the killing wolves could catch up. The cemetery in Dafeng Town had once been a popular attraction, leading to considerable discontent among the townsfolk. Consequently, a rule was established. Only locals or those who could prove kinship to the deceased were permitted entry. Moreover, to enforce this rule, the town allocated funds yearly to hire a caretaker to guard the cemetery, ensuring the peace of the departed was not disturbed. Hua Annie presented her credentials and negotiated tirelessly with the caretaker, yet he remained obstinate. If you wish to conduct your investigation, do it elsewhere. Chi Wei cannot possibly remain here indefinitely. Disturbing the spirits is absolutely unacceptable. Unable to tolerate the caretaker and Appos' stubbornness any longer, Hua Annie resorted to physical confrontation. Unexpectedly, the caretaker proved to be a skilled fighter and swiftly expelled her from the premises. Seeing this, Su Hao steadied Hua Annie and said, "Let me handle this." He stepped forward, an aura of dread enveloping him, causing the caretaker's expression to shift dramatically. With a quick retreat, the caretaker turned his back and declared, "Humph. Outsiders are not permitted entry, but I shall turn a blind eye. Do what you must." The caretaker's demeanor shifted abruptly, leaving Hua Annie in stunned silence. Hua Linglong, however, was unfazed and cheerfully remarked to Hua Annie, "See, Sister Hua? I told you so. Mr. Su is indeed formidable." At last, Hua Annie acknowledged Su Hao and Appos' prowess. Thoroughly impressed that he could effortlessly subdue the cemetery and Appos' guardian. Once inside the cemetery, the trio located the grave of Chi Wei and Appos' sister and concealed themselves in the shadows, patiently awaiting his arrival. Su Hao surveyed the surroundings while Hua Annie observed him, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable admiration. She bit her lip, contemplating asking Su Hao for his contact information but hesitating, her cheeks flushing with warmth. At that moment, Su Hao suddenly turned to her. "Take Hua Linglong to the left and keep watch, but do not act rashly." Chi Wei was adept at crafting masks and had previously enlisted someone to impersonate him. Therefore, even if that person bore an uncanny resemblance to Chi Wei, it did not necessarily mean he was the one. Once we ascertain that the individual is indeed our target, I will signal you. Your only task is to ensure he does not escape from your vicinity, and I shall handle the rest. In the past, Hua Annie would never have permitted an ordinary person to issue commands to her. However, she had completely submitted to Su Hao's authority. The three divided into two groups. Su Hao remained stationed at the original location while Hua Annie and Hua Linglong made their way toward the main road to set up an ambush. Not long after, a man who looked exactly like Chi Wei indeed appeared. He sat before a grave, speaking earnestly for quite some time and burning a considerable amount of paper money. Hua Annie observed Su Hao's expression closely, awaiting his command to apprehend the man. Yet, as time passed, Su Hao remained silent. Could he be a fake? Hua Linglong inquired curiously. Hua Annie pondered for a moment before shaking her head, stating, "I believe he is genuine. If he were a fraud, there would be no reason for him to waste so much time. His sincere words do not appear to be mere impersonation. Regardless, we should proceed." Eager to achieve results and not wanting Chi Wei to slip away, Hua Annie, after making her judgment, charged forward with Hua Linglong without waiting for Su Hao and Appos' signal. Although Hua Linglong felt this was somewhat reckless, she felt compelled to support her colleague. However, it soon became evident that Su Hao and Amp, Oppo's assessment was correct. While Hua Annie and Hua Linglong successfully subdued the individual, he turned out to be merely an ordinary man wearing a mask of Qi Wei. He had been bribed by Qi Wei to assist in the ruse. After a thorough interrogation, Hua Annie, upon confirming the mask, was engulfed in self-reproach. Alas, this is entirely my fault. I fear we have startled the snake in the grass. And indeed, Qi Wei had anticipated that someone would stake out the area, orchestrating this elaborate charade. Disguised in a gravekeeper's attire, he observed the unfolding events with keen interest. A bunch of fools, do you truly believe you can capture me? Qi Wei silently scoffed, feeling a sense of pride in his meticulous planning. Just then, a strong hand clapped down on his shoulder. In the next moment, Su Hao and Oppo's voice resonated behind him. Qi Wei, you have finally revealed yourself. Qi Wei was taken aback to discover that Hua Annie had an ally who had effortlessly tracked his location. Nevertheless, despite the unexpected appearance of Su Hao, Qi Wei quickly retaliated. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. With a single maneuver, Su Hao subdued Qi Wei. Just as Hua Annie and Hua Linglong were alerted by the commotion and prepared to assist, a helicopter suddenly swooped down, followed by the deafening crack of gunfire that sent the two women into a panic. Two burly men descended from the sky, ensnaring Qi Wei with a hook and hoisting him aboard the helicopter. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets rained towards Hua Annie and Hua Linglong. Su Hao, concerned for their safety, rushed to shield them, helplessly watching as Qi Wei was taken away. Hua Annie and Hua Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, remorse washing over them. I'm sorry, it's our fault for acting rashly and hindering you. Hua Annie bowed her head, filled with regret. Her impulsive desire for achievement had resulted in such dire consequences, an undeniable misstep. Everything is still undecided. You two should leave. I will continue the pursuit. Su Hao shook his head, his figure darting away, utilizing the nearby towering trees to surge toward the helicopter. Once aboard the helicopter, Qi Wei finally grasped the gravity of his predicament, which was likely far worse than being captured by Su Hao and his companions. While Su Hao and the others would not kill him, the two merciless assassins from the wolf pack certainly would. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Wei resolved to tempt the two with an offer of wealth. We have all worked for the wolf pack. There is no need for such total annihilation. Spare me, and I shall offer you each 500 million as a bounty for my life. However, the wolf pack had already restructured following Qi Wei and Oppo's betrayal. Those dispatched to capture him were undoubtedly the most loyal subordinates of Hua Wuck, making them difficult to bribe. Qi Wei's hopes quickly evaporated. His captors did not even spare him a word before knocking him unconscious. Just as they believed everything was settled and that it would be easy to take Qi Wei back, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the rear of the cabin. The two men exchanged wary glances, knowing that apart from themselves and the pilot, no one else should be on the helicopter. They drew their sidearms cautiously, advancing toward the back of the cabin. Yet before they could reach their destination, a shadow suddenly emerged from the middle of the cabin, kicking one of them to the ground and seizing the other and Oppo's gun, pressing it against his temple. The shadow was none other than Su Hao, who had pursued them. The wolf pack members, ruthless and unyielding, realizing they could not successfully extract Qi Wei, chose to go down fighting, thus fulfilling their mission. Boom. The helicopter erupted in flames. Meanwhile, Hua Linglong and Hua Annie, who were anxiously watching from a distance, regretted not having wings to fly up and assist. To their astonishment, a figure descended steadily from the sky, carrying Qi Wei. Having ascended to the rank of Saint Master, Su Hao's pure young energy could merge with his protective aura, forming an even stronger defense. This explosion was insufficient to claim his life. Don and Oppo's, just stand there, run. Su Hao shouted at Hua Linglong and Hua Annie, urging them to escape the blast zone. Finally coming to their senses, the two women followed Su Hao as he dashed eastward. In no time, the helicopter plummeted from the sky, crashing near their location and creating a deep crater. Had Su Hao not warned them to flee, they might have met a grim fate alongside the wolf pack. Su Hao retrieved silver needles and pierced them into Qi Wei, rousing him from unconsciousness. Initially believing he was doomed, Qi Wei opened his eyes to find the two women who had mistakenly captured him before him, along with a stranger who had saved him. You are investigating the explosion at the Shui family, Aran and Oppo's, you? Who ordered you? Su Hao asked directly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Qi Wei fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette but found no lighter. Su Hao snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame to ignite it. Thank you. Taking a deep drag, Chi Wei replied, I am unsure of the mastermind's identity, but their target is Shui Kongning. My plan was to work in tandem with Shui Ziyi. If Shui Ziyi fails to eliminate Shui Kongning, I would then take action, ensuring Shui Ziyi is also dealt with to eliminate any future threats. The poison in Shui Kongning. You acquired it from the wolf pack, didn't you? Indeed, I stole it from Hua Wuk, Chi Wei admitted candidly. Hua Linglong trembled slightly, opening her mouth but hesitating to speak. Have you ever seen the mastermind? No, but it is said they possess significant power and hail from Yinjing. Chi Wei's statement indirectly confirmed that the Li family from Yinjing was behind the machinations. As lifeblood ebbed away as he spat forth a mouthful of crimson, his gaze dimming. Had he preemptively ingested poison? A wave of alarm coursed through Hua and I, who swiftly drew Hua Linglong away to shield her from the toxic repercussions. Su Hao remained unmoved. The toxin posing no significant threat to him. He who schemes to harm others ultimately ensnares himself. This is the retribution you and Appos V earned. I realize. Please, enter my remains alongside my sister. Within my person lies classified intel regarding the Shattered Wolves, as well as a bank card. The passcode mirrors the final 6 digits. It holds several hundred million, a sum intended as recompense. With these fragmented words, she succumbed, his life extinguished. Though the wretched often bear culpability, I shall extend a hand, mindful of your belated repentance and the aid your wealth can render to many. Hua Linglong, donning gloves, meticulously retrieved the items from Chi's person. She enlisted the services of morticians to cremate his remains and enter them beside his sister's grave. The Shattered Wolf's secrets in the bank card were entrusted to her superiors for disposition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their tasks concluded. Hua Linglong and Appos' meritorious conduct earned her a promotion to captain of the surveillance division, with Wei Chong and Huan and Appos and I benefiting in kind, ascending to the rank of deputy director. To commemorate the occasion, Huan and Appos and I graciously invited Hua Linglong and Su Hao to her abode. Approaching the Hua residence, a sprawling estate unfolded before them. Bathed in the evening's embrace. Huajia, your home is truly palatial, Hua Linglong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at the seemingly boundless expanse of the opulent manor. Has and Appos, Wei Chong informed you that my family is among Yunshi and Appos' elite? Huan and Appos, and I inquired with a bemused smile. Hua Linglong responded, he mentioned it in passing. But I assumed it was jest. Huan and I chuckled, retorting, yes, he and I frequently engaged in spirited banter during our university days. His envy of my privileged background often manifesting as sardonic remarks. Your perception of it as a jest is understandable. She then extended an invitation, come. Partake in a simple supper at my home before returning to Jinling tomorrow. I am grateful for Huajia and Appos' hospitality. Hua Linglong replied with a cheerful grin. Linking arms with her and guiding Su Hao towards the banquet hall. The table groaned under the weight of delicacies, a feast easily surpassing 10,000 in value. Huajia. This supper is far from simple, Hua Linglong exclaimed in awe. Huan and Appos and I sighed softly, feigning resignation. It was hastily arranged, a mere trifle. Regrettably, my family typically disdains such fare. However, I am not fastidious when it comes to sustenance, and I have even savored meals from lunchboxes, some of which surpass these dishes in flavor. Indeed, the true culinary gems of a city often lie in the roadside stalls or night markets. While the most extravagant establishments frequently disappoint, Hua Linglong concurred wholeheartedly, joining Huan and Appos and I at the table to sample the gourmet offerings, while the two women busied themselves peeling shrimp. Su Hao contented himself with tofu, finding solace in its simplicity. Huarjian Cha, are you acquainted with Hua Long? Huan and Appos and I inquired, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Who is not familiar with the northern frontier and Appos' Xiaowang? Huan and Appos and I responded, her tone laced with amusement. You mustn't and Appos. T assumed that the Xiao Wang and Appos' surname, Hua, implies a familial connection to us. Su Hao nodded, tacitly acknowledging Huan and I's conjecture. The Xiao Wang bears no affiliation with my family, though many of my kin are ardent admirers, particularly my grandfather, who holds the Xiao Wang in utmost reverence, constantly clamoring for an audience. Huan and I gestured dismissively. My grandfather's lifelong aspiration is for me to join the northern garrison, serving as the Xiao Wang's trusted aide. However, I possess few proclivities, and I derive pleasure from defying my elders. Thus, I relinquished all familial advantages, relying on my own merits to ascend to the position of Jinsha, and gradually climb the ranks to my current station. She paused, adding, or rather, my recent promotion to Deputy Director of the Yunshi Surveillance Division is owed to your assistance. Therefore, I am indebted to you. And I trust you will remember to request repayment when the time comes. Su Hao chuckled wryly. Your words are unduly generous. She and Appo's apprehension was not solely my achievement. You two played a vital role. This promotion is your deserved reward, and there is no need to attribute it to me. Juan and Appo's, and I paused, casting a more appreciative gaze upon Su Hao. This man is proving to be quite appealing. Confounded. To be humiliated by the Gemstone Syndicate. It is unbearable. A furious voice suddenly echoed. Instantly, a man with streaks of black and white in his hair strode into the banquet hall, his hands thrust deep into his pockets. Muttering imprecations. Hua Gongzi, the Gemstone Syndicate has long held sway in Yunshi. There is no need to quarrel with mere brigands. A bodyguard, trailing behind the black and white-haired man, attempted to placate him. Moreover, Kong Rong is the grandson of a Gemstone Syndicate protector. One must consider the affiliations involved. Should a major conflict erupt, Hua Leoi would undoubtedly disapprove. My grandfather would never judge matters without due discernment. The black and white-haired man retorted, rolling his eyes. Our Hua family upholds the principle of persuasion through reason. Whoever dares to offend us shall face our wrath. Are you unaware that my sister was promoted to Deputy Director of the Surveillance Division this very afternoon? How dare Kong Rong, regardless of his arrogance, contend with the forces of justice? Huan and I interjected caustically. Hua Gongzi, so valiant. Defeated in public, yet emboldened upon returning home, brandishing your sister's title as a threat? Wally recoiled as if struck by lightning. He scrutinized the room, realizing that Huan and Appo's and I had returned to the Hua residence unnoticed and had overheard his every word. Jia, I was unaware that you were at home this evening, accompanied by distinguished guests. Had I known, I would have insisted on sharing a drink with you. Wally swiftly changed the subject, introducing himself to Su Hao and Hua Linglong with unctuous familiarity, raising his glass in a gesture of conviviality. I beg your pardon for any lack of attentiveness. This scoundrel. Huan and I found herself at a loss with Huali. Pray, recount the circumstances of your conflict with Kong Rong. Huali and Appo's face clouded over, clearly reluctant to revisit the incident. Huan and Appo's and I turned her gaze towards the bodyguard, who, unable to withstand the pressure, divulged the truth. Hua Gongzi's girlfriend was subjected to mistreatment. Hence, another girlfriend? Huan and I inquired, resting her chin in her hand, her tone laced with exasperation. Huali, are you an octopus? How do you manage to cultivate so many relationships? She is my first love. Huali protested weakly. Huan and I offered a polite smile, retorting, that is what you always claim. This time, it is genuine. Huali insisted, his face flushed with embarrassment. El Chabiao, the university's sweetheart I mentioned earlier. Huan and Appo's and I nodded, acknowledging, the one for whom you inadvertently purchased expired condoms, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy? They were not expired. I merely exerted excessive force, causing the condom to rupture. Hua Linglong was rendered speechless. Huan and Appo's and I was equally taken aback. Su Hao remained impassive. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. After a prolonged silence, Su Hao broke the tension by inquiring about El Chabiao's background, prompting Huan and I to recount Hua Li's misadventures with unreserved candor. A woman who values money above all else. She possesses a pure faade, but her heart is consumed by avarice. Upon discovering Hua Li and Appo's wealth, she contrived encounters, fabricating an image of pristine innocence to beguile him. Hua Li, the quintessential dupe, lavished her with hundreds of thousands of yuan each month, blissfully convinced that she cherished him, not his riches. Upon graduation, El Chabiao became pregnant. Huali offered her 1,000,000 yuan to terminate the pregnancy, but she secretly carried the child to term. Last month, she brazenly arrived at the Hua residence, brandishing the child and demanding 10 billion yuan. Here, Huan and Appo's and I turned to Huali, inquiring. I recall that grandfather had already dispatched lawyers to negotiate with her. Why did you feel compelled to interfere? Huali hesitated, at a loss for words. The bodyguard divulged. While El Chabiao was crossing the street with the child, she inadvertently bumped into Kong Rong and Appo's Lamborghini. Kong Rong demanded 10 million yuan, and when El Chabiao pleaded poverty, Kong Rong ordered his thugs to assault her, and the child was caught in the crossfire. Upon discovering this, Mr. Hua was incensed. He promptly dispatched individuals to convey Miss L and her offspring to the hospital, while simultaneously contemplating confronting Kong Rong with a contingent. I, however, dissuaded Mr. Hua from placing himself in harm and Oppo's way, enduring several kicks in the process. Ms. Hua, observing the bodyguard and Oppo's aggrieved expression, found herself in a state of bemused exasperation. Ms. Hua furrowed her brow, remarking that regardless of Ms. L and Oppo's character, Kong Rong and Oppo's conduct was reprehensible and warranted punitive measures. Mr. Hua's eyes lit up as he inquired whether his sister would assist him in confronting Kong Rong. Ms. Hua, however, responded with a sardonic smile, stating that she could not abuse her position for personal gain. Nevertheless, she surreptitiously utilized Mr. Su's cellular device to contact the authorities, reporting illicit activities, potentially involving narcotics, transpiring at the Princess Hotel, and imploring a thorough investigation. After an extensive discourse with the records officer, Ms. Hua terminated the call. Mr. Hua, perplexed, questioned his sister and Oppo's decision to involve the police, given her role as an inspector. Ms. Hua, equally bewildered, remained oblivious to Ms. Hua and Oppo's machinations. Mr. Su, however, evinced a knowing smile, seemingly comprehending Ms. Hua and Oppo's strategy. Shortly thereafter, Ms. Hua and Oppo's personal communication device emitted a resonant tone. The director of the inspectorate issued a grave directive, tasking Ms. Hua with dispatching a team to investigate the Princess Hotel based on a multitude of reports. Ms. Hua assented and signaled to Mr. Hua, instructing him to entertain her esteemed guests while she fulfilled her official duties. Mr. Hua, enlightened, pledged to extend the utmost hospitality to Mr. Su and Ms. Hua. The Princess Hotel, under Kong Rong's ownership, was undoubtedly rife with illicit transactions. However, Ms. Hua's direct intervention would have been construed as a blatant act of vengeance on behalf of her sibling. By responding to a report and executing the director's orders, she maintained the facade of impartiality, precluding any suspicion. Truly, his sister was astute. Shortly after Ms. Hua and Oppo's departure, Mr. Hua Sr., supported by Mrs. Hua, entered the premises. Mr. Hua Jr. promptly introduced the parties. Before any pleasantries could be exchanged, Mrs. Hua and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized Mr. Su as her long-lost daughter. Mr. Hua Jr., observing his grandmother's fervent embrace of Mr. Su, hastily clarified that he was merely a friend of his sister. Mrs. Hua, however, dismissed his assertion, clinging tenaciously to Mr. Su's hand, fearing his escape. Mr. Hua Sr., attempting to pacify his wife, apologized for her cognitive impairment resulting from a traumatic experience in her youth. Mr. Su graciously offered his understanding, acknowledging the potential for age-related infirmities. Mr. Hua Sr. escorted his wife back to their chambers, lamenting her long-standing mental instability despite numerous medical consultations. Mr. Su astutely diagnosed her condition as a psychosomatic ailment requiring emotional solace. Ms. Hua inquired whether Mr. Su possessed a remedy. Mr. Su demurred, emphasizing the necessity of complete information and the primacy of personal agency. He refrained from unsolicited intervention in others and Oppo's affairs. Ms. Hua acquiesced. Following dinner, Mr. Su and Ms. Hua, at Mr. Hua and Oppo's behest, selected adjacent guest rooms for rest and recuperation. Around 10 o'clock p.m., Ms. Hua returned, first checking on Mr. Su and Ms. Hua before proceeding to her grandfather and Oppo's chambers. Mr. Hua Sr. was attending to his wife, who cradled a framed photograph, murmuring endearments to her absent daughter. Mr. Hua Sr. concealed his sorrow as he gently relieved his wife of the photograph, concealing it beneath the bed. A peremptory knock echoed through the room. Mr. Hua Sr. inquired, revealing Ms. Hua's presence. Ms. Hua entered with a triumphant grin, eager to announce her accomplishments. Mr. Hua Sr. feigned knowledge of her promotion, but Ms. Hua corrected him, revealing the inspectorate and Oppo's successful raid on Kong Rong and Oppo's Princess Hotel. Mr. Hua Sr. rebuked her for disregarding his injunction against targeting the jewel syndicate, but Ms. Hua defended her actions as compliance with the director and Oppo's orders. She recounted the apprehension of individuals engaged in narcotics consumption during the search, asserting her adherence to the law. Mr. Hua Sr. cautioned against provoking the formidable jewel syndicate, particularly given Kong Rong's familial ties to a high-ranking enforcer. Ms. Hua remained undeterred, asserting the supremacy of justice and the protection afforded by the nation. Mrs. Hua, agitated, demanded to see her daughter. Ms. Hua questioned the identity of this missing person, prompting Mr. Hua Sr. to defer the explanation until the opportune moment. He then retrieved the photograph, reassuring his wife of his unwavering commitment to finding their daughter and Appo's child and reuniting them.